Hashtag C821 Gate of all demons, sacrifice. The Lord of 10,000 demons appeared. This is a middle-aged man with a majestic face, who controls a huge power, but he doesn't seem to have the terrifying temperament of the wild demon universe god. But anyone who knows the 10,000 demon emperors knows that this is the real ruthlessness, and when it comes to the cruelty of 10 thunder lords tied together, they can't compare to him. There was nothing he could do if he didn't want to show up. This time the other party came to the door, and it was a battle to destroy the country. I didn't expect to be beaten into the capital by someone. The Emperor Xuanhuan spoke slowly. And when the Emperor Lord of 10,000 demons appeared, the entire empire of 10,000 demons also calmed down. In their hearts, the Emperor Lord was the core of an empire. As long as he didn't fall, it would not collapse. In the universe, fighting is commonplace, and extermination of countries is also a common thing. Xuanhuan said lightly. Indeed, since the beginning of the Ascension Divine Dynasty, this emperor expected that there will be today, especially the opening of the immortal time and space, and it has catalyzed a large number of careerists. Everyone can see that the universe and starry sky will not continue to be calm, for the sake of competing for the position of dominance is all accumulating, and you are also ambitious. While the Emperor Xuanhuan was talking, he was also mobilizing the power of the empire to fight against Xuanhuan. There is no way for his army to be dispatched, and none of the other universe gods can be mobilized. Because the other party is also eyeing Xuanhuan, Heaven Shaker, Purple Blood Magic Book, Lu Qianfu, which one is not the terrifying cosmic god? In terms of the quality of the cosmic gods, the Xuanhuan Empire has won more than the 10,000 Demons Empire, which is why they dare to enter the 10,000 Demons Empire unscrupulously. However, the strength of the 10,000 Demon Emperor is that this is within his empire. The Gate of 10,000 Demons. Xuanhuan looked at the portal. Although that portal is also a portal artifact, it is actually different from the 8 special portals he controls. It seems to communicate with a special magic universe. The obedient will prosper and the disobedient will perish. Xuanhuan goes on an expedition, you must surrender. Invincible. Invincible. The overwhelming voice rumbled, shattering the star field. In terms of momentum, the Xuanhuan Empire completely overwhelmed the 10,000 Demons Empire, scaring some demons to their knees. If the Lord of 10,000 Demons is not still there, they would even collapse directly. Attack and destroy. Xuanhuan's hegemony ambition. Although he was promoted to the Cosmic God Empire, it was not enough. Xuanhuan wants to annex the Thunder, 10,000 Demons, and Qiankuan 3 kingdoms, integrate their star domains, and turn the Xuanhuan Empire into a giant imperial dynasty. After the imperial dynasty, it is a greater divine dynasty, but within a universe, only one country will always be eligible to be promoted to the imperial dynasty. He stepped in the starry sky, and his huge aura suppressed the Lord of 10,000 Demons, and the supreme divine fist slammed into it, causing the starry sky to collapse, and the boundless space-time storm swept away, taking the initiative to attack the 10,000 Demons Empire. The wild demon universe god and the others are also watching nervously. This is a confrontation between the emperors of a country. Although they want to help the emperors of 10,000 demons, they are also powerless. The other party's cosmic god is not a vegetarian, and is always watching them. Emperor Xuanhuan has started, this time he will kill the Emperor Lord of 10,000 Demons. Yes, the Thunder Monarch died in the hands of Emperor Xuanhuan, and he can't escape. The Empire of 10,000 Demons will eventually become the yellow flower of yesterday, and finally perish. The Purple Blood Magic Book took the lead, and the powerhouses of the Empire all roared. The Fist of 10,000 Demons. The Rolling Ghosts roared out, and the Lord of 10,000 Demons faced the powerful attack of Emperor Xuanhuan, in front of countless people. He couldn't step back either, and stepped directly into the starry sky. The Fist of 10,000 Demons went out, and behind him were countless shadows. It was like a collision of darkness and light. In the beginning, there were fluctuations that cut through everything. Xuanhuan used invincible means, turning his hands into clouds and covering his hands into rain. Even the Thunder Monarch could not block his front. Although the 10,000 Demon Emperor was stronger than thunder, at this moment, countless ghosts were also collapsing one after another. Star Wars, the tyrannical fluctuations make the existence of the wild demon universe god panic. Too strong. Although he is the god of the universe, he will be beaten to death if he fights against Emperor Xuanhuan. This is not a battle we can intervene at all. The wild demon universe god trembled. I represent all demons, I am the demon of all demons. The Lord of 10,000 demons seems to represent the will of many demons. Patterns shine on the gate of 10,000 demons, making his strength stronger and stronger, and even surpassing the second step and playing the boundless chaotic power. He swiped with a palm, and time and space were twisted. However, Xuanhuan's face is still expressionless. As long as your cultivation level is less than the third step, you will not be able to resist his attack. The power of his attack and killing is getting brighter and brighter, pulling up the river in the starry sky, and he doesn't play with you. Using the most positive means to overwhelm the Lord of 10,000 demons. The universe gods can see the doorway inside. The Lord of 10,000 demons is getting more and more gloomy. The power of Emperor Xuanhuan is too strong. He is still in his own empire. If he is outside, wouldn't he be defeated by Emperor Xuanhuan in an instant? If it is a lone ranger, he is not afraid at all, and launches the power of the empire to directly bombard him. But the other party also brought an empire to battle. And what bothered him the most? Xuanhuan's strength is so strong that it shows the immortal meaning of Xuanhuan. The magic will last forever. The Lord of 10,000 demons also raised his strength to the strongest, and the demons condensed, as if a troll was summoned from the gate of 10,000 demons, roaring at him, and riding a long river of demons. History of Imperial Civilization. Xuanhuan waved his hand and grasped it, his thinking was huge, and a splendid history of civilization appeared, and the supreme river of humanity swept through it, directly shrouding the power of the Lord of 10,000 demons in the civilization of the Xuanhuan Empire, and writing it into the history of the development of the empire. This method. The face of the Lord of 10,000 demons changed dramatically. No, this is to write this battle into the civilization history of the empire. What power does he control? Is today's Emperor 10,000 demons empire destined to collapse? He is calm. I also saw that in the history of civilization, it seems that he is destined to perish, and the empire of 10,000 demons will become a chapter of it, creating the glory of the Xuanhuan Empire. No, he would never be reconciled. The gate of 10,000 demons, sacrifice. He unleashed the most powerful force of the gate of 10,000 demons. The entire 10,000 demons empire burned a black demonic fire, and the energy was injected into the gate of 10,000 demons. There seemed to be countless screams, as if a large number of souls were sacrificed. The empire of 10,000 demons fought again and broke through a large number of worlds. After these creatures were caught by him, they sacrificed to the gate of 10,000 demons. The emperor is sacrificing the gate of 10,000 demons and summoning more powerful forces from the gate of 10,000 demons. The desolate demon universe god and the others all know the thoughts of the 10,000 demon emperor lord, and they are also very stunned. The great Emperor Xuanhuan has already forced them to this step just after the war started. Immediately, more fierce expressions appeared on their faces. With the gate of 10,000 demons, we will not lose. Sacrifice your power to the gate of 10,000 demons. The Lord 10,000 demons made a cold voice. This emperor needs your strength. #C822-3 slaves. The emperor of 10,000 demons mainly sacrificed his power to the gate of 10,000 demons and summoned even more terrifying power. The desolate demon universe god knows this, and he also knows that this is the most powerful trump card of the 10,000 Demon Empire. However, the price to be paid for each sacrifice is too great. An empire's luck and countless heritage will be consumed, and it will not be used until the empire survives. However, they would not watch the empire of 10,000 demons be destroyed. After all, they were all high-ranking figures in the empire, with one person under 10,000 people, and living an extremely beautiful life. Once the empire was broken, they were all prisoners. Even if Emperor Xuanhuan did not kill them, they would be inferior, and it would be impossible to have their previous life. Okay, we will inject power into the gate of 10,000 demons. The wild demon universe god and others roared, and they were about to inject their power into the gate of 10,000 demons. Don't inject it directly into the gate of 10,000 demons. This time, this emperor will use a stronger secret technique. Take out the gate of 10,000 demons, given to you by this emperor, and inject it first. The Lord Xuanhuan suddenly said this sentence. His voice fell. Although the wild demon universe god and others were a little difficult to understand, the situation was critical and they had no time to think about it. Go in. At the same time, within the territory of the 10,000 demons empire, there are also several gates of 10,000 demons, which seem to be linked to the main gate. They will sacrifice their power with the gate of 10,000 demons. No need to be nervous, with the great emperor, no matter what happens, it can be resolved. Yes, the emperor will solve it. What we have to do is to dedicate our strength at any time. The powerhouses of the Xuanhuan Empire did not panic. With the sacrifice of the 10,000 demons empire, in just a short moment, the gate of 10,000 demons seemed to communicate with another universe, and an immortal demonic will was injected into the body of the Lord of 10,000 demons. And the more power he sacrificed, the stronger the will. The Lord of 10,000 demons was originally the peak of the second step of the universe god, and then he got the power after this sacrifice, and it seemed that he could temporarily have the power of the third step at any time. It's still not enough. Ordinary sacrifices are not enough for me to reach the third step, and it is impossible to deal with this Emperor Xuanhuan with the reluctant third step. The Lord of 10,000 demons said coldly, this emperor needs more power. More power. The wild demon universe god and others were stunned for a moment, then understood the meaning and gritted his teeth. Okay, it's not just more power, for the sake of the empire, we will give it to you, fight. No need, the speed of your sacrifices is too slow and incomplete. This emperor will bless himself with immortal will this time. He has the power of the third step peak, and bring all your powers thoroughly. The Lord of 10,000 demons finally showed his cruel and tyrannical side. The entire territory of the 10,000 demons empire is trembling. The wild demon universe god and others didn't feel anything at first, but in just a few moments, their faces changed dramatically, their power was actually uncontrollable, and the origin of the universe god poured into the gate of 10,000 demons. This was not motivated by them, but the gate of 10,000 demons was actively swallowing it. Ah! Our power! The desolate demon universe god couldn't control it, and the gate of 10,000 demons seemed to be attached to him, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. His face changed drastically. Not just him, but everyone. It was instantly understood that what the Lord Xuanhuan said was to sacrifice the lives of all of them and all the creatures in the entire empire, leaving only him and not giving others a way to live. Emperor 10,000 Demons is going to sacrifice an empire alive. Purple Blood Magic Book's expression changed dramatically. This is so nasty. Although the wild demon cosmic god is his subject, he is the cosmic god after all, but if the Lord of 10,000 Demons ignores it, the cosmic god will also be sacrificed. You are going to sacrifice us all. The wild demon universe god roared. He finally understood why the 10,000 Demons Emperor did not directly inject them into the gate of 10,000 demons, but took a lot of twists and turns. This was because the direct injection could take the initiative to cut off the power of sacrifice if something went wrong. The gate of 10,000 demons he gave was just a tool to control them, ready to be used for sacrifice. After enjoying so many resources of the Empire, it's time for you to dedicate. Without me, you can't become a cosmic god. The Lord of 10,000 demons is cold and cruel. You have no humanity, and we have paid so much for the Empire. Another cosmic god named Xuanhuan let out his own roar, and if he continued to suck it like this, the source of his cosmic god would be sucked clean. What is human nature? The demon emperor seems to be asking himself, but the speed of sacrifice is not slow at all. We are going to die, not in the hands of Emperor Xuanhuan, but in the hands of Leng Wudao. I'm not reconciled. The three universe gods are roaring. At this moment, they hated the Lord of 10,000 demons extremely, and they were willing to die for the Empire. They can die in battle with the Lord of 10,000 demons, but they absolutely do not want to be sacrificed by the Lord of 10,000 demons. Boom! The sacrifice of the Lord of 10,000 demons made the gate of 10,000 demons feedback more powerful power, and he was about to break the limit of the second step. For him, if all the energy of the sacrifice is fed back to himself, his cultivation can be increased, but he will never be able to defeat the great Emperor Xuanhuan. And if he sacrifices to the greater being in the gate of 10,000 demons, the power from the feedback can temporarily allow him to reach the power of the third step peak. An empire is nothing but a tool in his hands. As long as Emperor Xuanhuan is beheaded, he can rebuild at any time, and is stronger than before. I don't want to die, he wants to destroy us and achieve his own glory. No, this is not our final outcome, we still have a way to live. The universe god Xuanhuan looked miserably in the direction of the great Emperor Xuanhuan. The existence of the stalwart gave him his last hope, and asked for help. The great Emperor Xuanhuan, save us, we are wrong, we should not resist you. As long as you can save us, we are willing to switch to the Xuanhuan Empire, become your most loyal ministers, and dedicate our strength. We are all gods of the universe, and can do many things for the Emperor. They are clear inside. Even if there is no great Emperor Xuanhuan today, the 10,000 demons empire will encounter great enemies in the future, and even in order to break through their cultivation, the Lord 10,000 demons will sacrifice them mercilessly. Now is just to open up his cruel side in advance. We are willing to serve you. The wild demon universe god and another universe god also made a cry for help. This is the best savior. But Xuanhuan was unmoved. Emperor Xuanhuan, if you don't save us, he will sacrifice us completely, which will be bad for you. Saving us means saving you. Xuanhuan is in a hurry. He won't be able to hold on for long, and a dozen more breaths will be completely sacrificed. How can you be willing to save us? Xuanhuan couldn't hold it any longer, and suddenly said, the great emperor is, as long as you can save us, I am willing to be your servant, and I will serve you as your master forever and ever, and I will be your most loyal subordinate. We are also willing to be slaves. The cruelty of the 10,000 demon emperor defeated their last persistence, and the three universe gods were willing to be slaves. Can he save you all? The Lord of 10,000 demons was disdainful. My servant. Xuanhuan came to the world and made a loud voice, okay, I will accept you as my servants. #C823 Destruction. Heartbroken. The blood sacrifice of the Lord of 10,000 demons does not treat everyone as a human being, and completely turns the entire empire against him, even if he is willing to become a slave of Emperor Xuanhuan. The Lord of 10,000 demons didn't care. In fact, when he created the empire of 10,000 demons, it was for this purpose long ago. His essence is a demon and he is selfish. Want to be his slave? Impossible, when this emperor sacrifices you completely, he will die. A more terrifying immortal will in the empire of 10,000 demons blesses his power, and it seems that there is some terrifying existence to drill out from it, and one time and space reaches another. I curse you to die. The desolate demon universe god screamed miserably, as if seeing his own death. Your curse is useful. I don't know how many times this emperor has died. The Lord of 10,000 demons disdainfully said. My servant is not something you can move. Xuanhuan's voice in control of everything came. His indifferent face makes people see that from beginning to end, no matter how the situation changes, he seems to have everything in his own hands, not beyond his control. He stepped forward, and the god with the seal on his palm came, and countless chains were sealed towards the gate of 10,000 demons. You want to seal my gate of 10,000 demons? The Lord of 10,000 demons saw Xuanhuan's intentions, but he didn't care, and said coldly, Emperor Xuanhuan, you are too naive. Once the gate of 10,000 demons is sacrificed, it cannot be stopped. Sacrifice? There is nothing that cannot be sealed. The door of the seal appeared, and the power of the seal descended. Under the urging of Xuanhuan, the fluctuation of the gate of 10,000 demons suddenly stopped, and the sealed god sealed the transmission of power, as if closing the passage of time and space. The sacrifices have stopped. The wild demon universe god and others suddenly felt their bodies loosen, and their power was no longer being drawn unrestrictedly. Meet the Emperor Xuanhuan. After the three cosmic gods of the 10,000 demons empire got out of trouble, they immediately knelt down in the direction of Xuanhuan, and the scene of sealing the gate of 10,000 demons left a shocking shock in their hearts. If you don't take our life as your life, we will take his life. Guansong shouted loudly. My gate of 10,000 demons has been sealed, no. How is this possible? The face of Emperor Wanma was full of disbelief. The cessation of the sacrifice also brought his momentum to an abrupt halt, and because of his sacrifice, the desolate demon universe god and the others all turned to the enemy's camp, which really made him a loner. The sealed gate continues to seal the gate of 10,000 demons. Boom. The seal of the gods expands and enlarges, as if a universe is suppressed. A great emperor holds this seal to suppress the emperor of 10,000 demons. I can't die here. The 10,000 demon emperor gritted his teeth, very unwilling. It can be said that he suffered a heavy loss this time, but he is the second step of the universe god, and he will not be caught without his hands. Kill. Xuanhuan indifferently conveyed a will. He moved the starry sky, and instantly came to the front of the 10,000 demon emperor, bombarded by the supreme emperor fist. With this ruthless blow, the boundless mana of the 10,000 demon emperor lord collapsed, his entire body was twisted and pulled by the time and space, and a mouthful of blood was spit out. We also poured our power into the formation of the Xuanhuan Empire and killed him. Guansong's eyes also spurted hatred. He almost died in the hands of the 10,000 demon emperor, how could he not hate? This ruthless and unrighteous person had long thought that when necessary, he would sacrifice all of them, and he did not think of their courtiers at all, even slaves. This kind of person has no humanity, and following him is a dead end. The great execution of the gods was suddenly infused with a large number of powerful people from the 10,000 demons empire. Under the urging of several cosmic gods, a beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth slammed into the 10,000 demon emperor lord, tearing him apart alive. If it was in the past, he would definitely not care, but now there is a more terrifying Emperor Xuanhuan. Make a way out. The Lord of 10,000 demons glared at Xuanhuan fiercely, and he was about to escape from here with his supreme magic art. But Xuanhuan's eyes showed unparalleled control. With a wave of the hand of God in the starry sky, he immediately controlled the layers of time and space, and the Lord of 10,000 demons suddenly felt that he had fallen into the iron barrel-like space. Be controlled. The boundless fire of the flame gate, violently swallowing and burning him. You're not giving me any way to survive, forcing me to perish with you, let's fight. The Lord of 10,000 demons roared. History of Imperial Civilization. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless, he waved his hand, and the dazzling long river swept the past, the epic surging, the civilization was forever cast. This long river immediately shrouded the Lord of 10,000 demons in the past, and countless epic bombarded him. Xuanhuan is the writer of civilization. With the sword as the pen, holding the annals of civilization in hand, he suppressed the Emperor Wan demon. In the history of civilization, Xuanhuan's hand of God has changed form at this moment, and it has a taste of dominating civilization. The Emperor Wanma was caught by him, and he didn't listen to his roar, even if it was directly crushed. A violent vitality was swallowed into his body by him, adding to his own cultivation. He died, was pinched to death by Emperor Xuanhuan, and all his energy was swallowed up by the emperor. The desolate demon universe god, Guansong trembled. Guansong's eyes moved, and in front of Xuanhuan, he knelt down as a servant. Since then, Guansong has been the emperor's most loyal servant and obeyed the emperor's orders. He knew that it would be easier for Emperor Xuanhuan to crush him than to crush Emperor 10,000 demons. If the Lord of 10,000 demons hadn't chosen to sacrifice to them, he wouldn't have lost his temper, and he would have dared to work hard. Desolate demon, Feng Ning is willing to be the servant of the great emperor. The desolate demon universe god and Feng Ning also knelt down. The three cosmic gods became the servants of Xuanhuan, and this was the price the losers had to bear. The emperor is invincible. The faces of all the powerhouses of the Xuanhuan Empire showed uncontrollable excitement. The three cosmic gods were slaves, and the boundless territory was ruled by Xuanhuan, and the Lord of 10,000 demons was also beheaded by the great emperor. The Thunder Empire, the 10,000 demon empire, they have conquered the two countries. Afterwards, the Xuanhuan Empire entered the star domain controlled by the 10,000 demons empire. If the Lord of 10,000 demons hadn't chosen to sacrifice everyone, the rule of the Xuanhuan Empire would never have been so easy, and since he lost his heart, Emperor Xuanhuan killed the Lord of 10,000 demons with the most extreme and sharp means, deterring the cultivation of these demons. These demonic practitioners did not resist after the Emperor Wanma was beheaded. Because of the operation of the Emperor Wanma, they took the initiative to take refuge. Although the 10,000 demons empire has been destroyed, there is still a Qianquan empire that has not been destroyed. Attack the Qianquan empire. This time, Xuanhuan did not rest. He asked his three servants to integrate the 10,000 demons star region, and then he led the fleet to conquer the Qianquan Empire in person. However, the Qianquan Empire's personal expedition was completely different from the 10,000 demons empire, and there were some completely different accidents from before. #C824 Step 2 Time and Space. The Qianquan Empire has existed for a long time, and its territory is even larger than that of the Thunder Empire. But when Xuanhuan's expedition fleet arrived, there was no resistance at all the big worlds were empty, and there was no shadow of a living person. Even in the main world of the Qianquan Empire, even their imperial capital disappeared. Your Majesty, these people have all run away. Purple Blood Magic Book sighed. Because of the events on the battlefield of the era, these three empires are related to each other, and the attack and destruction of the Thunder Empire was too fast, so that the 10,000 Demons Empire did not react. The Qianquan Empire also knows that the Xuanhuan Empire is coming with a rolling trend. It is impossible to resist, and continuing to stay is just destroying the country. Their emperor ordered everyone and all resources to be placed in the small universe and directly escaped this star field, leaving only the empty starry sky for Xuanhuan. The small universe has this advantage, and it has a huge inner space, which can be taken away under the urging of the universe god. The universe god is immortal, and a large number of strong people remain, and the Qianquan Empire can find other places to gain a foothold. Your Majesty, the Qianquan Empire has fled, and the empire has now captured 3 empires, a large amount of territory, and now it needs to be digested. Lu Qianfu said by the side. The Xuanhuan Empire suddenly skyrocketed from dozens of worlds, and for the empire, it was necessary to turn the territory into strength as soon as possible. The Empire has newly established Thunder Star Field, 10,000 Demon Star Field, and Xuanhuan Star Field. In addition, these 3 star fields radiate out in a circular shape, and those large and small star fields must be included in the Empire's rule, and the establishment of Xuanwu, the faith of the Empire. Xuanhuan said, King Zhongyong, I leave these things to you. The rise of a huge cosmic god empire will never tolerate the presence of many small forces around its own territory, but must be constantly annexed and integrated into one. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Qianfu took the lead. In addition, many powerhouses in the universe are gathered in the Undead Mountain. The Empire will not go to the Undead Mountain for the time being, but it needs to be swept away in other places, and I will leave this to you to do the Purple Blood Magic Book. In addition, bring the Wild Demon and Feng Ning with you. Past. Xuanhuan said. The proliferation of Imperial dominion also brings with it a series of trivialities. Purple Blood Magic Book nodded. Now that the universe is in chaos, Xuanhuan has to take advantage of the chaos to strengthen his strength so that he can face future changes. Both Lu Qianfu and the Purple Blood Magic Book have done all these things. One is mainly responsible for the expedition of the star field, a major complex cosmic matter. And he was temporarily sitting in the Xuanhuan star territory. Although the Xuanhuan star territory became empty, Xuanhuan didn't care. He quickly filled the population with the kingdom of the emperor, and sent the population and powerhouses from various big worlds. The gate of the fairy is activated. Boundless vitality poured into the 3 star fields, controlled by the Empire. Immediately under his urging, these 3 star regions turned into a paradise, full of rich energy, and a breath is a majestic vitality, which can allow these people living in the big world to quickly cultivate, and a large number of medicinal herbs are also available. Delivered. One day in the outside world, 5 years have passed in the kingdom of the emperor. In a fleeting moment, it has been a month since the Xuanwu Empire conquered the 3 major empires, and in the kingdom of the emperor, 150 years have passed. The originally empty Xuanhuan star territory has now also been transferred a large number of people, and it has regained its majestic vitality again. The second step of the universe god is to master time, to control the flow of time in his own small country, which is different from the outside world, even if it is only a few seconds of flow difference. That is also the control of time and space. To do this, you need to contend with the power of the laws of time and space in the universe. Xuanhuan keeps an eye on the entire empire. Boom. In his manipulation, the boundless beliefs in the empire have been contributed, all of which have gathered in the long river of humanity, and then compiled the history of civilization for the legend of the empire. This time, he stood quietly in the air. With the accumulation of the power of the entire empire's star field, he grabbed his palm fiercely, and the huge power suddenly appeared, not in the kingdom of the emperor, but in the real space and time of the universe, and there appeared in the outside world. Very different time flow rates. This is the power of the second step spacetime of the universal god. Xuanhuan attacked and destroyed the 3 major empires, killed 2 of them in the second step, annexed their power, and finally promoted his power to the second step of the universe god. Once he is promoted to time and space, the increase in power is huge, and with the help of various increases, even the universe god cannot be his opponent. Breakthrough to the second step. Xuanhuan said. Ding. The host completed the side quest, broke through the second step of the universe god, and obtained 700,000 fate points, the advanced card of the universe artifact, the small chaotic universe X2, the magical fruit X1024, the Imperial armor X1, and the random lottery chance X1. Ding. The current branch has been released, breaking through the chaos of the third step of the universe god. The other rewards, Xuanhuan, were nothing to see. The supernatural power fruit is immediately used to improve one's supernatural power, the big cutting technique. He looked at the prison god armor at this moment. The Imperial god armor is rich in divine power and is a defensive cosmos artifact. He wasn't actually very interested in a cosmic artifact lamp, but the most interesting thing was that the Imperial armor was also one of the components of the immortal artifact. Archery bow, god-binding belt, god-suppressing seal, and Imperial god armor. Xuanhuan has 4 immortal artifact components. After these 4 components are obtained, there is a stronger immortal power condensed. Very good, the last 3 artifacts are still short of the final immortal artifact. Xuanhuan's eyes were dazzling, and his eyes looked at the Xuanhuan star territory, piercing the layers of Yuan time and space. There are still big secrets hidden in this Xuanhuan star territory. Of course, the Xuanhuan Empire has ruled for so long and I don't know it, because this treasure is hidden in a very deep dimension, and there is no absolute control over the void, even the universe god can't detect it. With the kingdom of the emperor and the power of faith, Xuanhuan's control over the empire has reached a level of subtlety. After he captured the Xuanhuan Empire and established the empire's beliefs, he actually discovered that the Xuanhuan star territory was hiding a big secret, but he didn't move until he broke through to the second step spacetime of the universe god. Secrets hidden in ancient dimensions. Xuanhuan stepped into the starry sky, locked the Xuanhuan star field, and a dimensional beam of light from the gate of the void in his palm directly penetrated into the interior of the starry sky. Suddenly, his expression changed, and under the hole of the void gate, a huge relic appeared in his eyes. Right here. A smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. Although he found the treasure that was sealed in the ancient time and space, he also noticed a powerful seal. Even if you saw it, it could not be opened without the shocking strength. It may even devour itself. Boom. Under the breaking of Xuanhuan's seal, the entire Xuanhuan star territory and the boundless territory were in turmoil, as if the apocalypse had ushered in, the world would be destroyed, and everyone would be destroyed. What happened? The whole world is in turmoil. Are we under attack? This power seems to be transmitted from the depths of the starry sky. We are guarded by the great emperor, we will be fine. The people in the entire Xuanhuan star territory noticed this fluctuation and looked shocked. Don't panic, I am opening an ancient treasure, this is the chance of the empire. The transmission of Xuanhuan's voice instantly reassured everyone. #C825 Heavenly Palace Immortal. The voice of the great Emperor Xuanwu was like a pillar of the kingdom of God, which immediately made everyone calm down. It turns out that the emperor is opening the ancient treasure. There is nothing wrong. This time the emperor opens the treasure and can accumulate the heritage of my Xuanwu empire. It is also our chance. Yeah, the empire is eternal, the emperor is invincible. As a citizen of the empire, it will be our luckiest thing. The people of the empire are all looking forward to it, staring at the coercive Emperor Xuanwu in the starry sky, all showing expressions of fanatical admiration. At this time, Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp and horrified. After his cultivation reached the second step of the cosmic god, his control over the void reached an unparalleled level. With the addition of the great killer of the void gate, almost no one in the cosmic god knew more about time and space than him. The second step of the universe god. Not only changing the flow of time, but also mastering the void dimension. The cosmic god of this realm can run rampant in the dimension time and space. Sure enough, there is a big secret hidden in the depths of the endless dimension. It is too deep. Even the Xuanhuan Empire has been established for so many years, and I haven't found your trace, but since I'm here, I can't escape my control. I appear. The gate of void turned into Xuanhuan's eyes. Through the layers of time and space. He waved and slapped, and the long river of human civilization suddenly swept out, the void shattered layer by layer, the vast chaos appeared in front of him, and a large area of deep-level elements appeared in a bizarre scene. This is what is hidden, the ancient Tiangong. Xuanhuan saw it at once. In the deep depths of the vast dimension, there is actually a continuous Tiangong, which seems to stretch the entire universe, which is unimaginably large. The ruins of Tianmiao Temple in the Universe C are far from comparable. Immortal light pattern. Xuanhuan saw a flash of light fill the air. This is a sign of immortality. Although every reincarnation era, most treasures will be swept into the universe. What could not be swept away was almost broken, but the power of some immortal existences caused some ancient ruins to fall into the deep dimension. This is an immortal left, the immortal in the heavenly palace, but it cannot be left by the Emperor of Heaven. Xuanhuan was sure that if it was really left by the Emperor of Heaven, it would be even more vast than the one in front of him. In fact, countless years have passed, and no one has seen the Emperor of Heaven again. Some people have rumored that he is dead, and some people say that the Emperor of Heaven is hidden somewhere, only to wait for the great changes in the world and reappear to dominate the entire universe. However, for so many years, no one has found the Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Palace, and they are all left by others. Break through the dimension. Seeing that Tiangong was there, Xuanhuan knew that he and Tiangong were still separated by many layers of dimensions, and immediately stepped over. The gate of the void surrounded him, and opened up a correct path with the power of the universe God. Those who trespass in the heavenly palace are dead and dead, immortal dignity, and cannot be desecrated. There was not a single figure in the heavenly palace, not even a skeleton, but when Xuanhuan approached, it seemed that those ancient wills were aroused. Xuanhuan's eyes swept away, and around the heavenly palace, there were also a few skeletons, but they were all shattered, and they all filled with the aura of the God of the universe. Obviously, someone accidentally found the ruins of the heavenly palace, and they wanted to open it with joy, but they were all smashed by the ban. Violating the heavenly palace will surely kill you. This is not a sound, but an extremely terrifying will that hits your mind directly. Death? I want to see how I let me die. With an expressionless face, Xuanhuan stepped into the heavenly palace. The Tiangong ruins left by the immortal are 100 times more terrifying than the gods of the universe, but even the immortality is gone, and it is undoubtedly wishful thinking to block him based on its own restrictions. The ban was triggered, and countless terrifying divine lights in the heavenly palace came through, and the endless dimensions were broken, turning into the power of death, killing the intruders. Bang bang bang. The power of the 8 portals around Xuanhuan's body slowly revolved. No matter how many divine lights came to kill him, he would stand still. Although these powers were terrifying, they were the protection formed by breaking the 8 portals. He stared sharply at Tiangong. This time, Xuanhuan wanted to collect the immortal heavenly palace and get the treasure sealed inside. Xuanhuan was unable to break through Xuanhuan's defense, and in an instant, countless shouts of killing sounded in his ears, and there were countless figures, all of whom were heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. These heavenly soldiers will be endless. However, this is not a real creature, but a will imprinted in the heavenly palace. Even if the era of Heavenly Emperor is over, it will still guard the heavenly palace. Human sovereign law enforcer. Facing the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, Xuanhuan did not fight by himself. Instead, he used the human sovereign sword to sweep out the long river of humanity, and countless human sovereign enforcers killed them. The current human sovereign law enforcers are completely different from before. There are actually Lu Qianfu, Purple Blood Demon Book, Heaven Shaker and many other familiar faces, all of which have appeared one by one, becoming law enforcers defending the human sovereign. In the past, the faces of the Emperor's law enforcement officers were blurred. This change is due to the emergence of the 8 attribute civilizations, turning everyone in the empire into a part of civilization. The Emperor's enforcers killed the past and fought against the will to guard the heavenly palace. Although the heavenly Emperor Heavenly Palace is the master of an era, it has passed away after all, and the countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals may still exist in addition to being immortal, but they are actually dead. Civilization should not be just the civilization of an empire, but the civilization of the entire universe. Xuanhuan clenched the human sovereign sword tightly, and the 4 cosmic divine artifacts all radiated immortal light, and they slashed away immediately. The vast force broke the infinite restriction, and he saw that the barrier guarding outside the heavenly palace was actually broken. The human sovereign sword has unlocked 8 seals, and its power far surpasses the immortal artifact. As long as the 9 seals are opened and the last attribute appears, with the immortal strength of Xuanhuan at that time, he can exert the terrifying power of the supreme artifact. The Tiangong ban was broken, and Xuanhuan walked in. Since he is an outsider and is incompatible with the aura of the heavenly palace, every time he takes a step, there will be countless bans killing him from all directions. But Xuanhuan was not afraid, and a vacuum-like field was formed around him. Boom! An ancient palace was suddenly split open by him, and the brilliance in his eyes was bright, and there were actually piles of materials, all stored here. There are also weapons and magic treasures stored in the Tiangong. Xuanhuan strolled in the ruins of the heavenly palace, and felt the majesty of the heavenly palace back then. In fact, many places in such a huge heavenly palace site were the living areas of those heavenly soldiers and generals, and some places had a large number of living beings. But people go to the empty building, and the prosperity of the year can only be seen through the ruins. Only immortals are qualified to live through the reincarnations of the universe and witness countless epic legends. At this moment, looking at the civilization of the empire and the history of the Tiangong, Xuanhuan has a deeper understanding of immortality. Immortal, not far away. Xuanhuan said, however, I have to take away all the treasures in the palace today. #C826, play a role. The ruins of Tiangong are said to be ruins, but they are actually a huge world. There are areas of the gods of the world, the areas of the universe gods, and there are many areas where ordinary people live. But the most important thing is in the immortal area. He walked all the way, engulfed by the power of devouring, countless restrictions were shattered in front of him, and a large number of treasures were searched and taken away by him. He gradually came to the core immortal area of the Tiangong ruins. Tianhe. In Xuanhuan's eyes, there was an incomparably huge energy, rising out of the vitality of pure white spirit, big waves and waves. The whole Tianhe is pure energy, can still maintain the formation in endless years. It is this Tianhe feeding energy. And the scale of the Tianhe in front of him is hundreds of times larger than what Xuanhuan obtained in Tianmiao Temple. The treatment of cosmic gods and immortal gods is different. Each immortal god is the monarch of the sky under the emperor of the heavens. He fought against the universe with the heavens and the earth, and the taboo forces shivered, and the immortal also trembled, and he could only submit to the majesty of the emperor. However, Xuanhuan's eyes fell on a majestic heavenly palace in the middle of the Tianhe River. This is the core of the heavenly palace, and even the Tianhe River flows around this heavenly palace. Obviously, this is the immortal palace. Immortal heavenly palace, this is what was left by the immortals in the heavenly palace back then, and the immortal will still exists in it and is indelible. Xuanhuan was expressionless, looking at the immortal heavenly palace, knowing that there is an immortal will in it, and it might even kill the cosmic god when it erupts. Boom! The moment he made his move, it seemed to cause immortal anger, and the glass-colored flame swept out wave after wave, and in an instant, the existence that violated him was destroyed. Outlander. A majestic figure appeared in the heavenly palace. His face was ancient, wearing a celestial robe. He was domineering, not an immortal body, but a will, and said indifferently, "Those who invade the heavenly palace will be punished the most cruel. I will be immortal. In the name of condemning you to death." This immortal will covers the sky with one hand, transforming the vast Tianhe into his vitality. He slammed it away with a palm, and it has surpassed the universe, condensing an immortal essence, and with a light shot, a universe god like the purple blood magic book will be seriously injured. Immortal is really powerful, and the will can obliterate the universe god, but no matter how powerful it is still just a will. You have long since lost your true body, so why stop me? Xuanhuan was indifferent. He didn't step back, but he was also a palm. God's power dominates. He is God, the master behind the scenes. The direct bombardment of the two forces would not be so powerful if it was just a single will, but Tianhe gave him too much energy, and suddenly the infinite rays of light radiated out, and countless heavenly palaces were evaporated. Immortal power. The most powerful thing in this immortal will is not only the vitality, but the true meaning of immortality, and sweeping it out is the most powerful means to destroy the universe god. Control the world. Xuanhuan also killed the past with one strike, the dazzling light, carrying the glory of the gods and bringing eternal exile. Boom! The two equally terrifying forces collided together, shaking the earth, sweeping all, and the immortal will directly pierced Xuanhuan's eyebrows with an immortal finger, killing his soul, and never being born. Against the immortal, Xuanhuan benefited a lot. He had never been in contact with immortality before, and his contact with their power was more guesswork out of thin air. Now this good opportunity has made him realize too much, and learn some of the power of immortality. Xuanhuan's fists bombarded, with majestic power, playing the emperor's supreme domineering. Immortal is forever. Although it is just a will, this will seems to exist in the world forever, and it is difficult to erase him. True immortality also dies, not to mention just a will? Xuanhuan said calmly. He suppressed this immortal will with domineering power, and his eyes suddenly fell on the heavenly palace, and he also saw that this immortal will can last forever, and the secret of its core lies in this immortal heavenly palace. The immortal heavenly palace, built with immortal power, is sturdy and unusual, and has too many forbidden laws, branded. However, Xuanhuan slashed it away with one sword, and this sturdy and unusually immortal palace was as fragile as tofu, and he broke it all at once. This endless source of vitality leaked out, many pieces of eternal divine artifacts, a large number of eternal divine pills, one after another divine rune, and even Xuanhuan saw 36 immortal divine runes emitting immortal energy surrounding an immortal god seat. Will is inspired from the immortal throne. Immortal throne? Xuanhuan descended directly on the immortal throne, and did not sit on it. Instead, he raised his sword and shattered the immortal throne with one sword. Suddenly, the immortal will transmitted unparalleled anger, smashing his throne. It was like smashing the emperor's throne in front of him, and a more terrifying immortal anger swept out. But without the support of the immortal god throne, Xuanhuan smashed this immortal will with one palm and let him dissipate. Immortal rune. Xuanhuan looked at the 36 immortal runes. He grabbed these immortal runes, and each of these runes contained a powerful energy that burst out, and even made the first step of the universe god alive in the hands of the fourth step. It is also extremely difficult to refine the immortal rune, which will consume a lot of immortal energy. These immortal runes are not very useful to him, but they can be given to his subordinates, allowing them to comprehend the immortal mood, break through the realm, and then put them on the body to deal with all kinds of dangers. With a big roll of his hand, the long river of human origin covered this Tianhe. Immediately, the long river, the source of humanity, engulfed the energy of the Tianhe. This energy, Xuanhuan, can transmit it to the entire empire through the transmission of faith, and consume the energy of the Tiangong. Although he has the gate of fairy spirit, he can also summon a lot of spiritual energy. But Tianhe Yuanqi is purified from countless auras. This is different. Tianhe disappeared, and Xuanhuan's eyes fell on the immortal temple itself. This immortal temple is not a divine tool, it is an immortal statue made of a lot of precious substances, symbolizing majesty and the core hub. The most precious thing in the heavenly palace is the traces left by immortality. He walked in and swept his eyes. Although he split the door open, the inside was huge and expansive, shining brightly. The incomparably huge pillars supported the immortal heavenly palace, which made people feel awe at the power of the heavenly palace. I don't lack artifacts, but it's too wasteful to put this immortal palace here. Xuanhuan looked at the immortal heavenly palace and landed on the top of the pillars, and said indifferently, "You can do this, the immortal heavenly palace has come to your role." #C8279 Divine Tribulation Simulators. Xuanhuan took away all the treasures in the Tiangong and returned to his own kingdom of emperors. Immortal matter is extremely difficult to refine, and ordinary universe gods cannot be destroyed. However, Xuanhuan immediately swept this immortal temple by means of the long river of human origin and the gate of flames. Boom! The incomparable power of domineering began to refine. Tiangong was deforming, and it was actually refined into a liquid-like substance, which changed its shape under his manipulation. And he also added some other substances into it, not asking for any other attributes, but only hoping that the refined divine weapon would not be strong and heavy. Time passed. The 19th year of Xuanwu has come. Xuanhuan has also been in the kingdom of the emperor for a long time. Practice. Xuanhuan sacrificed and refined the substances of the immortal heavenly palace. Now it seems that these substances have been transformed into a pillar of the sky, with countless ancient patterns engraved on it, and the word Xuanwu, exuding the peerless majesty of domineering. The pillar of the sky seems to be able to hold up the sky. Xuanwu Tianzhu has finally taken shape. With the help of the time acceleration in the kingdom of the emperor, Xuanhuan finally refined the entire immortal temple into a divine pillar. This divine pillar is too heavy, and the precious substances he has added are countless. When it hits, a world god-level world will collapse and disintegrate. Even a cosmic god like the Purple Blood Magic Book cannot exert the power of the divine pillar. Heaven Shaker. Xuanhuan declared. The Sky Shaker has seen the emperor. The tall Heaven Shaker came to Xuanhuan. Although he is tall, he gives the impression that he is extremely humble in front of Xuanhuan. This Xuanwu Tianzhu is a weapon that I built for you. I hope that you will take charge of this divine pillar and make greater contributions to the empire. Xuanhuan handed the Xuanwu Tianzhu to the Heaven Shaker. Only the power-based cosmic god like the Heaven Shaker can exert the true power of Xuanwu Tianzhu. Sky Shaker took it. The Heaven Shaker took the Xuanwu Tianzhu and retreated. And this gate of all demons. Xuanhuan's eyes fell on the gate of 10,000 demons. Although it is also a portal artifact, it is completely different from his 8 origin gates. It seems to open a demon world, summon endless demons, and even have enough power to enter the world behind the gate of 10,000 demons. Ning Xiuqian. After a moment of silence, Xuanhuan Xian came to Ning Xiuqian. His Majesty. Ning Xiuqian came. His cultivation has also broken through to the world god. In the past, he was just a god of the sky, but he followed the great emperor Xuanwu to fight in the north and south, and now his cultivation has reached the god of the world, and his majesty is the god of the universe, who controls time and space, making him feel that everything is like a dream. The time you have followed me is not short, the eternal world will begin, the hero of the dynasty. I will let you take charge of this gate of all devils. You can learn from the devil in the gate to practice. As for what hidden dangers will there be? Erase it for you. Xuanhuan said. The gate of 10,000 demons. Ning Xiuqian was shocked. The Emperor Master of 10,000 demons made rapid progress after he obtained the gate of 10,000 demons, and now His Majesty gave him the gate of 10,000 demons, which gave him the possibility of becoming a cosmic god. His Majesty misses the old ministers and will never forget their contributions in the early days of the empire. I thank you, Your Majesty. Ning Xiuqian's voice trembled. I will never forget the devotees of the empire. Xuanhuan asked Ning Shouchen to take away the gate of 10,000 demons. He knew that the gate of 10,000 demons contained a strange power. But in his empire, how strange has suppressed you. 6 chances to draw. Xuanhuan is about to start the lottery. After being promoted to the empire of the universe god, he will draw out something better than the empire of the world god. Ding. The host will open a random lottery chance to get the eternal god level healing potion X1. Ding. The host opens a random lottery chance to get the sky crystal divine stone X1. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets a small chaotic universe X1. Here comes another small chaotic universe, which is a good thing that can help the world god condense the small universe. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets the dimensional rune X1. Dimensional rune, an immortal refining rune, which contains the ability to travel through dimensions, which can penetrate the starry sky and move quickly. This is a rune for escaping the starry sky. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets the eternal god level healing potion X1. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets Tears of Samsara X1. Huh? Tears of Reincarnation? Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly focused on Tears of Samsara. The tears of reincarnation, the size of a teardrop, are crystal clear, like the purest diamond. Tears of reincarnation, the desperate cry of countless beings in reincarnation, condensed tears of reincarnation. With tears of reincarnation, one can launch a blow of reincarnation or realize the artistic conception of life and death in tears of reincarnation. Xuanhuan is keenly aware that this tear of reincarnation is a good thing, and it has a very strong lethality against immortality. Good stuff. Xuanhuan used up all the lottery opportunities and looked at the column of fate. The many rewards have allowed him to accumulate more than 4.3 million fate points. After the world god, the fate point cannot be exchanged for the realm. Now Xuanhuan can only refresh them all and buy what he needs. First, spend 10,000 points and refresh the mall interface. Tai Bai Immortal Gold. Dragon Blood God Gold. Earth Divine Veins. Xuanhuan bought a lot of good things from the mall in this refresh, all of which were needed to create the Xuanhuan book. The materials needed by Xuanhuangshu are too harsh. Even now, Xuanhuan has only collected 90% of them, and there is no way to find the last few things. Huh? The 9-layer Divine Tribulation Simulator. Xuanhuan suddenly saw that in the last column of the system mall, there was a huge thing called the 9-layer Divine Tribulation Simulator. 9th level Divine Tribulation Simulator. Simulate the power of the 9-level Divine Tribulation with vast energy. Note that every time it is turned on, it requires a lot of energy, and it does not have the law charm of the real 9-level Divine Tribulation. And this kind of stuff. Xuanhuan looked at the fate point and needed 3.5 million to exchange it. Ding. The host consumes 3.5 million fate points to get the 9-layer Divine Tribulation Simulator X1. The current fatality point surplus is 30,100. The exchange of materials and the 9-layer Divine Tribulation Simulator made Xuanhuan's fate of more than 4 million become tens of thousands. But Xuanhuan felt that it was worth the money. Although this 9th-level Divine Calamity Simulator is not as mysterious as the laws simulated on the Divine Calamity Star, and requires him to pay a lot of energy, it can allow many powerhouses in the Empire to experience the simulated 9th-level Divine Calamity. The benefits are too great. Right now, Xuanhuangshu is still short of the most difficult-to-find materials, the Life Essence Stone, the Immortal Crystal, and the most difficult-to-get Immortal Heart. Xuanhuan looked at the building materials of Xuanhuangshu, and also understood that once Xuanhuangshu was successfully built, it was directly an immortal artifact. Immortal artifact, sometimes it is not a material, but requires immortality to build, which takes a lot of effort. And even if it is immortal, there are only a few immortal artifacts. After all, it took too much effort. At this moment, there are still 2 treasure maps in his system space. Ding! The current branch has been released, and the 9 divine lights have been collected. Ding! The current branch has been released, creating a mysterious yellow book. #C828 God's Tomb. 36 immortal runes surround Xuanhuan in a circular arc, and waves of immortal vitality spread out. He originally wanted to dismantle the 36 immortal runes and distribute them to the universe god of the empire. But after thinking about it, don't count it like this. It is condensed into a kind of endless rune formation in the kingdom of the emperor, which can exert stronger power. Time to Xuanwu 20 years. After conquering the 3 major empires, Xuanhuan rested for several years, allowing the empire to develop even more prosperously. The emergence of the 9-layer divine tribulation simulator has made the world gods of the empire, and they all went in to sharpen them after cultivating. The cosmic gods of the empire now include Lu Qianfu, Purple Blood Magic Book, Xinyu, Heaven Shaker, War God Commander, Prison Commander, Wild Demon, Guan Song, and Feng Ning. Everyone wants to be the next cosmic god. His Majesty. The Purple Blood Magic Book returned from the Sea of Cosmos. His face was happy, and he obviously got a lot of benefits. Yi Yuan has indeed provided us with a lot of valuable information. Through his information, we have pushed a lot of small and medium-sized relics in the universe. Due to the disputes in the undead time and space, those top gods of the universe are almost all gathered here. Not too many people pay attention here. The Purple Blood Magic Book has gained too much in the universe in the past few years. Yi Yuan is indeed a talented person. I will reward him with more Zhou Shendan. Although he is not from the empire, he can do things for the empire. Xuanhuan nodded, waved his hand and grabbed. These are 36 immortal runes, which I have condensed into a set of runes, and now I give them to you. The danger of murder in the universe is dangerous, and it is difficult to gain a foothold without strong strength. Experts enter the undead time and space, but precisely because of this, the situation is even more chaotic. In normal times, there will not be so many universe gods. Some people also have the same idea as the empire. Dangerous. He saw this very clearly. Indeed. Zixue Mashu's face was dignified, and he nodded. I have also encountered several crises. Relying on the 2 leaders of the God of War and the suppressing prison, I have saved the danger. With the promotion of Xuanhuan to the 2nd step, the God of War and Jin prison are also the 2nd step in time and space. The God of War and the commander of the prison are special, allowing them to go to various dangerous places without worrying about their danger. When these 2 leaders were destroyed, Xuanhuan would be able to regenerate them in the God of War pond. Although each rebirth would require a lot of energy and 100 years of time, it would not take a month to place them in the kingdom of the emperor. And now the Purple Blood Magic Book holds 36 immortal runes. Although he was only the 1st step, even the 3rd step could not kill him, and even the explosion of 36 immortal runes could knock back the 4th step. The Purple Blood Magic Book also had a lot of confidence at this time. His Majesty asked him to lead so many universe gods to fight in the universe, and gave him 36 immortal runes. Trust. Your Majesty, the battle of the immortal time and space has been in the past few years. The situation has become more and more chaotic, and more forces have come. I heard that the 2nd immortal artifact has been discovered. Now the major forces want to seize it and unite to deal with it. Feathering God Dynasty. Purple Blood Magic Book Report. The 2nd immortal artifact? Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, the first time I was persecuted by the Ascension God Dynasty, and the 2nd time I want to use the same method. It won't be so easy to succeed, but I can't deny it. maybe the Ascension God dynasty still has other means make other forces suffer. After all, it is the only dynasty of gods in the universe today. Yeah, the Yuhua divine dynasty is very powerful, and the Yuhua divine emperor has killed the immortal. The Purple Blood Magic Book knows the horror of the Ascension God dynasty. The undead spacetime still has nothing to do with me. The Ascension God dynasty is a thorn in the eyes of all the forces today. Everyone wants to remove him. This is very good, this is what I want to see. Xuanhuan said, and the more chaotic the universe is, it is also what I would like to see. In the chaos, we have strengthened our own strength, and it is difficult to stir up a pool of stagnant water. Now this situation is a good time for the development of the empire. In calm times, the death of a cosmic god is a big deal. But in the chaotic period, the dead cosmic god is nothing, and there will even be a mortal fall. Indeed. Purple Blood Magic Book nodded. The road to fight for the Supreme Master of the universe is cruel. Continue to go to the Sea of Cosmos. Your strength will also increase as the empire grows. Purple Blood Magic Book, I think you are not far from the second step. Xuanhuan said. The Tiao pill furnace can refine the universe god pill, and it also makes the Purple Blood Magic Book break through quickly, and the Purple Blood Universe God was the second step back then, and the Purple Blood Magic Book is not completely unfamiliar to the realm of time and space. I know it. After a period of rest in the kingdom of the Emperor, the Purple Blood Magic Book returned to the Sea of Cosmic Universe. And I'm also going to the Sea of Cosmos. Xuanhuan did not go with the Purple Blood Magic Book. 2 treasure maps. Xuanhuan first decided to find this one in the universe. And the last one, there is a kind of erratic in the positioning of the book universe. The cosmic sea is too huge, and the air battlefield is only one of the areas. The area that Xuanhuan went to this time is the most bizarre divine tomb in the cosmic sea. God Tomb. The Tomb of the Gods. In the Tomb of the Gods, too many skeletons of powerful people are buried. The universe gods are piled up in piles. The universe gods of the Reincarnation era are buried here in large numbers, and even immortal skeletons are also buried in the Tomb of the Gods. Xuanhuan is somewhat familiar with the bone god, that is, a skeleton crawled out of the Tomb of God. Is this the Tomb of God? Xuanhuan came to the Tomb of God. The sky here is extremely gloomy, the sky is gray, and the breath of death is terrifying. When the world gods arrive here, they will be deprived of their lifespan by the aura of death. Even the gods of the universe will feel the tremors. This is not an area for the living to step on. Dark, dull, depressing. This is an intuitive feeling for Xuanhuan. Behind the boundless land, Xuanhuan looked around and saw that there were countless skeletons. Some small mounds were raised, and they were tombs. Many ancient and powerful beings were automatically or passively buried here for various reasons. As soon as he came here, Xuanhuan's ears always heard cold screams, the shock penetrated into the soul's mind, and countless visible and invisible ghosts floated in front of his eyes. The cultivation base of the second step of the universe god is distributed. Xuanhuan was walking in the divine tomb as the supreme overlord, and his great devouring technique started to snatch the breath of death in the divine tomb, and immediately formed a vacuum in the area he walked through. Sometimes some ancient skeletons would suddenly launch deadly attacks because of their unwillingness to disperse, but they were all shattered by Xuanhuan. The 8th nine-pole divine light, this is a green one, representing vitality. Xuanhuan has a treasure map, and he can see that no one else can see a cursor. It is a green light wave that guides him forward. #C829 Aurora of Life. According to the guidance of the treasure map, Xuanhuan traversed the Tomb of God all the way. It is indeed very dangerous here. Ordinary cosmic gods walking here, if there is no strong means, may even fall, let alone world gods, they do not know how to die. For example, in the battlefield of the era, in the Blood Moon Sea, the world god is also qualified to explore some places that are not too dangerous. Yes, in the tomb of God. World God is not qualified. Weak cosmic gods must be careful. Only powerful cosmic gods are qualified to explore the depths. But even so, it is possible to fall. According to rumors, more than one immortal treasure was buried in the depths of the tomb of God. Over the years, many immortals have wanted to sweep, but just thinking about it, no one has ever succeeded. Even if the Emperor Yuhua came, he wanted to push the tomb horizontally, and he had to think about whether the effort was worth the benefit. This shows that the danger of the tomb of God. At this moment, Xuanhuan was walking in the tomb of the gods. The twilight was billowing, the sewage was flowing everywhere, and the rotten aura was different from the immortal aura of the undead mountain. This was the tomb of the real life, the place where the gods were buried. Xuanhuan always enveloped himself with the power of devouring, following the guidance of the treasure map. He passed by a tomb, he didn't want to pay attention, but suddenly, the tomb exploded, and an ancient existence in battle armor with a war gun suddenly came out. It was a dead powerhouse, and his cultivation reached the level of the universe god. Step 2. There are two types of tombs, one is passively buried here after death. And one is actively burying himself, hoping that one day he will be able to be reborn again. Destroy. Xuanhuan said a word of extinction. With a big wave of his hand, the power of God dominates everything. Before the skeleton of the universe god could get close to him, his body burst and turned into powder. This is where the Aether Aura is. After walking for a few more hours, Xuanhuan stopped and looked at this place. There were graves everywhere. There were too many ancient beings buried. Everywhere, the universe god may fall. Xuanhuan waved his hand to open the treasure map space, and he took out a light belt. Green light. Black, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue-violet. Xuanhuan has already controlled the 8 paths. And this green pole divine light, Xuanhuan felt a strong vitality, a withered tree was swept by the divine light, and it would immediately regain its vitality. This is an aurora that represents life. Click click. The sound of shattering resounded, the tombs here were cracked piece by piece, and the ancient mummified corpses struggled out of the tombs with a strong death energy, and were attracted by the life aura of the ultra-green light. 1, 2, 3. The tomb of the gods really lives up to its reputation. In the area where I am, there are 10 dead gods of the universe. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Xuanhuan was still interested in counting the cosmic gods who emerged from the cemetery. He could see that the 10 cosmic gods wore different clothes and came from different eras of reincarnation. If it wasn't for the strangeness of the cosmic sea, their bodies would have been wiped out long ago. How many powerful people are buried in the tomb of God? Xuanhuan asked himself. This is not the birth of one cosmic cycle, but the accumulation of many cosmic cycles. Boom. However, these 10 corpses of the universe gods would not give him a chance to think. They all became resentful spirits, and they rushed over immediately, without the impact of mana, and bombarded with the power of the universe gods themselves. But even so, it was terrifying. Because Xuanhuan saw that among these 10 skeletons, there are 2 cultivation bases that reached at least the 3rd stage of chaos before their death. The chaotic universe god, who controls the endless chaotic power, uses the attributes of chaos to grind and wash himself. Even a skeleton has the power of lawlessness, and ordinary cosmos artifact cannot blast their flesh. The 2 chaotic bones of the 3rd step were blasted towards Xuanhuan, and a chaotic power emerged. Already dead, still want to make trouble? Xuanhuan was indifferent. These skeletons no longer have their own thoughts, and they are just an unwilling resentment that supports their actions. He slapped with a big hand, stepped out in 1 step, and smashed the 10 skeletons of the universe gods with tyrannical strength, and suddenly the god-like force shattered several skeletons of the 1st step in an instant. He grabbed the palm of his hand in the air, and another skeleton was under his control, and it was squeezed in the palm of his hand. The breath of life belongs to me. But at this moment, a more stalwart idea passed out, carrying a strong sense of urgency. Whoa! A being in ancient clothes appeared. His body was dry, but his skeleton was very large. It could be seen that he was also a burly being in his heyday, and two complex emotions flashed in his eyes. The third step is chaos. And this third step chaos is different from others. He is in a state of depletion of origin, a state of dying, that is, a half-dead. If it weren't for the attraction of the divine light of life, this existence would likely wipe out the last trace of his own wisdom in a long period of time. From the Age of Gods. Xuanhuan stared at his costume and recognized it. He has dealt with the Age of Gods not once or twice. The two times he is most familiar with are the Age of Gods and the Age of Heavenly Emperors. Roar. The beast-like roar was made by the two third-step skeletons. Roll. The powerhouses of this Age of Gods shouted loudly. The two skeletons also felt a breath of origin from the skeletons and rushed over, but they were torn apart by the powerhouses of the Age of Gods. Xuanhuan watched their battle, his face was always indifferent. Give. Hand over the power of life, or I will kill you. He was already really weak, and the last line of wisdom was about to be completely wiped out. If he gets the aurora of life, it is very possible that he will be reborn again and live a second life. He exhausted his last strength, and he had already withered into a mummified corpse, but in an instant, a powerful burst of power seemed to extract rich blood from the bone marrow, and once again glowed with a huge vitality. At this moment, he is tall and burly, holding the supreme majesty, and he no longer has the miserable appearance before. The power of life belongs to me. When the powerhouse of the Age of God spoke, he was full of energy and made a strong voice. He attacked with big hands, and the rumbling, endless chaotic storm impact was a deadly ultimate move. It's really amazing in the Tomb of God. Xuanhuan felt a lot of interest. Although the Tomb of the Gods represents the cemetery of death, when all things go to the extreme, another extreme will erupt. This powerful man of the Age of Gods was obviously traumatized when God suffered disasters. If it wasn't in the Tomb of the Gods, he wouldn't be able to retain even this bit of wisdom, and he would have died long ago. In fact, many ancient powerhouses, even immortals, chose to bound themselves in the Tomb of God, because the extremes here are likely to be transformed into vitality. #C830 The Origin of the Bone God. If you are lonely, you will be lonely forever. I will send you the last ride. Xuanhuan watched the powerhouses of the Age of Gods attack him with all their strength, and walked to his side without any destructive attack. Shrouded. Twilight of the Gods. No, the Twilight of the Gods. I don't believe that there will be a Twilight of the Gods. The Age of the Gods will not end. The gods will end the reincarnation of the universe. The gods will control the process of the universe, and the gods are the strongest. This strong man's face was distorted, and he was extremely frightened when he saw Ragnarok. His struggles were doomed to be useless. When the Ragnarok of the gods fell, his whole person was frozen in place, the burly body, the strong blood energy, everything became an illusion, the whole person suddenly turned into a white bone, and it shattered to the ground. Xuanhuan did not swallow the source from his body. Because he himself has run out of oil and dried up, and he has used the last strength. However, Xuanhuan moved his eyes and collected all the bones of the universe god. He also has a giant of white bones. The more powerful bones he refines, the stronger his strength will be, and he will become a powerful bone soldier. Strength will snowball, and weak people will never be able to touch another layer of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan breaking through to the second step of the universe god, he wouldn't be able to go to this depth. Ending the cycle of the universe? When Xuanhuan heard these words, he immediately gave him a great shock. The gods encountered disasters that year, and ordinary pawns don't know the specifics, But the third step of this kind of cosmic god must be to understand some of the inside stories. It stands to reason that the age of God will not end so soon. But he happened to end, perhaps because of the problem of this sentence. He has a supernatural power called the reincarnation of the epic, and he has a deeper understanding of this. He knows that the reincarnation of the universe is like the wheel of history going back and forth, destroying one era after another, but it cannot be stopped, and no one can stop it. God's troubles. Xuanhuan didn't pay much attention to this. What he must do first is to break through to the realm of immortality. There is a lot of treasure in this divine tomb, and since it's here, it can't be wasted. Xuanhuan did not leave the universe sea immediately. There are a lot of skeletons of the gods of the universe in the tomb of the gods, accumulated from many cosmos reincarnations. If his white bone gods want to grow, there are too many skeletons that need to be refined. The 3 tiers of the empire are the main ones. Lu Qianfu led some strong people to continue to consolidate the situation in the empire, and then fight the territory of the empire. Purple Blood Magic Book also led some universe gods to search for treasures in the battlefield of the era. And Xuanhuan is a free man, walking everywhere. The divine tomb is very dangerous, the breath of death is everywhere, and Xuanhuan is already the second step of the universe god, and he is not afraid of some dangers. The twilight of the gods followed like a shadow, and moved with Xuanhuan into the tomb of the gods. And the power of the Ragnarok of the gods has done too much harm to some existences in the tombs whose wills are in annihilation and immortality. They were just breathing a sigh of relief, and even Xuanhuan could let out the aura of the aurora of life. Some ancient existences came out obediently. With his great strength, he didn't know how much treasure he got from this search. If you push the entire divine tomb horizontally, how many treasures should you get? Even immortal artifacts are not rare. Xuanhuan thought so. However, he also knows that it is impossible to achieve immortality without breaking through. He walked to an inexplicable area in the tomb of the gods. It was already more dangerous here. The second step of the universe god was also in danger of falling. His eyes moved suddenly. Swish! His eyes flickered in the void, and he saw a place that was infinitely far away. There were many strong men. It seemed that he was exerting his boundless power, besieging a middle-aged man in black, and swiping all kinds of secret techniques. There are fights in the tomb of God. Xuanhuan was not interested in paying attention to this, but when he saw this middle-aged man, he was a little familiar, and there was some strangeness on his face. Bone God? Xuanhuan's success against the 3 major empires that day was actually largely due to the small actions of the Bone God, but looking at today's state, the Bone God seems to have encountered a crisis. At this moment, there are more than 6 or 7 cosmic gods appearing here. They surrounded the Bone Gods, displayed their terrifying power, and did not kill him, as if they wanted to get something from him. Bone God, don't struggle, just listen to our words, and take this seat to find the immortal treasure, so it's available to everyone. A tyrannical existence, wearing a robe with carved patterns staring at the Bone God, his cultivation has reached the 3rd step of chaos. Oh, is it just you? The Bone God is also a black light, guarding himself, with a disdainful expression on his face, and he looks down on this god of the universe very much. Yes, it's just me. The god of the universe listened to the Bone God's tone, not angry, but smiled slightly. I know you want to swallow the treasure, but this time you can't get it alone. Look, you even got rid of our siege. No. If you can't get it, I won't let you get it. Gushen said disdainfully. Bone God, I know you. When an ancient immortal fought against another immortal, he died in the tomb of the gods, and the bones left behind actually gave birth to spiritual wisdom and cultivated to the universe God. It is not easy to live out oneself. The second life, and resurrected after death. The breath of death descended like an ocean, and a vague existence appeared in it. It was also the 3rd step of the universe God. He spoke lightly and told the origin of the bone god. It turns out that the bone god is actually reborn from the immortal bones, so it is no wonder that one can cultivate to the god of the universe. People from the Sea of Death, have you come to join in the fun? The bone god's eyes were cold and stern, showing a disgust for the Sea of Death. People of the Dead Sea. The third step, headed by him, had a solemn expression, knowing that this was a taboo and that immortality existed. He was cultivating hidden in the tomb of the gods, and only then did he know some secrets about the bone god. Death is destiny. There is no reason for the Death Sea to not be interested in someone like you who can recover after death. Death Sea Cosmic Divine Tao. Ha 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 ha, I think you all want to control me and get the treasure left by this god after the battle with the immortal. If you are the god of the year, you can kill you with one hand, and you will be killed. Jumping in front of this god? There was also anger in the eyes of the bone god. His current cultivation is in the second step, but he has integrated immortal memory and mastered many kinds of secret techniques, so that he can persist until now in this siege. The times have changed, you are no longer the immortal you used to be. The hero doesn't talk about the past. At best, you have the memory of that immortal. Does your soul still belong to that immortal? No longer, you should see yourself clearly. The Dead Sea Powerhouse said lightly, in my eyes, you are a second step. If you want to control you, you can control you. What can you do? #C831 Death Rune. Take a good look, the times have changed, recognize yourself, you are no longer immortal, if you are not worthwhile as a cosmic god, it is really nothing in my eyes. The Sea of Death said lightly, attacking the mind of the bone god. Yeah, times have changed, I'm not immortal, I'm just a god of the universe, so you have the courage to be arrogant in front of me. The bone god seemed very calm, and he knew that this time was different from the past, and said indifferently, if I see it well, you are the immortal lineage of Ling Hai in the Sea of Death. I dealt with him back then, and lived for a long time. Immortal. The situation of the Dead Sea is complex, not a complete whole. There are many immortals, which converge in the Dead Sea, for various reasons. Immortality is immortality, so much is known. As the Dead Sea Powerhouse spoke, a move came, and a torrent of death energy swept through. He was actually using the death aura here, to transform it into his energy, and directly wash it into the bone god. Two-tone universe god, what should we do? The Death Sea Powerhouse has started. On the other side of the cosmic god group, headed by the two-tone cosmic god in the third step, someone suddenly said anxiously. Everyone wants to get the treasure that the bone god knows, and strengthen themselves. Don't panic, although this person is from the Sea of Death, the bone god was once immortal after all. Although the tiger has fallen, it is not so easy to deal with him. Together, we are also a huge strength. Great benefit. The two-tone universe god seemed very calm. If the bone god was so easy to deal with, he would have succeeded long ago, and he will still be here. Divine light. At this moment, the bone god was sitting upright in the air, and there was a black divine light shrouding him. As expected of immortality, there are indeed many means, but how long can it be sheltered? The Dead Sea Powerhouse was not in a hurry, and suddenly looked at Tutong and others. You haven't started yet, don't you want treasure? No good intentions, the people of the Sea of Death are using our power, and we must beware of him. Anyone who can cultivate to the cosmic god is not a fool. The two-tone cosmic god understands it, and immediately responded, now I will also do it, suppress the bone god, and pry out the whereabouts of the treasure from his mouth. Multiple forces washed over the bone god. Do you think that you can learn the treasure of immortality from my mouth? It's too naive. Immortality is dignified. Even if the gods obliterate their own wisdom, the disintegration of the Tao will not allow you to benefit from me. The bone god has already figured out the final way. The tiger fell and Ping Yang was bullied by the dog, but the tiger is a tiger after all, and the dog is a dog after all. He will not be humiliated in death. If you have this courage, you can destroy yourself. It doesn't matter if you don't get it. It's not bad to destroy your wisdom that was born from the immortal bones. Thinking about it, I feel exciting. Pushed to such a dead end. The Sea of Death said. Is there really no other possibility? The bone god's eyes became more and more firm, and he said indifferently, then come on, I don't know how much power can burst out after my immortal body burns, whether I can pull you all to die together. I'm afraid it's not that easy. 18 immortal runes on the body of the Dead Sea powerhouse shot at the same time, forming a rune array, and the thick death breath condensed into the movement of death, and the end of the finale reflected an immortal brand. Death rune. The bone god's face changed slightly, and under the influence of this power, his divine soul had a sign of collapse, and he said coldly, good method, this is the unique death rune in the Dead Sea. Refined by the master of the Dead Sea, that immortal. There are strengths and weaknesses in immortality. Such as the Heavenly Emperor, the God, the Ascension God Emperor is the most powerful and top immortal. The final chapter of death. This Dead Sea powerhouse wrote the final chapter of death with the death rune, which is somewhat similar to the tombs of the twilight and burial of the gods of Xuanhuan. This is a death rune. Even if the bone god wants to obliterate his spiritual wisdom at this time, it is difficult to do it. The methods of the people in the Dead Sea are really terrifying and strange. Two-tone universe god's eyes flashed suddenly. Under this siege, if there is no other external help, the bone god has no other possibility. Bone god. Just then, a shocking change occurred. A figure reigns over the world, with endless domineering power. His means reach the sky, and he comes with the power of God's dominion. The next moment, this figure stared at the group of people with an overlord-like aura, and appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It's so lively. Xuanhuan made a faint voice. Someone is here again. The bone god's eyes flashed, he used his tyrannical mana, escaped from the predicament, and also came to Xuanhuan's side. Who are you? The Dead Sea powerhouse watched this person walk on their battlefield as if nothing, and suddenly became vigilant in his heart, staring at this person. Is it you, Emperor Xuanhuan? The bone god sent and Xuanhuan had been in contact many times, and it was impossible not to know, and then a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that it would be Emperor Xuanhuan, you who lend a helping hand today. He also didn't expect that in the end it would be Emperor Xuanhuan, and he was also shocked by Xuanhuan's power, and he actually shattered the death rune with one blow. This kind of power is even more powerful than what he knew in the battlefield of the era that day. Bone God, that day you sent troops to help the Xuanhuan Empire, and you sent goodwill. Seeing that you are in danger, there is no reason not to take action. Xuanhuan laughed. He was also surprised when he knew that the body of the bone god was immortal. However, the Empire has very few friends in the universe, and he is also very interested in the treasure of the bone god. Hey, let the Emperor see a joke, I was forced into this situation by them. Bone god sighed. He looked at Xuanhuan, although he was the god of the universe, but the aura and the mysterious power he possessed could not be ignored by him. An accident happened again, this person and the bone god are standing together. Two-tone cosmic god suddenly became awe-inspiring, wanting to see how the Dead Sea powerhouse would respond. You also want to come to grab the treasure? The Dead Sea powerhouse saw that Xuanhuan was not invited by the bone god, but was attracted here, so he made an indifferent voice. It seems that you have no good intentions. It doesn't matter what I want to do with you. Xuanhuan mastered the power of domineering, and when he looked at it, a vacuum suddenly formed around the strong man in the Sea of Death, and a swallowing force was pulling his soul. The second step of the universe god, plus the increase of the human emperor sword, Xuanhuan is equivalent to the third step, and he also has many kinds of powerful powers. Oh? Is it very domineering? Let me see how strong your domineering is. The Death Sea powerhouse was born in a taboo force. He didn't show a little bit of anger at Xuanhuan's move, and he didn't have the arrogance of a temple killer who was also a taboo force. He came over, and 18 death runes built the realm of death, which is the power to end loneliness, deprive a person of vitality, let him reach the end of life, and completely end in this prosperous world. #C832 Immortal Artifact. The Sea of Death represents the end of death, and it is extremely terrifying among the taboo forces, and no ruler of the era can completely sweep them away. This final chapter of death swept over, it was terrible. This is to deprive the origin of the universe gods forever. If these 18 death runes are attached to one's body, they will terribly absorb their own origin power. See how the people of the Dead Sea deal with this person. Two-tone universe, God did not move. Xuanhuan's face was also very calm when he saw this kind of power attacking. The dusk of his gods shrouded him away, ending the confrontation with the end. Suddenly, the power of dusk brought a lonely splendor, which actually prevented these death runes from being used. Do strength. This is Ragnarok? The end of heaven and earth. The Sea of Death Master realized the true meaning of this power, and his face changed suddenly. He was not afraid of Xuanhuan's outbreak of strong power, but this kind of power made him unable to continue to calm down. The Burial of Death. 18 death runes formed a tomb coffin, which enveloped Xuanhuan at once, and wanted to bury him in it. The Grave of the Day of Burial. Xuanhuan's wave was also a blow from the Tomb of Burial Heaven, and he immediately crashed into it. Then a big hand that restarted the epic reincarnation slammed out, and a force of epic reincarnation slammed into the formation of the death rune. It got messed up in an instant. What? The Dead Sea powerhouse was also shocked. This person not only controls the supreme supernatural power, but also has a strong and domineering power, which makes his death power unable to condense. History of Imperial Civilization. Xuanhuan started again, the brilliance was brilliant, and the power of civilization turned into a long river and swept the past, to turn the Dead Sea powerhouse into a part of the Empire's epic and drown it in it. This power. The Bone God has immortal memories and sights, and he is also shocked. This is the power of civilization epic. Countless people are part of civilization. Whether it is enemy or opponent, they all form civilization epic. He actually controls this power. This is the power that can only be controlled by the ruler of the era, the posture of mastery. This Emperor Xuanhuan is terrible. This force is going to obliterate me. The face of the Dead Sea powerhouse changed greatly. He condensed the death rune again, and actually left here directly. And that two-tone cosmic god left faster, and when he saw the Death Sea powerhouse, he just wanted to retreat, for fear of being used as cannon fodder by him. He also left. All gone. The way the Bone God looked at Xuanhuan had changed, not just as the god of the universe was watching. He said, "This time I would like to thank Emperor Xuanhuan for taking action. Without the Emperor, I would be in danger this time. The Bone God also helped me." Xuanhuan said. "They are only temporarily retreating this time. I know their intentions. If they continue to fight the Emperor to the death, they will not get any benefit. They are waiting for me. As soon as I open the immortal treasure, they will swarm again. Even more ferocious. The Bone God sees through everything. If you don't mind, you can tell me the details." Xuanhuan said. "It's not a big deal. The great Emperor saved me this time. How can I not repay my gratitude?" "Yes, they are right. I am no longer immortal, but a very ordinary god of the universe." The Bone God now only regards himself as the god of the universe, saying, "The great Emperor already knows that I am a person who has died once, and I was originally immortal. Born again on immortal bones, inheriting his memory." Xuanhuan nodded. "And this is not the key. Back then, I fell in a battle with an immortal statue. After countless years, there was a spiritual wisdom born again on the bones. It was me. At that time I was just born, too weak, and left that battlefield. The bone god continued, this time, the time and space of immortality has changed greatly, and many powerful people in the universe have gathered in the time and space of immortality, and I want to take this opportunity to retrieve my immortal treasure and get the immortal artifact of my previous life. Let me break through to the third step, the fourth step, and even go to the avenue of immortality again. But Bone God, you also know that it is not so easy to retrieve the treasure, you are still being targeted. Xuanhuan said. This is what I expected. After all, how can it be so easy to regain the treasure? Bone God said, my immortal artifact, the great Skybreaker halberd, is left there. There is one more thing. I want to tell your majesty that the immortal that I fought with is actually dead, and perishes with me. The two immortals fell, leaving behind precious treasures. Just say something. Xuanhuan said. That immortality comes from the age of 10,000 laws. Your majesty should have heard of the age of gods, the age of heavenly emperors, and this age of law is an earlier era. A strong man in the age of 10,000 laws. The bone god describes the history of that year. I completely shattered his body with the immortal artifact, the great Skybreaker halberd, and made him completely annihilated, and he used the immortal artifact, Wanfa to destroy the immortal soul. Speaking of which, I still won half a step. He did not. It is expected that I have refined the 33-layer divine robbery flower, and I have retained a trace of vitality. The bone god said this with a strong sense of pride. The 33 divine tribulation flower. Xuanhuan said, the 9 divine tribulation flower. He knew that the flower of the 33rd divine tribulation was only possible to breed when the 33rd divine tribulation was simulated on the divine tribulation, corresponding to the immortal catastrophe. One Dharma Bell not only destroys all Dharma, but also exerts the power of 10 Dharma. Back then, Fa created a door to all Dharma, and cast all kinds of spells, that is truly terrifying. The bone god kept talking. The reincarnation of the universe, the cycle goes back and forth, immortality can only passively bear the power of the reincarnation of the universe, watching the destruction of the universe, and entering the next era can do nothing. The age of gods will not end so soon, but God wants to fight the reincarnation of the universe and control the power of the reincarnation of the universe. The bone god told more secrets. Not only does the universe refuse to forgive him, but even the forces of the Sea of Death and the Temple of Slaughter will not see him as successful. Everyone wants to be the master, but no one wants others to be the master. This is a difficult problem to break. The curse of God, and all of this has caused God's misfortune. I understand God, but I can't support God, and no one wants to be controlled by man. Although I am not immortal, I also know that immortality is just the beginning. The pursuit of every immortality is to fight against the reincarnation of the universe, but I don't want to see others controlling the reincarnation. In this universe, the Emperor Yuhua has been regarded as the next one. The supreme overlord who has the potential to dominate the era. Xuanhuan also saw the situation in the universe very clearly. The reason why the bone god told Xuanhuan so much was because he saw that Xuanhuan was ambitious, not someone who was willing to be controlled by others, but also wanted to create his own great cause. Bone god, you told me so many ancient things, and you specifically pointed out the Wanfa bell. I also know your purpose. If you have something to say, tell me directly. Xuanhuan said. The Emperor is wise. This time I want to invite the Emperor to open the immortal treasure together. #C833 I agree. The bone god sincerely invited Xuanhuan to open the treasure together. The Emperor can also see that I have no choice. I originally thought that I could take advantage of this chaos to open the treasure land, but now it seems that it is impossible. The immortal battlefield is hidden in the depths of the extremely deep dimension. As soon as it is opened, the sealed immortal vitality will leak out, and at that time, the fluctuations will spread, and it is impossible to hide from these staring universe gods. Bone God showed helplessness. Yes, now the Dead Sea powerhouses are retreating because they haven't seen the treasure yet. He saw Xuanhuan's strength and thought that only by uniting with Xuanhuan would he have the chance to get the treasure. You want me to go treasure hunting with you? Emperor Xuanhuan's eyes were fixed on the Bone God. That gaze penetrated everything and seemed to be able to see through everyone's hearts. The Bone Gods were shocked, and then I heard Xuanhuan's peaceful voice, "Okay, I agree." Haha, this time, with the alliance of Emperor Xuanhuan, the grasp will be even greater. The Bone God laughed, "I am very familiar with the place. After this incident, I only need my Dacian-shattering halberd, and Wanfailing and other treasures left behind belong to Emperor Xuanhuan. Only by cooperation can win-win. The Skybreaker is the most important thing to me. I also know that in fact so many forces have gathered in the immortal time and space, not only for the immortal artifact, but also for the deeper secrets. The immortal lord is extremely immortal. The Emperor Yuhua wants to get the greatest treasure. The tomb of the gods seems to be calm now. Bone God added. There is no time to delay, the longer the delay, the greater the change. Xuanhuan nodded. If you get Wanfa Bell this time, it will be even more supplementary to the foundation of the empire. The great emperor comes with me this time. The Bone God has long since corrected his mentality, and no longer regards himself as the immortal he used to be, this time living out the second life is his new life. Following the Bone God, the two quickly shuttled through the Tomb of God, walking in the mysterious void. Suddenly, the Bone God's eyes moved, opened the first layer of time and space, and plunged into it fiercely. This time and space was filled with chaotic vitality, and there were broken scenes everywhere, and it was difficult to find the trace of the treasure. Coming. Bone God reminds. The interior of the time and space here is too chaotic, thick like a swamp. Even if the universe gods come here, the spiritual sense cannot spread out, let alone ordinary treasures. Immortal shot, destroying all the laws, I and the immortal are dead together, fighting to the death, the fluctuations caused are great, without my preparation to lead, it is not so easy to find the same immortal. Bone God said, and this belongs to the time and space of the Tomb of the Gods. Immortality from other places will wake up those sleeping old monsters. The battle under immortality, those old monsters will not wake up from their deep sleep. It's like every tiger has its own territory, and some bugs and beasts come and don't care. But to respect the tiger is a provocation. There is immortality in the Tomb of God, it is the immortality of living. Xuanhuan said. How to explain, the immortal state in the divine tomb is very strange. They resist the interference from the reincarnation of the universe in their own way. Under normal circumstances, they do not want to wake up. The strangeness of reincarnation is actually difficult to understand without immortality. Even immortality can't quite tell. The Bone God stopped as he spoke. He pointed to the front, his face solemn, and said, Great Emperor, it's here. Xuanhuan saw that there was no difference between this place and other places. It was dark and bleak, and the air was dead. If it wasn't for the Bone God pointing here, it wouldn't make people think that there would be treasures here. Your Majesty, I can feel that the great Skybreaker halberd is here. I will use the secret technique to bombard the great Heavenbreaker halberd from the inside of time and space. Once I do this, the fluctuations will radiate out, and at that time, it will attract other people. Strong. Bone God said, and my current mana is not immortal. It will take some time to open this layer of time and space. I understand that the longer it takes, the worse it will be. Xuanhuan looked at the Bone God. What would you do if you were given the great Skybreaker halberd? How precious is the immortal artifact? I have only built this one piece in my immortal years. Once I get it, with the power of immortality, my realm will immediately reach the third step. Is it not easy to kill those people? The fourth step is also I can't help it. The bone god said to himself, but I'm so afraid that those people will come first before the daddy and ruining halberd is in my hands. Okay, you activate the immortal artifact, and I will help you quickly control it. Xuanhuan said lightly. Okay, I'll do it now. The bone god has long been waiting for this moment. Emperor Xuanhuan is his greatest help now. He chanted an immortal incantation. Boom. Time and space oscillated, chaos flickered, and an incomparably huge halberd inside the time and space suddenly impacted, hitting the outside of the time and space, and wanted to return to the embrace of the bone god. The collision with the immortal divine power entangled in it caused too much fluctuation. Xuanhuan felt that time and space were colliding in the boundless land. It was no wonder that those cosmic gods sensed the fluctuation and could sense the position here. Without outside help, it would take me about 10 minutes to break through. The bone god made a voice. 10 minutes is too long. With me here, it doesn't take 10 minutes. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed, and the supreme divine sword appeared in his hand, the long river of humanity, the power of the history of civilization condensed on it, locked in time and space, and slashed with one sword, and at the same time the great heaven destruction halberd broke out with an earth-shattering blow. Boom! It's like an origin exploded. The power of the human sovereign sword was too huge, and the majesty of the supreme artifact erupted in an instant, which shocked the bone god, and actually suppressed his great sky destruction halberd, making him experience a supreme master, supreme man, the majesty of the emperor. This Emperor Xuanhuan is terrifying, he exclaimed. With a slash of the human emperor sword, the blasting power ripped apart a hole in this space and time. The bone god quickly took a look and said hurriedly, Emperor Xuanhuan, space and time have been broken, and the Daishinshimuji will use its immortal power to answer us. Let's go in. Xuanhuan arrived. Even if the opening is torn, the interior is not completely calm. A wave of ripples came out, lethal murderous intent, and there was a sudden bell sound in the ear. This was the Wanfa bell that was activated by itself, and roared out the impact of Wanfa. Even if no one is in control, the 4 words immortal artifact represent a powerful enough to threaten the life of the universe god. Wanfa bell. The bone god suddenly looked at Wanfa bell. Inside the chaotic time and space, there is a hand-cranking bell, no more than the size of a palm, the color of ancient bronze, with the ripples of all methods on it, just like the flow of water. It also shakes a strong killing move. At the other end of the Wanfa bell, there was also a long halberd, and the sky was shattered. The predecessor of the bone god was to use the great heaven destruction halberd to smash the obstacles of immortality, and obtain a lifespan that surpasses the lifespan of heaven and earth. Is this the Wanfa bell? Xuanhuan also looked at Wanfaling. On this bell, there is still blood that blooms, and bursts of murderous aura. This is immortal blood, but that immortal has long since disappeared. #C834 Ethereal Forbidden Place. Immortal artifact, earth-shattering. That's Wanfa bell. Bone god said coldly, that immortal thinks he has lived longer than me, so he will take advantage of my critical period of cultivation to deal with me, to seize the immortal material and all the treasures of the previous life, but he will not think that I still have a whole card. I fought him to the death, but there is immortal resentment in this Wanfa bell. It will prevent me from refining the great skybreaker halberd. It's not a problem. Xuanhuan said, I will deal with Wanfa Ling, and you are dedicated to refining the great skybreaking halberd. The broken halberd was originally refined in my previous life. It is not difficult for me to refine it, but before refining it, there may be other troubles, and I will have to trouble the emperor. The bone god nodded, and he walked towards the great skybreaker halberd. Suddenly, the Wanfa bell shook violently, the power of Wanfa impacted, and the sound waves burst. The Great Devouring Technique. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and an invisible wave swept out. The bone god suddenly noticed that the impact from the Xuanhuan bell had disappeared, creating a vacuum field, allowing him to walk safely in front of the great skybreaker halberd. Countless years, it's finally here. As soon as the bone god grabbed the great skybreaker halberd, he did not fight against him, but took the initiative to adapt to the power of his second life. Regardless of the bone god, Xuanhuan's eyes fell on Xuanfailing. He strutted and walked directly over. The emperor's will was fiercely suppressed, and in an instant, Xuanfailing roared a more violent counterattack, killing Xuanhuan. The sound of Xuanhuan bell resounded in the sky. This is the fluctuation of the immortal artifact. According to the rumors, 2 immortals have died in the tomb of the gods. One immortal is the bone god who lived out the second life. He is already looking for the immortal artifact. The immortal artifact must be obtained. It is not a problem to comprehend the true meaning of immortality and break through the 4th step of the universe god. The fluctuation of this immortal artifact immediately attracted countless people. Originally, the action of the bone god has attracted the attention of some people with a heart. At this time, the fluctuations were transmitted, and some people noticed it. Just like mosquitoes seeing the most delicious blood, there is no reason not to surround them. Bone god, you still opened the treasure. I thought you wouldn't open it. At this moment, the first to come was the Sea of Death powerhouse, and he watched with death eyes. Two-tone universe god also came. They left before, not because they were afraid of Xuanhuan, but to wait until the bone god took the initiative to open the treasure. Immortal artifact. A dark, always present in the shadow of the universe god made a sharp and harsh voice, and that greedy gaze had penetrated through time and space, and saw the 2 immortal artifacts inside. Thorn universe god. Cosmic god Two-tone recognized his voice and shouted loudly, this cosmic god of Thorn cultivates in the tomb of God, and absorbs the power of death. The cultivation base is also extremely powerful in the 3rd step, and this time, he is also attracted to him. Coming. Shadow Thorn. This cosmic god of thorns was seeing the bell against the charging Xuanhuan bell, and suddenly came in. His hands were dry, and suddenly 2 shadow-like objects stabbed at the head of the bone god. Presumptuous. Xuanhuan grabbed his big hand and took control of the time and space. He suddenly saw the cosmic god of stab at the shadow shuttle, and suddenly stopped in place, and saw a supreme hand blast out, blasting him out and hitting the outside. If you want to die, you can come. The ruler of Xuanhuan is in the world, and he is domineering and contemptuous. He wants to guard and refine the immortal artifact. Once the bone god succeeds, like a dragon flying in the sky, it will be difficult to suppress it. The Dead Sea powerhouse said lightly. What he can't do, how can it be so easy to get an immortal artifact? 2 immortal artifacts, my brothers must have one. The fire was dazzling, and 3 huge suns swept in. Looking closely, this is not the sun at all. There are 3 figures in golden clothes inside, reflecting the shadow of the 3-legged golden crow. Top 10 golden crows. The Dead Sea powerhouse frowned, and the power of the golden crow made him feel very unfamiliar. The 10 golden crow brothers are also very famous in the cosmos starry sky. Every golden crow is a god of the universe, especially the great golden crow. The golden crow god emperor is rumored to have proved immortal. Possessing immortality has a very different status. 3 golden crows, you all come to join in the fun. Do you want to court death? Seeing that so many people wanted to take his immortal artifact, Gus Hen also made a very cold voice. If it wasn't for the Emperor Xuanhuan, these people would have been killed long ago. He does not consider himself immortal. But destroying the road of cultivation, this hatred will never end. Haha, bone god, you should think about yourself. Just relying on him alone, you want to protect you? It's just a fool's dream. 3 golden crows, this time the strongest one is Wu Jin Crow. He said, we want this immortal halberd. The second brother has broken through to the limit of the 4th step, condensing the immortal body, and there is still an immortal artifact in his hand. The halberd is just right for him. 10 golden crows are the closest siblings, and they are very united. I also know that only unity can survive in this cruel universe, otherwise the 10 golden crows would have been captured and refined. We want this immortal bell. Another ethereal voice came, and in the tomb of the gods, there was a figure that always existed in an ethereal world, unpredictable. The 10 golden crow brothers, and the people from the misty forbidden land, both of you have taken the 2 immortal artifacts. What will I take in the Sea of Death? The Sea of Death said. There is no bone god itself. The misty forbidden land powerhouse said, the bone god is the spiritual wisdom cultivated from immortal bones. Bring him back. His own value is no worse than an immortal artifact. Don't you Dead Sea like to study this kind of thing the most? You are going too far. The Death Sea powerhouse shook his head. The 2 immortal artifacts and the bone god have all been divided by you. I can't get anything from the cosmic stab at the universe? The Einthorn cosmic god is very dissatisfied. Although they all have immortal existences behind them, after all, it was the 3rd step of the universe god, and after a few words, they divided his interests and made him unacceptable. The cosmic god of Tutong also stood together with the cosmic god of Einthorn. There are no resources left by immortality, so much nonsense, you don't even have any residual water. The misty forbidden land powerhouse doesn't care much about the dissatisfaction of the Tutong universe god and the Einthorn universe god. People in the misty forbidden land, you are the gods. As an immortal, how could the bone god not know the misty forbidden ground? The Miao Miao forbidden land was stronger than the heavenly emperor period, and their strongest, the Miao Miao ancient emperor, founded the Miao Miao ancient kingdom. It is a pity that he lost when he competed with the emperor for hegemony, and suffered heavy losses under the pursuit of the emperor, so he could only shrink back. When the gods were fighting for hegemony, the misty ancient emperor also appeared, but he also lost to the gods. It can be said that the misty ancient emperor is powerful, otherwise he would not be able to survive in the case of losing the hegemony with the heavenly emperor and the 2 supreme powerhouses. In this era, they obviously want to compete with the Ascension God dynasty. But what I don't know is whether the misty ancient emperor will still be so unlucky this time and continue to lose. Bone God, you are about to take control of the great Skybreaker halberd? Chu Yuan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It's just a little bit, I can take full control, let me break through the 3rd step, and I can sweep them away. Bone God responded. #C835 See Blood. Want to break through the realm with an immortal artifact? Then show your might, sweep everything, think too much, Bone God, we won't let you do it. Wu 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 saw the immortal artifact rolling in the immortal law into the body of the Bone God, and was completing the 2nd to 3rd step transformation for him, sneering again and again, and knew that the Bone God must not break through to the 3rd step. The great sun golden crow, the divine light shines. The 3 golden crows seemed to merge into one in an instant. The 3 golden crow universes overlapped, headed by the Wu Wu crow. In an instant, the rolling golden divine light, with a biting and fierce divine light, shone towards the Bone God. There was also an extremely cold expression in the eyes of Bone God. The 3rd step of the universe God? I will give you this time. Chu Yuan said lightly. The Bone God was an immortal, and he knew too many ancient secrets. To a certain extent, if he helped the Bone God achieve the 3rd step, it would also be good for his empire. What he values is the immortal knowledge of the Bone God. With a wave of his palm, infinite radiance swept out, and the 8 divine lights condensed, which blocked Wu Wu Wu's actions in an understatement. Okay, this time it's up to Emperor Shenwu to give me time to break through the 3rd step. The Bone God is very clear that success or failure depends on Emperor Shenwu. At the moment, he doesn't care about the actions of these people, and immerses himself wholeheartedly, using the immortal brand and the immortal artifact to allow himself to complete the breakthrough in the shortest time. You still dare to shelter the bone god? Well, I'll see if you can shelter the bone god. Chu Yuan's protection made these strong men feel very uncomfortable. Immediately Wu 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 came over again, and he attacked with one move. The divine light was dazzling, and the strong and terrifying power of the three-legged golden crow shrouded in an instant. Chu Yuan stood still. His domineering emperor's will dominates time and space, and he wants to protect the people he shelters. When the Wu Wu ultimate move falls by his side, he looks like a light cloud, the hand of God swept away, resisting all fluctuations. You can't move the people I want to protect. Boom. His voice came out. Everyone felt a surging madness. He is the strongest emperor in the world. His will rules everything. He was indifferent and cruel, the hand of God swept out, and he ruled the world, swallowing mountains and rivers. Bold. The powerhouse in the misty restricted area made an icy cry. He is always in a layer of ethereal time and space, and with a single blow to the sky, a tyrannical force attacked and killed in a very strange way from which layer of time and space, so that people could not figure out which layer of ethereal time and space he existed in. Misty Forbidden Zone, ethereal power. Although the misty ancient emperor has repeatedly failed to compete for the supreme position, but relying on the power of Misty, he is not dead. The final chapter of Death, the Immortal Rune. The Sea of Death's strong shot. At the same time, all the universe gods present couldn't bear Chu Yuan's intention to protect the bone god, and they all knew that he was the biggest stumbling block in front of everyone's eyes, and it was impossible to threaten the bone god behind him unless he was defeated. Boom. The power of the third step of the multiple cosmic gods attacked and killed, the universe was reversed, the yin and yang were confused, and the fluctuation of power was too violent. The Misty God Palm. The means of the Dead Sea powerhouse, Chu Yuan, has long been taught, and the misty power of the misty forbidden land is rolling in from all directions, and he exists in an extremely safe time and space. Chu Yuan still stood still, and he quietly watched several powerful men attack him. Bang! Yin and Yang of the universe, the ruler of time and space, Chu Yuan's power actually made the attacks of these gods of the universe ineffective in an instant, completely blocked by him. Wanfa Bell. With a move of Chu Yuan's palm, Wanfa Ling came to his figure and shook with a tinkling. Buzz. The sound waves representing 10,000 methods spread out immediately, and each sound wave is like substance, changing into fluctuations of 10,000 methods. As soon as these cosmic gods were suddenly bombarded by the immortal artifact, their faces were shocked, and they all spat out blood. What? The Yin-Thorn universe god was swept out, his body cracked, and he vomited blood. Shock the gods of the universe with immortal artifacts. The faces of these people all changed. Impossible, you actually control the immortal artifact. In this immortal artifact, there is an immortal existence that is unwilling to resent. You can't master the immortal artifact so quickly. Wu Jingwu looked horrified. None of them would have thought that Chu Yuan would become the master of the immortal artifact in a short period of time, but the fact was in front of them, and they couldn't bear to believe that this immortal artifact had indeed been controlled. If you can't guess, don't know. Chu Yuan's voice was extremely indifferent. Immortal artifacts are indeed difficult to conquer. Even if they are unowned, the immortal brand in them will resist the grasp of the universe god, thinking that this will blaspheme their majesty. But Chu Yuan suppressed Wanfa Ling with the tyrannical emperor's will, and the supreme artifact human emperor sword was in his hands. How could an immortal artifact resist him? However, in control of Wanfa Ling, Chu Yuan did not get the promotion that the system popped up. Of course, he also knows that although the Wanfa Bell is an immortal artifact, there is a world of difference in the immortal artifact, and it is obviously impossible for the Taiyu furnace to be repaired. Unless it is an immortal artifact refined by a supreme ruler, such as the Gate of All Laws, or even God, the Emperor of Heaven. The immortal artifact is not so easy to control. This person's methods are mysterious. It is very likely that he used some special means to suppress the immortal brand and temporarily activate the immortal artifact, making us mistakenly think that he is completely in control, and his goal is to scare us off. Let the bone god become the third step, and the fourth step can't help him. The misty Forbidden Land powerhouse calmly said, but this approach will have many drawbacks. His words instantly made everyone calm down. Yes, immortal artifact, immortal forged, how can it be so easy to refine? Listening to the words of the misty Forbidden Land powerhouse, they all seemed to understand. But unfortunately, this is just what the powerhouses in the misty Forbidden Land think themselves, and the unequal information has made them overwhelmed. Xuanhuan really has complete control over Wanfailing, without any hidden danger. Of course, Xuanhuan wouldn't explain it to them either. He held the Wanfa bell, and he became in existence in control of the Wanfa. The voice of the Wanfa resounded, and every wave passed out. There was a rule of heaven and earth that shakes the universe, time and space, and the avenue is immortal. The sound of Wanfa bell is the most deadly sound wave when it falls into the ears of the enemy. But when the bone god heard it, he was shocked. Like the sound of nature, the power of all magic was sweeping over him, making his immortal vitality infusion faster, and the body was filled with vitality from chaos. Ha 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 ha, Emperor Xuanhuan, today's grace is unforgettable. I have broken through to the third step of time and space. The bone god soared into the sky, his tall and burly body suppressed the heavens and the earth, holding the great skybreaker halberd, and suddenly shouted, "This god has just broken through. You are not coveting this divine artifact. This god will let the immortal artifact see blood." #C836 Great Power. At this moment, the bone god finally reached the third stage of cultivation, and his eyes blazed with intense slaughter. If it wasn't for the protection of the great Emperor Xuanhuan this time, facing this siege, he would have been finished long ago. Oops. The faces of these powerhouses changed dramatically, and the bone god cultivation reached the third step, which is to the same realm. If it wasn't for the help of Xuanhuan in this plan, they would have succeeded, and they would have been given an immortal artifact, an immortal skeleton. What is terrifying is that the third step of the bone god, in charge of the immortal artifact, is much more powerful than them. It's all because of this guy. They hated Xuanhuan incomparably. Two-tone cosmic god, you were dealing with this god from the beginning, and this god will destroy your body and spirit this time. The bone god disappeared in a flash, and the next moment appeared in the body of the two-tone universe god. The time and space were chaotic, and the strong force violently erupted. Holding the great skybreaker halberd, the power of the immortal artifact was severely suppressed. Incompetent. Two-tone cosmic god was horrified, he retreated in panic, and the power of the bone god crushed his mind. He is also suffering and can't tell. He didn't get the treasure. Instead, he plunged himself into an extremely dangerous situation. However, cultivation is a life-and-death situation. He jumped up, burning the source of the god of the universe, and was about to escape. "Let you run away, what's the face?" The bone god was cold, and at the moment when two-tone cosmic god escaped, a blow swept him out, and the power of time and space distorted the flow of time around him. "I am also the third step." The cosmic god two-tone was extremely decisive and his face was resolute. He displayed a peerless secret technique, and he fought with the bone god regardless of consumption. Useless. The bone god waved the great skybreaker halberd, immortal suppression. If other cosmos gods used immortal artifacts that were not refined by themselves, it would be difficult to exert even 10% of their power, but the bone god had no such obstacle, and he completely released the power of immortal artifacts that could be exerted in his realm. In an instant. From the outside world, in a split second, the bone god daddy and de-shattering halberd slashed tens of thousands of times, each time with the divine might of yin and yang rebelling against each other. The two-tone universe god was very ordinary in the third step, so how could it be compared to the bone god? Boom! The body of two-tone universe god was beaten and exploded. His cosmic god body was beaten into a blood mist by the great skybreaker halberd, and there was a cosmic god's soul wailing mournfully, emitting the sound of a cursed bone god. The bone god daddy and broken halberd swept away again, and the tip of the halberd stabbed the body of the cosmic god of two-tone, and instantly collapsed with a bang. His eyes froze, his divine might bloomed, and with a wave of his halberd, the Thorn cosmic god was about to escape, but he was beaten out, trembling, not daring to move. Two-tone universe god was shattered by him, beheaded. The faces of the three golden crows changed in shock. The power has been established, this great emperor has disrupted the situation, and he has the daddy and shattering halberd. To deal with the bone god, unless the fourth step is taken, no one can deal with him now. It is meaningless to continue to stay. This great emperor is the most people feel. Heart palpitations. The Sea of Death, the misty forbidden land powerhouses all know that the bone god has not broken through the third step, and they can still control the situation. But now, they can't deal with the bone god. Without Xuanhuan, the great emperor who disrupted the situation, they might still mobilize their power. Two brothers, go, leave with your brother quickly. The three golden crows were extremely decisive, seeing that the situation could not be controlled, their power turned into 3 rounds of golden suns and leaped towards the outside world. The clay figurine still has 3 points of anger, not to mention the bone god. The bone god was continuously oppressed, and his heart was full of fire. Seeing that the 3 golden crows were about to escape, he strode forward to chase and kill them. Bone god, you dare! Hardware Wu snorted angrily. This time, the 2 younger brothers who came with him were the second step. If he hadn't endured 80% of his power, he would have killed 2 golden crows. The bone god's eyes were cold, and regardless of his angry shouts, the great skybreaker halberd ripped apart time and space, like a lightning bolt, and in the next instant, it landed on the top of Wu Wu's head, and the halberd slashed away heavily. Boom! An immortal flame erupted, erupting with a strong power. At the same time, there are immortal flames on the other 2 golden crows. 3 drops of golden red blood floated out. This is immortal blood, burning at the same time, condensing a huge, immortal golden crow. Golden Crow God Emperor. The bone god's gaze suddenly focused on the golden crow god emperor, and said, sure enough, they have cultivated to the realm of immortality, carrying immortal substances with immortal blood essence, and even at the cost of a great loss of cultivation, they have condensed blood essence and put them in their pockets. Body. This is not ordinary blood, but the immortal blood essence condensed by immortality at a great cost, mixed with immortal and precious immortal substances. Generally, immortal will not spend this price to condense. For immortality, only oneself is the most important, and the universe God is just the same life as heaven and earth, and they can pass through one reincarnation era after another. The power of these 3 drops of blood essence burst out, and there is almost no immortal strength that is difficult to kill. With a bang, a shuttle has directly broken this layer of time and space. The 3 golden crows ran away. It can only be said that they have a good brother and are willing to condense immortal blood on their bodies. They ran away, how about you? The bone god's gaze was placed on the misty forbidden ground, the body of the Dead Sea powerhouse, and said lightly, the immortality behind you should not cost such a big price to condense the immortal blood for you, even if there is, a drop can't escape. To the golden crow god emperor, this is his brother. For the immortals behind them, they are just subordinates. Bone god, don't be too arrogant, you are no longer immortal. The voice of the powerhouse in the misty restricted area came from the misty time and space indifferently. Miss of time and space, misty power, you still want to run. The bone god's eyes chased the electricity, and the power of a halberd actually broke the immortal time and space. Although he is not immortal, he has immortal experience and wisdom, and bombards him with the power of a mortal artifact. Bone God, you are driving me to death. That ethereal forbidden immortality was forced out by the Bone God, and his face was pale and ugly. With the power of his ethereal time and space, it is difficult to find the true body accurately in the fourth step, but this time he encountered the Bone God. Where there is so much nonsense, you will die if you die. What kind of character is the Bone God? Sometimes it is better to kill cleanly than to leave a tail. He directly carries the great Skybreaker halberd, just like the ancient god of war. Ha ha. The figure of the Dead Sea powerhouse is dim, and he is about to withdraw from this space and time. Do I allow you to go? Chuyuan's light and domineering voice passed on. He watched the Bone God start killing, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't do it. With a wave of his palm, the Dead Sea powerhouse was imprisoned in time and space, the power of the seal swept out, and the door of the seal directly sealed him in. #C837 Immortal. Seal. The face of the Dead Sea powerhouse changed dramatically. He was almost able to leave, but the sudden seal force made him suddenly fixed in a terrifying time and space. The chain of seals condensed by one after another is bombarding him. No matter what secret method he displays, he cannot escape this space and time, and he falls into a dead place where life and death are controlled by others. Those who are in charge of death will even show greater fear when they encounter death themselves. Controlling the power of the seal, sealing up a third step, calling Tian not, and making the earth not work, this kind of power is terrifying. The Bone God saw that the Dead Sea powerhouse was sealed in the door of the seal, and his eyes changed again when he looked at Chuyuan. Although he has also broken through to the third step, he also clearly knows that he is not the opponent of this Emperor Xuanhuan, and the gap is very large. At the same time, he shot even more fiercely, killing him. And this time, the powerhouse of the Sea of Death attacked, and the true Chi of Death swept through, but the divine chain of seal was drawn, making him scream again and again. The Sea of Death will sweep your empire and kill you all. This Dead Sea powerhouse shouted. Chuyuan did not answer him. The best way to make a person shut up forever is to completely obliterate him, wipe out all his existence, and no longer make a sound. Being sealed by Chuyuan at the gate of sealing, Chuyuan had countless ways to kill him, and his fate was already doomed. After practicing for countless years, the energy of one body could only become a wedding dress to improve Chuyuan's cultivation. After swallowing up the powerhouses of the Sea of Death, Chuyuan's cultivation level improved again. 18 death runes. 18 immortal runes appeared in Chuyuan's hand, which could condense the power of the final chapter of death. What? The powerhouse of the misty forbidden ground was also blown up by the Bone God. He couldn't resist the power of the undead artifact, and a group of ethereal souls fled in fear. The Bone God will not let him escape. Grabbing the soul, the tyrannical soul impact made him burst into a more shrill scream, as if conducting a kind of soul search to search for the memory in his soul. This kind of soul search is too miserable, the ethereal Forbidden Land powerhouse roared hysterically. The previous life was immortal, so the Bone God naturally had many means. The Bone God's face changed continuously, as if he had obtained a lot of information from this group of souls, and finally snorted and exploded. There is also a sinister, cosmic god alive. He shuddered. Although he is also the third step, he is also an absolute powerhouse in the cosmic starry sky. As long as he does not sin against immortality, he can walk sideways. However, in front of the great emperor and the Bone God, he felt that he was too humble and insignificant. It's not that he is weak, but the opponent is too strong. Great Emperor, this cosmic god of sinister thorns, will be left to the great emperor to deal with. I know that the emperor's empire needs strong people, so I will give it to your majesty as a servant. I have the means to control his soul and make him obedient. The Bone God slaughtered the two-tone cosmic god in succession, the misty Forbidden Land powerhouse, and consolidated their own cultivation with their origins, leaving the Einthorn cosmic god as a gift to Xuanhuan. He is also sighing. If he hadn't revealed some kindness to Xuanhuan that day, this domineering emperor would not have been friendly to him, and it was even less possible for him to obtain an immortal artifact. It can be said that Xuanhuan is his nobleman. And the most important point, from the fact that he can easily refine the Wanfa Bell and control the immortal artifact, he knows that this emperor is stronger than him, and he has mastered all kinds of peerless magical powers that ordinary people cannot understand. He wants to continue to befriend Emperor Xuanhuan. No, I am willing to take the initiative to hand over the origin of my soul. The Einthorn cosmic god was also frightened. He knelt down on the ground, very obedient, patted his head, and obediently handed over the origin of the cosmic god. Naturally, Xuanhuan would not refuse. A third-step cosmic god, who is good at shadow assassination, can ask him to do some tricks that cannot be done on the surface. And this is a slave, who controls his life and death at will. Of course, Xuanhuan could see that the Einthorn cosmic god was far less potential than the god of darkness. The god of the universe is a slave, and no one else dares to imagine it. But in front of a powerful existence, this is nothing. In the eyes of those immortals, they are all ants under immortality, and they are not qualified to argue with them. The bone god also nodded. This stab at the universe god is obedient and interesting. Great Emperor, I know that you are collecting a lot of materials. It seems that you are going to build something. I searched some memories from his soul. The misty forbidden land entered the tomb of God this time, in fact, to find treasures, this cosmic god as it is to feel the fluctuation of the immortal artifact and leave the team. Bone god sneered. Unfortunately, he died here. Oh? Xuanhuan said. The misty forbidden land was formerly known as the misty ancient country, and it was the same era as the Emperor of Heaven. It was an enemy of life and death. This time, they took advantage of a large number of masters in the universe to enter the immortal time and space, and even the immortals are paying attention to the opportunity there, and sent people to dig the Emperor's era of a strong man. Grave. The bone god will know what to say. That strong man is not immortal, but his body has been transformed into immortal matter, but his soul cannot be transformed. Immortal body, the soul of the universe god. Unfortunately, this person is at the end of the era of the Emperor. If in the most prosperous period, with the help of the heavenly palace's luck, it is possible to prove immortality. The bone god has experienced it once and knows the difficulty of the way of immortality. That cosmic god buried himself deeply in the tomb of the gods, hoping to use the extreme death of the tomb to break the situation, but it seems to be unsuccessful. The people in the misty forbidden land know where he is buried, and take this opportunity to dig the grave. In normal times, if they dared to open this place, they would attract many people. But now, a lot of eyes are focused on the undead time and space. The immortal body is mysterious and unusual. The immortal crystals that His Majesty needs may be extracted from his body, and even his own bones can be integrated into the white-boned giant, controlled by the Emperor. Emperor Xuanhuan helped him. The bone god also reciprocates. Immortal divine crystal. These are some of the most difficult to find materials for the creation of Xuanhuangshu. Unfortunately, I wanted to spy more secrets about the ethereal forbidden land from his soul, but I couldn't. The bone god said regretfully, one thing is certain, the misty ancient emperor will appear again. Losing streak in the hands of the gods, not dying is also a proud record. There are only 3 things. I don't know if it will be so unlucky this time. Ascension God Emperor. The universe is getting more and more chaotic, and it is difficult for everyone to be alone. It's true that I can't be alone. Xuanhuan said lightly, immortal divine crystal is indeed important to me. This time I will go with the Emperor to find the tomb of the powerful man in the era of the Emperor, and obtain his body. The bone god looked at Xuanhuan. This person will always be in a calm and mysterious state, unable to grasp the details, so that he has no idea how many trump cards the Emperor Xuanhuan still has hidden. I know it's there, I'll take the Emperor there. The Bone God led the way. When Xuanhuan left, he grabbed the cosmic god of Yin Thorn and sealed him in a space. The two shuttled through the Tomb of the Gods, and they were both peerless powerhouses, and ordinary dangers, naturally, did not threaten them. Great Emperor, it's coming soon. This time, the fourth step cosmic god is coming to the misty forbidden land. We should pay attention. Bone God reminder. Door to the void. Xuanhuan made a move of the gate of the void, and at the same time played eternal exile, immediately letting the two exist in a mysterious spacetime latitude. #C838 Tiangong Divine Tomb. This means of mastering the void. The Bone God complexion changed. He felt that he seemed to exist in another universe, and it was even more magical than the ethereal power of the ethereal forbidden land. If he had to force an explanation, it would be as miraculous as seeing other universes in another universe. He even felt that if Xuanhuan did not take him away from this eternal exile, he would not be able to return to the original universe. People in the misty forbidden land saw it. Their eyes crossed the layers of time and space, and saw someone there in the distance. The divine power of the universe, the ethereal light. At this moment, in a place in the Tomb of the Gods, there are many masters surrounding a thin, expressionless man who has the power to destroy, and exists in an ethereal time and space. With him as the main force, they jointly bombarded the ethereal power. A god tomb was blasted open. The strands of vitality leaked out, and a huge sphere appeared, which seemed to be composed of pieces of hexagonal prism surface, reflecting the immortal light, and guarding a tyrannical existence seal inside. Break the ban, and dig his grave. The fourth step of misty forbidden land, spoken differently. Tiangong can be described as the biggest enemy of the misty forbidden land. The last battle between heaven and earth and Pyamiao Ancient Emperor was a decisive battle in the universe, and it ended with Pyamiao Ancient Emperor's defeat. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Emperor, it would be dominated by the misty Ancient Emperor. Yes, dig his grave. What if the Emperor of Heaven is so powerful? His era has passed, and the heavenly palace has been destroyed. Many immortals who followed him have died, and I still exist in the ethereal forbidden place, just waiting for this, the time's rule again. A cosmic god said coldly. Yeah, the misty Ancient Emperor is planning a big move. In the era of the Emperor of Heaven, the era of gods seems to have lost twice, but this is the wisdom of the Ancient Emperor. There are some intentional thoughts. The Ancient Emperor will use the two eras. The end comes to pave the way for ourselves, and create an eternal misty era. We are all heroes, and it may even change the process of the reincarnation of the universe and create a real misty universe. The ethereal universe is 10%. Even if we are not immortal, we are immortal in the ethereal universe and are not affected by the reincarnation of this universe. God's steps are too big, he should take it slowly, take it step by step, first open up his own divine universe and seize power, like the other shore of the Shenzhou in ancient legends. Haha, isn't it because of their era that the misty Ancient Emperor has seen too much, and finally let us see the opportunity? Where's Luo Ping? Why haven't you come back? Luo Ping noticed the fluctuation of the immortal artifact and went to seize it, and he doesn't know when he will come back. Yeah, it is precisely because of the vibration of the undead mountain this time that many people are eager to open up some treasures that they once dared not open. While bombarding the tomb of the heavenly palace, these people talked a lot, and their faces were full of confidence, and they all believed that this was the best era. What is a small universe? In the minds of those immortals, the real universe is to be created to counter the cosmic cycle of the present universe. Okay, Luo Ping is the third step, mastering the power of the ethereal time and space. Even if he encounters the fourth step, there is a way to escape. The expressionless fourth step said, this heavenly palace powerhouse was born in the wrong era, otherwise he would become immortal, but let me get his divine body and extract immortal substances, and I can also cultivate into an immortal divine body, under the leadership of the misty ancient emperor, achieve immortality. Immortality, a state of madness. Yes, Lord Beiminki. These people said in unison. Under the bombardment of their moment, although this Tiangong divine tomb countered with the power of prohibition, after all, no one controlled it, and it still gradually weakened, and slowly saw a strong man sitting inside. This strong man is wearing a Tiangong robe. He closed his eyes tightly, and there was still an inextinguishable power in his body. It seemed that when he moved, there was the power to break the Tao universe. He is already dead. He has an immortal body and no immortal soul, and he cannot withstand the rules of cosmos reincarnation. The fourth step, the universe Beiminki said indifferently. Don't be in a hurry to break in and obliterate the ban. After all, you have cultivated an immortal body, perhaps leaving some unpredictable trump cards. Fortunately, the fluctuation of the immortal artifact in the Tomb of the Gods has given us a lot of attention, otherwise there may be strong people who notice here. Baiming said strangely, the ancient emperor of the Misty retired and recorded too many treasures of the heavenly palace. This is the wisdom of the ancient emperor, and the accumulation of the emperor's era has become our powerful resource. Between his words, the more tyrannical power has been wiped away. Under their urging, they condense an ethereal divine picture. The more this time comes, the more cautious Beimingchi behaves. Heavenly Palace powerhouse, immortal body, unfortunately only one step away, can condense immortal soul. Of course, it is difficult to make the soul immortal. You need to transcend the rules of this universe, immortality. In an era, the universe can't be born in reincarnation. When the bone god saw it, he let out his own sigh. He looked at Emperor Xuanhuan and said, Emperor, now that he is immortal, how can we capture it? Wait for the powerhouse in the misty forbidden ground to open the ban and start it in an instant? After all, there is a fourth step universe god here. It was already too late to take action at that time. Come with me, directly break open the heavenly tomb, and take away the immortal body. Qi Yuan said lightly. What trump card does this Emperor Xuanhuan have? Is he going to break it by force? If the cosmic god left it, but the immortal body is half immortal, even with my current strength, it is difficult to destroy it in an instant. Although the bone god had all kinds of questions in his heart, he didn't ask any more and replied, Okay, I will do what the great emperor says to do. Eternal banishment is opened. The sky is shattered, immortal detachment. In an instant, the bone god condensed his power to the apex. He directly rushed out, attacked violently with a halberd, and took the misty time and space on the misty god map. Someone does it. Don't panic, we already expected it. Yes, trap him with the misty god map. This time we have to see who dares to be so bold and dare to seize the treasure in the hands of our misty forbidden land. No, what's going on? It's an immortal artifact. Someone is dealing with us with an immortal artifact. This group of people immediately urged the ethereal god map to trap the bone god, but they never thought that a cosmic god would have an immortal artifact. Moreover, the Great Sky Destruction Halberd was obviously the immortal artifact of the main attack. Under the urging of the bone god, this force was immediately smashed, and the misty god figure was broken into a light spot. Immortal artifact. Beimingchi's eyes also flashed with greed. He reacted immediately. The power of the fourth step was killed, and he clearly sensed that the cultivation base of the attacker was only the third step. As for the tomb of the heavenly palace, he is not too worried. After all, the ban has not been completely broken, and it cannot be taken away from it. But in this era, an overlord that shrouded humanity and the epic of civilization descended, not to bombard him, but to take the tomb of the heavenly palace with a moment of brilliance. #C839 Awesome. Another person came. He carried the boundless domineering majesty, and the moment he came, the air solidified, the time and space were slow, and there was a strong interference. And helpers. When Bei Mingqi saw Chu Yuan's arrival, he was not surprised or panicked. It was strange that there was no helper. He said coldly, "Don't worry about him, he can't break the tomb of the heavenly palace, and he wants to take food from my misty forbidden hands, but he has no such ability. It is impossible for the cosmic god to open the tomb in a short period of time with an immortal artifact. After all, an immortal body is buried there." This person is so naive, he really thinks that if a cosmic god holds an immortal artifact, he can stop them, and he wants to go grab the treasure alone. The emperor has taken action. The bone god's expression moved. "I will stop them for the emperor to see what unimaginable means the emperor Xuanhuan uses to capture the immortal body. The emperor shocked me, even far more than an immortal." At this moment, a strange situation occurred. Chu Yuan came to the tomb of Tiangong, but no one took care of him. After all, Tiangong's tomb is hard to break. Buzzing, terrifying fluctuations spread out, and a dark vortex appeared behind Chu Yuan, exuding all the divine power that devoured all, and directly enveloped the Tiangong tomb in front of everyone. It turned out that I wanted to directly take away the tomb of Tiangong. I thought there was some kind of clever trick. I was really naive. If it was so easy, I would have taken it away long ago. This Tiangong tomb has extremely terrifying restrictions. Bei Mingqi was not worried, and even mocked. But at the next moment, his face changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "How is it possible? The Tiangong tomb has disappeared." Tiangong's tomb disappeared, not only him, but the bone god's eyes widened as well. Great swallowing technique, the power of swallowing. The bone god's knowledge is extraordinary, and he can see it at a glance, and exclaimed, "Using the vortex of devouring to directly take away the tomb of the heavenly palace, it is easy to say, anyone can think of it, but it is too difficult to do. Swallow directly, and the tomb ban can be directly countering you to death, and erupting from the inside. The power of this emperor is more mysterious than I imagined. Doesn't Bei Mingqi want to take it away directly? But he can't. If he doesn't break the restriction first and takes it directly, the power of the counterattack alone will greatly damage the origin of his cosmic god, and he can't be suppressed." But after Chu Yuan swallowed the Tiangong tomb, nothing happened. In fact, they also felt that the ban was counterattacking, but all the fluctuations of the counterattack were suppressed by him and could not break his limit. Awesome. The bone god is also at a loss for words, so he can only describe Chu Yuan in 2 words, powerful. Tiangong tomb, immortal body. Bei Mingqi's eyes are red. This is about his condensed immortal body. If he watched helplessly being taken by others, a good opportunity slipped away. Even if he was calm, he would not be able to calm down. Kill him. Headed by Bei Mingqi, the universe gods in the misty forbidden land all turned to Chu Yuan. Boom. Earth-shaking, the lawless energy all killed Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was enveloped in a vortex of devouring. He stood in the sky with cold eyes. When these energies reached his body, they all collapsed, making it difficult to shake his existence. Immortal body is obtained, we should leave. Chu Yuan said these words lightly, and the power of his eternal exile swept over the bone god, instantly opening up an eternal space-time. Haha, let's go, today is really easy. The bone god did not resist the power of Chu Yuan's eternal banishment. As he stepped into the mysterious void, he disappeared in front of their eyes. You actually took away the immortal body, the treasure I was looking for. Bei Mingqi has gone crazy, and he can't get up anymore. His violent mana is scattered everywhere, and the whole person is on the verge of soul collapse. Even his companion was hit by several mana, and he vomited blood. But they did not dare to persuade Bei Mingqi to calm down. Because this opportunity was told by the misty ancient emperor to Bei Mingqi, if he lost it and didn't get it, he was useless. To persuade people to calm down, the sky will be struck by thunder. Under the madness of Bei Mingqi, he would even kill them directly and use them to vent his anger. Return to misty forbidden land. Bei Mingqi suddenly calmed down, but everyone knew that he was on the verge of madness. I didn't expect that this time, I could capture the immortal body so easily. Deep in the void, the bone god thought there would be a big battle this time, but he didn't expect it to end too soon. Open the Tiangong tomb. Xuanhuan also knew that he was able to capture the Tiangong tomb so easily because he was actually grasping the opponent's psychology, thinking that it would not be possible to take it away in an instant, otherwise it would not be so easy. With his current strength, although he is not afraid of the fourth step cosmic god, he cannot kill them unless he breaks through to the third step. The opening of the Tiangong tomb is also a hassle, but I will help the emperor with an immortal artifact. Bone God said. No trouble, a sword thing. Xuanhuan smiled and slashed towards the tomb of Tiangong with one sword. Click. The ban was so tyrannical that Bei Mingqi couldn't do anything about the Tiangong tomb, but a sword light broke in half in Xuanhuan, causing the bone god himself to widen his eyes, not knowing what to say. Boom. An aura that originated from the immortal body was transmitted. Although the soul of this strong man disintegrated in the reincarnation of the universe, there was still an instinct in his immortal body. At the moment when the tomb was broken open, his eyes suddenly opened, shooting out a terrifying divine light, punching out, and the terrifying power was released. Out. This temperament, domineering and contemptuous, wants to fight for immortality and immortality in the universe. But unfortunately, he failed, because the bombardment of this punch also carried a helpless sadness. Immortal body, immortal forever. Xuanhuan looked at the immortal body and countered him, but your immortality has only taken half a step, and it is not yet true immortality. The light of dusk swept out, and Xuanhuan launched the Ragnarok of the gods. For this kind of existence, the most restraint of them was the power of the Ragnarok that announced the end. This power. The bone god trembled instinctively, and said in fear, the twilight of the gods, the power of decline, declares the death of the gods, the end of the civilization of the gods, the dusk is coming, it is no longer the peak of the sun, and the curtain will end. This mood was so terrifying, it made him shudder. If he was wiped by the power of Ragnarok when he gave birth to a new spiritual wisdom, he would have no chance of rebirth. Even now, when he is shrouded in Ragnarok, he will die. He looked at Xuanhuan, and there was already a kind of fear. This great emperor not only controls the most domineering and fierce power, but also controls the power of the twilight of the end of the gods. No one knows what else he has yet to use. Whole cards. When the twilight of the gods came, this immortal body trembled, completely returned to a kind of calm, and could no longer fight back. #C840 Mysterious, incalculable place. Although it is half immortal, it has condensed his immortal body after all. The most precious substance of immortality is the immortal substance they condense. Immortality cannot die in the reincarnation of the universe. In the collapse of the universe, it is the immortal matter, which is the matter that the universe God does not have. If you get the fourth step, you can realize the more mysterious realm of immortality. But immortal matter is too precious, it is their life. To take immortality is to take their lives, which is more terrifying than cutting flesh and bleeding. The so-called immortal crystal is also a spar-like thing condensed from a large number of immortal substances, and it is also a precious material that Xuanhuan needs. After extracting the immortal substance, his immortal body is also a huge wealth, which can be used to condense into the white bone giant, so that the white bone giant has a stronger ability to fight. Immortal body, even if he is not truly immortal, it lacks too many mysterious laws compared to true immortality, but it is still precious. Bone Shinto. The tyrannical means of Emperor Xuanwu, he has seen too much in a short period of time. Speaking of which, I was able to get the immortal artifact and immortal body this time, and I would also like to thank the Bone God for your help. Xuanhuan said. If he didn't care about the life and death of the bone god and didn't help the bone god at the time, he wouldn't have gotten so much. Although the system didn't pop up a choice, his own choice also brought him huge benefits. What does the Great Emperor say? Without the Great Emperor, can I get back the immortal artifact? I can break through the third step, and my bone god can make an oath of heart demon. In the future, my bone god will be His Majesty's most loyal ally and companion. The Great Emperor needs me, as long as just say a word. The bone god knew deeply that he also wanted to attack the Thunder Empire at that time, so he sent out these kindnesses. One drink and one pecking, one small act, made him a huge reward today. He also understood that in the future, the universe will be changeable, the gods will emerge, and the misty ancient emperors will all be born one after another. If he wants to break through to immortality, it is not enough for him to be alone, and he even needs the help of the great emperor, Xuanhuan. Some people have great fortune, and they can get great benefits by following him. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. After all, the bone god was immortal in his previous life. He had too much information. In some places, he did not have the strength to seize it before. Now he wants to explore some ruins. The first partner that comes to mind must be the Xuanhuan Empire. Xuanhuan is the emperor, he wants to be domineering, and he will also make others feel the benefits, so he has a long-term vision. Bone God. Xuanhuan was silent for a moment. I use the supreme supernatural power to calculate the existence of a person at all times. The great world that has existed has been probed countless times, but there is no trace at all. In this universe, there may be some places that can block the calculation of supernatural powers. There is a stronger immortality, and even searching for the past of time and space, looking for a person, and completely dead. If you can't find a trace, or in a closed place, isolated from everything, no magical power can spy on it. The bone god thought for a moment and said, like the divine court of God, the main heavenly palace of the heavenly emperor, no one has found it until now. After all, the immortality of the heavenly emperor and God is not ordinary immortality. It can be speculated that the universe they can create is an immortal universe. I don't know how much smarter than the small universe of the universe God, that is the place that isolates the law of the Tao. He continued, there are too many mysteries in the universe. Although I used to be immortal, I couldn't explain it clearly. For example, I have also heard of a place called Shenzhou Beyond, where rumors are not even affected by the reincarnation of the universe. The whole world is a place on the other side, many immortals are looking for it, but it is difficult to find the other side. Divine Court, Heavenly Palace, the other side of Shenzhou. Xuanhuan said calmly, there are many mysterious places, indeed, there are many mysterious places in the universe. Great Emperor, I know that there are many places in the universe with treasures. This time, when many forces gather in the immortal time and space, it is the time when we find them. Bone God talks about cooperation. The immortal plane is no ordinary immortal treasure. The immortal who left the immortal time and space may not be as good as God, the Emperor of Heaven, but they are also the group of people who are closest to them, so the Emperor Yuhua and the others will pay so much attention to these things. After I return to the Empire, I will make people connect with Godbone sect. Xuanhuan said. Okay, the universe is competing for the position of supreme dominion, and it is the best time. Xuanhuan and Bone God temporarily left the universe. Xuanhuan Empire. The gate of flame roared with flames, and the immortal substance was extracted by him. It was extremely dazzling. It was the brightest Tao pattern in the starry sky, condensed into spar-like substances. 3 kinds of hard-to-find materials, the immortal God crystal, and the life primal stone, the immortal heart. Xuanhuan said lightly. His expectations for Xuanhuangshu were too high. 18 death talismans basically had no effect on him, and he directly rewarded them to the gods, allowing him to exert the most powerful power. As for the immortal body, after extracting the immortal substance, he integrated the immortal body into the giant of white bones, and he himself got too many bones of the universe gods in the tomb of God, and now all of them are condensed into the body of the giant of white bones, which makes the body of the giant of white bones show a powerful luster. The attack of the giant of white bones is hard to say, but the power of defense is integrated into the immortal body, and a large number of bones can resist the fourth step. In fact, the giant of white bones is also used for consumption in the positioning of Xuanhuan. He used supernatural powers to create a long river of bones in the body of the giant of white bones. The action of supporting the giant of white bones depends on the power of this long river. If it is consumed, it will be replenished with more bones. Maybe some aspects are not as good as the real powerhouse, but it is very easy to use. He sees the whole empire. Luck is like fire, eternal prosperity, it is a powerful period. The acceleration of the kingdom of the emperor has allowed Xuanhuan to dismantle the embarrassment that the establishment of the empire is too short, and the people can enter the kingdom of the emperor to quickly cultivate. During this time, Lu Qianfu personally led the fleet and expanded the empire's territory. Xuanhuan asked the Thorn universe god to follow Lu Qianfu to assist him in his actions. The Purple Blood Magic Book also led people to push many relics in the universe, and send a large amount of resources back to the empire. In a short period of time, many holy gods directly broke through to the realm of the universe gods. The old ministers like Yang Ting have also reached the fifth step of the world god. Moreover, the input of so many resources has given Xuanhuan too many resources to build war instruments. The number of star god battleships and world-breaking cannons is increasing every day. The empire is developing very well, but it's still good. Xuanhuan announced the Purple Blood Devil Book. Come and see me quickly. His Majesty. The Purple Blood Magic Book came back and came to Xuanhuan. He was in high spirits, and with the supply of a large amount of resources from the empire, he had already broken through to the second step, the realm of the Purple Blood Cosmic God. This is what he deserves, and he has contributed a lot to the empire. Leave your affairs in the universe sea at hand, and I will let the wild demons and the others go to the Bone God sect and cooperate with them in the universe sea. Xuanhuan said, now go to the book universe with me, and meet the owner of this book universe. #C841 Book Universe. What? Purple Blood Magic Book was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, Your Majesty is going to Shu Universe? You have been to the book universe once, and this time you will go with me. Xuanhuan said. Jiao Jishengguan has gathered 8 paths, only the last one, Xuanhuan, must go once. Your Majesty, this book universe is hard to find. Purple Blood Magic Book recalled, I don't know which layer of time and space the book universe is hidden in. Inside is a book that transforms into shape, which opens up one's own intelligence, and only those who are destined can enter. Back then, the Purple Blood Universe God was also a chance coincidence. When I went in, I was fortunate enough to meet the owner of the book universe, and only then did I open up my wisdom. He thought that Xuanhuan needed him to find the whereabouts of Shu Universe. But he really doesn't know where. Where does the book universe exist? There is no secret to me, you don't have to be nervous. Xuanhuan saw the anxiety of the Purple Blood Magic Book, and said with a smile, come with me. As he spoke, the Gate of Void wrapped the Purple Blood Magic Book and left the Shenwu Empire. It seems that your Majesty already has a way to find Shu Universe, so I don't need to worry about it. Purple Blood Magic Book thought to himself, and continued to recall, the Master of the Book Universe is a strong man of the fourth step of the Universe God. These books give birth to spiritual wisdom and become a special existence that can be cultivated, and over time, the book universe is formed. This time I went to Shu Universe to meet this master. Xuanhuan's treasure map has been guiding the direction. Although their hiding place is extremely secret, it is a pity that there is nothing to hide in front of the treasure map. Spanning an unknown number of star fields, Xuanhuan opened the void at an incomparably fast speed, and in the search along the way, he really sighed that the book universe was difficult to find. Constantly jumping in various spacetime interlayers. The purple blood magic book was also startled, because Xuanhuan's walking route was too strange. He didn't know how Emperor Xuanwu was going, so he arrived at the next starry sky, and in an instant he was in another spacetime mezzanine. Your Majesty, it seems that he is preparing to locate the position of the book universe. Purple blood magic book said in the heart. They didn't know how many layers of time and space they had crossed in the starry sky. Suddenly, an extreme white light bloomed on Xuanhuan's hand, piercing through it. Afterwards, as soon as the purple blood magic book stepped on Xuanhuan, the situation in front of him changed drastically, and he was no longer in the desolate and dead cosmic starry sky. The world is vast and vast. With green mountains and green waters, the mountains and rivers stretch. There are also vast oceans, and there are also flaming mountains. The environment here is a huge and incomparable world. Looking up, the sky is a huge sun, white, as if a book of the sun exists. Take a breath, the vitality here is strong, but it is mixed with the taste of books. In the sky, there are still many books flying. This is the book universe. Purple blood magic book's eyes widened. He actually came to the book universe again. It's just that everything is right and wrong, and it comes again, this time following the side of Emperor Xuanwu, and looking at it, nothing here has changed. He didn't dare to ask what method Xuanhuan used to get to the book universe, but just followed with his head down. Book universe, it's really amazing. Xuanhuan could feel that the universe of this book was completely different from the outside world, and there was spiritual energy everywhere. He came to a place between green mountains and green waters, and saw a small beast. Seeing him, he seemed to be panicked and fled. He saw through the essence of this little beast as a book, but the intellect that was born was not strong enough. Moreover, there is a book everywhere, and some beings who have transformed are carefully sorting them out. These books absorb the spiritual energy of the book universe, and the light pattern flows, and they also need to unlock their own wisdom. Who dares to trespass my book universe? Boom! A burst of sound exploded, and a huge heavenly sword was beheaded from the sky, and someone broke into the book universe. This is definitely an earth-shattering event for the book universe. This book is a book of swordsmen who record kendo. Don't be presumptuous. The white light swept out, and an old man in white appeared in the depths of the book universe, exuding the spiritual light of enlightenment. He descended, looked at Xuanhuan, and smiled. I don't know which friend it is. When I came to my book universe, the old man was completely unaware of it, and it seems that my friend's arrival this time has directly positioned the position of the book universe. Lord of the book universe. Purple blood demon calligraphy. He exudes his own breath. Oh? It's you, the purple blood demon book of the past, when you came to the book universe with the purple-blooded cosmic god, or it was the old man who personally took action to give birth to your spiritual wisdom, and you also cultivated to the second step realm of the cosmic god. The Lord of the book universe was also surprised. But he was even more shocked that Xuanhuan entered the book universe silently, and even with his extraordinary wisdom, he couldn't see through Xuanhuan, and his powerful wisdom made him not dare to move. Lord of the book universe, this is Emperor Xuanwu, the master of Xuanwu Empire. Purple blood magic book quickly introduced, Great Emperor, this is the master of the book universe. Emperor Xuanwu? The master of the book universe has not recorded the information of the Xuanwu Empire for the time being, and said politely, the emperor came, and the old man was not well received. I don't know what happened to the emperor's arrival this time. The book universe is destined to enter, and they are all guests. He spoke very politely. He doesn't know the specific purpose of Emperor Xuanwu now, so he will stabilize the situation in a polite way. Humph. This person entered my book universe without any good intentions. For many years, immortals have wanted to find the book universe, take away a book inside, and destroy the book spirit inside. A big man came, wearing armor and carrying a strong fighting mood, looking at Xuanhuan with extremely bad eyes. This is the book of martial arts of my book universe, written by an ancient immortal. The master of the book universe said, "The book of martial arts battle, the emperor came to our friend this time, step back and don't cause trouble." He scolded the book of martial arts combat. Indeed, the arrival of Xuanhuan gave him a lot of heart palpitations. Humph! The book of martial arts snorted coldly. However, the Lord of the Book Universe is very majestic and respected by all the books in the book universe, so he also retired. In the book universe, the master of the book universe is like the parent of a big family. All the book spirits respect him very much. It is precisely because the master of the book universe is banned that other immortals are not allowed to find them. Otherwise, based on the value of the book universe itself, I don't know how many people coveted them. I really came here with a purpose. Xuanhuan was very calm. He suddenly entered the book universe this time, causing panic is inevitable. His eyes were shining brightly, and the Lord of the universe solidified, and saw a book of gods and spirits of white light. The master of the book universe was startled, his cultivation had reached the 4th step, but the moment Xuanhuan glanced at it, there was a feeling of seeing through it completely. In the book universe, there are countless epics left in the records. It just so happens that I also have a book here. I want to show you all, I don't know what opinions I can make. Xuanhuan ignored their shock and continued. Naturally, this old man loves to read books. The master of the book universe said. Okay, this is the book I have compiled, a history of civilization of the empire, an epic of humanity. #C842 The road in front of you. I heard that Xuanhuan wanted to get a book for him to read. The Lord of the Book Universe also changed his expression. He knew that although he was destroyed in the 4th step and mastered the book universe, and a large number of masters were here, he knew better that once he fought with Xuanhuan, even if he could be expelled, the book universe would suffer enormously. Of destruction. It's better not to fight. What terrified him the most was, how did this person find Shu universe? Regarding this, no matter how much wisdom he uses, he can't think of a reason. He is confident that even if a mortal wants to find the book universe, it will cause great fluctuations. He also has the time to respond calmly. It is definitely not like Xuanhuan. It seems that he knows the location of the book universe and comes in easily. And he didn't want to be clear about this, and he was worried. Master of the book world, this is exactly the civilization epic that I compiled. I am going to say that this book was not compiled by me alone, but a history of imperial civilization formed by countless creatures. As soon as Xuanhuan waved his hand, the civilization history of the empire swept over. Crash, like the waves in the sea, constantly flapping, showing countless figures. In the history of imperial civilizations, each of these people, even if it's just a small beast, or even a hostile enemy, constitutes a part of the history of the empire's civilization. This civilizational epic. It's not that the Lord of the Book Universe has never seen an empire compile a civilization history book, but Xuanhuan's behavior deeply shocked him. There is a tyrannical force that allows everyone to participate in the compilation of the empire and become a part of this civilization, and he feels that he has become a part, and he can't help but compile his own strength into it. Especially in Xuanhuan, there is a supreme humane and supreme temperament that deeply shocked him. That book of martial arts battles is very profound. He seems reckless, but in fact it is his own temperament for the martial arts battle book. He saw that the Xuanhu Empire was fighting again and again, from the weak dynasty to the Imperial dynasty, and he could not wait to be a part of it and condense the mood of the battle. Everyone is a legend. Even if it is a weak existence, he is also a part of civilization. Countless weak people have gathered together to make a torrent of the ocean. The Lord of the Book universe recited silently. This is fundamentally different from other Imperial civilization histories. The history of Xuanhuan civilization is based on everyone, no matter whether it is a big person or a small person, it is recorded. This is something that other empires can't do. After all, they don't have a long river of humanity, and they don't have a human emperor sword. Your Majesty's civilization epic is really vast. The Lord of the Book universe exclaimed. Master of the Book world, what opinion do you have? Xuanhuan didn't move. The history of civilization is different from other books, such as the Book of Practice that records the practice. Basically, it is the perception of a strong person, and it is impossible to change, and the epic of civilization is like a rolling wheel, constantly advancing. The longer it exists, the greater the epic. The Master of the Universe said, the history of civilization requires the participation of countless people, and even other major changes in the universe can be incorporated into it. The moldability is too strong. Everyone is a part of the epic, and everyone can promote. The civilization history of the empire can now be decomposed into books of supernatural powers. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the civilization epic changed again. His Majesty's method reminds me of the ancient emperors who have been talking about in ancient records. His Majesty gave me a kind of majesty and supreme dignity. All things have spirits. Our book spirits are actually a kind of life. The way is different. The Lord of the Book universe opened the chat box and continued, the empire can be destroyed, the strong can fall, but the epic of civilization can last forever, and this is exactly the direction I'm pursuing, but unfortunately, it's too difficult, I can't even be immortal. Cannot be achieved. Although immortality is difficult, I am afraid it is not the only reason. Xuanhuan looked at the Lord of the Universe. Yeah, immortality is difficult, but the most difficult thing is the trouble from the outside world. The Master of the Book universe said, I dare not break through immortality, because as soon as I hit immortality, the prohibition that protects the book universe will collapse, and I can no longer suppress it, and other immortals will be found. At that time I will become immortal. What's the point? The Book of Martial Arts also nodded after hearing this. Although there is no immortality in the book universe, it is more valuable than immortality. There are many ancient books included here, some of which are unique books that are not available in the outside world. Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. These books are collected by me one by one. I created the book universe to allow more books to open up the intellect, and more companions to share knowledge with me. I know clearly whether it can become immortal or not. I myself, but the dangers of the outside world. The Lord of the Book universe sighed. They are too valuable. He dared not believe other immortal promises. To achieve immortality, there are too many calamities to go through. Xuanhuan nodded and said, but it is not immortal. After a universe's reincarnation ends, the book universe will also disappear. That's what troubles me the most. The Lord of the Book universe had a headache. Make him believe in those immortal consciences? Actually, you have the answer in your heart. Xuanhuan suddenly said something. The answer is indeed already there. The Lord of the Shu universe said, now the universe is in chaos due to immortality. This is actually a prelude to the Ascension God dynasty's struggle for the Supreme Overlord. Once the war swept through, I couldn't escape the disaster. The power is also very fragile, didn't His Majesty find us easily this time? Indeed, Xuanhuan's methods surprised him. If you can be found the first time, there will be a second time and a third time. Even if Xuanhuan is gone this time, what will happen next time? This had to make him think. However, Xuanhuan would not tell the Lord of Shu Universe how he found Shu Universe. As Emperor, sometimes it is necessary to maintain not only majesty, but also a kind of mystery. The less the Master of the Book universe does not know how he found the book universe, the more he will maintain a kind of incomprehension from the bottom of his heart. This universe is in chaos, which is not good for my book universe. Even if you become immortal, you may not be able to protect yourself. In fact, there are many strong people like us who like to refine us the most. The master of the book universe sighed deeply. I'll give you a way of proving immortality. Xuanhuan's temperament is unparalleled. The book universe is integrated into the history of Imperial civilization. I believe you have seen it. Everyone in the history of our empire is a part of it. The civilization of the empire is not driven by one person, but requires many living beings. You are integrated into it, and it becomes the epic of the empire. The stronger the empire, the more you can be protected as a part of it, and the master of the book universe can become immortal. Emperor Xuanhuan is recruiting me? If you want to use this history of Imperial civilization, you must make me your subordinate. The owner of the universe said calmly. The emperor thinks I will agree? It's not a solicitation, it's a road in front of you. Xuanhuan said, the epic is vast, the immortal legend, the epic of civilization, the civilization history of the empire is constantly promoted, and it will roll bigger and bigger like a snowball, and the position of the book world is not a secret in front of me. #C843 Book of Inspiration. The Lord of the Book Universe was silent. His heart was thinking quickly. Yes, if someone can find you once in the universe, they can find you a second time, and what if the next time is immortal? Ordinary immortality may not be found, but if it is the Emperor of Feathering, the ancient Emperor of Misty, the owner of the Sea of Death, this immortal really wants to clean up him, and he can still be found. As your Majesty said, I have no choice. In fact, I cannot achieve immortality. In addition to external factors, there is another reason, that is, my path is wrong, very wrong. I already knew the path was wrong, but external factors make it impossible for me to correct. The master of the book universe realized, books are countless knowledge, books are never fixed in a certain form, every grass, tree, brick and stone are the carriers of books, books are never a broom, and this is a rootless source, dead water. Xuanhuan didn't answer, just looked at him. To achieve immortality, you need countless knowledge and wisdom, to strengthen yourself and draw on the power of the outside world. The history of your Majesty's civilization needs countless legends, to promote. I am old and not talented. I would like to dedicate my wisdom and become a part of the history of Imperial civilization. The Lord of the Book Universe laughed and said, the world is in a state of flux, and the wind is surging. Watching countless heroes compete in the stars, I should record these countless epic battles and let countless people spread their praises. This is to make a decision to join the Xuanhuan Empire? The Book of Martial Arts was shocked, and he already knew the intention of the master of the book universe. He is not stupid. He knows why the master of the book universe made such a decision. The history of civilization of the empire is an open book of civilization history. It has compiled a civilization history of countless creatures in the empire with great magical power. Moreover, the Lord of the Book Universe wants to be immortal. What really made the master of the book universe make up his mind was the civilization history of the Xuanhuan Empire. This history of civilization is magnificent, and when he sees this history of civilization, he knows that if he joins the Xuanhuan Empire, he will never become a slave, but a part of the promotion of the empire's epic, and become a legend in it. Although the Ascension God dynasty is the most powerful force in the universe today, he doesn't want to go at all. What are you going to do in the Ascension God dynasty? The strength of his fourth step is nothing in the divine dynasty, and will be suppressed by immortality, and the Ascension Sutra of the Ascension of the divine dynasty is actually an alternative scripture to enlightenment. He won't have a bit of status when he goes, and he will even be absorbed by the Ascension Sutra. This Emperor Xuanhuan is going to create an era of great Xuanhuan. Thinking about it, it is magnificent, vast and long, which makes his heart surging. I welcome your participation. Xuanhuan smiled. The old man has no choice. His Majesty's arrival today is actually an opportunity for the old man. the master of the book of the universe. In his hand, a splendid ancient book appeared. This is his body, a dazzling and enlightening book. He is the book of enlightenment, enlightening the wisdom in the book. The Lord of the Book Universe has joined the Xuanhuan Empire. Purple Blood Magic Book revered Xuanhuan's supreme majesty, and said excitedly, "Haha, Master of the Book Universe, speaking of you are my senior, thinking that we are working together in the same empire. The stronger the empire develops, the stronger we will be. Your majesty is generous and never treats loyal ministers badly." From your body, the old man saw it. In fact, the Master of the Universe also wants to fight again. The recent situation in the universe has given him a deep crisis, and the emergence of the civilization history of the Xuanhuan Empire has given him an opportunity to make up his mind. You have all come out to see Emperor Xuanhuan, the Master of the Book of the Universe. I have seen Emperor Xuanhuan. There are many strong people in the book universe, and they have appeared at this time, including the Book of Swordsmanship, the Book of Swordsmanship, the Book of Nature, and so on. However, the closure of the book universe not only protected them, but also shackled them. The long-term closure prevented them from receiving new knowledge, and it was extremely difficult to improve their cultivation. In the future, I will be the Book of Enlightenment, the Master of the Book Universe said. Okay, the Book of Enlightenment, you will all be part of the history of the Empire's civilization, all my subjects, and enjoy the same treatment as the Empire. Xuanhuan smiled and said, in the ancient books, the people of the Empire will comprehend your knowledge, and they will also imprint their own insights, and they will also compile their own experiences into books of magical powers. A win-win situation. The stronger the power of the Empire sweeps, the better for everyone. We believe in the Emperor. At this moment, Xuanhuan's supreme aura made the Book of Qiling, that is, the owner of the book universe, in a trance. He looked at the Book of Martial Dao Battle. Actually, the Book of Martial Dao Battle is to some extent. Shang and His Majesty's Xuanhuan Empire is in line. The Book of Martial Arts Battles has been sealed in the book universe for too long, unable to absorb the martial arts battles from the outside world, so he has been unable to break through to the fourth step. Moreover, the Xuanhuan Empire is now in a stage of rapid development, which is of great help to the Book of Martial Arts. Boom! In this era, with the statement of the Book of Enlightenment, countless legends have been poured into the history of Imperial civilization, and the ancient books have become epics in the history of civilization, connecting the book universe and the Empire. The national fortune of the Empire is growing again. The Book of Enlightenment also knows that once a choice is made, it cannot be half-hearted, otherwise it will die miserably. He also wants to be immortal. Now I am also tied to the Xuanhuan Empire. The Book of Enlightenment said, although the power of the book universe I created is not immortal, I have collected too many ancient books. I know all kinds of ancient secrets, all kinds of magical powers, and records of many times. I know everything your majesty needs to know. He is not strong in strength, but his knowledge of various ancient secrets. I really need the knowledge of the universe. Xuanhuan said, do you know where there is the life stone? Life elemental stone, this is a very precious thing, it contains the power of life, but I do know that there are several places where life elemental stone is recorded. These are all ancient secrets, recorded by ancient powerhouses. The Book of Enlightenment said, the Book of Battle, you leave the book universe and go to find the life stone for your majesty. This is your first task after joining the Empire. Yes. The Book of Martial Arts Battles. Xuanhuan looked at them. The addition of the book universe is an improvement to the soft power of the Empire. The countless knowledge and ancient records in it can enhance the heritage of the Empire, so that the embarrassment of the Xuanhuan Empire's lack of heritage can be perfectly resolved. He himself built the Imperial Library for countless inheritances. The addition of the book universe greatly expands. Just like this time, if there is no information on the Book of Enlightenment, the Bone God does not know where there is the life stone. If he asks him to find it, he does not know how much trouble it will take. The last aurora. At this time, Xuanhuan suddenly grabbed his palm fiercely, and a different dimension of time and space was opened, and a dazzling white light swept out from it, and the last white aurora finally fell into his hand. The 9 divine lights condensed into a mysterious light. #C844, the other side of Shenzhou. This is? The Book of Enlightenment's eyes widened, and he didn't even know that there was such a divine object in his own book universe. That white beam of light is obviously an extremely tyrannical fetish. This is Xuanhuan's method, a mysterious method imprinted in the mind of the Book of Enlightenment. Ding! The host completed the main quest, collected 9 divine lights, obtained 700,000 fate points, advanced universe artifact card, divine power fruit X1024, divine mirror X1, small chaotic universe X2, random lottery chance X1. After Xuanhuan obtained the 9 divine lights, the notification of the completion of the branch line of the system was conveyed. However, at this moment, Xuanhuan didn't care too much about the reward for completing the branch line, but stared at the 9 divine lights themselves. After collecting the treasure map, he could open a channel to communicate with the mysterious cave. Don't be surprised. Xuanhuan smiled. He looked at the complete treasure map, and suddenly a divine light penetrated the universe of the book. In the cosmic starry sky, a mysterious sky, a space-time cave was opened by him, conveying the power of reception. He disappeared in front of everyone in the Book of Enlightenment in an instant. Where did the Emperor go? The Book of Enlightenment is stunned. Although he joined the Xuanhu Empire, he did not understand the methods of the Emperor Xuanhu at all, and he was also very unfamiliar. Haha, Senior Qiling, don't be surprised, His Majesty's methods are mysterious and unpredictable, and you can't figure it out. When you arrive at the Empire, you will learn more about His Majesty's magic. What we have to do is to make the Xuanhu Empire grow, which concerns everyone. The Purple Blood Magic Book is absolutely loyal to Xuanhuan. The Book of Inspiration was silent. At this moment, Xuanhuan entered a mysterious cave in time and space. The light in front of him seemed to be in another layer of the universe. The laws of time and space were suddenly different. There seemed to be the sound of waves slapped out of his ears. Suddenly, he saw that it turned out to be a long river of light. Interesting. Xuanhuan walked away. Although this is a long river of light, Xuanhuan has a feeling that it is very, very far away from him, as if he is in the other side in his mind. He has only heard of its legends, but it is difficult to really get close to it. This is the last treasure? Xuanhuan saw that in this long river of light, there was a huge ancient ship, shining brightly, and an artistic conception from the other side swept out, as if this ancient giant ship could avoid the reincarnation of the universe and become a universe of its own time and space, free from this cosmic interference. Cosmic time and space, the other side of Shenzhou? Xuanhuan made a move. The giant ship became smaller and smaller, and finally it was only the size of a palm, like a small model. It came into his hands. The next moment, he returned to the book universe. God. Purple Blood Magic Book hurried forward. Nothing, I have something in my hand. Xuanhuan looked at the Book of Enlightenment. I will show you. The tide rolled up, and the small ship suddenly turned into a huge giant ship. This is the other side of the Shenzhou. The Book of Enlightenment immediately popped up the word, and then said, no, this is not the real Shenzhou other side, but there is some kind of vitality on the other side of the Shenzhou. According to rumors, the other side of the Shenzhou is an extremely mysterious time and space, which is self-contained. The universe is not affected by the reincarnation of the outside world. It seems that if you enter there, you can avoid the influence of the outside world. It is very mysterious, and there are only a few records in various ancient books. Seeing the huge ship that represented the other side of the Shenzhou, the Book of Inspiration was even more shocked by the mysterious and unpredictable Xuanhuan. Everyone wants to find the mysterious other side, but the other side of Shenzhou is almost impossible to find, but in my opinion, the other side of Shenzhou is actually built by an extremely powerful being. Even if it is not affected by external reincarnation, it is only within one's own Shenzhou other side, without affecting the outside world. The Book of Awakening Spirit added, I know that God, a supreme being like the Emperor of Heaven, pursues even greater things, and wants to control the entire universe's reincarnation. There is a great mystery on the other side of Shenzhou. The Purple Blood Demon said. I still have an ancient legend here. The Book of Enlightenment thought for a while, and continued, the reincarnation of the universe. Even if you hide in the universe created by immortality, the universe God will die, and existences like gods and heavenly emperors cannot be reversed, but the other side of the Shenzhou can be reversed, which has to be surprisingly, Shenzhou. According to ancient legends, the universe on the other side of Shenzhou is a huge ancient ship. I don't know what mysterious treasure it is, and it is this ancient ship that formed the other side of Shenzhou. Ancient ship, the other side of Shenzhou. Xuanhuan thought. Unfortunately, the other side of Shenzhou does not know where it is. Only they can send people to appear, but no one can find their whereabouts. The Book of Inspiration shook his head. Is it really impossible to find it? Xuanhuan smiled. The imprint of the other side of the boat that he got from the final treasure map of Jiuji Xingguang didn't seem to be useful, and it was not as good as the Door of Flames in the treasure map of Vulcan Cave. But Xuanhuan knew it. This imprint on the other side of the Shenzhou can allow him to find the true location of the other side of the Shenzhou, and there is no secret in his eyes. The other side of Shenzhou itself is a huge wealth. Of course, now is not the time to go to the other side of Shenzhou. There is not only one immortal in it. The big ship that sails on the other side of the ancient world also needs to pay a huge price. Xuanhuan said lightly. Hey, there are too many secrets in the universe, who can say that, please? Although I have collected a lot of books, I am afraid that I only know a small part. There are too many terrifying cursed artifacts. Unless you control the entire universe, you can't make it clear. The Book of Enlightenment is a long way. Curse artifact, I also have one here. Xuanhuan moved slightly in his heart and took out the bloodstained spear. This is a curse artifact. The Book of Enlightenment's face changed drastically, and instinctively stepped back, but immediately sensed that the bloodstained spear was suppressed to death by a supreme will. His heart moved slightly. Great Emperor, this cursed artifact is absolutely untouchable. It can be suppressed for a while, but it cannot be suppressed for a lifetime. Every cursed artifact contains tyrannical terror. It is rumored that it is made of immortal flesh and blood, of course. The power is powerful, and there are many evils, so you must not keep it in your hands. He is very afraid of cursed artifacts. You have an understanding of the curse artifact. Xuanhuan said. Yes, I know a lot about cursed artifacts. The Book of Enlightenment said, there are 9 cursed artifacts in total, and each of them has extremely terrifying powers. Powerful, but dare not use them. 9 cursed artifacts. Xuanhuan nodded. The more you get from the cursed artifact, the more terrifying the power of the cursed artifact will be. Even when the 9 artifacts finally gather, they will form the cursed king, which seems to be guided by the will of the universe. The Book of Enlightenment knows everything. The last time the cursed artifact gathered together was when God encountered a disaster, and he placed a terrifying curse on God, and because of that curse, it seemed that the power in the cursed artifact was used up. Scattered all over the universe. See 845 Special Branch Options. Cursed artifacts are powerful. Maybe you can suppress it at first, but its evil will gradually grow, and one day you will not be able to suppress it, and a complete backlash will break out and eat you clean. The same is true of Sin Demon World God. The Book of Enlightenment is also afraid of the cursed artifact, which is too strange and evil. Ding. The current branch has been released. Due to the special nature of this branch, the host can choose freely. A choice of branch line: collect 9 cursed artifacts, which can open the cursed time and space, and appear in a form similar to a treasure map. Second line option: if you do not collect the 9 cursed artifacts, the system will release new treasure maps to collect. A relatively special collection branch line was issued. After Xuanhuan saw it, his eyes changed subtly. This is a very special time, but special often represents huge benefits. Previous treasure maps were automatically released by the system, and no choice was given. Risks and benefits sometimes coexist. If you collect all 9 cursed artifacts, what will you bring to me? Xuanhuan had already made a choice, raised his hand, and said, "The cursed artifact is strange and unpredictable, but its power is huge, and everything is strange, but there is no powerful force enough to suppress it, otherwise any power can be used by him. In the strongest power going down, you can't even flip through the waves." The Book of Enlightenment: it seems that you know the whereabouts of some cursed artifacts. Your Majesty, this is to collect cursed artifacts. The Book of Qiling's face was shocked, and it became more and more difficult to guess what Xuanhuan was thinking. Good. Xuanhuan said. Ding. The current branch has been released, collect 9 cursed artifacts. Actually, the whereabouts of some cursed artifacts are not a secret. I got one a long time ago. It was a book of curses that I brought back to the book universe, but I greatly underestimated the power of the Book of Curses, and the power of the curse exploded. The Book of Enlightenment said with lingering fears, "If I hadn't used the power of the universe to suppress it, the universe of my book would have turned into a cursed world. Later, I threw it into the depths of the starry sky, and I didn't want to be contaminated again." Being able to force the Book of Enlightenment into such a situation is enough to see how powerful the Book of Curses is. It's not the power of the Book of Curse itself, but the power of that curse. Once it erodes into the Book of Inspiration, it will assimilate his mana, and it is destined to become a powerful Book of Curses. The depth of the starry sky. Xuanhuan pondered for a moment and said, "Book of Enlightenment, you bring the book universe into our empire, stay here, and sooner or later will be discovered by powerful immortals." This is simple. The book universe itself was cultivated by me. All the books are here. Now that I have joined the empire, naturally, I will not stay here. Xuanhuan and the Book of Enlightenment reached beyond the starry sky. Suddenly, a huge Book of Enlightenment appeared, shrouding the book universe. Now I will take His Majesty to find that Book of Curses. In fact, the Book of Enlightenment is also very curious. What means will the Shenwu Emperor in front of him use to collect the Book of Curses? Although he joined the Shenwu Empire, he does not understand the methods of the Shenwu Emperor at all. "Lead the way," Xuanhuan said. "Your Majesty, come with me." The two immediately shuttled toward the extreme depth of the starry sky. A layer of layers was cut open by them. There are too many dimensions in this universe. The Book of Enlightenment is afraid that the Book of Curses will sweep the book universe again and throw it into a very deep position. Half a month later. "Your Majesty, the Book of Curses is at this location, shall we open it directly?" The Book of Enlightenment has a solemn expression. After so many years, he did not know how powerful the Book of Curses was now. "You are on my side, and I have seen the Book of Curses." Xuanhuan's eyes shot out a terrifying void, and he saw that in the depths of the dimension, there was a black ancient book with many black patterns on it, exuding an extremely strange and extremely terrifying atmosphere. The power of the curse does not seem to be very strong, but even the universe God is not willing to be contaminated with this kind of vitality. "Found it." Xuanhuan's face was solemn. The collection of the Jiuji Xingguang treasure map brought him the key to enter the other side of the Shenzhou. He couldn't imagine what it would bring to him once the 9 immortal artifacts were completely assembled, but it would definitely be more precious than the key to the other side of the boat. Hand of God. Xuanhuan's hand of God suddenly grabbed the Book of Curse with overwhelming force, causing the infinite dimension to burst. Boom! The power of the curse erupted, and the starry sky was suddenly shrouded in the black mist of the curse, and a storm swept through it, which was the most evil force between heaven and earth. The power seal has been in this Yuan for too long, and all of them suddenly burst out. The Book of Enlightenment was startled. He didn't know what means the Emperor Xuanhuan would use to resist. Repression. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless, he just urged the hand of God. His palm dominated time and space, and the cursed black mist rushed over, completely swallowing this dazzling mana, and there was an assimilation force in it. Dark clouds rolled, and the curse descended. In this curse, if an ordinary cosmic god entered it, he would be cursed and killed immediately, his body covered in pustules of poisonous blood, and he would die miserably. Xuanhuan was fearless. He stepped directly into the cursed storm, and the supreme majesty swept out. Wherever his eyes saw, the cursed storm was evaporated, and it immediately swept the realm of Xuanhuan. The emperor is going to fight the curse directly. The Book of Enlightenment was horrified, and it became more and more difficult to understand Xuanhuan. The best way to face the curse is to defeat it with the strongest force, and then take full control. Xuanhuan spoke indifferently, as if speaking to the Book of Enlightenment. He grabbed it with the palm of his hand. He dominates the gods. He is the supreme humane master. Any strange, cursed force that hits him will be disintegrated by a stronger, devouring force and devoured into a pure vitality. The sky is shattering. The Book of Enlightenment saw that it was not the Lord of the Damned who was cursing the great Emperor Xuanhuan, but the great Emperor Xuanhuan who was taking its power. Boom! His blood finally caught on the Book of Curses, and it erupted with 10 times more violent force than before. Curse the sky, curse the earth, curse people, and curse all existences, tangible or intangible. However, Xuanhuan was fearless and fearless. His emperor's power was shocked, infinite majesty and infinite light turned into the most domineering and fierce emperor's power, which was suppressed with a bang, and these cursed powers were directly suppressed. The Book of Curses is still fighting back. Straws of black air floated out and condensed into cursed words, which told the horror of the curse, the ubiquitous threat, and roared the sound of the curse. Boom! However, Xuanhuan was not used to the Book of Curses. You are strong and you are strong. Xuanhuan slammed his palm on the Book of Curses, and the curse fonts collapsed. Then he squeezed his palms, and the curses in this book were suppressed, and the stalwart power directly suppressed them. Got it. After all, this Book of Curse was caught in Xuanhuan's hands, and he read it at will. #C846 Collect Curse. The Book of Curses was in Xuanhuan's hands, and the evil spirits were very different. Is this the recorded curse content? It was as if Xuanhuan was holding an ordinary book, and lightly flipping through it, the cursed fonts rushed out one after another, slammed into front of him, and then turned into a stream of air, which did not pose any threat to him at all. Using the Book of Curses as a carrier, the terrifying power of curse and killing can be released. Xuanhuan looked at these words and kept nodding his head. This can still be like this. The Book of Enlightenment's eyes widened. Can it still look like this? He would never have thought that it would be so easy for Xuanhuan to control the Book of Curses, and the power of the curse would not affect him. These words are all the power to curse and kill, which can curse the death of the God of the universe and the contamination of evil spirits. After he got it back then, he only dared to open it slowly. Where would he read it directly and without any scruples, like Xuanhuan? Don't you read what's written in the Book of Curses? Xuanhuan laughed. Can I see it too? With the voice of Emperor Xuanhuan, the Book of Enlightenment stepped forward. He gathered his defensive strength and looked at the Book of Curses. He wanted to resist, But he was shocked to find that all the counterattacks of the curse were suppressed by the Emperor Xuanhuan. Wonderful and wonderful, it turns out that the power of the curse can still be used like this, it's amazing. The Book of Qiling is by Xuanhuan's side, and he can also read the Book of Curses unscrupulously. There are also forces surging in his body, and he has learned this part of knowledge, which has benefited him a lot. Cursing and killing curses can also be played like this. Before reaching the Xuanhu Empire, the benefits have already come. I am not afraid of curses. Xuanhuan said this to him. The so-called curse is also a force in the end, but it's a bit more bizarre than other positive bombings. The Book of Enlightenment said, although I haven't collected much about the whereabouts of other cursed artifacts, I also know that one is in a place called Tianling, and the other is on the Divine Tribulation Star. Tianling and Divine Tribulation Star. Xuanhuan is no stranger to Xinjiashing. Yeah, the calamity on the Star of the Gods is not calm now. I heard that the 33 immortal gods are condensing, and many powerful cosmic gods have gone, but there is still a period of time. The last time this kind of catastrophe appeared was in the Age of Gods, a long time ago. Far. The Book of Enlightenment. Follow me to Tianling first. As soon as Xuanhuan received the Book of Curses, he immediately moved the starry sky. Tianling. This is a strange place in the universe. From a distance, it doesn't look like a world, but more like a huge mountain range. Standing in the starry sky, it's like a dragon's body has transformed into a mountain-like existence after its death. Lifeless, cursed breath, shrouded. When Xuanhuan saw such a scene, he immediately thought of the scene in the world of Mo, which was exactly the same as here, turning into a terrifying cursed place. Tianling once fell to an immortal, and the body was integrated into the mountain range. Occasionally, some immortal substances can be extracted, and the vitality is stronger than other places. Originally, there are many sects here, and there is the fourth step cosmic god. The Book of Enlightenment replied, but this place has been destroyed, all the gods of the universe are dead, and the power of the curse is fermenting, and few people are willing to set foot there. I have seen the world where the power of the curse erupted. Xuanhuan said calmly, and then he walked into Tianling. The Book of Enlightenment hurriedly followed. He didn't need to use his own strength to resist by Xuanhuan's side, and a devoured field spread out. Tianling was originally a prosperous martial arts civilization. As Xuanhuan walked along the way, he saw too many big city sects built here. It is a pity that now they have all become skeletons that have been cursed to death, and the universe god has not escaped. That's horrible. The Book of Enlightenment has lingering fears. If he hadn't threw the Book of Curses quickly, Tianling's fate would be the fate of Shu universe. The curse artifact is in the place where the power of the curse is strongest. Xuanhuan was looking for the source of this cursed power. He got to a place. This place was originally green mountains and green water, and the stream was gurgling, but what I saw was gloomy and dark, and the stream had been polluted into a cursed black gas. And here, a person is sitting upright. This man was an old man, his body descended, and he sat on an altar, wearing a robe that looked dilapidated and stained with dark blood. Curse artifact, a piece of clothing. Xuanhuan looked at the cursed artifact. This is the Tianling cosmic god. The giant in the fourth step was about to condense his immortal body back then, but this cursed robe was worn on his body, and the curse invaded his body and wiped out all his power. Pour 2. The Book of Inspiration size. If the Tianling cosmic god is immortal, it is very likely to condense the immortal body, and even seize the possibility of achieving immortality in the chaotic world. Damn it. Tianling cosmic god's eyes opened, turned his head to face Xuanhuan, his face was distorted, obviously he suffered endless pain when the curse broke out. Although he is dead, the power of the curse makes his attack even more bizarre. It's not peaceful when you die, the curse is terrible. The Book of Enlightenment said again. The twilight of the gods, the tomb buried in the sky, I provide you with a place to sleep. Xuanhuan stood on the spot, the light of dusk washed away, destroying the power of the universe. Tianling cosmic god had no consciousness of his own, but under the urging of the cursed robe, he became a puppet-like existence. The power of dusk washed into the body of the Tianling universe god, colliding and competing with the power of the curse. It seems that there are two wills that make the Tianling universe god make a complex and hideous expression. Dust to dust to dust. Xuanhuan's power came again, and the power of devouring enveloped the Tianling universe god, as if to extract the cursed power from his body. Only Xuanhuan dared to do so recklessly. There was a hint of clarity in the Tianling universe god's eyes. His mouth opened and he looked at Xuanhuan. No sound came out, but his lips moved, as if he was saying thank you to Xuanhuan. Yes, what a fourth-step universe god, the strongest under immortality, who was only one step away from condensing his immortal body, but was killed by the cursed robe. How could he be reconciled? After all, his cultivation base was strong, he did not completely die, and he still retained the last trace of wisdom. But this thread of wisdom has been unable to make him reborn. Boom! His body exploded with a bang and turned into dust, which was a relief. The cursed robe lost the body of the Tianling cosmic god, and did not fall, but swelled up. Black energy penetrated, as if condensed into a body, and stretched out a big hand to grab Xuanhuan. Moreover, the cursed robe was to be worn on Xuanhuan's body, controlling him like the Tianling universe god. I am also close to you? Xuanhuan looked at the cursed robe and flew towards it, but just reached out and grabbed it, which exploded the condensed cursed power and turned it into an ordinary piece of clothing. #C847 Come again. This cursed robe fell into Xuanhuan's hands. Although he kept roaring out the terrifying curse will, but Xuanhuan held it tightly, but he couldn't resist. Against the cursed artifact, the most fearful thing is that the cursed will erode his soul. But Xuanhuan is not afraid of the will of the curse. The will of the Supreme Humane suppresses the curse, and the great devouring technique devours the evil power of the curse. It's another cursed artifact. The Book of Awakening sighed, and then said, Your Majesty, let's go to the Divine Tribulation Star next. Let's go. Follow me to the Divine Tribulation Star, to see this so-called 33rd Divine Tribulation. Swish! Lightning flashed through the clouds, and Xuanhuan quickly hurried towards the Divine Tribulation Star. It was not the first time that Xuanhuan had come here, but this time it was completely different from before. The terrifying divine calamity roared down, endless calamity fluctuations, and in the ocean of divine calamity, ordinary world gods were established here. No qualifications. The last time I came, it was still dominated by the gods of the world, but this time it was the gods of the universe. It's another 33rd divine tribulation. I don't know who can seize the opportunity to achieve immortality this time. This divine tribulation star is extremely strange, and can be seen in almost every reincarnation of the universe. It gathers the power of divine tribulation and releases it. Go out. Looking at the gods from afar, the Book of Enlightenment was attracted by the boundless power of doom. This divine tribulation star is indeed very unusual. Xuanhuan's eyes focused on the gods. His current cultivation base is that of the God of the universe, and he can see things that the God of the world cannot see. In his eyes, this boundless and terrifying divine tribulation star seems to be a congregation of doomsdays, and he, who is proficient in the great devouring technique, seems to feel that every time the divine tribulation comes, it seems to absorb the power of the divine tribulation to strengthen himself. Boom! The sky collapsed, the sky collapsed. Wind, thunder and fire, all kinds of fluctuations are coming. Not only the fluctuations brought about by the condensed divine tribulation, there are too many powerhouses coming to the divine calamity star this time. On one star, they are very concentrated, and as a result, countless slaughter battles have been triggered, and wars have erupted everywhere. It's chaotic, it's too chaotic, the world is turbulent, and the situation is changing. It is the timing for the rise of countless heroes. At this time, the calamity of the gods is also revealing this message. The Book of Enlightenment watched the chaos of many cosmic gods fighting, and he was wise to see through everything. Your Majesty, these people are not all for the 33 calamities, some are hunters, hunting those cosmic gods, every cosmic god is wealth. Knowing the 33 divine tribulations is only second, and some people just want to hunt and kill other universe gods. There are not a few people who have this idea. Xuanhuan said. Yes, the fighting is too tragic. How can you see so many cosmic gods at ordinary times? However, these 33 divine catastrophes can make people see the catastrophe of breaking through immortality. In the fluctuation of doomsday, there will also be perception. The Book of Enlightenment said, it's just that there are too many people fishing in muddy waters. What are you going to do? Do you want to fight? The Book of Enlightenment drank suddenly. There is a powerful force, and many gods of the universe are targeting them with killing intent. Not easy to deal with. The group of people suddenly felt the momentum of the Book of Enlightenment, shook their heads, calculated the gains and losses, and finally did not do it. Your Majesty, we have entered the Calamity Star. Although the Great Calamity has not been fully opened, the process of condensing this calamity just escapes some extraordinary vitality. I think this calamity will be completely generated in 10 days. The Book of Inspiration opens the way. Ascension God Army, push everything horizontally. Shortly after Xuanhuan and the Book of Qi Ling entered the Divine Tribulation Star, countless feathered divine armies appeared in the starry sky. They were cold and arrogant and directly pushed the Divine Tribulation Star. Some existences that did not have time to dodge were directly crushed to death. The army of the Feathering God Dynasty. The Book of Qi Lingji's face changed. Your Majesty, after the Emperor Yuhua became a god, he claimed to be the strongest in the starry sky. You see, the momentum of that army reminds me of the army of the Heavenly Emperor, sweeping everything, and the Emperor Yuhua has another one. This feathering ascension scripture has immortal cultivation. However, such dominance of the Ascension God dynasty will directly arouse the hostility of many forces. The Book of Enlightenment reanalyzed, after all, no one wants someone to dominate everything. Although the era of the Emperor of Heaven was brilliant, other forces were suppressed to such a degree that they could not stand up. The general trend of the Yuhua divine dynasty has been completed, and I want to push the universe horizontally and achieve the Yuhua era. Xuanhuan analyzed everything with his eyesight. If the strength is really great to a certain level, it will start a sweep. Now the Yuhua divine dynasty has been targeted by many forces. Look at it, in the future, everyone will be involved in it. God's tribulation star is even more chaotic. The arrival of the Ascension divine dynasty has set off a new round of chaos on the divine tribulation star, causing everyone to fight. It seems that the Yuhua divine dynasty wants to occupy this 33rd divine tribulation, and make one more immortal in his divine dynasty. The Book of Inspiration also sees through everything. This fluctuation will completely reach a peak when the 33rd divine tribulation opens. The battle on the divine tribulation star is fierce. According to Arrow of the Ascension God dynasty, this confusion has been added, and many of them are powerful hunters of the universe god. What? A cosmic god was suddenly beheaded, and a person was hidden in the shadows. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly beheaded the cosmic god, rolled up his wreckage, and then disappeared. Someone is doing it. The Book of Inspiration looked at this chaotic situation. Kill. Suddenly, I saw that the person who killed the temple in the distance had arrived, and several cosmic gods had joined forces to target a cosmic god in the second step. The people who killed the temple, what are you going to do? The face of this universe god changed dramatically. When he came to the Divine Tribulation Star, he originally just wanted to watch the 33rd Divine Calamity, and he didn't want to participate in the battle, but who would have thought that someone would actually do something to him? Clean him out. The people in the Temple of Murdering are extremely domineering, and they don't care about these things. Although the cosmic god tried his best to resist, he still did not escape from the robbery and died on the spot. Your Majesty, the entry of the Ascension Divine Dynasty has accelerated the fermentation on the Divine Tribulation Star. You see, these forces are cleaning up loose people. When these loose people are almost cleaned up, it will be time for those who have immortal forces to fight. The Book of Enlightenment saw this chaotic situation, and his face changed continuously. Messy, so messy. In fact, without the addition of Yuhua Divine Dynasty, the situation would not be so chaotic. Xuanhuan was in a calamity star. Looking at the chaotic situation, he suddenly grabbed with a big hand, and a black shadow hidden in the void that was accumulating a fatal blow was violently shaken out by him. Where else do you want to run? Xuanhuan's eyes locked on him, and his big hand continued to grab it. The hand of God dominated everything, and a huge black hole appeared in the power of the Great Devouring Technique, shrouding the black shadow. #C848 Crown of the Damned. Xuanhuan had seen him long ago. Hiding himself in the chaotic battlefield, he has assassinated several cosmic gods in succession, and now he is on Xuanhuan's side again. He seems to be looking for an opportunity. However, the strength of this person is indeed very strong, the third step of the cultivation of the universe god. Just as he unleashed some killing intent on Xuanhuan, he was suddenly found and attacked him directly. You dare! This person shouted loudly, and Xuanhuan's power shocked him, and he never expected that this person would be so alert and shot so fast. But Xuanhuan's devouring power completely enveloped him, and he couldn't escape no matter where he went. Kill him. The moment Xuanhuan took action on this person, a murderous aura also swept out, and in an instant, there were many more gods of the universe, and they joined forces. These people are. The Book of Enlightenment was shocked and recognized their voices. At this time, together with this person, there are a total of 2 universe gods in 3 steps, plus 4 or 5 gods with 3 steps, and they are assassinated. With their power, even if they encounter the 4th step, it is difficult to kill them all. Those people were obviously from the same faction, lurking in the void, specifically looking for opportunities to hunt down the god of the universe, and this time they were blown up. Yin-Yang Universe, God rules. Xuanhuan grabbed the palm of his hand fiercely, bang 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 bang. In an instant, several cosmic gods who attacked him exploded, and the expressions of the remaining few people also changed drastically, and they retreated desperately, but they still escaped. Not covered by power. The devouring vortex completely enveloped the past. Xuanhuan took action and swept away all these people, leaving none of them behind, and devoured them all. In a short period of time, he killed so many universe gods. The power of this person. This person is very strong, and we can't get much benefit from him. We will turn our target to others. Yes, this person's power is terrible. Don't mess with him now. Xuanhuan's action made some wicked people dismiss the idea of taking action against him, which shocked many people, especially the fierce beheading method, which shocked many people in their hearts. Your Majesty, I recognize that these people belong to the Sea of Death. If I read it correctly, they are the immortal subordinates of the 2 immortals. The Book of Enlightenment said, actually, the Sea of Death is a bit special. There are many immortals in it, but these immortals have their own forces, each is one, very scattered, unlike the misty Forbidden Land, which completely obeys the orders of one person. The Sea of Death? Xuanhuan's expression did not change much. He watched the melee on the Divine Tribulation Star. Many strong people were fighting against each other, and he obviously became a Pure Land here. Sometimes, strength speaks for itself. If Xuanhuan hadn't killed multiple cosmic gods with thunder, I'm afraid many people would have their eyes on him. Rumbling. As time passed, the 33 levels of divine robbery condensed more and more powerfully, and the immortal robbery light bombarded down one after another, forming a scene of aurora scrubbing. 33 levels of heaven and earth seem to appear in the sky, and each level represents a level of doom. This is the catastrophe corresponding to the immortality of the God of the universe, which was simulated on the divine tribulation star. In fact, many cosmic gods have come here this time, and they also know that although they will not be able to break through the complete doomsday, they can use this opportunity to sharpen their bodies and make them more likely to condense their immortal bodies in the future. The calamity is coming. This 33rd divine tribulation has been fermenting several years ago. Now it's finally time to explode. The 33 calamity number seems to be transformed into the 33-fold calamity. For an ancient number, the entire divine calamity star is shrouded in monstrous calamity. Immortal. How many cosmic gods have died on this immortal doom, and in each long cosmic cycle, there are only a few people who can prove the immortality of the Tiao, and those who cannot prove the immortality can only be buried in one cycle of reincarnation. The 33rd divine tribulation? It evolved into the scene of the 33 heavens? Xuanhuan pondered. The 33rd divine tribulation has opened. Very good, you can use this opportunity to experience the immortal calamity of proving the Tiao. Ha ha ha, finally wait. Not to be missed. Humph, if the people of the Ascension God dynasty want to fight, we will come within the 33 tribulations. The advent of this divine catastrophe made the already chaotic divine catastrophe even more chaotic, and many powerhouses entered the divine catastrophe one after another. Your Majesty, the 33rd divine tribulation has already begun. The Book of Enlightenment. Yes? Xuanhuan did not pay attention to the fluctuation of the 33rd divine tribulation. For him, he does not need divine calamity to sharpen himself, and he is not afraid of any calamity. At this time, when the 33rd divine tribulation was fully opened, an evil force suddenly erupted, and it seemed that it had lost its suppression. What is that? A divine crown? Such a powerful force, is it because of the 33-layer divine calamity that the treasure was blown out? I feel that this divine crown is stronger than the ordinary universe artifact, and it is close to immortality. Already. Don't touch that thing, it's a curse artifact. The appearance of the cursed god crown immediately attracted the attention of the people on the planet of calamity, and some people who didn't know why showed greed in their eyes. That treasure is mine. A cosmic god grabbed the divine crown with a big hand. But what he never imagined was that the divine crown flew to the top of his head on its own accord, descending a cursed force, and it went directly to the top of the cosmic god's head. The cosmic god suddenly let out a scream. His body dries up in a short period of time and becomes a mummified corpse. I said don't touch it. There is a cursed divine weapon, suppressed on the divine tribulation star. It is this cursed divine crown. Each cursed divine weapon is powerful, but the power is too strange, and a terrifying evil force will erupt. Perhaps it is because of the outbreak of the 13th divine tribulation makes it appear again. There are strong people who recognize the cursed crown, and are very jealous of it, let alone touch it, they don't even want to look at it. This is mine. One person seemed to be too close to the divine crown. His eyes were fixed on the cursed divine crown, and his mouth made a murmur. His eyes had lost their color, and he had lost his soul. Past. As if his soul had been robbed, he picked up the cursed crown and put it on. In this instant, his head was locked by the cursed divine crown, as if he had gone into a demon, and all the power in his body was absorbed by the cursed divine crown, making this terrifying magic power even stronger. Oops, the power of the cursed crown has begun to explode. The people present were shocked. The curse artifact is this terrifying. The more people he curses, the more people can turn the power of these people into its power, making the curse stronger, and eventually even hurting immortal existences. And on the divine tribulation star. Now that there are so many strong men, every time it curses one, its own power becomes stronger, but because of its strangeness, no one dares to touch it. If it goes on like this, sooner or later it will get out of hand. #C849, this man is here. The cursed crown is too evil. Woo 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 woo. A voice that eroded the soul erupted from the crown of the cursed god, which made people feel miserable and frightened when they heard it. The whole person's soul was about to collapse, and those who were weaker fell to the ground in pain. Obviously, being cursed and eroded by the power burst of the cursed god crown, it is like being riddled with poison. Don't get close to the cursed crown, let alone look at it and the sound that erupts. The crowd trembled and made a sound of panic. Especially in the area where the cursed crown erupted, the power of the curse was even stronger, and it was completely shrouded in black mist. I saw another person put this crown on his head, and then was absorbed by the power of the curse. The more power it absorbs, the stronger the burst of power. Now that the 33rd divine tribulation has erupted, and without the suppression of its power, the cursed artifact finally burst out with its terrifying power. The people of Xuanhuan dynasty, Slaughter Temple, Death Sea, and these forces will not pay attention to this cursed god crown. They all fought hard in the higher calamity. As long as the doom disappears, it will be suppressed by the power of the gods. If you want to wear this crown, you must bear its weight. Xuanhuan looked at the cursed crown with a calm expression, and in the eyes of everyone, he took the initiative to walk towards the cursed crown. No, there is another person who can't stand the power of the cursed divine crown, so he has to wear it. This person is the one who killed many gods of the universe with thunder, and even he can't resist. It's hard to say, the power of the cursed artifact is too evil, and sometimes it explodes from your mind, and we can't continue to stay. Oh, this man is dead. It's miserable, the curse artifact is terrible. When everyone saw Xuanhuan, they thought he was attracted by the cursed coffin. They had already seen his death, and they all sighed. He died in the outbreak of the cursed artifact. This kind of death was really tragic and worthless. But the next moment, their eyes widened. Xuanhuan's palm was placed on the crown of the cursed god, and countless cursed gases, such as cold poisonous snakes and worms, were about to penetrate into his body, leaving cursed streaks on his body, to control his actions. Do you still want to move? But Xuanhuan's hand suppressed the sky and dominated the sky. This cursed divine crown could not control him no matter what, even the cursed gas was swallowed up by him. The great devouring technique devours all energy. And this curse artifact is also madly cursed and wants to wear it on his head. Want to be my emperor's crown? You deserve it too? Xuanhuan was in control of the cursed artifact, and when he was caught, he controlled it tightly. Of the 9 cursed artifacts, Xuanhuan had obtained 5 of them at this moment. Scythes, spears, ancient books, robes, and crowns. He actually controlled the power of the cursed artifact. Looking at the cursed crown in Xuanhuan's hands, although he knew that this thing was extremely powerful, if it wasn't for the curse attribute, it was also a rare treasure in the universe, but no one had greed in their eyes, and it was too late to hide, so they dared to take it. The last 4 are still there. A smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. And now? Originally, there was no one near Xuanhuan, and at this moment it became a pure land. No one knew whether he really had to control the cursed crown, or temporarily suppressed it. Don't go near him. Good. This person has a cursed crown on his hand. If the curse suddenly erupts, even the God of the universe will not be able to please him. Yeah, the power of the curse is too evil and terrifying. Far away from him, this person is also terrifying. Rumble boom boom boom. The fluctuation of the cursed artifact is just an episode on the Calamity Star. With the passage of time, the fluctuation of this divine catastrophe has become more and more intense. The power of one after another catastrophe, time and space catastrophe, shackle catastrophe, certain death catastrophe, etc., all began to erupt and condense within these 33 catastrophe times. The divine tribulation condensed on the divine tribulation star has this kind of benefit. Although it is very terrifying, it is divided into layers of heaven and earth. As long as you do not ask for a dead end and step into an area that you cannot enter, you can use the power of divine tribulation to sharpen yourself. That's why it attracted so many cosmic gods. Xuanhuan grasped the cursed crown, and was not interested in sharpening himself. Instead, he watched the changes in the 33 levels of heaven and earth, and saw what form each level of calamity existed in, and figured out the true meaning of some immortal profound meanings. Your Majesty, there is a treasure in that divine calamity. The Book of Inspiration was by Xuanhuan's side, his trembling fingers pointed to the top of the 33rd heaven, and said in horror, in the 33rd divine tribulation, this thing really appeared this time. No wonder Yuhua divine dynasty, the forces of the Death Sea will send so many strong men. The 33 divine tribulation flower is similar to the divine tribulation flower that Xuanhuan obtained before. One corresponds to breakthrough universe God, and the other corresponds to breakthrough immortality. When the bone god fought the immortal battle to the death back then, it was because he once refined a flower of divine robbery, and only then gave birth to spiritual wisdom in his own bones. Shin tribulation flower, this is the 33 God tribulation flower. Many people are going to go crazy, looking at the divine light, which is pointing directly to the immortal avenue. If a flower of divine calamity can be obtained by a cosmic god who has condensed an immortal body, let alone 100%, that means there is a 50% hope. Shin Jiahua belongs to my Ascension God dynasty. The appearance of Shin Jiahua further stimulated the war. The Yuhuashan dynasty, a cosmic god who led the team, had a cold face, arrogant eyes, and the Jia of the Shin dynasty. In his eyes, these people are all to be flattened by Yuhuashan dynasty. Haha, you have such a big face in the Ascension God dynasty. Do you think that the Ascension God Emperor can cover the sky with only one hand and is only worthy of everything? I tell you, you are not worthy of the Ascension God dynasty. Compared with God, you are worse than God, don't you know? How many? The people who killed the temple spoke up, as arrogant as ever. The temple of murder? You are fine. The Yuhuashan dynasty powerhouse did not get angry, but said in an indifferent tone, you have also been rampant for a long time, killing the gods. The emperor has been watching you for a long time. The power must be your slaughtering the temple, beheading your immortal temple master, and hanging it in my Yuhuashan court. If you want to destroy the temple of my slaughter, you are too loud. When God was there, we didn't destroy it. Temple slayers disdain. To let it perish and advance, you must first make it crazy, and the Yuhuashan dynasty is already in a state of madness. If you want to become the master of the universe, you have to ask other immortal forces to answer. Don't forget, there is also our Dead Sea. The powerhouse of the Dead Sea said. Compared with the Temple of Murder, the Sea of Death has existed for a longer time. Many immortals have gathered in the Sea of Death for various reasons, forming this unique force. Death Sea, there is less loss in the immortal time and space. Your immortal body has been beheaded. It seems that you will die more people in the future. Feathering gods are domineering. So this makes us more aware of the horror of your ascension to the divine dynasty. We must stop you. If you really become the masters of this universe, will we still have a way to live? I am afraid that it is more overbearing than God. After all, what God pursues and you are different. The Dead Sea powerhouses were not angry, but looked at them. Very well, let's all come out, it looks like there's going to be a fight. This Ascension God Dynasty powerhouse is not afraid at all, and even wants to kill a few people. Feathering Ascension. But just as they were about to break out into a tyrannical battle, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly changed. Looking at the sky, a familiar figure came, making his face show a very strange expression. This person actually came and appeared again. #C850, the goddess treads the sea. Seeing this person, the surprise in Xuanhuan's eyes was even greater than when he saw the 33rd Divine Tribulation flower. At the time of the Battle of the Ascension God Dynasty, the moment this person came, the extreme mana actually made the gods seem to freeze, and she held a 33 heavenly tower in her palm, bathed in the fluctuations of the gods. The goddess steps on the sea of robbery. Is her. Xuanhuan became strange. This is a woman. And this woman is none other than the goddess who appeared in the eternal world. After opening the coffin and waking up, she left the eternal world directly, and no news of her has ever been heard in the cosmic starry sky. It seems that it evaporates. This woman is so mysterious. She appeared on Divine Tribulation Star. What is she going to do? Xuanhuan looked at the goddess, bathed in the calamity, and found it interesting. Who is this woman? What a mysterious power. She can safely ignore the fluctuations of the 33rd Divine Tribulation, which is difficult for even the immortal body. From this point, it is enough to see that her magic power is strong, which is not what ordinary people can expect. But such a perfect woman, with such a powerful strength, has never been heard or seen in the universe before. The arrival of the goddess made everyone's faces change solemnly. At this time, the less people who don't know the information, the more cautious they are. Your Majesty, this woman has never been in my data. The Book of Enlightenment thought hard. Isn't it? Xuanhuan laughed. When he was in the eternal world, he realized the mystery of this woman. When the goddess came, she did not speak. The 33 heavenly pagoda on her palm slowly floated in the air, booming, and suddenly the 33 divine tribulations seemed to be attracted by a lightning rod, and they poured into this divine tower one after another. Power is taken away. God! What's going on? What kind of divine artifact is that tower, and it can actually withstand the power of the 33rd divine tribulation? The universe artifact can't bear it, it must be an immortal artifact. What is the origin of this woman? The goddess and the 33 heavenly pagoda once again shocked the audience. The goddess heard these voices, her eyes did not fluctuate at all, it seemed to be an iceberg, and no one could know what she was thinking. She teleported in the void, and when she arrived at the flower of God's tribulation, she waved it directly to collect the flower. Dare to rob the flower of God's robbery, you are courting death. Although this woman has shown absolute mystery, the people who come here today are all experts. They don't care who you are, but whoever wants to move the flower of the gods will be their enemy, and they will encounter a joint attack against them. Clear the field first. The Ascension God Dynasty powerhouse stabbed with a spear. The spear of Ascension was vast, with a mysterious artistic conception, piercing through countless layers of heaven and earth. But in the face of the shot, the goddess was still expressionless. She didn't even dodge. When the power came in front of her, she was blocked by a mysterious world, and she couldn't be bombarded at all. Boom! Someone wanted to launch a surprise attack behind the goddess. But the goddess waved the 33-layered sky tower, and this person hadn't reacted before, and the whole body exploded. It was a half-immortal with an immortal body. An immortal body was beheaded by the goddess in an instant. She directly killed an immortal body, half-immortal. Everyone was terrified. Although this goddess has a perfect face. But it's very ruthless to start. Who? A force was suddenly transmitted from the mysterious spacetime heaven and earth, and it seemed to see a tyrannical existence. With a slap of the palm, the terrifying force locked the universe spacetime, transcending immortality out of this universe and entering another world and space. Immortal. This is an immortal shot. In fact, they wouldn't care about the battle on the divine tribulation star, but the goddess came and showed a powerful and mysterious power. Behind this power, these immortals could not ignore the struggle here. Immortal shot, extremely terrifying. There was still no change on the goddess's face, she didn't say a word, and she didn't make any defenses. The palm of her hand was slapped in front of her, and when she saw her eyes, it actually evaporated. She vaporized an immortal mana. Interesting. Another immortal made a move against the goddess. It seemed to be from the Yuhua divine dynasty. His feathered finger suddenly fell, showing the power of solidifying the universe. Every time they made a shot, they carried the power of transcending the universe. This is immortality, immortality. The goddess stood quietly in the starry sky. At this time, she didn't even look at these immortal statues. She lowered her head and bent her waist, just like picking flowers, and gently plucked the flowers of gods. It seems that because of the goddess's disregard, it also made these angry, and even more terrifying and powerful forces fell on her, but it seemed to hit a ball of air and collapsed. The power of this goddess is too terrifying. In a scene beyond understanding, if this goddess showed a tyrannical method and defeated several immortal forces, they could still accept it, but this ignoring appearance shocked them. The goddess picked the flower of divine robbery, and did not intend to continue to stay, and immediately left. Where to go? Immortal palm, broken sky came, the mystery of the goddess made some immortals unable to ignore, and suddenly saw a big hand condensing infinite golden light slamming against the goddess. The goddess seemed to wave her hand at will, and the immortal who shot at her screamed and was swept away by her, not knowing which layer of time and space she was involved in. There were also other immortals who saw this scene and were silent, watching the woman disappear into the starry sky, without chasing it. All realized that this goddess is too strong. She left. The second appearance of the goddess is still as mysterious as her first appearance, mysteriously coming, and showing mysterious strength, making immortal existence helpless to her. There is no way to find out her origins. Mystery, this is everyone's perception of the goddess. When the goddess left, the 33-layered goddess flower was picked, and the battle on the god star should have been higher, but suddenly, a terrifying goddess breath permeated again, and endless thunder and lightning spread out. This is, the 33rd divine tribulation has begun again. What's going on? Why does the 33rd calamity come so frequently? It just ended, and now it has appeared again. The ninefold divine calamity, corresponding to the world god, has come. Looking at it like this, it only takes 1 to 2 years for this cohesion to take shape, which is much faster than the last time. The re-emergence of divine calamity power is destined to make it impossible to calm down on the divine calamity star. Some masters originally planned to leave, but this new round of fluctuation stopped again. Your Majesty, a new divine catastrophe has begun, and this kind of fluctuation will appear more and more frequently every time you compete for the dominion of heaven and earth or at the end of the universe's reincarnation. The Book of Enlightenment. Let's go. We don't have time to wait for it here for 1 to 2 years. There are still many things in the empire waiting to be dealt with. Here let it become a focus in the universe. A large number of masters are here. To us there is no harm. Xuanhuan said. The Book of Qiling nodded. He naturally knew the meaning of Xuanhuan's words, and followed Xuanhuan away from divine tribulation star. #C851 Summon the cursed artifact. Eternal world. Xuanwu Empire. After some setbacks, Xuanhuan finally returned to the Xuanwu Empire. Countless battleships hovered and danced in the sky, and there was a strong aura of divine martial arts everywhere, converging for rolling beliefs. This is the Xuanwu Empire. The Book of Enlightenment also showed incredible shock on his face after knowing the kingdom of the emperor. This kind of time flow is too terrifying. The Book of Enlightenment, in the future, the universe will exist in the empire, and every citizen of my country can go in and read it. In this kind of reading, there will also be all kinds of supernatural insights, and if you close yourself, you will never be strong. This is for you. There are benefits too. Xuanhuan said. Yes, although I have opened up the spirits of many books, it is difficult for me to give them more knowledge, because these insights need countless people to stay and learn from the outside world. According to rumors, the ascension of the Ascension God dynasty is just right. It is because of the cultivation and wisdom of countless people that they have immortal power. The Book of Enlightenment. Who doesn't want to be immortal? He also thought that it would be passed down in one cosmic cycle after another. He chose to join the Xuanhuan Empire, but he was actually looking for an opportunity. Qi Ling, in addition to books, you have to exert the power of your Qi Ling. Xuanhuan continued. I understand that this is my responsibility. The Book of Enlightenment answered. In the Xuanhuan Empire, I will give you this opportunity. Xuanhuan smiled, and he arranged things. The book universe officially settled in the Xuanhuan Empire. And the existence of the book universe not only brought the powerful people like the Book of Enlightenment, but more importantly, the countless ancient books have enhanced the soft power of the Xuanhuan Empire, allowing many strong people to go in and find their own heritage. The artifacts in the hands of some strong people can be sent to the book universe, opening up stronger wisdom. Lu Qianfu led the strong to fight again and again to expand the territory. The Purple Blood Magic Book also led a large number of empire powerhouses to capture a lot of resources for the empire in the Sea of Cosmos. What made Xuanhuan happy was that Kongmi Daokuan and the giant golden armored beast had broken through to the realm of the god of the universe. Time passed, and in the 23rd year of Xuanwu, the empire was flourishing, and every day passed, a large number of masters were born. The third step of the universe god. Xuanhuan started from the tomb of the gods and devoured many strong men one after another. During this period of time, he went to retreat and cultivate in the empire. Under the impact of a lot of resources and the condensed beliefs of the rolling empire, he finally broke through to the realm of the third step of the universe god. He stood still, grasping the palm of his hand. It was the endless chaotic power, opening up the world, and the fluctuations of lightning and thunder swept through. The power of the third step plus the increase of the human emperor sword is to have the power of the fourth step of destruction, and then with the increase of various means, Xuanhuan is confident that although he can't defeat the immortal, he can't help him when he encounters ordinary immortals. His fighting power is too powerful. Ding. The host completed the side quest, broke through the third step of Chaos God of the Universe, and obtained 800,000 fate points, the advanced card of the Universe artifact, the small Chaos Universe X2, the Supernatural Power Fruit X1024, the Boots of the Gods X1, and the Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding. The current branch has been released, breaking through the fourth step of the Universe God and shattering. System reward distribution and new branch line release. This stepping on the God Boots is also one of the 7 immortal artifacts. Archery Bow, God Binding Belt, Suppressing God Seal, Royal God Armor, Mingxian Realm, Stepping God Boots. Xuanhuan has already obtained 6 pieces. It seems that the last piece cannot be obtained until after breaking through the fourth step of the Universal God. Xuanhuan looked at the 6 artifacts, and suddenly a surge of vitality moved them, causing the 6 artifacts to float in the void, and suddenly an immortal divine might condensed, as if forming a supreme figure, producing tyrannical power. After 7 pieces, you can explode immortal divine might. Xuanhuan said lightly. Putting away the 6 artifacts, Xuanhuan wiped the palm of his hand, and the 4 evil curse artifacts were in front of him, filled with evil fluctuations, desperately spreading the curse breath, assimilating Xuanhuan and becoming a part of the curse. Shenyu. Xuanhuan said. Shenyus came to Xuanhuan and took out the dark sickle. In front of me, how dare you be turbulent? Xuanhuan said coldly, slapped it suddenly, and suppressed it. His current cultivation base is much stronger than when he was on the Divine Tribulation Star, and every breakthrough in his step is earth-shaking in the growth of his strength. If you have 5 pieces in hand, you can find the whereabouts of the other 4 pieces. Based on the endless origin, the system will release the cursed artifacts in a form similar to a treasure map. I don't know what will happen after 9 pieces. Xuanhuan unleashed the power of endless origin. His power motivated the 5 cursed artifacts, and immediately traced the same curse with the power of origin. A screen shot out in his eyes, as if a cursed power was erupting in the depth of infinite time and space. Boom! When he traced this cursed breath, the most evil will broke out, echoing the cursed artifacts scattered in the cosmos' starry sky, as if to form an extremely terrifying cursed king. A force of curse killing crossed the infinite distance and descended from the air, causing the 5 pieces in Xuanhuan to vibrate at the same time, and began to counterattack. This curse will make Xuanhuan fall into the unknown, let his body rot and turn into pus. Suppress everything. Xuanhuan's face seemed very calm. Draw out your existence. Xuanhuan used the cursed artifact in his hand as a medium to track the whereabouts of the other pieces. Time flies. Another year has passed, to the 24th year of Xuanhu. This guided delivery lasted for a whole year. Xuanhuan suppressed the increasingly powerful curse power. At the same time, I felt that there were 3 cursed forces coming at the same time in the void. I looked at it with horror. The starry sky was torn apart, and a huge black axe exploded from the deep level at an unparalleled speed. Slashing in the air, it slashed towards the entire eternal world. The sky suddenly became dark, and the power of the curse obscured the light. This power. The Book of Enlightenment was imparting knowledge in the book universe, and suddenly saw this change. His face changed dramatically. This is the cursed artifact, the cursed divine axe. Your Majesty has already controlled 5 pieces. Could it be that other immortal artifact has come, resulting in a curse backlash? Don't panic, this is the divine weapon that I summoned with my supernatural power. This is its resistance. Xuanhuan's majestic voice passed out. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, don't make a fuss. Your Majesty's mana is piercing the sky and the earth, and now he has summoned a tyrannical artifact, and the strength of our Xuanhu Empire will be greatly enhanced. Yeah, we have to condense a stronger faith for the Empire and help the Emperor. Xuanhu is eternal, the Emperor is invincible. The will of the Xuanhu Empire. The eyes of the Book of Enlightenment flickered. He felt the will of all the people of the Xuanhu Empire. As long as the Emperor did not fall, no matter what happened, the beliefs of the people of the Xuanhu Empire would not deviate in the slightest. Did the curse artifact come? Xuanhuan used the cursed artifact in his hand to induce the cursed artifact of other time and space to come, and his hands were torn in the air, and a finger light hit the cursed divine axe. But this cursed axe was only the first to come. In the starry sky, a black earthen jar was jumping. There were no patterns on it, it was dark and gloomy, and a thick black airflow suddenly shot out from the mouth of the jar. These cursed artifacts were originally scattered everywhere. However, in Xuanhuan's endless search for the origin, the immediate connection of the cursed artifact in his hand was summoned. It took me a year to summon a total of 3 cursed artifacts, this time. Suddenly, Xuanhuan released a mana again, making the power of the curse even more violent. #C852 Cursed Door. The 9 cursed artifacts come from the same source and are all related to each other. This time, after Xuanhuan urged the 5 pieces in his hand, he immediately generated guidance under his manipulation. It took a year to make the other pieces show their traces after they sensed the same source of breath. Swept through the air. Boom. A gloomy death aura suddenly swept over. Even if the 4th step of the universe god was swept up, the whole body would be cursed to death immediately. The curse kills everything, the curse comes. Bone of the cursed. The Book of Enlightenment was horrified. He arrived in the deep starry sky, and a black skeleton came out of the sky. Its body was completely dark, and it carried a strong death energy. The cursed axe and the cursed jar fell to its body one after another. On hand. This time it directly attracted 3 cursed artifacts. I will smash your body, take your life, and take all your possessions. The cursed bone made its own voice in the depths of the starry sky, cold and bleak, making people distort their souls when they heard it. Okay, these 3 are the 8 cursed artifacts, and then you can find the last one, which is the most terrifying and most important 9th one. Xuanhuan stepped into the starry sky suddenly, and his stalwart power radiated out, suppressing everything. During this time, he was refining the cursed artifacts, and finally summoned these artifacts with the power of the curse. The cursed bone held a giant axe and slashed hard at Xuanhuan. Suddenly, the black brilliance spread, and the power of the curse brought all kinds of corruption and evil in the world. Xuanhuan's chaotic power spread out, and chaos slapped his hand, instantly resisting the attack of the cursed bones. You will fall into the jar of curse and melt into blood. The cursed bone aimed the cursed jar at Xuanhuan, and there was a terrifying suction force that would suck him into it, forever degenerating. Xuanhuan stood in the starry sky, he was motionless and undisturbed. Terrible. Even in the Shenwu Empire, the Book of Enlightenment felt a deep tremor in his heart when he saw such a curse breaking out, and said in shock, if it were me, even if it was the 4th step, if I fell into such a curse, I would still don't die. What kind of power does the great emperor have? The curse still wants to erupt? Xuanhuan flicked his palm, and the power of the sealed gate came. The sealing power seals the outbreak of the curse power. However, this cursed bone axe is slashing, to break the strong curse, and it exudes a kind of will, causing all the pieces controlled by Xuanhuan to vibrate, and they must converge with it to generate even more terrifying power. If you want to be reunited, I will meet your needs. Xuanhuan said lightly. His power shrouded the cursed bone. He waved all 8 portals and attacked at the same time, and the power of the 8 origins impacted on the bone of the curse, causing the bone to freeze in the starry sky. The bloodstained spear, the dark sickle, and other pieces also flew out. Your Majesty, this is to use the power of the curse. The Book of Qiling has researched on the cursed artifacts, and can see Xuanhuan's intentions. At this moment, the 8 cursed artifacts are connected, and a more terrifying vitality erupts between them. The dark clouds are rolling, and the starry sky will be corroded by the curse. Million times. The strand of curse locked by the seal vibrated again, and it was about to explode with more powerful power. Confronting the cursed ones will devour themselves. Tormented eternally. The power is greatly increased, and this cursed artifact has this characteristic. The more you collect, the power it bursts out. Even if you deliberately suppress it, sooner or later, there will be a time when it cannot be suppressed, and then it will really backfire on itself. Without the order of the great Emperor Shenwu, the masters of the Book of Enlightenment did not dare to interfere indiscriminately. The Book of Enlightenment is also anxious. The power of the cursed artifact is a double-edged sword. If it is used well, it will cause endless trouble to the opponent, but once it cannot be suppressed, the tragic situation in Tianling is the best example. Even if he encounters the existence of a condensed immortal body, he dares to fight. But he can't take this cursed artifact casually, otherwise he will not help, but instead the cursed artifact absorbs his own power, which is to destroy the Emperor's plan. You don't have to worry, everything is under my control. Xuanhuan's majestic voice came, which made them instantly reassured. Power control. Xuanhuan used the power of the 8 portals to sweep the torrent of energy. Although this cursed artifact broke out very fiercely, Xuanhuan was not using this opportunity to refine his power and use it for himself. As the Book of Enlightenment worries. The more cursed artifacts gathered, the stronger the curse that erupted. But the corresponding is, the more you collect, as long as you have enough power, you can control it and use it for yourself. The cursed bone seemed to be the core of these cursed artifacts, dancing wildly with both hands and bombarding each artifact, trying to break the limit imposed on it by Xuanhuan. A dark and fuzzy shadow appeared, the most evil existence. It was the cursed king condensed by the curse artifact, stretched out his palm, made a soul-snatching sound, and said gloomily, "Resist the curse, itself it is the greatest curse, and everything about you will be melted into the curse." King of the curse? Right now, there are 9 artifacts, only 8 now. It's not complete, and it can't burst into the strongest power. Xuanhuan was not surprised when he saw the appearance of the cursed king, but a smile appeared on his face. Boom! The will of the king of the damned bombarded him, but Xuanhuan had a supreme will that shocked him. It was the supreme humanity, which shocked the domineering true meaning of the supreme human sovereign, and directly resisted the curse of the king of curses. "Your Majesty, he is too majestic." The majesty of Xuanhuan gave the Book of Enlightenment a great shock. He showed his strength. This time, Xuanhuan waited until he broke through the 3rd step, before starting to summon other cursed artifacts. He immediately stepped into the middle of the curse, and with the power of devouring, no matter how much cursed breath erupted, he was swallowed up. He violently controlled the cursed king. This cursed king was swept out by the vitality in the 8 cursed artifacts. Now Xuanhuan took control, condensed these 8 cursed artifacts together, and displayed boundless magical powers for refining. Suddenly the cursed artifacts disintegrated. The shape of the body seems to form a portal, and the cursed artifacts are sealed together. And this door seems to be a cursed door. Your Majesty's actions. The Book of Enlightenment immediately understood, "It's amazing, but I can't do it." The power of the stock hit the past, and Xuanhuan put the 8 cursed artifacts together, exuding the power of the Emperor Sword, suppressing the door of the curse. The existence of the curse power. I know that the curse artifact is strange, so I suppress you with boundless power. Let the power of your curse ferment, completely refine you, and become a power like the gate of sealing and the gate of heavenly thunder. Source. Xuanhuan is very clear about everything he has done. #C853 Spiritual Realm. No matter what form the cursed artifact exists or changes into, it is the carrier of the curse. Now Xuanhuan used boundless power to refine the 8 cursed artifacts into a cursed door-like carrier, allowing these artifacts to ferment inside, brewing more and more cursed power. The 8 special portals he controls can sweep out the long river of curses. However, unlike the 8 doors, this cursed door requires him to use his strength to suppress it all the time. It looks like a portal. The Emperor wants to completely turn it into a force under his control. The Book of Enlightenment secretly said. 8 cursed artifacts. Xuanhuan stared at the door of the curse, smiled and said, "There is still one last cursed artifact, although I can determine its location with the door of the curse, but now is not the opportunity to find it." 991. The power explodes. Of course, the door of the curse can be fully formed, but this power is still difficult to suppress, and we need to wait until I become immortal. Xuanhuan is very clear about this. Only his immortality can suppress the complete cursed artifact. Everyone, let's practice. Xuanhuan made a sound. He returned to the kingdom of the Emperor and continued to use his own power to refine the door of curse. He could feel the will of terror inside, but he had the full strength to suppress the power of the 8 artifacts. As soon as this curse breaks out, even if it is immortal, it must be avoided and shaken. Xuanhuan said. This is his means of fighting the immortal. Although he cannot kill the immortal with his current strength, it is enough to threaten them. The time in the Emperor's kingdom is completely different, and he has more time to sacrifice. 3 months have passed outside. Your Majesty, something happened. The Book of Qi Ling hurriedly asked to see Xuanhuan, and said solemnly, the Book of Martial Arts contacted me through a special secret method, and he was hunted down by other strong men. He is searching for the life stone for me. Xuanhuan's face turned cold. I don't know the specific situation either. There are only 2 words in the message given to me by the Book of Martial Arts, please help. The Book of Qi said, the Book of Martial Arts is extremely powerful, even if it encounters the 4th step, it has the power to parry, but this time for help, it is obvious that he has encountered a master who he can't parry. I don't know who he meant now, but not in an emergency, he will definitely not use the secret method to ask me for help. Do not worry. Xuanhuan said calmly, since the Book of Martial Arts can send out a distress signal, it means that his current situation has not reached the worst time, otherwise, the call for help will not be issued in an instant. What we have to do is to find the Book of Martial Arts. Caring is messing up. The Book of Enlightenment said, the Book of Martial Arts also has its own trump card, and I used to be the pioneer of the book universe, and his wisdom was also touched by me, and there is a way to determine his position. I will let the commander of the God of War and the commander of the prison guard follow you to rescue the Book of Martial Arts. Remember, I will always be someone you can rely on. Xuanhuan moved his palm, Kong Mi Dao Kuan will open the void and take you there quickly. Okay, I'm going to rescue the Book of Martial Arts. The Book of Awakening Spirit immediately left the Shenwu Empire. In the universe starry sky, on a star, several figures are hiding here, sealing all their breaths. Damn, the Book of Martial Arts, we have already found the life stone this time, and we are going to send it to your Majesty, but somehow, it was discovered by the people of the spiritual realm, and they are chasing us until now, damn it. By the Book of Martial Arts. There is also a Book of Kendo, which is also the 3rd step of the universe god. I don't know, I can't tell. The Book of Martial Arts is full of traces of battle, and calmly said, it has not been a day or 2 that the spirit realm has coveted our book universe, and has always wanted to find our traces, so the Book of Enlightenment will close the book universe, let us don't go out, so as not to be found by them, one by one will end miserably. There is also immortality in the spiritual realm. It is rumored that the one who created the spiritual realm is called the spiritual god, but this spiritual god has not appeared for a long time, and seems to be in seclusion. There are even rumors that the spiritual god cannot be reproduced. In the spiritual realm, different from other forces, there are all kinds of spiritual things, flowers and trees, medicinal herbs become spiritual, divine tools become spiritual, and they can be regarded as a member of the spiritual world. Humph. The powerhouse of the spiritual realm. Another book snorted coldly, this spirit realm calls itself a spirit race, and it is extremely noble. It wants our book universe to be merged into them. No, it should be forced. The Book of Enlightenment also considered it at the beginning, but refused, I know. Without immortal strength, once our strength goes to the spiritual realm, it will be divided up cleanly, after all, they have immortality. Yes, without immortality, we can't stand in the spiritual realm at all, and we can only find our own way. Some people will even absorb our spirituality and become their powerful tool. There is a strong book spirit. Let's leave him alone for the time being. I have already asked the Book of Enlightenment for help, and I believe it will come soon. The Book of Martial Arts said, but this time I was happy to kill them. It's not a loss for beheading a few of their cosmic gods. I don't know when the Book of Enlightenment will come, said the Book of Swordsmanship. But we can't continue to hide here. If the people in the spiritual realm can find us once, they can find us the second time. Quickly move the position and move in the direction of the Empire. I doubt that they have any means to find us. The Book of Martial Arts is very wise. Yes, you are indeed very alert, but unfortunately you can't escape. Your book universe doesn't want to merge into the spiritual realm, but you want to fight against the spiritual realm, you can determine the whereabouts of the book universe. A shattered breath came. A man dressed in white came to this star with a large number of strong men, like a cat playing with its prey, looking at the book of martial arts. Spiritual realm, Dan Yuan Feng, an immortal level divine pill gives birth to spiritual wisdom. The book of martial arts immediately recognized the origin of the spirit. You still know me. Dan Yuan Feng said lightly, your book universe has been outside for a long time. Immortal has invited you many times to join, but you have refused. Why? Is the spiritual realm not worthy of you? Hee, the book of martial arts, I will kill you if I catch you this time. The wisdom of you, let you become a book of martial arts fighting in my hands. I'm afraid this is your true purpose. The book of martial arts is not afraid of danger. Don't forget, I have recorded many kinds of martial arts. Don't die, burn my body. Even if you are destroyed in the fourth step, you will not be able to eat you, and you can even be buried with you. Really? The rush before, let you take some advantage, you are strong, it's only the third step, can you still make it? A huge ancient tablet sealed the time and space, and a man holding the ancient tablet appeared, looking at the book of martial arts, coldly. #C854 Unyielding Martial Arts. This is a huge ancient monument, shining in all directions, like the immemorial mountain descending. There are many mysterious runes written on it, exuding the fluctuation of banning everything, so that the location of the book of martial arts is completely locked. Then a man as tall as a god descended. The book of martial arts, an immortal book that contains the true meaning of various martial arts. The tall, godlike man said coldly, knowing that you have the means to perish together, how can you not guard against you? In my eyes, through you, you can find the universe of the book, don't struggle, your struggle is in ours. It's useless in front of you. Haha, Xuanhuan, the ban rune on you can block his outbreak. Dan Yuan Feng said with a smile, this time he fell into our hands, let us need it, hee, my offensive methods are weak, if I have this book of martial arts, I can refine it into a powerful the divine artifact of the universe makes up for my shortcomings in this regard. A book of martial arts is nothing. The important thing is that the book of enlightenment behind him is the key point. He is the greatest treasure. Immortal name is required. Xuanhuan's body is a stone tablet full of forbidden runes. I want to find the book of enlightenment through me. Although besieged by the fourth step of two statues, the book of martial Tao remained calm and did not panic, but firmly said, with death, we will not let you find the book of enlightenment, don't think about it from me. Get valuable information on your body, unyielding martial arts. What a subjugation of martial arts, this deity sees how unyielding you are. Dan Yuan Feng came over, he was disdainful. He was the fourth step, a realm higher than the book of martial arts, he was able to press him, and suddenly a blow was sent out, and the shattered vitality swept out. He said that his attack is not strong, and that is also in the fourth step. The will of martial arts, I would rather die than yield. The book of martial arts is very calm, his body is burning, and countless martial arts runes are flying out. In this moment, he condensed battle runes and took the initiative to attack Dan Yuan Feng with a lifeless style. It's stubborn enough. The shattered mana of Dan Yuan Feng was suppressed. Boom boom boom. The book of martial arts is proficient in various magical powers, and his fighting methods are too tyrannical. At this time even Dan Yuanfeng's shattered mana did not completely suppress him, but instead collapsed after being bombarded. Dan Yuan Feng, you can't do it, you can't suppress him. Xuanhuan said. Humph. Stop talking nonsense, you know better than me the methods of the book of martial arts. If it was easy to suppress, it would not be so popular today. Dan Yuan Feng was slightly annoyed. In any case, he couldn't suppress the third step, which showed his incompetence. Immediately, he attacked again with strength, and a burst of shattering divine light came again. Deluo rune. Although Xuanhuan said some harsh words, he also knew that being able to control the book of martial arts was related to the immortal plan. On his stone tablet, countless words flew out, and the power of the ban was to completely suppress the Book of Martial Arts. These words fell to the Book of Martial Arts, so that the power of the Book of Martial Arts was sealed. Fight. The Book of Kendo said angrily, with my sword, burn my soul. Only fight with them, there is no other way. The other strong men also shouted. The Book of Martial Arts, the Book of Swordsmanship. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the starry sky, and a Book of Enlightenment shattered the blockade of the strong in the spiritual realm. Late. The Book of Inspiration. Dan Yuanfeng. Xuanhuan was also a little surprised when he saw the Book of Enlightenment coming, and then he laughed. I didn't expect you to come, you don't claim to be very wise, but you will throw yourself into the net, and originally wanted to control the Book of Martial Arts and find you, but you actually appeared in front of us yourself, which is an unexpected gain. Seeing the arrival of the Book of Enlightenment, the experts in the spiritual realm not only did not panic, but all laughed. This is the big fish. The Book of Martial Arts, follow me. The Book of Qilin ignored them. Since he established the book universe, the spiritual realm has been looking for him, his eyes are cold, the light of Qilin is shrouded, and the power of his fourth step of destruction also swept out, opening the starry sky channel. Where to go? Xuanhuan started immediately. He first blocked the void with the ancient monument, and then came, the rumble of stone fists killed, the entire starry sky turned into a vortex, stirring endlessly. Other powerhouses in the spiritual realm were also killed, but the Book of Martial Arts also killed a group of powerhouses. The Book of Qilin is powerful. Although the two statues attacked him in the fourth step, they were still able to handle him with ease and could not block him. Instead, they were bombarded and collapsed again and again. Book of Enlightenment, don't entangle with him, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be behind. The Book of Martial Arts shouted. Kong Mi Dao Kuan Xingxing moves, it shows its talent, and it will take all the strong to leave. Enlightenment. A five-colored ray of light came from the starry sky, and a strong man wearing five-colored divine armor appeared. He was the backhand left by the spiritual realm. In order to block the Book of Enlightenment, the five-color divine palm immediately sent out five-element fluctuations. 5 elements divine gold. The Book of Enlightenment immediately recognized that this person was a piece of the 5 elements god Jin Qingdao, who was very powerful in the fourth step, and was almost on the verge of immortality. The 5 elements world. This 5 elements divine gold had a cold face, and when he pressed it with both hands, a 5 elements universe appeared, which swept directly towards the Book of Enlightenment. Lingyu, you have done enough preparation this time. The Book of Enlightenment said coldly. He knew that people in the spiritual realm were always looking for him. If it were not for the spiritual realm, the book universe would not be so closed. A splendid Book of Enlightenment flew out, with the ability to unlock wisdom, and collided with the 5 elements of the universe, stirring the boundless wind and waves. Let's take action together and complete the immortal mission. Dan Yuanfeng, Xuanhuan shouted loudly, and 2 destructive forces came together with the 5 elements divine gold at the same time. Book of Enlightenment, this time they are well prepared. In order to lead you out, I will burn the Book of Martial Arts and they will break the net, and you will leave quickly. The Book of Martial Arts is also anxious. It doesn't matter, they can't stop me. It's not them that I fear, but the immortality behind them. The Book of Enlightenment is not afraid, his hands are open, and the airflow swept out, slammed into a finger of enlightenment. His body is equivalent to an immortal artifact, directly shattering the 3 forces of destruction. Book of Awakening Spirit, he is leaving. The golden way of the 5 elements god. In fact, the appearance of the Book of Enlightenment was unexpected to them. Their initial purpose was to seize the Book of Martial Arts, but they did not expect that the Book of Enlightenment would come to the rescue. The power of his body radiated out, and the tyrannical power directly shattered the 3 shattered mana, and then directly enveloped them in the Book of Martial Arts. The Book of Enlightenment is not entangled with them. The runes in his mouth are chanted, and there is a method similar to curse killing. It is a magical power similar to curse killing that he transformed after seeing Xuanhuan. Bang bang bang. The 5 elements Shinjin suddenly encountered this power, their bodies exploded, and they took a few steps back. In the next moment, the Book of Enlightenment had disappeared in front of him. #C855 Provocative. Hateful, let them run away, our plan failed. Dan Yuanfeng's face was very ugly. Failed? I can't see it, but we succeeded. 5 elements Shinjin said calmly. The appearance of the Book of Enlightenment this time was beyond our expectations, because he would not dare to show up on weekdays. Our initial purpose was to seize the Book of Martial Arts. I understand what you mean. Sure Zhendao. Whether it's catching the Book of Martial Arts or they run away, our core purpose is to find the whereabouts of the book universe. Once the Book of Enlightenment is released, his breath can no longer be concealed, and we can finally confirm it. Location. The 5 elements Shinjin looked like he was winning. The Book of Enlightenment is very important. Why there are so many book spirits in the book universe is precisely because of the existence of the Book of Enlightenment. Enlightening wisdom and immortality attaches great importance to him, and then we must determine his position. Shurjin nodded. Yes, the location of the Book of Enlightenment has been exposed. Whether he saves or not, our goal has been achieved. Let's go, and quickly prepare for the next plan. The people of the spiritual realm leave this starry sky. Shenwu Empire. I'm back. Xuanhuan looked at the Book of Enlightenment. They came back. His Majesty. The Book of Martial Dao stepped forward. I brought you the life stone, but I didn't do it perfectly. It attracted people from the spiritual realm, and the Book of Enlightenment took great risks to save me. I did a very bad job this time. Lingyu is my mortal enemy. Immortals want to capture me and take my ability. I saved the Book of Martial Arts this time. I am afraid that people in Lingyu will follow the clues to find the Empire and cause big trouble to the Empire. The Book of Enlightenment's face was solemn. He knew that the spiritual realm was a giant, and said, "This is very bad for the Empire. If the spiritual realm is coming, then only soldiers will come to block the water and cover up. You are my people, and the Empire will protect the people." Xuanhuan said indifferently, "And the door of my curse has not yet stimulated its power." Gate of the Damned. These 4 words shocked the Book of Martial Arts, and he understood the evil of this portal, which had a great effect on spirituality. Book of Martial Arts, you have worked hard this time, rest well. Xuanhuan flicked some eternal god pills into the hands of the Book of Martial Arts. Yes, Your Majesty. The Book of Inspiration and the Book of Martial Arts withdrew. Gate of the Damned. After they withdrew, Xuanhuan entered the Gate of Curse and Sacrifice in the kingdom of the Emperor. He was very aware of the power of this gate. Even immortals were afraid of the power of the curse, for fear that they would burn themselves into flames and cause disaster to themselves. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. A month later. Just outside the Shenwu Empire, an endless dazzling aura suddenly appeared, a large number of figures appeared in the starry sky, and a depressing breath shrouded. A huge aura palm roared with extremely terrifying power, directly killing the Shenwu star territory. The powerhouse of the spiritual realm is here. A respectable powerhouse is suppressing the Shenwu star region with their own strength. They were very domineering and launched an attack directly. Led by multiple gods of the universe, they assembled a large number of world gods to smash their mana in. The people from the spiritual realm have attacked. At this moment, the Book of Enlightenment suddenly looked up and saw this scene. And at the moment when the palm of Lingguang came in, the fortune of the Empire was like cooking oil on fire, and it was strongly condensed to resist this blow. What a tyrannical national destiny, the Book of Enlightenment is here. The spiritual realm powerhouses appeared, and the 5 elements Shinjin and the others were among them, and there were many strange powerhouses surrounding the Shenwu Empire to watch the country's luck. Break this empire, directly, and seize the Book of Enlightenment. Ancient truth. In front of my spiritual realm, they can't stop it. A cosmic god's voice was cold and severe, and his eyes pierced the sky. Bold, this is the land of my Shenwu Empire, are you going to start a war? The powerhouses of the empire have long been informed of the news, and soon there will be powerhouses in the spiritual realm. Seeing that they are so daring, they look at them with angry expressions. Shenwu Empire? A man with a strong breath stepped out of the crowd, looked down at the Shenwu Empire, coldly, stood with his hands behind his back, and said proudly, "This is where the Book of Enlightenment is hiding. I've been looking for you for so long, it turned out to be here, but unfortunately you still can't escape." Immortal Tracker, what about the Emperor of the Shenwu Empire? Let him come out to see me. Gu Wuxuang. Gu Wuxuang, an immortal artifact, has become enlightened. The Book of Qi Ling's face was solemn, and he appeared. You haven't seen your majesty yet, but your spiritual realm is persevering. In order to arrest me, I made the right choice back then. Do you still want to forcibly attack? At this time a stalwart will rose up in the empire, ignoring the starry sky. Book of Enlightenment, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Immortal wants you to be named. You'd better be a little bit more acquainted. Let your emperor show up, hand you over, follow us obediently, or we will destroy this Shenwu Empire, turned into the dust of history. Gu Wuxuang looked rebellious. There are immortals in his spiritual realm, and he doesn't care about the Shenwu Empire that he has never heard of before. If it wasn't for the Book of Inspiration, none of them would have come here. Want to destroy my Shenwu Empire? When the powerhouses of the empire heard the words of Gu Wuxuang, they looked angry. They followed Emperor Shenwu to fight in the north and south, and who were they afraid of? Hand over the Book of Enlightenment, Rao heir will not die, or he will become a slave after the country is destroyed. The powerhouses in the spiritual realm are too domineering and arrogant, and they made such a sound when they arrived in the territory of the Shenwu Empire. Suddenly, at the moment when Gu Wuxuang's voice fell, they saw a stalwart existence pick up a bow, and a 9-color aurora shot out fiercely. Boundless waves. Dare to do something to us, this is the will of your emperor? If you don't hand over the Book of Enlightenment, you will destroy this empire. Chu Yuan's action obviously angered them, and he didn't expect the emperor of this empire to be so domineering, so he took action directly. In their view, this is provocation. Attack. Gu Wuxuang was cold and arrogant. An immortal spear appeared in his hand, and it swept directly, and the immeasurable divine light suddenly slammed into the Shenwu Empire. The immortal divine power spread, and the starry sky collapsed in a large area. Then let's fight. The Book of Enlightenment holds an ancient book in his hand. He knew that the ancient Wuxuang was extremely powerful, even more powerful than the 5 elements Shinjin, but His Majesty's will had already explained everything, and it was the enemy who attacked the Shenwu Empire. He created a book universe with the strength of the 4th step, so that the immortals of the spiritual realm have been unable to find his whereabouts for many years. From this, it is enough to see that his strength is very strong, otherwise he can still live to this day. Gu Wuxuang, if it weren't for the immortality of your spiritual realm, you would dare to target me? Although the Book of Enlightenment is wise, he has been hiding for so many years because of the spiritual realm. His essence was boiling, and the ancient books exuded great coercion, and a breath of enlightening spirit swept out, turned into a light, and swept into the void. #C856 Soul Kill. Boom. The anger rushed to the galaxy, and the Book of Enlightenment showed its incomparably terrifying strength. At this moment, he was shining brightly, with anger, and a strong murderous aura swept through him. In the past, the Book of Enlightenment was always the appearance of a peaceful and kind old man, but at this time he was already angry and turned into a book of anger, a book of revenge. The Book of Enlightenment is very powerful. You must know that he has lived for a long time, studied countless books, and has many magical powers in his heart. It's just that he didn't like fighting before. The clay figurine still has 3 points of anger, not to mention the aggressiveness of the spiritual realm. He can't bear it anymore. He has no intention of going against them at all. He just wants to get a book universe and enlighten the spiritual wisdom of those ancient books. As soon as he let it go, after he joined the Xuanhuan Empire, he actually called at the door. Even mortals can't stand it, let alone his fourth-step giant. Everything was speechless, and the Book of Enlightenment broke out his anger with his actions, swept away his energy. He mobilized a divine light, and suddenly a divine light that traversed the world directly slammed towards Xuanhuan, about to kill him. A bloody way. Fight me, well, I'm waiting for you. Xuanhuan is also not afraid. If the Book of Enlightenment is hidden in the national fortune, there will be some trouble. Immediately, he grabs it with a big hand, and his fingers are like 5 long spears, and the vitality of 5 collapsed starry sky comes out. I will kill you today. The starry sky trembled, and the Book of Inspiration was no longer afraid. Blindly retreating in exchange was nothing but the opponent's advance. In an instant, the dazzling light slammed, and all kinds of magical powers bombarded. This Book of Enlightenment. Xuanhuan's face moved slightly. However, he is also an artifact spirit in the immortal artifact, and he is not afraid of him. The combat power explodes, the immortal spear appears, and the spells that are struck horizontally are defeated. Spirit kill. The Book of Enlightenment sang a spell, and the sound turned into notes, transmitted from nothingness, came strangely, and turned into an inexplicable force that slammed into Xuanhuan's body. Boom! Xuanhuan stepped back again and again, his face alarmed. This method? It's like a curse, but it's not a curse. That's right, this is the spirit killing that was realized by the Book of Enlightenment. Although he is only the 4th step, his speciality makes his insight stronger than many immortals, turning the curse into a spirit killing. The power of the spirit killing is to wipe out Xuanhuan's spirituality and make him lose his own intelligence. Artifact spirit becomes enlightened and controls the immortal artifact. The most powerful part is that it can completely release the power in the immortal artifact, but there are also drawbacks. The most afraid of his spirituality being damaged, he will return to the original state again. Spirit killing, erasing spirituality. The Book of Enlightenment itself is similar to the existence of the spirit, and he helps other books to enlighten the wisdom. With his understanding of the artifact spirits, there are many ways to deal with artifact spirits like Xuanhuan. Spirit killing? Evolving a method similar to curse killing. Xuanhuan sat on the throne of the empire and watched the battle calmly. The spirit killing of the Book of Enlightenment made him nod. It may not be very useful to other powerhouses, but it is extremely lethal against a spirit like Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan never imagined that the Book of Enlightenment would kill the spirit. He roared again and again, trying to break the spirit killing of the Book of Enlightenment with his fierce attack. But the power of the spirit killing is too strange, like a curse killing, it is everywhere. No matter how he defends, it is difficult to resist the spirit killing, causing his spirituality to encounter great annihilation in the spirit killings. No, this Book of Enlightenment is really difficult to deal with. I have been studying the means to deal with us, and we cannot let him succeed. The 5 elements. Shinjin saw that something was wrong, and the spirit killer of the Book of Enlightenment was restraining them. He roared and killed with a 5-color divine sword. Good come. The Book of Awakening Spirit is not afraid at all. What he worries about is not this group of people at all, but the immortality of the spiritual realm. Spirit killing double attack, he is the god of magic. Shizhen, your opponent is me. The Book of Martial Arts was also killed. The true meaning of battle he mastered allowed him to fight beyond the ranks. Immediately, he waved the fist of battle and directly killed Xuanhuan. Destroyed the divine martial empire. The counterattack of the Book of Enlightenment and the Book of Martial Tao also made the spiritual powers feel the pressure. It seems that they still underestimated the power of this empire. However, the spirit killing of the Book of Enlightenment made them aware of a huge threat. Now the Book of Enlightenment is still the fourth step. If it really allows him to break through to immortality, it is still amazing. Can't he go to spirit-killing immortality? This time, many strong people came to the spiritual realm, and various light rainbows bombarded into the Xuanhuan Empire. Clang clang. The crisp sound of the bell rang out, and the Wanfa bell sent out the fluctuations of the Wanfa. This immortal artifact directly killed the army of the spiritual realm, and some weaker world gods were directly wiped out their spirituality. Immortal artifact. The face of the spiritual realm powerhouse changed greatly. In this empire, in addition to the powerhouses of the universe, there is an immortal artifact. The mighty gods are swept through, and the immortal artifact was powerful. This is the Wanfa bell of the Wanfa era. A tyrannical immortal refining has actually fallen into their hands. Dan Yuanfeng knew that Wanfeiling could not continue to shake. Although the other fourth step is in the war, he can still make a move. Immediately, he makes a move, and the mana that was destroyed in the fourth step falls on the Wanfa bell, in an attempt to balance its fluctuations. The spirit realm is too cautious to deceive the spirit. We didn't intend to fight with them, but they are aggressive and want to destroy our current pure land. We don't agree. Come, directly urge Wanfa Bell to deal with them. The powerhouse of the book universe appears. Some are just gods, some are world gods, and some are low-level universe gods. Although they did not have the strength to join the frontal battlefield, they injected their own strength into the Wanfa Bell, and immediately saw a flash of spiritual light in the Wanfa Bell, and then a majestic figure appeared. The immortal artifact is powerful, and under the urging of many powerful people in the book universe, an existence similar to the artifact was born, and it directly fought against Dan Yuanfeng. The Book of Enlightenment can not only open the spiritual wisdom in the book, but also open the artifact spirit in the artifact. During this period of time, he also studied the Wanfa Bell under the instruction of Chu Yuan, hoping to use his own wisdom to activate the spirit inside and let it operate the Wanfa Bell independently. Although it was not completely successful, the powerhouses in the book universe have contributed their own spiritual power, temporarily allowing Wanfeiling to have a spiritual existence. For the aggressiveness of the spiritual realm, the book universe powerhouse is the most angry. Kill. The powerhouses of the Xuanhuan Empire also killed them one after another. When others hit their own empire, there is nothing to say. If they kill them directly, they must defend their dignity with blood. Moreover, they are backed by the empire and have the blessing of national fortune. The powerhouses of the spiritual realm also rushed out, and in the starry sky, and the Xuanhuan Empire directly killed the darkness, the sun and the moon were dark. #C857 Tianjun. A terrifying battle unfolds. The powerhouse in the spiritual realm came with the overwhelming weather. He thought that it would not be easy to deal with the Xuanhuan Empire, but who would have thought that it was stuck in a stalemate? The spirit-killing technique of the Book of Awakening contained the fourth step of the two strongest among them. The Book of Martial Arts fought against Xuanhuan. And Wanfeiling also prevented Dan Yuanfeng from intervening in other battlefields. This time, the fourth step of the four gods came to the spiritual realm, plus many other masters. It can be said that the momentum is huge, but the result is not as good as they hoped. Spirit kill. The Book of Inspirational Spirits performed spirit kills again and again, his body glowed, and he teleported in the starry sky. Every finger of the spirit kill was pointed out. It was so weird that Gu Wuxuan was miserable. Did I miss something? This fight was really intense. At this time, another voice came out. Who? The spiritual powerhouse was startled and looked into the distance. Emperor Xuanhuan, I didn't come late, did I? This man is tall and burly, carrying a large halberd, striding from the starry sky. It is the bone god, with a faint smile, and his realm has reached the 4th step. But that's not surprising. The bone god has the immortal memory of the previous life, and he has retrieved the great skybreaker halberd. The universe god has no bottleneck for him, and only the immortal realm can stymie him. It's not too late. Xuanhuan responded. Haha, it's not too late. It turned out to be a strong person in the spiritual realm. Why did you offend them, Emperor? You are actually attacking your empire. What happened? Boom. The bone god was still talking. The next moment, shattered time and space suddenly came to Xuanhuan, and the Dadian ruining halberd swept down fiercely, fell on him, and hit him directly, and the spiritual light was wiped out a lot. You are? Xuanhuan suppressed the injury, looked at the bone god, and shouted, Bone god, I know you, this is a dead immortal skeleton, you dare to interfere in the spiritual realm, you are not immortal, you can't find death. Bone god is too strong. Immortal body, he does not need to deliberately condense. Because this skeleton of his own is the real immortality, and it is not an ordinary immortal. He has fought for the existence of the same level. What am I afraid of? The bone god ignored the spiritual realm powerhouse. His power was ferocious, and the Dacian Shibuji collided with Xuanhuan again. No matter what happens, I will always stand on the side of Emperor Xuanhuan. The bone god holding a halberd stands in the starry sky. When he saw the Book of Enlightenment, he was amazed at how the owner of the universe in this book was in the Xuanhuan Empire, which made him more determined. No matter what, he must be on the same front as the Xuanhuan Emperor, so that he can break through the possibility of immortality again. Enough. At this moment, a sound of explosion came from the sky, and the entire Xuanhuan Empire was in turmoil. If it weren't for the protection of the national destiny, the Star Territory would not know how much it would be broken and how many strong people would die. A ray of divine light came, and on the very high sky, a figure standing in the sky appeared, with the will of a god overlooking all living beings, looking at the Xuanhuan Empire. This breath is immortal. Xuanhuan bombardment, to break through the protection of the Xuanhuan Empire. It is obvious that Gu Wuxuan has not been able to fight for a long time, and he is entangled, making this immortal behind the scenes unable to bear it, and he has to end the battle in person and completely decide the battle situation. There is immortality. Bone God's face suddenly became solemn. In fact, he didn't know the reason for the war between the Xuanhuan Empire and the spiritual realm. But he still chose to stand on Xuanhuan's side. But at the moment when this immortal shot, a portal appeared, which was the gate of God, from which the power of God roared and directly confronted the divine light. The two violently collided, and the aftermath spread out like a ring. Hand over the Book of Enlightenment, I will spare you the Xuanhuan Empire. Immortality has come. This immortal radiates flawless light. His face was resolute and high. His eyes swept across, this will transcends the existing universe, as if he is a real god, a person who does not reach immortality, even if he is strong, is immortal, not on the same level. Indeed, immortality is a god, and they will not die in the reincarnation of the universe again and again. As long as they are not killed by stronger existences, their lifespan is almost endless. And even the strongest cosmic gods, even if they are immortal, are not the same level of life in their eyes, and a universe will die after reincarnation. Immortal but can live through the reincarnation of the universe, watching the changes in the world. This immortal statue is detached from heaven and earth, looking at the Xuanhuan Empire like looking at the world. Shi Tianjun. The Book of Enlightenment shouted, Shi Tianjun of the spiritual realm, the stone of the Holy Spirit became enlightened, and the body is the stone of the Holy Spirit. You have been searching for my whereabouts for so many years. Book of Inspiration, your existence is too special. Sure, Tianjun said indifferently, this time you showed your breath and thought that someone could protect you. Let me find you for so many years, this is a big sin, and you have to pay the price. The unique spirit enlightening feature of the Book of Enlightenment makes sure Tianjun want to get him very much, refining it into a divine object in his hand, which can enhance his immortal cultivation. Moreover, the spirit-killing method displayed by the Book of Enlightenment made him want to seize it very much. Immortal shot, the overall situation is set, no one can shelter him. Gu Wuxuang also breathed a sigh of relief, Immortal appeared and stabilized. It's a pity that they did a really bad job this time, so Immortal had to do it himself. Sure, Tianjun, immortal existence. Chu Yuan finally appeared, with a magnificent aura. When he appeared, it was as if the universe and time and space were moving around him. The Black Emperor robe exuded blood-stained murderous intent, and the long river of humanity flowed around him. His opponent is an immortal. But at this moment, everyone has this feeling. Even in the face of an immortal powerhouse, Emperor Shenwu's aura didn't fall into a disadvantage, on the contrary, the domineering emperor's power became even stronger. The emperor of the Shenwu Empire. Sure, Tianjun was indifferent and said in a detached tone, you are the emperor who sheltered the Book of Enlightenment, but unfortunately your strength is not immortal, and you are not qualified to talk to me. I will give you two choices to hand over the Book of Enlightenment and calm me down. Your anger, you are my slave, and the second is that everyone in your empire will die. His words undoubtedly aroused the anger of everyone in the Shenwu Empire. Some are fierce and even splash 5 steps with blood, even if they are humble ants in front of immortality, they must defend the dignity of Emperor Shenwu. Emperor Shenwu is the belief of the entire Shenwu Empire. The souls of countless people, it is no exaggeration to say that Chu Yuan can let them die with a single word, without even frowning. But this sure Tianjun actually wanted Emperor Shenwu to be his slave. However, sure Tianjun is immortal. If he wants to accept slaves, even the universe god will take the initiative to take refuge in the past. In his eyes, being an immortal slave is also an honor. Quiet. Chu Yuan raised his hand, looked at Sure Tianjun, and said indifferently, with me here, you can't move the Book of Enlightenment even if you are immortal. They are all my people. Hashtag C858 Immortal, what can I do? His Majesty. Hearing the words of Emperor Shenwu, the powerhouses such as the Book of Enlightenment were shocked, and even had a feeling of tears. He joined the Shenwu Empire for various reasons. Although he enhanced the strength of the Shenwu Empire and brought benefits to the empire, he also caused the Shenwu Empire to offend the spiritual realm, which attracted an immortal to attack the empire himself. You must know how powerful immortality is. But His Majesty never gave up on them, but stood up and fought against immortality. Yes, only because now they are all His Majesty's people. Isn't immortal still trying to fight against immortality? You are arrogant. Sure Tianjuan's face was expressionless, like the look of the gods, and he was aloof. He didn't get angry at Chu Yuan's words. It was like an immortal god who heard the words of a mortal and wanted to go against the gods. Would he be angry? Immortal has transcended this universe, and has infinite life and is an immortal god. The bone god's face was extremely solemn. He used to be immortal, and he knows the power of immortality better. It is too difficult to reverse immortality, and it is not at the same level at all. Your Majesty will fight against immortality. The people of the Shenwu Empire all stared at it. Even in the face of immortal oppression, his confidence in Emperor Shenwu never wavered. Sure Tianjun stepped forward, looked at Chu Yuan standing in the starry sky, shook his head, he was too ignorant of the heights of the sky, and suddenly he slammed out with a palm, the heavenly will grabbed, the mysterious artistic conception surpassed the understanding of the universe god, like fishing in the void and caught him. Although his trick is simple, it seems like a person is fishing and grabbing the fish in the water. This is the immortal move. Bone God solemnly. He could not guess what means the great Emperor Xuanhuan was going to use against a real immortal. Xuanhuan's face was majestic in the face of the immortal power, but he still did not take a half step back. The supreme divine light swept through, and he was fishing in the void, and his fighting spirit was boiling. Boom! The two forces collided, causing shocking waves. Xuanhuan is eternal. The Emperor is invincible. The people of the Xuanhuan Empire roared the voice heavily, and it turned into a strong belief and blessing on Xuanhuan. Although Xuanhuan is not immortal, but with the blessing of the human Emperor sword, the pure power is equivalent to the fourth step, and then there are the blessings of various magical means, and the blessing of faith in the Xuanhuan Empire, making him immortal at this moment. To open up an empire, of course, is responsible for the people, but the people also pass on great power to him. Otherwise, there is no benefit at all. Why do so many strong people in the world build a kingdom? To go to the starry sky. Oh? It's still a bit naive to want to compete with immortality with the power to bless the country. Tianjun remained unmoved. His power continued to urge, immortality was not something that the universe god could contend against. Facing the universe god is a dimensionality reduction blow. Immediately, the light of immortality spread, and the power of the sky descended, hitting Xuanhuan with the law of immortality. This immortal law oscillates, and the power of immortal matter in it is like gold and stone, causing great damage. He slammed down, enveloped the Xuanhuan Empire, the storm swept across, and Tianjun came in great strides. His palm like a heavenly stone was invincible, grasping the 8 desolate universe in his hands, directly grinding Xuanhuan's emperor power. Humanity supreme. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless. The spirit domain attacked his empire, which was his enemy, and he wanted to counterattack with the most severe means. He counterattacked against Tianjun with the power of the supreme humanity. His body stood upright, the emperor's robe fluttered, and a supreme emperor stepped forward. Incomparably domineering, he raised his hands and gestures, showing the strength of the immortal giant of the heart-shaking Tianjun. Boom! Xuanhuan stood still. This is the power of the supreme emperor. He resisted the first wave of immortality. The bone god was shocked. You can't fight immortality. Tianjuan's immortal power spreads like a wave of water, and wherever it sweeps, it will be completely controlled by him. His fists are clenched and indestructible, and every stone fist blasted will show the power of immortality to the fullest. There is no such powerful and ordinary universe god in the world. But Xuanhuan was not afraid. Since Tianjun wanted to kill him with the toughest means, Xuanhuan would naturally fight back. He bombarded with the hand of God, carrying an empire's belief in him, and every blow hit Tianjun fiercely. Humph! Tianjun snorted coldly. The divine light scrubbing would not affect him at all. The avenue is in me, and I have the heaven and the earth. Tianjuan's stone palm shrouded him, causing people to fall into the universe in his palm. Break the world. Xuanhuan is not an ordinary god of the universe. He did not retreat in the slightest. The gate of God, the gateway of the Lord's attacked, and the power of God in it shook the power of Tianjuan's control. Immortal shock. At this time, Tianjuan's power changed again, and a white brilliance sprayed out, and it fell on Xuanhuan as a terrifying immortal light, which began to penetrate his body, destroying all the power in his body. A black hole appeared. Xuanhuan devoured Tianjuan's immortal light with his great swallowing technique. At the same time, he was secretly brewing a counterattack opportunity. Xuanhuan knew deeply that although immortal couldn't kill him, he couldn't defeat immortality now, unless he broke through to the fourth step and possessed immortal power with the blessing of human emperor sword. Would he really have the power to counter immortal? However, he is not afraid now. The door of flame was shaken at will, and a torrent of flames was ejected from it, which was about to burn everything. Only with this power? Tianjuan's strength to withstand the door of flames is unshakable. His body is a stone, and he is not afraid of flames. Really? The means under my control are more than you think. Immortal, what can I do? A sentence can help you to show Xuanhuan's strong self-confidence. His power climbed, and the Wanfa bell fell into his hands. Driven by his power, the sound wave of Wanfa turned into a golden iron horse. Kill! 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 Everyone could hear the killing intent brought about by the shaking of the Wanfa bell. It is not immortal, and the power of the immortal artifact will never be exerted. Today, Japan's immortal hand needs one more immortal artifact. Tianjun said. We can't watch the show either, killing the army of the spiritual realm. At this moment, Xuanhuan resisted the oppression from Tianjun. The Book of Enlightenment suddenly blinked, and the spirit killing was launched again. Help Emperor Xuanhuan to kill these powerhouses in the spiritual realm. When Bone God saw that Tianjun did not directly defeat Emperor Xuanhuan, but was blocked by various means, he laughed. He felt that Emperor Xuanhuan had more powerful means that were not used, and was still holding back. He killed the great Skybreaker halberd again, knowing in his heart that only the great Emperor Xuanhuan was his ally. The battle was fierce again, and the offensive power of the Bone God was stronger than that of the Book of Enlightenment. And Wanfa Bell continued to shake, as if adding a halo, adding a state to the strong. You will never understand the means of immortality. The mayfly shaking the tree is just an ant after all. Although Tianjun still had an aloof attitude, there was anger in his voice. #C859, do you dare to ask for it? Tianjun once again suppressed it with one palm, hundreds of millions of madness, and his immortal power suppressed all. Tianjuan's eyes swept away, although the battlefield of the cosmic god was suppressed by the Xuanhuan Empire combined with the Bone God. But he didn't care at all, or in other words ignored the death of the god of the universe, because it wouldn't interfere with him at all. His expression was cold, and his tyrannical spirit was oppressing Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's human Tao Supreme will manifested, without any oppression or interference. He suddenly displayed his all-powerful technique, yin and yang, cutting thunder and lightning, all kinds of supernatural powers condensed in an instant, forming a terrifying great technique to counter Tianjun. He stepped into the cosmic dimension, cut a finger vertically and horizontally, and slashed at Tianjun. That's all there is to it? How long can you hold on? Tianjun didn't care about Xuanhuan's attack. This is immortal confidence. He grabbed hard, trying to catch Xuanhuan. I have many means. At the moment when Xuanhuan grabbed Tianjuan's big hand, 6 artifacts suddenly appeared, urging a force, and a force swelled from it, forming a figure, and then the vast figure waved a huge fist to counter Tianjun. Immortal power? Tianjun saw through it and said disdainfully, it turned out to be the power of an artifact, but it is indeed rare to be able to simulate the power of immortality, but unfortunately it should be a little bit worse, otherwise the power of immortality will truly erupt. As expected of immortality, you can see the mystery at a glance. Xuanhuan also knew that his set of immortal artifact components, taken out individually, would be a relatively strong cosmic artifact, but once the 7 pieces were complete, it would be able to condense immortal power. But his killer move is not this. Resisting Tianjun with 6 artifacts, Xuanhuan moved again, and the Supreme Divine Fist roared down, shaking the immortal power. I have no interest in continuing to play with you. Tianjuan's eyes were cold, and anger flashed. He thought that a mortal shot could solve the battle situation simply and neatly, but this person was too tenacious, and he delayed him until now, and fell into a deadlock. This is the greatest shame for a mortal. Tianjun wanted to take Xuanhuan as a slave at first, but now he must be killed. The immortal universe. Tianjun clenched his palms tightly, and an immortal light shone brightly. He suddenly stretched out his hands to grab it, and an immortal universe suddenly enveloped Xuanhuan. The immortal universe, the world is disillusioned. The bone god was startled. Life and disillusionment, the universe is reincarnated. In the immortal universe condensed by Tianjun, the flowers bloom and fall, and the destruction of the universe is actually deduced. It seems that the world has collapsed. As long as there is no breakthrough, everyone will die, and there is absolutely no possibility of escape. Immortality suppressing the universe god is the will to transcend the reincarnation of the universe. He's dead. The spiritual powerhouse shouted. It is also an honor for this Emperor Xuanhuan to block immortality for so long. However, fighting against immortality is like a man's arm and a car will eventually die, and it is impossible to escape. The reincarnation of the era. But within this immortal universe, Jiuan's reincarnation was displayed, and his emperor's body seemed to be in charge of a reincarnation force. His momentum suddenly rose, and the palm of his hand fell back, breaking this immortal universe. His breath was shocked, and the great devouring technique appeared in every pore, absorbing the power of this immortal universe. You actually have the power of cosmic reincarnation. Although it is only a simulated force of cosmic reincarnation. But this was enough to shock Tianjun. At the same time, a stronger murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Good guy, being immortal is so powerful, but once it becomes immortal, it's still great. At that time, I am afraid that even he will not be an opponent at all. This man has immortality. If this person does not die, it is a disaster in the spiritual realm. I will kill you today. If it is said that Tianjun was still indifferent and in control of everything before, but now he has a strong murderous intention, and the immortal body has a fire of death. Immortal beheading. He was angry. He is also an immortal who has lived several cosmic reincarnations. This time, he vowed to let Xuanhuan die here. Suddenly, his palms were raised horizontally. Inside. The great cut. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered. He knew that the means he continuously displayed had turned Tianjun from an attitude of indifference to killing him. But all of this was still within his expectations. Tianjun, soon you will know the horror. Xuanhuan holds the biggest trump card against Tianjun, and is creating opportunities for himself at this time. He used the cutting technique to resist Tianjuan's immortal beheading. Boom. The immortal beheading fell on him, and the beating made his robe vibrate, and Xuanhuan's vitality was wiped out from the inside out, but Xuanhuan's cutting technique also slammed on Tianjuan's body, and his body was shocked. Very good. Tianjun patted his clothes, his face as cold as a stone. Or that he was originally a stone. He shot again at this moment, his strength was surging, and his strength was several times greater than before. There was a flame burning inside his body. This was a real killer move, and it was no longer the way he played with Xuanhuan before. Saint Guling Fist. The stone body of Tianjun showed the power of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Stone and the Spirit became enlightened, and immortal lightning bombarded down one after another, the most violent attack. Humanity is supreme. Xuanhuan also used the fist of the Emperor, domineering, and swallowing the sun, moon, and stars. He is not fighting alone, but the countless people of the Empire have blessed him with power. Tianjun couldn't see any change on the surface, but he was getting more and more irritable and impatient in his heart. What's going on? He took it seriously as an immortal, and he couldn't win a mere cosmic god. 8 portals. At this time, Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the 8 portals were lined up, and 8 strong sources of power were ejected from them. Under the manipulation of Xuanhuan, these 8 origin forces turned into deadly murderous intent, sweeping everything. What is Emperor Xuanhuan going to do? The bone god couldn't see through the actions of Emperor Xuanhuan at all. Your Majesty, this is what you want. The Book of Enlightenment was shocked. I didn't expect you to have a lot of means. These 8 portals are unique fetishes. they can actually absorb the power of the source of the avenue. The fetishes you control are not as immortal as you. No wonder you have the confidence to fight against immortality. When Tianjun spoke, his eyes were horrified, and he shouted, "But do you think you can fight immortality like this? Your wealth is my wealth." His body was shaken, and he was not afraid of the impact of the power of the 8 origins. At the same time, there are so many divine objects in Chunyuan's hands, which also makes him want to get it madly. This time, in order to get the Book of Enlightenment, there is also this unexpected gain. Really? I still have a portal here, do you dare to ask for it? Chunyuan looked at Tianjun coldly. #C860, beat the reservoir dog. How many treasures do you have? How many treasures do I accept? Tianjun stood with his hands behind his back, arrogant, showing a strong self-confidence. He is detached from the universe of heaven and earth. Even if Chunyuan shows super strength, he still does not exist in the same world. These 8 portals, his eyes also flickered with intense heat. What kind of existence does this person actually have to be able to get so many good things? But all these things are destined to belong to him. Then do you want this portal? Chunyuan's expression was cold and severe. He waved his hand, and the sinister, black-smoked door of the curse appeared, and then he took control of this portal and walked directly to Tianjun, blasting it in the source jet of the 8 portals. Oh? There is also a portal. Tianjun was indifferent at first, but when the black smoke hit his face changed drastically. This is the power of the curse. There are 9 cursed artifacts in this universe, and each of them has an incomparably evil power. How could it change? Like this. His eyes narrowed again. I saw the phantoms of 8 artifacts flickering at the gate of the curse. It's fake, even if I'm immortal, I don't dare to take charge of the curse artifact, otherwise no one can resist the curse. Damn, I want to use this thing to deceive me and simulate the power of the curse. I really thought I would be. Did you deceive? Tianjun would not believe that Chunyuan really had to take charge of the curse artifact. Because the power of the cursed artifact is too evil, whoever dares to control it will be immediately backfired. It's true or false, you'll know when you try it. Chunyuan said lightly. How could immortality be frightened by you? Tianjun thought it was Chunyuan who was deliberately provoking him, making him afraid, and throwing his hands at the mouse, but this little trick could not hide it from him, and his eyes showed the brilliance of seeing through everything. In fact, it's no wonder he thinks so. The prestige of the curse artifact is too great, the curse has killed the immortal, and it is impossible to control it. However, Chunyuan held the human emperor sword, the will of the human will, and the great devouring technique temporarily suppressed the evil spirits in the cursed artifact. Come on. Chunyuan said in a provocative tone. Come on. Tianjun was cold. The Holy Spirit grabbed it with a big hand, and shouted, Heaven and earth are in hand, I have the Tao, all illusions have been broken for me, what curse is just to confuse my eyes, today I want you to know the price of offending immortality, you can't take it. His big hand slammed into the door of the curse. Curse kill. Chunyuan smiled. He used Tianjuan's confidence and ignorance of him to activate the curse-killing power the moment his palm fell, and suddenly a strong curse power turned into a strange rune and fell on him. The power of the curse is real. In an instant, Tianjun screamed and his body trembled. Originally, his body was pure and flawless, but the power of the curse entered his body, like a maggot in the tarsus. The most vicious toxin invaded into his body in an instant, causing his holy light to be wiped out and a black stream to flow out. The curse is horrible. Tianjun wanted to dispel the power of this curse, but the curse actually transformed his power and melted his immortal substance. Chunyuan would not miss this opportunity. He held the gate of curse and continued to attack Tianjun. At the same time, when he was running the Gate of Curse, as a double-edged sword, there was also the power of the curse that came back towards his body. This is the power of a curse, you dare to use this power. You will not die well yourself. Shi Tianjun also saw that Xuanhuan was cursed, and laughed. Yes? But as soon as this cursed power entered his body, it was suppressed by a tyrannical will, and Xuanhuan's supreme humanity suppressed everything weird. You are not afraid of the power of the curse. Shi Tianjun shook. What is going on with this person? His immortal is afraid of the power of the curse, but he is not afraid. The power of the curse is terrifying, but unfortunately, Xuanhuan holds the human emperor sword and suppresses it with the supreme will of humanity and the supreme artifact. This is something that Shi Tianjun would never have imagined. No. Shi Tianjun roared, no longer as indifferent as before. Curse kill. Xuanhuan cursed and killed again, and the power of the curse entered his body, causing Shi Tianjun to be shocked. The rotten breath in his body became stronger, and it conveyed a rancid smell, obviously traumatized. He desperately used the immortal substance to suppress it. Back, back, back. The experts in the spiritual realm panicked when they saw that Shi Tianjun was cursed, and did not expect such a situation today. Shi Tianjun himself was careless. His wrong move led to the erosion of the first wave of curses. Spirit kill. Beat up the drowning dog. The Book of Enlightenment will not miss this opportunity. His Majesty has already entangled Shi Tianjun and created the best opportunity for them. If you still can't catch it like this, it is useless waste, and you don't want to achieve the immortal avenue in the future. Boom. He ignores the 5 elements Shinjin, and concentrates on killing Gu Wushuang. You are going to destroy my spirituality. Gu Wushuang panicked, then shouted sharply, holding the immortal spear, to break the spirit killing of the Book of Enlightenment. Spirit annihilation. The terrifying power swept out from the body of the Book of Enlightenment. He directly bombarded with the immortal spear, urging the power of spiritual killing to the extreme, turning it into the power of destroying spirituality, completely covering Gu Wushuang. Gu Wushuang. The 5 elements Shinjin was shocked, and he didn't know what to do at this time. What? The shrill and screaming sound came out, and Gu Wushuang's soul was crushed like a man who had put it into a grinding table, inch by inch, like grinding beans. The pain was extreme, but he couldn't escape. You dare. Shi Tianjun snorted. The power of the curse. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless, and he continued to display the power of the curse. Destroy. With a bang, Gu Wushuang's spirituality vibrated violently, bursting out like fireworks, and the scattered aura was caught by the Book of Enlightenment and turned into a vague shape, all of which were strong spiritual power. This immortal spear was also held in his hand by him. Gu Wushuang is dead. Gu Wushuang was beheaded, which made the powerhouses in the spiritual realm extremely fearful, but their Shi Tianjun was fighting against the outbreak of the curse in the body, and could not help them. The spiritual realm powerhouse started a big retreat. Kill, kill, kill. I still want to run. The bone god strode away, chasing after Dan Yuanfeng. His great heaven-breaking halberd swept across the past, knocking Dan Yuanfeng to the point of collapse. The spirit body could not be maintained, and the body of an immortal divine pill was looming. You guys are going to be mortal enemies with my spiritual realm. Dan Yuanfeng was terrified. It is not easy for him to cultivate from a medicinal pill to the current state. It's not that I want to be an enemy of the spiritual realm, but you are aggressive and don't give me a way to live. Just now, the bone god directly swept Dan Yuanfeng to the position of the Book of Enlightenment. Obviously, this was intentional, and let the Shenwu Empire solve it by itself and reap the spoils. Suddenly, the cold and stern voice of the Book of Enlightenment came out, and his Book of Enlightenment directly enveloped Dan Yuanfeng. Dan Yuanfeng screamed, but no one could save him, and he was destined to be unable to get out alive. Hashtag C861 win-win. Xuanhu Empire, I remember you. Shi Tianjun made an angry voice, your cursed portal is not a complete body, you can't kill it with a curse, but you have successfully provoked my anger. He displayed his immortal power and left the Xuanhu Empire with the remnants of the spiritual realm. Shi Tianjun had no choice, the power of the Gate of Curse madly eroded his immortal substance in his body. Although not fatal, Emperor Xuanhu's continuous attacks allowed him to settle down and expel quietly, which would cause damage to his immortal substance in the long run. He cannot care about Gu Wushuang and their deaths, but he can't care about his immortal material. This bleak departure was also regarded as a shame by Shi Tianjun, and it was imprinted in his soul and could not be erased. If there are 9 cursed artifacts, you have been cursed to death. Chu Yuan was cold and put away the door of the curse. This cursed gate is more lethal to immortality than he imagined. His Majesty. The Book of Enlightenment came to Chu Yuan and respectfully said, this is the immortal gun, the immortal pill, and the spirituality of Gu Wushuang and Dan Yuanfeng. This is the spoils of the empire, and he dare not swallow it alone. This time you have contributed a lot, and I have seen the credit. Chu Yuan weighed the immortal spear, then grabbed the 2 groups of spirituality, and directly waved his hand into the body of the Book of Martial Arts. The Book of Martial Arts was stunned for a moment, and the spirituality in the body was madly enhanced. His realm was originally very close to the 4-step destruction, but now, with the blessing of the 2 groups of spirituality, he broke through to the 4-step destruction of the universe God. The 4th step is shattered. The Book of Martial Arts is still in a dream. The Book of Martial Arts, thank your Majesty for the gift soon, said the Book of Enlightenment. Thank you, your Majesty. The Book of Martial Arts was excited and knelt down on one knee. This is what you deserve. With stronger strength, you can fight for the empire better. I value you very much. Chu Yuan said, take this immortal spear. In the future, this will be your martial arts spear. Use it to fight for the empire. Remember your Majesty's order. The Book of Martial Arts is exciting. As for the immortal pill of Dan Yuanfeng, this immortal pill has cultivated its own spirituality, and has also broken through to the 4th step of the universe God, which is much more precious than those ordinary immortal pills. Chu Yuan used it to refine it by himself. Although he couldn't make his realm break through 4 steps, it could also promote a lot. He clearly knew that in order to break through the 4-step destruction, what he needed was more majestic vitality. Although the Gate of the Fairy can also spew out vitality, but it is too soft, and he needs a more violent, tsunami-like impact. He looked at the Bone God and said with a smile, I would like to thank the Bone God for taking action this time, otherwise the Cosmic God's battlefield would not have attacked so smoothly. He also knew that the appearance of the Bone God completely changed the battlefield of the God of the universe. The Great Emperor is too polite to say such words. Without the Great Emperor, I would have suffered in the Tomb of the Gods. Besides, this time I was only the icing on the cake and could not decide the situation of the battle. The Bone God was also shocked. In just a few short years, the strength of Emperor Xuanhu has reached such a level that Shi Tianjun, the immortal, is helpless. Although Shi Tianjun's retreat was due to the door of the curse, the fact that he was able to not fear the power of the curse made people feel even more terrified. Bone God is also fortunate that a small move that day. In exchange for the friendship of the Xuanhu Empire, he continued, the Xuanhu Empire will always be my ally. Bone God, I have seen your friendship. Today you came to see me clearly. Chu Yuan said. Indeed, this time I also happened to see the great Emperor's empire fighting. The Bone God began to talk about business and said, it's for the matter of the universe sea. Your Majesty should have received the news that a long river of 10,000 treasures representing treasures has appeared in the universe sea, sweeping out the treasures of the Reincarnation era. I know a little bit about this. There are also people in Xuanhuan's empire who are always stationed in the universe, saying, in the early days, some treasures appeared, and then there were more and more treasures. The 10,000 Treasures River has many records. In ancient time and space, to be precise, it is not a river, but a time and space torrent swept out by a tyrannical time and space force, which is washed in each time and space, and the treasures of each era are replaced by time and space. Forces attract, gather together, and flow everywhere in the universe. The Book of Enlightenment. The Book of Enlightenment knows this better than I do. The Bone God nodded, I am just for this Wanbao River. I guess its appearance is a chain reaction caused by the shock of the war in the immortal time and space, and Wanbao River is rare, and sometimes a cosmic cycle will only appear a few times. Second, there are many treasures, because I am here to cooperate with your majesty and go to the Wanbao River to search for treasures. He knew that even though he had broken through to the fourth step of destruction, the myriad treasures would be immortal. This time, Xuanhuan has the power to repel immortality, which also excited him. With this powerful ally, he can obtain more treasures in the 10,000 Treasures River. There are too many treasures in Wanbao Changhe. To be honest, I am only 10% sure about immortality now, and I still have the experience of my previous life. This time, I want to get more treasures in Wanbao Changhe, so as to accumulate for breakthrough immortality. Bone Shinto. Unity is stronger. Xuanhuan did not refuse the cooperation of the Bone God. Because the Bone God is extremely strong in the fourth step. The Wanbao River has not fully appeared yet. It will take some time. During this time, we can make preparations. I hope that His Majesty can go there in person. Bone Shinto. The Wanbao River is the channel for the Empire to obtain resources, and I will not miss it. Xuanhuan naturally went, how to get more energy in the Empire to break through the 4 steps, and then said, Bone God, during the time you are ready to wait, you can stay in the Empire and read the books of the book universe. Write down your thoughts if you care. Haha, Your Majesty has opened the book universe, and I have long wanted to read the book collection in the book universe. It is also a kind of growth to learn from other people's knowledge and write down my own insights. Bone God has no opinion. The Book of Inspiration also smiled. The cultivation of the Bone God is indeed not immortal, but his experience and memory are still immortal. His Majesty deliberately allows him to read books, which can benefit the Bone God, but at the same time it can also allow the Bone God to leave immortal insights, which is good for the book universe. This is a win-win. Your Majesty, although the spiritual realm is temporarily receding this time, it is temporary. The spirit killing of the minister and the threat brought by Your Majesty, the spiritual realm will not give up, and the immortal in the spiritual realm is not only Shi Tianjun, they will definitely take revenge. At this time, the Book of Enlightenment also expressed his concerns. This time, Shi Tianjun was forced to retreat by the Gate of Curse, and he has not dared to attack the Empire at will. Xuanhuan said, however, they may put the battlefield elsewhere. What Your Majesty said is the long river of 10,000 treasures. The Book of Qiling said, it is indeed easier to take action in Wanbao Changhe than to attack the Empire, and there will inevitably be more chaos there. Put the battle in the Wanbao Changhe. Xuanhuan said, now everyone will prepare. #C862 Wanbao River. The appearance of the Wanbao River is the direction of the next move of the Shenwu Empire. Xuanhuan now also has a sense of urgency for the breakthrough of the 4th step. He clearly knows that before the 4th step, he can't really compete with immortality head-on, and future battles need immortal strength, otherwise he can't deal with various crises. The immortal pill transformed by Dan Yuanfeng was refined by him. The various resources of the Empire are blessed. Xuanhuan's realm was consolidated at the end of the 3rd step. Within the book universe. Wonderful, wonderful, this supernatural power can still be used in this way, the way of immortality, transcending the universe, eternal existence with immortal matter, immortal, immortality will not die, but what does each cosmic reincarnation represent? This world, there is a force that dominates this cycle. The bone god is immersed in perception in the book universe. Even though he was immortal in the past, there are too many books in the book universe. Collecting other immortal books, he has benefited a lot from the insights of many immortals, and he is determining his new way of immortality. The reincarnation of the universe, it may be a harvest, or it may be that the world has reached its limit. The universe will start anew, or it may satisfy a power. Xuanhuan descended into the book universe, looked at the bone god, smiled and said, "You were immortal, I have a little doubt, why some immortals disappear. It stands to reason that immortality will not die in the reincarnation of the universe. Xuanhuan infinite immortality, how did some disappear? It's really weird, I've been thinking about it too." Bone God said, "It is certain that some ancient immortals are hidden somewhere, and some are completely disappeared. It seems that every time the universe is reincarnated and the world is in chaos, there will be monks on the other side of the boat. The other side of the Shenzhou. Xuanhuan has the imprint of the other side of the boat, this is also with a purpose." "Well, it's true. The other side of Shenzhou is mysterious. It's a bit certain that there is no good thing for them." Bone God answered. "Immortal Xuanhuan is immortal, but their lives cannot be immortal." Xuanhuan's words were a little chatty, but the bone god could understand it, nodded, and listened to Emperor Xuanwu continue. "God, Heavenly Emperor, did they really fall for the ancient method? It stands to reason that in their era, they were invincible, no one can compete with them, but why have they all withdrawn from the big curtain of the times, like an epic desolate? No one in the era of the Emperor of Heaven will be the era of the Emperor of Heaven, and he represents a kind of supreme invincibility." Bone God affirmed this point, "But I am far from the strength of the Heavenly Emperor, God. Perhaps they are subject to some kind of restriction and have to end the curtain, unable to make their era eternal." Xuanhuan said, "But I am a little certain that becoming the supreme of an era must have huge benefits, otherwise the misty ancient emperor, Yuashan, the emperor will not pursue this goal. Yeah, there are too many secrets in this world waiting for us to unravel." Bone God sighed. "These are not the main things now, and I will talk to you at will." Xuanhuan smiled, waving his hand and wine appeared in front of him. "It's also my honor to have your majesty invite me to drink." The bone god is becoming more and more unable to see the yuan. Xuanhuan smiled, and the two of them drank and talked about the wonders of the universe. "Huh? Someone in our empire has become a cosmic god again." At this time, Xuanhuan looked at a place in the empire. Someone was breaking through the realm of the universe god and condensing his own small universe. He and the bone god left the book universe, and the person who saw the breakthrough was Yangming. Yangming is a veteran of the empire. He followed him when he was weak and made great contributions. Although he was not a person who fought head-on, he did the logistics behind him and paid a lot, and directly exchanged his contribution for the small chaos universe. He knew that his talent was not enough, so he exchanged credit for resources, and smashed himself into the universe god with resources. "See your majesty." After breaking through the universe god, Yangming didn't have time to consolidate his realm, and immediately came to Xuanhuan. "Very good, you finally broke through to the universe god. There are many books in the book universe, you can go and learn about it yourself." Xuanhuan said. "I know." Yangming was also very emotional. He took refuge in the great Emperor Xuanwu with a small move back then, otherwise there would be no breakthrough in the universe god today. "Your Majesty, the vibration of the Wanbao River is getting more and more violent, and it has begun to sweep across the universe. The Purple Blood Magic Book constantly monitors the fluctuations in the universe and relays the latest news back." "Have you started yet?" Xuanhuan said, "Then we should also start entering the universe. See." The Book of Inspiration, you stay in the Imperial court to guard. Besides the loyal and brave king, the Empire's war against all outside worlds has stopped, and you will stick to the homeland. This time, I will take the elite of the Empire to enter the universe first. This time, Xuanhuan is going to fight the Universe C in person. Follow your Majesty's order. The strong man of the Empire responded. Finally going to enter the Sea of Cosmos. The Bone God also looked forward to the fact that although the Emperor was domineering and ruthless, he was also extremely committed, which was the reason why he was relieved to cooperate with Xuanhuan. Follow me into the Sea of Cosmos. Xuanhuan said. This time, all the elites who entered the universe were the elites of the Empire, and the weakest ones had to have the cultivation of the supreme gods. The main purpose of entering was to mobilize the god-killing formation, cooperate with the Empire's universe gods, and launch a horizontal push attack. The universe has come again. The atmosphere in the entire universe is very tense. The slaughter in the immortal time and space is still fierce, and I heard that the immortals have all ended and started to fight. Great Emperor, that's where the 10,000 Treasures River is. After reaching the Universe Sea, the Bone God pointed to the void. Xuanhuan's eyes shot out, and the void of that day turned into chaos, and a behemoth was flowing in the deep dimension, rumbling and making a deafening sound. The 10,000 Treasures River is constantly moving, and it has a very strong dimensional repulsion, but it sometimes appears, and it is strange to weaken this repulsion. Bone Shinto. The Wanbao River has appeared. After Xuanhuan's army reached the Universe Sea, they were waiting for the long river of 10,000 treasures. Boom! The more violent sound of concussion came out, and Wanbao Changhe finally fully revealed its true face. This is a long deep blue river. The water-like material in it is not water, but a torrent of void that is thick to the extreme. In it, there are countless things, such as fragments of the ancient temple of Xuanhuan and other various things. This is the long river of 10,000 treasures, flowing endlessly, swept through the past, whether it is useful or useless. There are so many treasures in there. Purple Blood Magic Book stood beside Xuanhuan. Yes, there are indeed countless treasures in it. This 10,000 treasures river has been moving since it appeared. Maybe it will disappear again, and everyone will be repelled. The Empire will take this opportunity to seize the treasure. Xuanhuan has been locking Wanbao Changhe, and he has seen too many treasures in it. The appearance of Wanbao Changhe is a good time for us to take action. There are too many treasures in the Wanbao Changhe, and many ancient ruins are swept inside, and the treasures are concentrated, which is much better than searching hard in the universe. Yeah, in the immortal time and space, the Ascension God dynasty is breaking out with many immortal forces, and this 10,000 treasures river is a place where we can enter. Figures appeared one after another from the universe, and a large number of forces were waiting for this opportunity. After the 10,000 treasures river appeared from the deep space and time, like locusts, they burst into it. The Empire enters the Wanbao River. #C863 Well, the scar forgets the pain. The Wanbao River is extremely huge and boundless. And there are too many treasures here. If you look around, there are treasures everywhere. It depends on whether you have the strength to seize them. However, within the 10,000 treasures river, there are also many dangers. The turbulent dimensional torrent of time and space has turned the time and space here upside down. After layers of erosion, and suddenly erupted, even the universe god can drown you in it. Moreover, there are too many ancient Jedi swept here, which have evolved into various restricted areas. Go! When the army of Shenwu arrived at Wanbao Changhe, they started their sweeping mode. The mana was united by the great execution of God Array, as if a huge net appeared, just like fishing in the water, taking away many treasures regardless of whether they were useful or not. It is meaningless to distinguish treasures in the Wanbao River. No matter how good or bad it is, put it into your own pocket first. Haha, there are too many treasures here, take them away, take them all, and add them to the treasury. Yes, this is a big opportunity for the Empire. So many or magical medicines are a big supplement to the development of the Empire. United Sweep. The Xuanhuan Empire was all excited. When they saw so many treasures gathered together, their eyes lit up, but they didn't have the idea of secret, but they all contributed to the treasury, waiting for the Empire to contribute and distribute. Emperor Xuanhuan, this time I cooperate with the Empire's action, and after the end, I will also distribute it according to my own contribution. The Bone God was shocked, and he also used his power to cooperate with the Xuanhuan Empire, knowing that although he was very strong, he had to rely on the Xuanhuan Empire. The sweeping of the Xuanhuan Empire on such a large scale naturally attracted the attention of some people, but the terrifying power emanating from it made many people shake their heads, unwilling to offend the power of an empire. That's the benefit of sweeping with an empire. Two immortals with similar strengths, one leads a large number of strong people, and the other is lonely, so that people can combine forces to form a large array, and energy is provided to the immortal, which can target the immortality of the single person to the dead. Boom! The void suddenly split open, and a torrent swept in. This is the time and space torrent of the 10,000 Treasures River. The vast force is almost unstoppable. Pushing it flat from a distance, some of the powerhouses who are taking treasures change color and are then submerged by the torrent. This is the power of time and space within the Wanbao Changhe. The Bone God was shocked. However, Xuanhuan waved his hand, and a torrent of void spewed out from the gate of the void. It collided with the torrent of the sky, and the fluctuation of the sky and the earth cracked, making the time and space of the 10,000 Treasures River reversed, and countless treasures fell like raindrops. Broken immortal artifact. The Book of Martial Dao grabbed abruptly, and in his hand appeared a blade that was broken into more than a dozen pieces. Although it is a broken immortal artifact, the material is extraordinary, and the material can be smelted out. Purple Blood Demon said. Good. The Book of Martial Arts nodded. The army continued to sweep, and they captured the skeleton of a huge ancient beast. There were immortal light marks flashing, but it was not immortal, but some immortal power had been condensed in its body, which was of extraordinary value. Boom! When they swept across the Wanbao Changhe, they suddenly stepped into a Jedi, and countless murderous intentions rushed in frantically, but the army united, bombarded with the God Executioner array, and then emerged from the Jedi. A big hand grabbed out of the God, and in that Jedi there was a starry brilliance. It was extremely bright. All treasures in the Jedi were swept away. Too crazy. Bone God was shocked. If it were him alone, it would be absolutely impossible for him to sweep like this. The danger of the Wanbao River itself would make him very troublesome. And Emperor Xuanhuan mastered a portal that could use the power of the void, shattering too many dangers in a row. While the 10,000 Treasures River has not disappeared, the Empire must plunder more resources during this time. Xuanhuan issued an imperial decree. The army swept across. Holy Spirit shock. The murderous aura was monstrous. When the Xuanhuan Empire seized the treasure, a large number of densely packed powerhouses appeared in the distance, stepping on the torrent. Their mana was condensed on a spiritual map, which also belonged to the immortal artifact. God Execution Great Array. The Xuanhuan Empire roared, someone took the initiative to attack them, and they would naturally counterattack, causing the two forces to explode together, terribly. Boom! One after another bombardment, these powerhouses took the initiative to target the Xuanhuan Empire and came prepared. The army of the spiritual realm, you really haven't given up. The Book of Martial Arts held a long spear and swept away, dissolving a lot of power. He also had an anger in his heart, which suddenly turned into a shocking cold light, killed in an instant, and then set off a shocking wave in the army of the spiritual realm. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. The book of martial arts roared, and the fighting spirit was boiling. Unparalleled gun. There was an angry voice in the spirit domain army. A strong man with a straight body rushed out, with a knife in his hand. The light of the knife swept away, and directly bombarded the book of martial arts from a distance. Chunyu knife, the body is an immortal knife. The book of martial arts recognized this person. Spiritual realm, do you want to fight here? The bone god also made a sound to the opposite side. War, why not fight? The spirit realm suffered a big loss in the Xuanhuan Empire last time. They have ancient immortal level forces, and are well known in the universe. They were killed in a row in the fourth step. How could they be willing to accept such a failure? It was too bad to fight in the Xuanhuan Empire, so they put the battlefield in the Wanbao River. If you want to fight, you will fight, and the Xuanhuan Empire is not afraid of everything. The book of martial arts was in high spirits, with a big stride ahead. He broke through to the fourth step, just when he wanted to sharpen himself, and His Majesty was also here. It was impossible to be afraid of fear. Activate the Wanfa Bell. The powerhouse of the book universe is responsible for urging the Wanfa Bell to condense a Wanfa spiritual body. I will fight with you today too. The bone god doesn't matter. He is now an ally of the Xuanhuan Empire. If the spiritual realm stops the Empire's treasure hunt, it is destroying his treasure hunt. Obstructing people's preaching is like killing one's parents. It's up. The impact of the Xuanhuan Empire and the army of the spiritual realm was too violent, attracting the attention of some people, and it was not a big deal to watch the fun. That is the spiritual realm. It is rumored that the spiritual gods have opened up. They are extremely powerful, and they are strong against them. With such a big fanfare, it is obviously not weak. Humane. The universe is in chaos, there are killings everywhere, killing within the time and space of immortality, killing within the Wanbao Changhe. There is hardly a place to fight peacefully. Who cares who is fighting with him in the spiritual realm? We don't want to mix in, just watch the show, it is good. Someone speaks. Killing this kind of big power is good for many people. If their powers are killed together, it will give many people the opportunity to win treasures. It makes sense. The men nodded. When these people are killed, they will shake the 10,000 treasures river even more, causing many treasures to appear. Sure, Tianjun, when the scar is healed, I forget the pain. Have I forgotten my methods? Chu Yuan's indifferent, soul-stirring voice delivered. His eyes turned to a place where the huge mana evaporated a dimensional torrent. #C864, turn passive into active. Looking at his eyes, the endless void is evaporating, revealing the immortality of Shi Tianjun. Shi Tianjun had already expelled the cursed power from his body, and his expression was cold and arrogant. Unlike the first time, there was a stone garment fluttering on his body. It was the immortal artifact he created, the Holy Spirit stone clothes, to resist Chu Yuan's cursed power. The last failure, his immortal dignity was shaken. No matter what, he couldn't swallow this loss, and he had to take revenge. Moreover, the divine objects that Chu Yuan controlled made him very excited and eager to get them. Immortal. The appearance of Shi Tianjun made the scalps of those onlookers go numb from afar, and an immortal figure appeared. Want to fight the curse by putting on a stone coat? Chu Yuan looked at him. It's just some weird means, otherwise how could you be arrogant? Shi Tianjun was most afraid of Chu Yuan's cursed door. I will give you the door of the curse. Do you dare to ask for it? If you don't say such empty words in front of me. The door of Chu Yuan's curse, black chi burst out, melting everything. Shi Tianjuan's body trembled obviously. Obviously, he couldn't forget the profound lessons before. Then he returned to normal and said indifferently, the curse is strong, but what you control can only cause some trouble to me, and you can't win. Then try again. Chu Yuan urged the door of the curse, and a cursed killing force turned into a talisman and fell directly on Shi Tianjun. The curse was strange. Shi Tianjun didn't have the power to directly suppress Chu Yuan, he could only bear it passively. Boom! Shi Tianjun was radiant, the stone clothes on his body fluttered, and there was a flawless light shock, and then returned to normal. This kind of curse is not enough. Then go on. Chu Yuan was very calm. Stronger curses fell from all directions, black smoke billowed, Shi Tianjun was continuously shaken, the expression on his face changed again, he shouted, "You!" Although his immortal divine clothing was powerful, he also felt that Chu Yuan's use of the curse was even more terrifying than before, causing black spots to appear on his originally pure white divine clothing, frantically eroding the immortal divine formation inside. If he is cursed to kill him like this, his stone clothes will become a cursed god robe. But what gave him the most headache was that if he faced other cosmos gods, he could use the strongest attack and kill method to kill him directly, ignoring the curse. However, Chu Yuan's powerful means made it impossible for him to achieve instant kill. Everything will be turned into a curse, I will take charge of the curse, and my enemies will be cursed and depraved, pulled into the boundless sinking. The mysterious and strange power of the curse, in the control of Chu Yuan, has a vastness, the domineering of the emperor, and the taste of conquering the curse. He is the master of the power of the curse. On the day when Shi Tianjun left, he absorbed the immediate response to the curse from the Book of Enlightenment, plus his own insights, which made his display of the power of the curse more profound. And the most crucial point, although he has not yet broken through the fourth step, the immortal body of Dan Yuanfeng has brought his realm to the late third step. Boom! Countless curse breaths condensed, and on Shi Tianjuan's body, a cursed robe appeared, to assimilate his Holy Spirit stone clothes, and become part of the curse. Don't dare! Shi Tianjuan's face became more and more gloomy, and the use of this curse was stronger than before. Essence erupted, and the rays of light were bright, and he shattered the phantom of the cursed robe with a powerful force. Dealing with this kind of opponent, he felt a great headache. He can ignore the bombardment of Chu Yuan's other sacred objects, but the power of the curse cannot be ignored, and part of the power must be divided to suppress it. Bombard them. Shi Tianjun drank coldly. He knows that the other party has the door of curse, but with him, this great emperor can't take action on others. Kill. A lot of strong people came to the spiritual realm this time, more than last time, the spiritual light was boiling, and the power was overwhelming. I saw that those forces were transformed into the forbidden light under the urging of the spiritual map, and the Xuanhuan Empire was shrouded in one fell swoop. Go in. What is he going to do? Bone God felt bad. Boom. Shi Tianjun sneered, and his punch suddenly bombarded the Wanbao River in one direction, and the immortal power shook the world. After his fist bombardment, the Wanbao Changhe collapsed in a terrifying manner. It seemed that there was the sound of a long river washing away. Suddenly, endless dazzling rays of light swept in. A long river filled with fierce murderous intent washed away. In this long river of light, there are endless aurora, each ray of aurora is fierce and extraordinary, and it is an extremely ferocious dimensional force in the deep level of the Wanbao River. This is Shi Tianjuan's plan. He knew that there was a door of curse, and he would never be able to kill Chu Yuan, and he also took the army to fight, so he called the spiritual realm powerhouse, entangled the Imperial army, and then opened a Jedi to let the dimensional aurora inside burst out. Since Emperor Xuanhuan was difficult to kill, he changed his plan and killed the army of the Xuanhuan Empire. Without a strong man, this person is a loner, and it is much easier to deal with him. This dimensional aurora rushes in, and it will directly break the defense of the Xuanhuan Empire, and then it will fall into the attack and kill of the Spirit Realm army. It's still a long way to fight against the immortals. How can the means of immortality be imagined by them? Ha 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 ha, soon it's time for us to kill. The Spirit Domain army patiently waited for the opportunity. That's it? When Xuanhuan spoke, the Jiuji divine light rumbled and enlarged, and it also turned into a long river of light. The extreme power collided with the dimensional torrent. The sudden burst of power caused the Jiuji divine light to drown the world. Face assimilation destroys the torrent of dimensions. Jiuji Xingguang was a divine object that Xuanhuan had spent all his time collecting 9 treasure maps. And Jiuji Xingguang destroyed the torrent of the dimension, and also took part of the power of the dimension, rolled up the storm of light, and killed it. Bang bang bang. The spiritual map, motivated by the army of the spiritual realm, was also an immortal artifact. It was suddenly suppressed by the divine light of Jiuji, and coupled with the counterattack of the Shenwu Empire, there were loopholes in their attack, and a fierce force drowned in it. The ocean of storms that the 9-color aurora turned into. Shi Tianjuan's expression changed. Another treasure. How can there be so many treasures on this person? Retreat! Shi Tianjun shouted. This time he failed, and the battle plan to attack the Shenwu Empire with the torrent of dimensions failed, but he would not be so willing to retreat. There was still more time, and he wanted to play with the Shenwu Empire slowly. Return. Bone God breathed a sigh of relief. In this fight, there was no loss between the two sides, but the forces were fighting each other from a distance. Your Majesty, although the spiritual realm has receded, they will not let us go easily and will cause us a lot of trouble in the Wanbao Changhe. Purple Blood Demon Calligraphy. It's very troublesome to be targeted by an immortal. You can't ignore him. If you don't counter him, you will suffer a lot. The Bone God also said beside him. Since Shi Tianjun is determined to be his enemy, and he is here, he can't do it. Next, we have to see who has the more powerful means. We will also make trouble for them. It is better to take the initiative to deal with it than to passively deal with it. Xuanhuan has an idea. #C864 hurt each other. Turn passive into active, and take the initiative to create trouble for them. Passive beating is not Xuanhuan's character after all. He prefers to take the initiative to attack, looking for opportunities to counterattack in the attack. He knew that Shi Tianjun hated him to the bone, and was greedy for his treasure, so he would not give up, but would look for opportunities, such as a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, who was not sure when it would bite him and make him poisonous. Died. Although immortality is all about face, but Shi Tianjun has suffered so much in his hands, he has long lost face, and will use any cold methods. This time I also need your help from the Bone God. Xuanhuan said. Haha, I naturally want to help the Shenwu Empire. Helping the Emperor is helping me. I will do what your Majesty wants to do. The Bone God understood that Xuanhuan's strength could no longer be viewed as a pure god of the universe. In the realm of cosmic gods, they can fight against immortality, and it is difficult for a character like this to appear in several cosmic reincarnations. Originally, I planned to sweep the 10,000 treasures river with absolute strength, but now it seems that this road will not work. Even if I give up some opportunities to obtain treasures, I will let Shi Tianjun experience what is called trouble. The power of the void swept out, and Xuanhuan used the gate of the void to construct a time and space of eternal exile. This trick. The Bone God felt the power of eternal exile more and more. The gate of the void is the carrier. Now everyone is inside the gate of the void, while Xuanhuan walks in another time and space with eternal exile, so that others cannot find his whereabouts. However, if you leave the void gate, the aura of the Shenwu army will soon be tracked by Shi Tianjun. It is true that doing so will make the Shenwu Empire lose a lot of time to find treasures. But in order to target Shi Tianjun, Xuanhuan didn't care. Follow me to find them. Xuanhuan said lightly. At this moment, Wanbao grows in Hanoi. A large number of strong people in the spiritual realm appeared here. Then why is the Shenwu Empire so difficult to deal with? even the immortal can't deal with that Xuanhu Emperor. He actually mastered the power of the curse. Is this really suppressing the curse, or the Xuanhu Emperor has been cursed and forced to retreat from the immortal? If it wasn't difficult, Gu Wushuang and Dan Yuanfeng wouldn't die there. This time we are collecting treasures while dealing with the Xuanhu Empire. If we dare to fight against our spiritual realm, he will die. First take action to take away the treasure in front of you. This time a mortal actually found a hidden treasure left by Xuanhao Immortal Palace. Following immortality has great benefits. An immortal palace appeared in front of the spiritual realm powerhouses, with endless divine light shining. Mad dragons of vitality swept through them, and there were a lot of restrictions from the outside world, preventing them from entering. This is Xuanhao Immortal Palace, which was left by an immortal powerhouse called Yuan in ancient times. It is extremely powerful and can compete with people like Heavenly Emperor and Fa. Where did the people of the Xuanhu Empire go? Shi Tianjun looked at this Taiyuan Immortal Palace and didn't make a move. With his immortal power, he was tracking the whereabouts of the Xuanhu Empire, but his brows were furrowed. No matter how he felt, he couldn't detect any traces. This made him very uncomfortable. Maybe it's hidden somewhere. Shi Tianjun speculated. Kill. All of a sudden, a gate of the void appeared in the void, and a large number of powerhouses were killed. The bone god took the lead, swung the great skybreaker halberd, and stepped forward with the power of destruction, directly killing the past. Boom! One after another, the light of killing god swept across. Xuanhu Empire. Shi Tianjun suddenly looked at the gate of the void. Xin shouted, Emperor Xuanhu, I didn't expect that you would dare to appear by yourself and want to rob Xuanhao Immortal Mansion. The deity is waiting for you. He didn't take Qu Yuan seriously before, but now he has to call out the great Emperor Xuanhu. They want to rob Xuanhao Immortal Mansion. Don't let them succeed, the spiritual realm powerhouse shouted. Destroy Xuanhao Immortal Mansion. Qu Yuan coldly ordered. He understands that if he wants to capture Xuanhao Immortal Mansion, he will have to pay a lot of casualties. It is better to destroy it directly. It is simpler, and no one can get it. It is good. The Book of Bone Gods and Martial Arts answered. The two immortal artifacts gathered the mighty power of the Xuanhu Empire, as well as the Wanfa Bell, and smashed them directly to Xuanhao Immortal Mansion. You dare. Shi Tianjun wanted to take action, but Qu Yuan held the door of curse and looked at him so coldly. He waved, and other special portals appeared. Boom! Everything exploded, and the Xuanhu Empire's shot injected terrifying energy into the Xuanhao Immortal Mansion, making the Immortal Mansion unable to withstand the bombardment, completely collapsed, and countless treasures were smashed into powder. The powerhouses in the spiritual realm saw that all the divine pills, cosmos artifacts, and other materials were destroyed. Their faces were distorted by anger. Before, they attacked Xuanhao Immortal Mansion just to obliterate the external restrictions, and they were afraid of hurting the treasures inside, so they delayed it until now, and they did not expect to be directly destroyed by the Xuanhu Empire. Their eyes flashed again. The Emperor Xuanhu used a method, and everyone immediately disappeared in front of him. The people of the Xuanhu Empire are deliberately targeting me. Although Shi Tianjuan's face didn't change, the gloom in his heart can be imagined. Their breath is gone again. What makes Shi Tianjun even more angry is that the other party can't be found after disappearing, and he also knows that the source of all this strangeness is in the body of Emperor Xuanhu. In the next period of time, the targeting from the Xuanhu Empire did not stop. The Emperor Xuanhu used a powerful method to track the powerhouses in the spiritual realm at all times. Whenever they wanted to capture some powerful treasures, they suddenly appeared. The people of this Xuanhu Empire are fierce, and if they can't get it, they will directly destroy it. This kind of targeting also makes the spiritual realm miserable. Now that they have entered the 10,000 treasures river, they have not gotten anything decent, and they are simply hurting each other. I am afraid that the spiritual realm is also in a turmoil now. When you grab the treasure, you have to think about whether the emperor will suddenly appear beside them. At this time, Xuanhuan had the Bone God and the Book of Martial Tao by his side. The others are all inside the Void Gate, responsible for activating the Wanfa Bell and the God-killing Great Array. Although I can't defeat the immortal now, but with the power of the curse, I can make that Shi Tianjun unable to exert the power he should have. Xuanhuan walked in the Wanbao River. His hands were suddenly torn, and a pool of golden liquid was wrapped in a pool in front of him, undulating in the torrent of the void. This is the golden spring of the soul. The Bone God was shocked. The golden spring of soul needs many souls above the gods to gather together. It is a treasure to cultivate and strengthen the soul, but it needs to kill too many strong people to condense it out. It is extremely precious, this pool. It should be how many gods will you have to die? It's really precious, though. Xuanhuan walked towards the soul Jinquan. You still want to capture the golden spring of your soul? A figure came across time and space. It was Shi Tianjun. Xuanhuan was targeting him, and he was also targeting Xuanhuan, and the immortal hand immediately took the lead and grabbed the soul Jinquan. If you want a golden spring of soul, I can give it to you. Xuanhuan didn't care. He suddenly shot the golden spring of his soul and splashed it at Shi Tianjun. #C866 Dragon Body. Shi Tianjun is here. Being targeted by Xuanhuan like this, it is impossible for him to remain indifferent, not to take countermeasures, not to target each other. His immortal is not afraid at all. To hurt each other, let's play together. He doesn't care. His big hand grabbed the soul Jinquan, destroying it and not letting Xuanhuan get it. But when he grabbed it, his face suddenly changed, and he instinctively wanted to retreat. The golden spring water in front of him was suddenly dark and gloomy, and suddenly a strong curse was attached, becoming the most sinister poisonous water in the world. To splash on him. The cursed water. With a move, Xuanhuan sent his soul Jinquan towards Shi Tianjun. Shi Tianjun was suddenly splashed by the golden spring of his soul, as if he was in boiling oil. Black smoke came out of his body, his flawless body was corroded, dark spots appeared, and his spirituality in the body was madly destroyed. Xuanhuan didn't intend to ask for this golden spring of soul at all, but had already exerted his curse power to corrode the golden spring of soul and deal with Shi Tianjun. The pure power of the curse is not strong, but with the help of the soul gold spring, the sacred object that nourishes the soul suddenly becomes a poison for the soul. How about this gift I gave you? Xuanhuan said indifferently. Emperor Xuanwu, you are very good. Shi Tianjuan's face was terribly cold, glowing with coldness. He watched helplessly as Emperor Xuanwu left without chasing after him. Kill. At this time, the spiritual realm powerhouse also came in and saw Shi Tianjun, who was covered in black smoke, and his face was stunned. If it weren't for the power of this curse. Shi Tianjun banishes the curse. The hatred in his heart, the repeated losses, even caused fear in his heart. He had heard of the kind of heaven-defying existence that could fight immortality with the realm of the cosmic god, and at first he sneered at it. How could this be possible? The immortality and the cosmic god were not creatures at the same level at all. But the great Emperor Xuanwu. It made him feel this fear. I am immortal, he is just the god of the universe. Shi Tianjun expelled the cursed power of his body and regained the invincible confidence of being immortal. Immortal. At this time, Chunyu Dao made a deep voice, took a step forward, and said, "We can't continue like this. Look, what benefits have we gained from fighting the Xuanwu Empire in this short period of time? A lot of time has been wasted. As soon as the great treasure is found, the Xuanwu Empire will appear and act directly, and we have nothing to do with them, and there is no way to counter it. Are you questioning the immortal decision?" Shi Tianjun was in a very bad mood, very upset. Being told by Chunyu Dao, it was even worse. I don't dare to question immortality, but I just feel that we need to change the way. If this continues, it will be difficult for us to gain benefits in Wanbao Changhe. Chen Yudao of the sword. He couldn't take it anymore. He came to Wanbao Changhe this time to capture treasures, not to accompany the Xuanhu Empire to hurt each other. It is too quiet to act together, and it is easy to be found by the Xuanhu Empire, and it is too dangerous to act alone, and it may be hunted by the other party. Do you have any good opinions? This deity listens. Shi Tianjun said coldly. I don't dare to have any good opinions. I just think that we should not fight with the Xuanhu Empire for the time being. Let's stop first. Their purpose is to seize treasures, not to fight endlessly with us. After all, it doesn't benefit anyone. Chen Yudao expressed his opinion, we don't target them now, and they shouldn't continue to act. You want this deity to make peace with them? Shi Tianjuan's eyes shone with shock, and suddenly he stretched out his hand to grab Chen Yudao's neck and lifted it up, revealing murderous intent, you are courting death. It was a joke in itself that he couldn't clean up the Xuanhu Empire, and this reconciliation was a joke among jokes, and it would make other immortals laugh at it if it was spread out. I cannot. Chen Yudao did not dare to resist the immortal power, and said with difficulty, but please don't forget, my lord, I am not the immortal of your lineage, this time I am just acting with the adults, you will destroy my spirituality, the immortality of my lineage is immortal. I will agree, after all, I am also a fourth step. Shi Tianjun slowly put down the Qinyu knife, the deity of the Xuanhu Empire will be killed, you all retreat. After all, the spiritual realm is not the immortality of Shi Tianjun alone, but the belief in the spiritual god. And the immortality behind Qinyu's sword is a tool spirit preaching. He couldn't force other immortal subordinates too hard. Yes, immortal. Chen Yudao didn't dare to say more, and retreated temporarily. Emperor Xuanhu, you're a tough opponent, but who did I, Shi Tianjun, ever obey? Shi Tianjun knew that this person mastered a void method and his whereabouts were unpredictable, making it difficult for him to really fully utilize his strength. In a flash, he disappeared here. Great Emperor, this Shi Tianjun will not give up on this, but we also caused him a lot of trouble this time. There is not only one immortal in the spiritual realm, but it is not a monolith. The bone god said, beside Qu Yuan. To make an immortal such a headache, this Emperor Xuanhu is also amazing. The will of immortality is indeed difficult to shake, but I am not afraid of any challenge. I have been fighting since I ascended the throne. Qu Yuan radiated his will, looking for the powerful fluctuations in the Wanbao Changhe. The torrent of dimensionality slapped in the Wanbao Changhe all the time. Qu Yuan's eyes widened, pierced through the falsehood, and walked into a torrent. The Bone God and the Book of Martial Dao quickly followed. Acting in this torrent, originally had to endure the repulsion of Wanbao Changhe all the time, but Qu Yuan swallowed up the power and formed a vacuum. That is? The Bone God vaguely saw that there was a looming existence in the torrent, even if it was far away, it also exuded great majesty. As he got closer, he really saw that it turned out to be a skeleton, twisted and twisted, looking like a dragon. An immortal dragon. The Bone God said in shock, but this immortal dragon has died, and it was killed in battle. He fought for the immortal material in his body and was swept in by the Wanbao River, leaving only his dragon body, and he can't tell which belonged to. What era is it? Unfortunately, there is no immortal substance in this immortal dragon body. Qu Yuan felt pity. Although there is no immortal substance, this divine dragon itself is the greatest treasure. His dragon claws can be refined into divine weapons, his dragon skin can be refined into defensive divine weapons, and the keel can also be used to create temple-like treasures. The Bone God's eyes were also hot, and there is also dragon marrow, and even some immortal dragon marrow can be refined, and there may still be some dragon blood left. This immortal dragon marrow is used to build a foundation to impact the realm, and it is the greatest treasure of heaven and earth, right? Taoists have great benefits. Although the dragon's soul and immortal material of this immortal dragon body are gone, the dragon family itself represents a huge wealth. Xuanhuan's expression changed. Dragon marrow. Dragon blood. When he hit the fourth step, he needed a violent power to make him have a state of destruction. This immortal dragon body came just in time. To be honest, the most important thing for him to enter the Wanbao Changhe this time is to find his strength to break through the fourth step, and everything else is second. As soon as he breaks through the fourth step, he truly possesses immortal power, and even Shi Tianjun can't cause him any trouble. #C867 Demon Morning and Night. As soon as Xuanhuan grabbed it, the hand of God fell. This immortal dragon body was sucked by his great phagocytosis, and it seemed to boil. The curved dragon body suddenly straightened, and an immortal majesty from the dragon clan roared towards him. Even if he died, there was still the dragon clan. Mighty. But, how could Xuanhuan be shaken by majesty alone? But mutated. Just when the immortal dragon body was about to be controlled by Xuanhuan, a grey brilliance shone from it, the breath of immortality, which actually cut off Xuanhuan's great devouring technique. There are immortal hands. The Bone God and the Book of Martial Arts looked at them suddenly. In this space, a handsome and detached figure in white clothes came. He was like a noble boy, with an extremely handsome face and a bewitching look. This is immortality. The body of an ancient dragon. The immortal said lightly. He came directly, and did not care about Xuanhuan and others. Maybe he didn't see it at all. The immortal detachment directly made him ignore Xuanhuan and the others who were immortal. He is proud. Steal something in front of me? Xuanhuan pointed a finger, and a beam of light exploded. You dare to touch me? With a wave of this immortal palm, the light exploded in front of him. His eyes turned to Xuanhuan, and he said indifferently, "You are very courageous." The ancient demon forbidden area, the demon morning and night. The Bone God recognized this immortal origin. He has never dealt with this Xiao Chenai, but there are only so many immortals, except for some too ancient. He still knows some. The ancient demon forbidden area is also an extremely ancient place. Most of the immortals of the demon clan are in the ancient demon forbidden area. However, this demon god hasn't appeared for a long time, and I don't know where he went. Roll. Yao Chenai said a rolling word. Although this dragon body has no immortal material, it is also very useful to him. Yao Chenai wants to refine the immortal dragon body, absorb the power of the dragon, use this as the eye, and refine him into his one. Powerful magic. He hasn't paid attention to a few little universe gods. Option 1. Capture the immortal dragon body, get 10,000 fate points, and draw X1 at random. Option 2. Give up the immortal dragon body, get 10,000 fate points, and random top-level universe artifact X1. Immortal, can I win the immortal dragon body from my hands? Xuanhuan is domineering. The aura of the emperor is exuded, his eyes are converging with radiance, and he looks at the demon morning and night coldly. This immortal dragon body is too crucial to him. It is about him breaking through the fourth step. Once he reaches the fourth step, his strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Offending an immortal is nothing. As long as he has absolute strength, he can face all the enemies in the world. Yao Chenai glanced at Xuanhuan and said nothing. He directly obliterated it with a big hand of the demon god. Immortal is very domineering. Since he dares to say nothing in front of him, he will kill him directly, and he will jump around in his eyes. The gate of God changed suddenly, and the hand of God rushed out. Xuanhuan rushed out and directly fought Yao Chenai. The fourth step opportunity is in front of you, how can you give up? Boom. Yao Chenai didn't care about Xuanhuan at first, but this pair of touches, his big hand of the demon god and the hand of God were both annihilated in the void, which made his eyes change. able to fight against my immortal power. Yao Chenai was slightly surprised. But it is only a confrontation. If he wants to truly fight against immortality, the cosmic god is still a lot worse. The demonic light in his demon eyes is bright, and when his body moves, he will instantly be in front of Xuanhuan, control the time and space, and obliterate it with one strike. Epic Reincarnation. Xuanhuan did not retreat. With his full combat power, supreme supernatural powers, wind and thunder, cosmic storms, and reincarnation of the times, he bombarded with big hands, performed the supreme law, and bombarded the immortal power of the demon morning and night with the ultimate power. Yao Chenai's blow to obliterate it didn't work, especially Ji Yuan's reincarnation made his face change again. This cosmic god actually mastered a peerless magical power. He didn't speak, his immortal aura was shaking, and a huge ancient demon phantom appeared. I don't know what kind of ancient demon it was. Facing the oppression of Yao Chenai, Xuanhuan became more and more powerful. He was fearless and dared to grab his chance to achieve the fourth step. No matter who he was his enemy. He directly exiled himself into the eternal void, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Yao Chenai, showing the Emperor's supreme dominance, the calamity of thunder, the condensed change, and the terrifying power that swept Yao Chenai. I didn't expect that a cosmic god has many means, but in front of immortality, it is all vain. Yao Chenai didn't care, he just waved his hand lightly to disintegrate Xuanhuan's domineering attack. This is the power of immortality. No matter how fierce your bombardment is, he can destroy your mana with a wave of his hand. Unless Xuanhuan breaks through to the fourth step, and truly possesses immortal combat power, he can break the immortal mana, which is exactly what he desperately wants to break through. The four phases of the ancient demon. Although he didn't care about Xuanhuan's attack, Yao Chenai would not let Xuanhuan bombard him. His immortal power suddenly changed, the four divine beasts, the green dragon and the white tiger, the vermilion bird basalt, the four ancient demons and divine beasts collapsed, and the evolution of the four elephants changed, tyrannizing the ancient supernatural powers. Yao Chenai wants to get the immortal dragon body, in fact, it is precisely to collect four ancient monsters and beasts, and sacrifice to make his ancient magical power. Monster magical powers. Xuanhuan's expression did not change, I am in charge of the curse, and with the tyrannical supernatural power, I will eventually degenerate in the face of the curse. The door of his curse appeared, and the power of the curse surged, and a black light shone into the changes of the four elephants, which immediately attracted the phantoms of the four divine beasts, screaming shrill screams, and the entire body corroded. This is? Yao Chenai said in shock, the power of the curse, how dare you use the power of the curse? Even if a cosmic god has the strength to compete with immortality, he is not surprised, because in many cosmic reincarnations, it is not that there is no such person. But cursed. He hadn't heard of anyone who could use the power of the curse. Isn't he afraid of being cursed and engulfed in backlash? But looking at this person's situation, he didn't look like he was being attacked at all. Instead, he looked indifferent, with a curse of control for his own use. Boo! The cursed black smoke hit Yao Chenai's body. Xuanhuan's previous outbreaks were precisely for the sweeping power of the curse. This curse can't hurt immortality. Yao Chenai's face was cold, and although the cursed black smoke couldn't hurt him, if he didn't care, it would breed in his body, but if he didn't care, it would consume a lot of power out of thin air. He would rather face the same level of immortality than deal with such a curse. The gate of the void, sweep. At the moment when the power of the curse hit Yao Chenai, Xuanhuan stood upright, and with the other hand, he swept the immortal dragon body inside with the gate of the void. Then, under Yao Chenai's gaze, with the bone god, the book of martial arts indifferently disappeared here. #C868 needed. The power of the demon god, dispel the curse. The demon morning and night are silent in the sky. His immortal power washed himself over and over again, until the last trace of the curse was completely dissipated before it stopped. He looked at the direction in which Xuanhuan disappeared, but did not pursue it. He also knew that this person had the power of the curse. Although he had a way to suppress it, he absolutely couldn't kill this person. Who can control the curse? Who is this person? Yao Chenai also felt the strangeness. The battle of undead time and space is just the beginning of the prelude of the hero's struggle for hegemony. The Ascension God dynasty is competing for the starry sky. The Ascension God Emperor wants to become the supreme of an era and is destined to start a war in the universe. There have been too many strange things recently, and the ancient demon forbidden area is also it has been impacted, and now even the cosmic god who is in charge of immortality and the curse has appeared. Yao Chenai kept thinking. This universe has not been in chaos for a long time since the gods disappeared. Demon morning and night, the immortality of the ancient demon forbidden area. Suddenly a voice rang in Yao Chenai's ears, and a flawless figure appeared in front of him and said to him, "It seems that the battle is over, and you have not been able to take advantage of his hands, but instead are entangled by the power of the curse." Shi Tianjun. Yao Chenai looked at him and said coldly, "Are you mocking me, to see my joke? You deliberately waited until that person left, before you appeared. Listening to your tone, you also suffered a big loss in his hands." "No, I didn't mean that." The deity felt the fluctuation of immortal vitality, so he rushed over, and when he sensed the fluctuation of the curse, he knew that he appeared. Shi Tianjun said with a smile, "You're right, I've also suffered from him. This person is not high, but he has a lot of methods, that's all. The most difficult thing is the curse, I don't even know if I think about it." How he managed the curse. Shi Tianjun, tell me, what is your purpose? Demon Morning and Night Road. Okay, the demons in the ancient demon restricted area are really direct. Shi Tianjun stopped talking nonsense. You and I join forces, 2 immortals target this person and take all his wealth. This person has a lot of treasures. As long as you kill him, you and I will share all the treasures equally. I can have so many. Once his treasures are, if you get it, you and I may become the strongest in immortality. 2 immortals join forces to target a cosmic god? Yao Chenai frowned. Haha, yes, doesn't it sound unbelievable? To be honest, in order to deal with him, I don't need any face anymore. Strength is the most important thing. The Ascension God dynasty fights the universe. Whether it's my spiritual realm or your ancient demon, no one in the restricted area can survive alone, and without strong strength, it is very likely that they will die in this supreme hegemony. What kind of face? Shi Tianjun wants it when he wants it, and doesn't want it when he doesn't want it. Ascension of the Divine Dynasty, the supreme hegemony. Yao Chenai couldn't calm down when he heard Yuhua Divine Dynasty. His eyes focused, and then he said, "Yeah, there are too many weirdnesses recently. Immortality is only Shoyuan immortality, not life immortality, and it will also be killed. And I know that you practice the 4 elements of the ancient demon. I happen to know that there is an immortal phoenix body in the Wanbao Changhe. Unfortunately, the immortal material has been wiped out too much. It has no effect on me, but it is a priceless treasure, to you." Shi Tianjun threw another big temptation. "It seems that I have no reason to refuse, and I have to cooperate with you." Yao Chenai knew that if he did not cooperate with this person, Shi Tianjun would not tell him where he was. "Yao Chenai, this person is very difficult to deal with. You and I have to discuss a detailed plan." Shi Tianjun smiled. If he wins an immortal, he will have a way to clean up Xuanhuan. However, although the 2 reached an agreement verbally, Yao Chenai would not completely believe in Shi Tianjun, but just wanted to use his own strength, and even secretly plotted against him behind his back to trap him. Yao Chenai is not a kind person, and immediately said, "I need to see the corpse of the immortal phoenix first." Ding. The host completes the choice one, gets 10,000 fate points, and the chance to draw a random lottery X1. Immortal dragon body, refining dragon marrow. At this time, at one end of the Wanbao River, Xuanhuan waved the billowing flames attached to the body of the dragon. After refining by divine fire, he extracted a drop of blood-red dragon marrow, which contained violent and strong power. Every drop of dragon marrow twists and rolls like a dragon. Immortal dragon marrow. After Bone God saw it, his throat rolled. This is something as precious as immortal matter. Although the dragon marrow has been refined, this strength is not enough for me to break through to the fourth step. If I want to reach the fourth step, I need too much energy, and I also need all other strengths to assist me in order to break through this realm. Shackles. What Xuanhuan needs is energy. And what is needed is that kind of extreme violent power, which directly breaks through the chaos of the universe God and turns it into the power of destruction. Great Emperor, what's our next plan? Bone God said. The Bone God and Xuanhuan are in a cooperative relationship and will ask some things, and the Book of Martial Arts is Xuanhuan's courtier, so he will not ask. I need a stronger and violent energy to help my realm break through. Xuanhuan now has to break through the fourth step first, with the strength to compete with immortality head-on, and then he can release the army from the Gate of the Void and sweep the river of 10,000 treasures. If you have strength, you can be fearless. More violent energy? Bone God's eyes moved. Endless origin. Xuanhuan's thoughts were mighty. He was chasing the place where Wanbao Changhe was violent, just a few breaths and a voice, follow me. The Wanbao River is chaotic in time and space, layer upon layer, and there are all kinds of Jedi. And Xuanhuan's search is also very simple, just need to sense those places where the power is violent and full of danger and prohibition. Under his search, after half an hour, the Bone God suddenly saw a ferocious and extreme space-time force ahead, completely shrouded in a crystal-like torrent, interspersed with the void, and erupted with the sharpness of a knife. The Bone God stepped forward. Suddenly a turbulent storm swept in, crackling. Even with the power of the Bone God, I felt a pressure at this moment. Huh? There is a strong fluctuation here, maybe you can find what I need. Xuanhuan glanced at it, he was not sure if there was anything he needed, but he always had to take a look. Come in and see with me. Xuanhuan's wind was light and cloudless, as if he was walking in his own imperial garden. He walked directly into this storm. His great phagocytosis came into operation. The fiercer the storm, the more intense the energy, and it was swallowed into a vacuum by Xuanhuan, creating a calm and safe area, artificially. Great devouring technique. Bone God is also very envious. Many people know a little about the great devouring technique, but they are only skins. If he wants to be like Xuanhuan, he can really swallow and refine all the energy. It is too difficult, and he cannot do it. As for Xuanhuan's great devouring technique, he has been improved by the divine ability fruit more than 10 times. Although this storm was strong, it could not stop Xuanhuan. Entering the interior of the storm. Swish. Inside the storm, the Bone God suddenly saw that there was a large temple here. It was an extremely ancient style, and it was left from an unknown era. There were also many striped ancient characters on it. A lot of altars for offering sacrifices. Bone Shinto. These words are very old, Your Majesty. Even in the book universe, there are very few records of this kind of words, but I have seen some and can recognize him. The Book of Martial Arts is also trying to distinguish. I don't know how many cosmic reincarnations exist in the Wanbao River, and how many civilizations have disappeared in the epic river. It is normal for some to be difficult to identify. Xuanhuan was also looking at the temple here, and as soon as his palm fell, he blasted a temple open. #C869 Bone God self-deprecating. The temple was opened by Xuanhuan with one blow. Boom! Countless dazzling particles solidified into a torrent, and the impact came out crackling, 10 times stronger than the outside storm, leaving blood holes in the body. This is a torrent of countless beliefs condensed, sealed in the temple. Xuanhuan stepped over and ran the great devouring technique. Immediately, these torrents were transformed into billowing energy and impacted into his body. His eyes looked into the distance, where he saw an extremely large and magnificent city, expounding the power of this power in its glorious period, and the magnificent light would attract people to worship, and the soul would be overwhelmed. This is the core of the ruins here. The Book of Martial Arts said. Yes, it is the core. Xuanhuan walked towards the giant city. The emergence of the 10,000 Treasures River has brought a lot of treasures this time. We have to take advantage of this opportunity to search for some ancient relics, so that we can go further and further in the realm of the universe gods. The more chaotic the world, the more immortal breakthroughs will be possible. Immortal is too far away from us. We are satisfied if we can achieve the fourth step. Only Elder Qi Shui among us has the opportunity to become immortal. Immortal, it's also very far away from me. My immortal body has not been fully condensed, let alone become immortal. Elder Qi Shui, don't say that. This time, the Supreme Headmaster asked us to come to the 10,000 Treasures River. Isn't it just to get the resources to condense the immortal body? A group of people suddenly came from the other direction of the ruins, talking to each other and heading towards the most magnificent giant city. The cultivation of this group of people is also very strong, especially the leader of the team, a woman who beats the snow in white, is already at the limit of the fourth step, and begins to condense the cultivation of the immortal body. No, there are still people here. This group of people immediately saw Xuanhuan and the others walking from a distance, and their expressions suddenly became vigilant. There would be no weak people who could step into this temple. There are other forces. The Book of Martial Arts has raised its fighting spirit. There are no friends in this Wanbao Changhe, and anyone can become your enemy. Wait a moment. Bone God also saw the group of people, his eyes focused on the leading woman, showing a hint of surprise. Qi Shui, it's actually you. You are here too. You recognize me? Qi Shui looked at the Bone God and said in surprise, Ah, it's actually Senior Li. It is rumored that you have not fallen, so why did you appear in the 10,000 Treasures River? Xuanhuan looked at Bone God and Qi Shui, they seemed to know each other. Oh, it's a long story, it's the past. I'm no longer the Senior Li you think, but I can't forget his memory, and I'm not immortal anymore. The Bone God sighed, don't call me Senior, I am the Bone God in this life, and your cultivation is already at the same level as mine. How can you be your senior? Senior Li is my senior, after all. You also gave me gifts back then. No matter what happens to you, this will remain the same. Qi Shui breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the Bone God. Great Emperor, let me introduce you. This is Qi Shui from Mingguang Xianzong. It can be regarded as an acquaintance from my previous life memory. Bone God said, Qi Shui, this is Emperor Xuanhuan. This time I will cooperate with the Emperor and come to Wanbao Changhe to search for treasures. Emperor Xuanhuan. Qi Shui's eyes regained a sharp luster. She clenched, feeling a magnificent pressure from him. This time you are the only team from Mingguang Xianzong. Bone God asked. Senior, Mingguang Xianzong has also come to other teams, but it is not in line with us. The Supreme Headmaster is still in the sect. Why don't you go to Xianzong to see? Qi Shui is the elder who holds real power in Mingguang Xianzong, but in front of the Bone God, he behaves very respectfully. Headmaster Supreme. Xiaohan. Bone God said leisurely, how about going to see it? Just think I'm dead, but what is the situation of your Headmaster Supreme? Mingguang Xianzong is in a bad state, with internal and external troubles, and the Supreme Headmaster is dealing with the crisis within the sect, and someone wants to shake the position of Headmaster. Qi Shui shook her head. Humph, it seems that he is still stirring up the wind and rain. I have already said that this person is not honest, and Dang Duan will continue to suffer from the chaos. If he cleans up early, there is no such trouble. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can't help you to teach the Supreme. The Bone God is powerless, and some self-deprecating words, I am not immortal today. Chu Yuan quietly listened to the discussion between Bone God and Qi Shui. It seemed that there were some stories in it. When the seniors reach immortality, they will be able to help the sect master, and the sect master needs your help. Qi Shui firmly said, if the senior can become immortal once, he will definitely become the second time, and if the senior can go to the immortal sect, it will also be a kind of support for the Supreme Headmaster. Maybe. The Bone God sighed, you guys also came to this temple to hunt for treasure? We also just broke into here, and we don't know the situation. Qi Shui kept looking at Chu Yuan while she spoke. Your Majesty, I know which force left this place. The Book of Martial Arts analyzed the ancient texts left here, saying, the ancestral desolate shrine, a very ancient force, at that time its status was like the current Yuhua divine dynasty, but I don't know what happened, just in the ancestral desolate shrine to be the supreme of the universe. At that time, this power has disappeared completely, and most of those records have passed by for a long time, and I have only heard of the name of this ancestral desolate shrine from a single book treasured in the Book of Enlightenment. Ancestral desolate shrine? Qi Shui also wondered, if there is such a powerful force, it is impossible to disappear so cleanly, and it is difficult to find their traces. But the fact is that it disappeared so cleanly, I don't know exactly what happened, but it's not surprising, the universe is reincarnated, although this ancestral desolate shrine is strong, but after all, there is no real supreme power like the Heavenly Palace, the God Court. The Book of Martial Arts said, it's just like the Yuhua Divine Dynasty is so powerful now, and the Yuhua Divine Emperor is so terrifying, but he is still far from the invincible suppression of an era by the Heavenly Emperor and God. Although the ancestral desolate shrine is destroyed, there are large temples left. Could it be that someone is deliberately targeting their immortality and doesn't care about the ancestral desolate shrine itself? The Bone God had a terrible guess. It's not clear. The Book of Martial Arts continued, but the ancestral desolate shrine is good at offering sacrifices, and the power of their faith is sealed in the temple. Your Majesty just opened one, which is a strong belief. Look at this, this is the ancestral desolate shrine left behind, in order to become stored by the masters of an era, but depending on the situation, they don't seem to be used, and they disappear. This is a main temple with a large amount of belief sealed inside, which is an energy that is difficult for others to refine. It's just the power of faith that is sealed. Qi Shui was a little disappointed after hearing this. She thought that such a magnificent temple was sealed with some great treasures, at least there were immortal pills. But this kind of power of belief is majestic, but if it is not used properly, it is a deadly poison. The power of faith is sealed by mixing a lot of vitality. Chu Yuan's eyes were like swords, looking at the temple, with a smile on his face, exactly the strength I need. #C870 Step 4 Busted. The ancestral desolate temple has gathered a lot of power of faith, and for those who cannot absorb this energy, it is the most deadly poison, and it must not be touched. Once entered, the body's own mana will have an opposite impact with this mana. But for Chu Yuan, he most needs this kind of violent energy to impact the fourth step and turn the mana into destruction. It seems that I can't get anything good this time, so I can't waste time here. Seniorly, are you staying here or? At this time, Qi Shui also felt the power of faith gathered in the temple, and shook her head. Just as she was about to leave, her eyes suddenly narrowed and she said in shock, Emperor Shenwu, what is he going to do? She saw that Chu Yuan stepped towards the main temple and stood at the top of the main temple. Is it going to break the main temple? Qi Shui's thoughts turned rapidly, but this main temple is shrouded in extremely strong power, and there are incomparably many restrictions. Even if I want to break it, I have to pay a huge price, and it may even be worth the loss, to get the energy of faith that cannot be changed. The Great Devouring Technique. Xuanhuan's swallowing black hole has enveloped the main temple. Crackling. At the moment when his power came down, the ban of the main temple fought back. The infinite light shines out, and each strand has the power to pierce the universe, piercing time and space through thousands of holes, as if thousands of sharp swords directly pierced Xuanhuan. However, Xuanhuan's power was shocked, and all these lights were transformed into abilities. The sky is blue and blood, like the wrath of a temple. There was a rumbling sound, and an inextinguishable aura erupted. This kind of immortal aura is extremely lethal, and it can melt the cosmic power of the cosmic gods and take their power back. With one hand, a huge power came, and the main temple was directly shattered by his power. Ancestral waste is immortal. At the moment of shattering, the power of belief sealed inside exploded directly. Everyone saw that those powers were like a vast ocean, bright and dazzling, condensed into a vague shadow, and the momentum was monstrous. This is the Lord of the ancestral desolation that the ancestral desolate shrine believes in. Xuanhuan also carries a great and magnificent power. His power not only tore apart the main temple, but also tore apart other temples, bringing together the majestic power of faith inside, making this ancestral wilderness more and more powerful. What is this Emperor Xuanhuan going to do? Qi Shui felt that the illusory shadow of the ancestors moved the sky every time. Even if she can't bear to face it, the power of faith will make the foundation of her universe god collapse. The key is: there is no benefit to paying such a high price. Ancestor Huan's body is completely condensed by the power of belief. If he breaks it, what can he get? Senior, what is this Emperor Xuanhuan going to do? Shall we help? Qi Shui asked. Let's wait and see. Emperor Xuanhuan is powerful and mysterious. Before he makes a sound, let's not move. He must have his own plans. Let me tell you, although the Emperor is still the god of the universe, his strength can resist immortality. Bon Shinto. Fight against immortality. Qi Shui was shocked. Competing with the realm of the universe god and immortality, it is difficult to find such an existence in the entire universe. Boom. The power of ancestral wilderness has already come to Xuanhuan. But Xuanhuan didn't even look at his attack. He just carried a swallowing black hole and walked towards him. All the power of faith was swallowed into the black hole the moment it touched him. This power was too violent, and it was exactly what he wanted. Swallow. The power of swallowing is extremely huge, and Xuanhuan directly shrouded the ancestors. Qi Shui also saw her scalp go numb. At this moment, the power of Emperor Xuanhuan is too strong, and he looks down upon the 8 wastes of the universe. If she was standing in front of this person, she would be swallowed with no bones left. He is going to devour the power of the ancestors. Qi Shui said in shock. The power of the emperor is unpredictable. Although the bone god had dealt with Xuanhuan many times, he couldn't understand him at all. In their eyes, the ruins of the entire ancestral desolate temple are disappearing. This rolling power of belief, including the ancestors, was swallowed into that huge black hole. The great devouring technique of Emperor Xuanhuan was so strong that it could swallow the heavens. No need to think about it, Your Majesty is invincible. The Book of Martial Arts held his head high and proudly said, "We are here waiting for Your Majesty." Break through 4 steps. After accepting the surging power of belief, Xuanhuan also refined the dragon marrow, as well as a large number of universe divine pills and divine objects in the universe at the first time. His chaotic mana vibrated over and over again, booming, and then swept away the forces that shattered the heavens and the universe. The 4-step universe, the last step of the universe god. In this step, the cultivator comprehends the power of destruction, uses the power of destruction to prove immortality, breaks the barriers of immortality, and captures eternal life. If you can break through to this step, the power will become extremely violent. After all, there is no violent power, and it is impossible to prove the Tao and become immortal. Finally broke through. All the energy was integrated into Xuanhuan's body. His breath has completely changed at this moment. It is no longer 3 steps, but the 4-step destruction that controls the powerful force. His breath spread out, and there was no restraint to destroy, but the void appeared shattered, and he evaporated into nothingness, and his strength was 10 times greater than that of the 3rd step. Without tyrannical means, the 10 cosmic gods can never defeat the 4-step destruction in 3 steps. His current strength is like feathering into a butterfly, which has undergone tremendous changes. The blessing of attribute 1 of the human sovereign sword no longer requires any other means, and can completely compare to the existence of immortality. Now that Shi Tianjun is standing in front of him, he can defeat his power without using the door of curse. Also, Xuanhuan has too many powerful means, all kinds of magical powers, all kinds of divine objects, which one does not possess earth-shattering power. Together, these forces created Xuanhuan's strength at this moment. Xuanhuan's eyes twinkled. His purpose of entering the Wanbao River has been achieved. The most crucial point is, he has the strength to fight against immortality, and the Shenwu Empire has announced that it has entered a new era. He has the confidence to participate in the struggle for the hegemony of the universe, and uses his immortal strength to compete with those terrifying forces. Ding! The host completed the side quest, broke through the 4th step of the Universe God, and got 900,000 fate points, the advanced card of the Universe artifact, the small chaotic universe X2, the crown of the gods X1, the magic fruit X1024, and the chance to draw a random lottery X1. Ding! The current branch line has been released, breaking through immortality. The rewards for the side quests have been released. Xuanhuan's eyes fell on the How God crown at once, and he knew clearly that other rewards were nothing to see, only the How God crown was the most important. With the completion of this side quest, the components of the last immortal artifact have also been distributed, which means that Xuanhuan can mobilize the true power of this artifact. #C8717 Artifacts. Archery Bow, God Binding Belt, Jin God Seal, Royal God Armor, Ming God Realm, Step God Boots, How God Crown. 7 powerful artifacts appeared in front of Xuanhuan. After these 7 artifacts are gathered together, there is a breath of air, like a hub, communication and connection. Let me see what incredible power will appear when the 7 divine weapons are collected. Xuanhuan is also looking forward to it. He poured a force into it. Immortal vitality swayed suddenly, divine might was vast, strength was condensed, and an immortal artifact was produced. Under that huge vitality, an immortal body appeared from the Imperial armor with vitality. This immortal body put on the Imperial armor, the How God crown, the Binding God belt, the Stepping God boots, the Mingshan mirror appeared on the chest armor, and picked up the archery bow, grasping the Town God's seal. The 7 gods gathered together to form immortality. Xuanhuan's eyes were bright. He could clearly perceive that the figure that appeared had immortal power. And it looks exactly like him, imitating his face. After all, he is the master of the 7 divine artifacts. These 7 artifacts can be activated by the power of the Empire. Countless people believe in me, and pouring their power into it is equivalent to having an extra Emperor's battle body. Compared with the real immortality, it needs powerful power to motivation, but the advantage is that it can be a powerful trump card for people under immortality to motivate. Xuanhuan smiled. The 7 artifacts summoned immortal power, greatly increasing the strength of his empire. After I am immortal, I will definitely reward the immortal artifact advanced card. Except for the grip of the God of War and the statue of suppressing the prison, the rest can be used to upgrade these 7 artifacts to the level of the immortal artifact. Each of the single 7 artifacts is only equivalent to the top cosmos artifacts, and it is not very impressive. He also has an idea here: if the 7 artifacts are immortal artifacts, the immortal existence summoned will inevitably be more powerful, and what kind of powerful power will erupt? Very well, you can do this. Xuanhuan upgraded the rewarded supernatural powers to the great divine art, and turned around to put away the black hole. What is the Emperor doing? The power that swallowed the black hole swallowed all the fluctuations, so that the bone gods and the others did not know what was going on inside. Wait patiently. The Book of Martial Arts was not in a hurry. The Emperor has appeared. The black hole disappeared, and a figure came. The strength of Emperor Xuanhuan. The bone god is the most sensitive of all people. He clearly sensed that the current Xuanhuan was completely different from the previous one, that power was too much stronger, and it was incomparably vast. In front of Emperor Xuanhuan, it seems that with just a wave of his hand, he can be completely wiped out. Qi Shui also felt this way. If she could still struggle a few times in front of Emperor Xuanhuan just now, she can't do it at all now, and she is wiped out with a wave of her hand. I just realized something and strengthened my strength. Xuanhuan said lightly. But the bone gods knew that it was definitely not that simple. However, they were not stupid enough to ask Emperor Xuanhuan's secrets. He said, "Great Emperor, what should we do next?" The next step is also very simple. We have wasted too much time in dealing with Shi Tianjun. Now we have to make up for this time. I am no longer going to play hide and seek with Shi Tianjun. Xuanhuan waved his hand. A large number of Imperial powerhouses appeared in the Void Gate. It's time to start sweeping and looting. He is not afraid of Shi Tianjun at all now, and even wants to find Shi Tianjun directly and use his immortality to verify his power at this moment. Snatch the fetish directly with great fanfare. Bone God said, "This will attract the attention of this immortal Shi Tianjun. Shi Tianjun can no longer be considered a threat. Even if he appears in front of me now, he is not my opponent." Xuanhuan's simple words made the bone god sense the boundless power of Emperor Xuanhuan. Even immortality is no match for Emperor Xuanhuan. If this sentence were said from the mouths of other universe gods, it would definitely be ridiculed by countless people, but when it was said from the mouth of the great Emperor Xuanhuan, the bone god felt that there was nothing to question. The great Emperor Xuanhuan had this kind of strength, as if everything was taken for granted. Sweep the Wanbao River. Xuanhuan ordered. Great. Are you going to start sweeping the 10,000 treasures river and looting treasures? It's finally time to wait. Yeah, Shi Tianjuan's oppression before was too aggrieved, and it also checked and balanced us. Your Majesty is invincible. What is Shi Tianjun? The powerhouses of the Xuanhuan Empire were excited. Who doesn't like the sweeping mode, and grab a lot of fetishes directly and happily? The army of the Xuanhuan Empire has moved, and it is no longer hidden in the Gate of the Void. Their mana connections condensed together, and directly turned into a torrent that pushed everything horizontally, like digging 3 feet into the ground, swept from one end to the other. A large number of treasures fell into the hands of the Xuanhuan Empire. In this Wanbeichang River, there are many treasures, and at the same time, there are also many dangers. If you are not careful, you will break into a certain Jedi. But the Xuanhuan Empire is not afraid. The Emperor Xuanhuan is here, and he will take action when he encounters those Jedi that the army is difficult to deal with. Under the leadership of the strongest, the sweeping speed is very fast. Can it still be like this? Qi Shui's heart vibrated violently. Incredible. For example, the Xuanhuan Empire seems to have opened a huge net to catch all the fish in the water. The places they walked through were searched very cleanly, even those hidden in the deep layers. Taken away. Because of the bone god, she did not leave the Xuanhuan Empire. Although the most treasures fell directly into the pockets of the Xuanhuan Empire. But she followed all the way, let her own people also do it, and could drink some soup, and also got more treasures than she led the team alone. After all, the most important point is that the Jedi here have been wiped out by the Shenwu Empire, and she doesn't need to waste time in the danger of the Jedi. Senior, is this the power of the Shenwu Empire? Qi Shui sound transmission Bone God. The Emperor Shenwu suddenly became so powerful in a short period of time. I don't know the specific reason, and I won't ask, but I chose to follow the Shenwu Empire this time. This decision is the right decision. Bone God said, Qi Shui, although the Emperor is domineering, the Emperor attaches great importance to his promises, and he is also very generous and kind to his partners. You should not offend the Emperor, make friendly relations with the Shenwu Empire, the crisis in the Mingguang Xianzong, even when necessary. When the time comes, the great Emperor can help your sect master. Well, Senior's teaching, I keep in mind. I also know that following the Shenwu Empire will make more profit than me fighting alone. Qi Shui is not a fool. At this moment, the sweeping mode of the Shenwu Empire is too volatile, especially for some people who are always paying attention to them. It is difficult not to be discovered by them. #C872 Ancient Demon 4 Phase. In Wanbao Chanhe, two figures appeared in one place, none of them, but Shi Tianjun and Yao Chenai. What a strong shock! Shi Tianjuan's eyes pierced the sky, feeling the breath, gritted his teeth and said, "It's the power that I hate the most angry. Does the great Emperor Shenwu think that this is the case? The deity will not ask him to settle accounts, now dare to seize the treasure unscrupulously. He has never hated a person so much like now, and even if he kills him, he can't vent his anger." As an immortal, he did not gain any advantage against the god of the universe, but instead suffered repeated losses. How could he not hate him in his heart? Ignore him for now. The higher the jump, the worse the fall. This person is indeed a bit presumptuous. Since I promised you to deal with him, I will not break my promise. When I completely sacrifice this divine phoenix body into my ancient demon 4, the eyes in the picture will help you clean him up. Yao Chenai said lightly, not in a hurry. He did not have the hatred that Shi Tianjun had. In front of him, there is a huge ancient monster body of tens of thousands of feet. Its body is red, and its feathers are as pure as red crystal. If you look closely, this is actually the corpse of a divine phoenix. This god phoenix has reached immortal cultivation. The 4 phases of the ancient demon, a powerful magical power, cultivated by the 4 divine beasts. Yao Qingye's hands released demonic power, which fell on Shenfeng's corpse. At the same time, 2 lights and shadows were lit up behind him, which were also the bodies of 2 immortal beasts. One mouth spit out the power of Sharpgingjin, it is a divine tiger and divine beast. The other one was dark all over, with a huge tortoise shell, and its head was a bit like a snake's head. It was actually a basalt. During his long life, Yao Chenai stepped into various restricted areas, paid countless hard work and a huge price, and found 2 divine beasts and divine bodies that met his requirements. The divine phoenix divine body in front of him is the 3rd one. If he can get the divine dragon body that was taken away by Chu Yuan, then his ancient demon 4 elements will be perfect, and he will be able to form a terrifying power that will make his immortal power break through again. It was also the reason why he agreed to cooperate with Shi Tianjun. For some reason, he was a little uneasy at this time. "Okay, I'll wait for you, but don't take too long. I'm afraid that he will run away, and it will be difficult to kill him next time." Although Shi Tianjun couldn't wait to kill Chu Yuan, he also knew that he couldn't deal with Chu Yuan without Yao Chenai. Yao Chenai ignored Shi Tianjun, and he was not Shi Tianjuan's subordinate. They were all at the same level. Who could order who? The sensation of Wanbao Chanhe is getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the void dimension exploded continuously, and big holes appeared on the top of Shi Tianjun and Yao Chenai's heads. They suddenly saw that the terrifying mana was swept in like a raging wave. The people of the Xuanhuan Empire actually took the initiative to open this space and attack them. Bang bang bang. The power is surging, and even a fool can see that the Xuanhuan Empire is deliberately attacking here. Looking for death, wait for the deity to find you, but dare to take the initiative. Tianjun didn't expect that the Xuanhuan Empire was so courageous. He knew that there were two immortals here, but he dared to take the initiative. He really didn't know how to write the word death. This undoubtedly angered him even more. Although he was angry at the Xuanhuan Empire's provocation, he suddenly laughed and said to Yao Chenai, "This time it's not that the deity is not waiting for you, it's that the Xuanhuan Emperor has bullied people too much, and took the initiative to call at the door, not putting immortality in his eyes, you see. It's none of my business." I know. There was also a cold light in Yao Chenai's eyes. His breath was shocked, and the three gods and beasts locked the eyes of the formation, providing him with a power, piercing his cold eyes, and saw a domineering and invincible existence in the army. "Emperor Xuanhuan, you are too much," Yao Chenai said coldly. "Tianjun, I didn't want to deal with me, I gave you this opportunity." Xuanhuan looked at Tianjun. At this moment, he had a strong self-confidence. Even if the two were immortal, he would be able to suppress them. He never liked being passively beaten, so he tracked Tianjuan's breath and took the initiative to sweep over them. "Haha, if you want to destroy it, you must first make it crazy. I think you are crazy." Tianjun seemed to be looking at a lunatic, and said to Yao Chenai, "I think he has used the power of the curse too much. He is already cursed, unable to control it, and on the verge of collapse." Yao Chenai nodded. "How can the power of the curse be used so well?" Saint Guling Fist. Tianjun suddenly attacked Xuanhuan in the next moment. He struck out, and the light of aura spread out like ripples. This was not a move he created, but was created by the spirit gods of the spiritual realm, which has the power to transform all things into spirits. Facing Tianjuan's killing, Xuanhuan's face was indifferent. He stepped forward to the front of the army, and he didn't see any movement from him. He just waved his palm forward and killed Tianjun in the most direct way. Bold. Tianjun was disdainful at first, but when he punched in front of Xuanhuan, his stone-like face also changed color. He sensed a majestic force. This person was like the universe, and no one could shake him. A boundless force swept out, and Xuanhuan turned into a palm and slammed it down. Tianjun couldn't take it anymore, and his hard body was about to be shattered in front of this person. How is this going? Tianjun looked at the majestic Emperor Xuanhuan wearing a black imperial robe, and there was a faint feeling of powerlessness in his heart. He is completely different from before. The four phases of the ancient demon. Yao Chenai suddenly shot, not to kill Xuanhuan, but to kill the army behind him. Immediately, the bodies of the three divine beasts exuded great power. Although there was still one less, it was enough to deal with the universe god. Okay, kill those universe gods first. Tianjun was excited again. He fought Xuanhuan to stop him from interfering with the battlefield of the universe god. It would be catastrophic for an immortal to put down his face and slaughter the universe god. Not everyone has the strength of Xuanhuan. Immortal kill. Qi Shui's face changed drastically. However, there was no panic on the faces of the strong warriors. Instead, they made a roaring sound at the same time. Led by the Book of Martial Arts, their powers penetrated into the Gate of the Void. The 7 artifacts fluctuated in the Gate of the Void, forming an immortal figure, and an immortal divine might spread. Yao Chenai's killing didn't work at all, and was blocked by the 7 divine artifacts. It can resist the power of immortality. Surprise appeared on Yao Chenai's handsome face. No, this is not the power they should have. This should be some kind of pattern or a divine weapon. How many treasures does the Xuanhuan Empire have? Heard them. Yao Chenai, now you should understand what I said about the difficulty of this Xuanhu Empire. Shi Tianjun was also shocked by the counterattack of the Xuanhu Empire. But thinking about it is not a bad thing. The stronger they are, the more Yao Chenai will be with him, and will try their best to kill the Xuanhu Empire for the treasure. It's really hard to deal with. Yao Chenai was not afraid either. Immortal, coveting me, but also paying a price. Chu Yuan carries invincible power, and at this moment, he wants to fight two immortals. #C873 Press Immortality. Emperor Xuanhu has vast power, divine power like the sea, and he reigns between heaven and earth. He stood there like the sun shining in the clear sky, melting the spring snow, showing his domineering dominance. It's arrogant to the limit. Just because you still want to deal with two immortals, do you really treat the deity and Yao Chenai as waste? Shi Tianjun said this on purpose, in order to provoke Yao Chenai's anger. He knew that Yao Chenai was a demon, and he didn't look at the joy and anger on his face, but he was actually very arrogant in his heart, and he had been personally instructed by the demon god. Sure enough, Yao Chenai's brows furrowed, which was a sign of his anger. Shi Dao Supreme, Holy Spirit Fist. Shi Tianjun suddenly rushed out. The sky and the earth were surging, the sky and the earth cracked in an instant, the sun and the moon were no light, and the dimensional torrent in the Wanbao Changhe River was extremely terrifying at this moment because of his power. After several consecutive fights, he has long regarded Chu Yuan as a great enemy of the same level. Chu Yuan's eyes shot out endless rays of light. Before he broke through the fourth step, he was still worried about Shi Tianjuan's strength, but now, he has completely this worry, and it is directly the strongest punch. His punch condensed a black hole and distorted time and space. Humph! Shi Tianjun snorted heavily, and the strength of the two suddenly collided. But what Shi Tianjun didn't expect anyway was that the moment he touched Chu Yuan, his entire body rumbled, and in this simple power attack, he actually retreated dozens of steps backwards. Naturally, these dozens of steps will not cause any injuries, but it has released a terrifying signal that his strength is no longer as good as Chu Yuan. Shi Tianjuan's fists shrouded the immortal and flawless light, and he came to Chu Yuan again to defend his immortal dignity. However, when Chu Yuan saw his attack, he also wielded the Emperor's fist, pressing immortal. The force that was released wave after wave was Tianhen, bang bang bang. The power that dominated the battle continued to slam on Shi Tianjun. Shi Tianjun himself is a divine stone, and he wears immortal stone clothes. However, when he encountered the power of Chu Yuan, his body was about to collapse and shatter, and he had to use immortal substances to repair the injury. The stars moved. Chu Yuan appeared in front of Shi Tianjun at once, and slapped his palms, including unimaginable force, making Shi Tianjuan's face change dramatically, and the next moment he was fanned into the torrent. An immortal is not an opponent of Emperor Xuanhu. Qi Shui was so shocked that she lost her soul. When had she seen such a terrifying scene? The Emperor's strength is at least 10 times stronger than before, and he will have huge changes every moment. The bone god was also shocked and numb. Yao Chenai, what are you waiting for? Bombard him together. Shi Tianjun shouted, but he did not lose his calm. Tell yourself that no matter how powerful this person is, it is within your expectations. His flawless light shone in the sky, and a white vitality poured out, directly breaking the barrier and turning into a tsunami impact. Yao Chenai also knew that he couldn't stand on the sidelines. The power of his demon god was shrouded, and there was also a gray, demonic impact. 2 immortal forces fell on Chu Yuan at the same time. Chu Yuan stood quietly and stood at the top. What was shocking was that he didn't make any defensive moves, he just endured it so calmly. No matter in the terrifying torrent, he couldn't shake him at all. Strengthen your strength. Shi Tianjuan's expression turned fierce, burning some immortal matter. But even if he paid such a huge price, Chu Yuan still couldn't shake it. He stood there, the mountain that Tianjun couldn't cross. You can't hit like this, Yao Chenai said. He is devouring our power and sharpening himself. No matter how much energy we send, it is just to make him stronger. We must change our strategy and seek other ways. I will return the power to you. Chu Yuan swiped with one finger, shattering the void, and instantly a black cold light cut the void and slashed on Tianjun. What? Tianjun was hit and flew up. Although he was resisted by the immortal stone cloves, he was still uncomfortable. The strength was too strong, and it shook his body through the stone cloves. Puff. Tianjun spat out a mouthful of blood. However, what he spat out was not bright red blood, but an aura-like substance, the essence of his life. The 4 phases of the ancient demon. The demon Chenai brought the power of the 4 ancient demons and suddenly rushed out. The shadows of the 4 divine beasts transformed into the hand of a demon god, and the cold light flickered. It is a pity that there is one less, otherwise the 4 spirits will gather together to form a cycle of the sky, then it will be perfect. Chu Yuan took one step at a time, and it was always the most violent attack. He expounded the emperor's domineering incisively and vividly. There is no one like me in the world, and the hand of God is continuously attacking, and this ancient monster's 4 elements can't take any advantage. What a powerful attack. Yao Chenye's face was gloomy. Suddenly, a long spear shot out from the 4 elements, and the majesty of the demon god erupted in an instant, dominating the starry sky, and its sharp cold light flashed, distorting the heaven and earth, creating a kind of chaos. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This spear is not sharp, but represents chaos. The chaotic power of the demon god. Bone God shouted, this is not an ordinary immortal artifact, but passed through the hands of the demon god. Just in time. Tianjun was keenly aware of the opportunity. He had a stone knife in his hand. It was pure white, like a heavenly knife. He was endowed with a spirituality. Cut off your head. Yao Chenai trapped Chu Yuan with a twisted chaotic spear. And Tianjun attacked and killed, and the moment when the knife was slashed, the sky was full of energy, and the sky was billowing, burning in immortal anger and his determination. This. No matter how strong the universe god is, he can't withstand the attack of 2 immortals. Qi Shui was horrified. Strong against strong. The door of the curse changed continuously in Chu Yuan's hands, turning into a blood-stained spear, and at this time, the blood-stained spear represented a kind of killing power, which slashed Tianjuan's sword and flew it directly. Afterwards, he banged his right hand, and a group of thunderstorms exploded on Tianjun. His strength is above mine. Tianjun had to recognize this terrifying fact. Bloodstained spear, the curse erupted. Chu Yuan would not give Tianjun a chance to breathe. He carried a long spear, looked majestic, and stabbed Tianjun with one shot, so that he had no way to dodge, and could only passively bear the blow with his own body. Boom! At this moment, a billowing black gas erupted on his stone coat. It was originally a pure white and flawless color, but now it was cursed. Moreover, the strong power of the blood-stained gun directly shattered his immortal body, and the power above his abdomen pierced, blasting a large hole, causing a more terrifying curse to radiate from the inside out. Curse into the body, you are so cruel. Tianjun was shocked and angry. He could no longer imagine how to counteract this person. Tianjun retreated quickly, this person is too weird, we can't deal with him, he is using us as a sharpening stone to hone his strength. Yao Chenai was calm, seeing through the situation. #C874 cost. To run away in such a disheartened manner? I'm not reconciled. Tianjun was extremely unwilling, but if he stayed in the current situation, he could only leave a series of injuries in this person's bombardment, and even die here. But he was still able to figure it out, and he knew that today's battle was a complete failure. Just go first. Shi Tianjun glared at Chu Yuan with hatred, and was about to tear the void and leave this place. Leave something for me and pay the price. Chu Yuan strode away in pursuit, his strength shook the boundless area of the 10,000 treasures river, and countless spaces were collapsed, and many treasures were sprayed out. I'm leaving, you can't stop me. Although Chu Yuan is fierce and mighty, Shi Tianjun is not a vegetarian. He admits that he is no longer his opponent, but if he wants to stop an immortal, he cannot do it. Shi Tianjun turned around, suppressing the curse in his body, and the stone knife split a river of knives. Chu Yuan didn't care, put away the door of curse, and then the door of heaven appeared. This is an extremely overbearing method of frontal attack and kill. At the moment of the collision, it directly swept across a large area, causing evaporation and nothingness to appear in many places. Broken. Chu Yuan pressed his palm. A destructive force swept through and knocked Shi Tianjun down. But at the moment he fell, Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed, he saw an extremely bright and dazzling light in a space-time, exuding several strands of power, dissolving his power. But now is not the time to pay attention to this, it is mainly aimed at Shi Tianjun. He marked the seat down. Shi Tianjun, let you stop this person. Yao Chenai was indifferent, he didn't get anything this time, at least he got a divine phoenix body. Shi Tianjun was much worse than him. Yao Chenai, where to go? This is the shout of the strong men of the Shenwu Empire, in unison, roaring. You want to stop me? The demon morning and night are disdainful. If Emperor Shenwu hadn't been here, with these people, he would have wiped them clean long ago, but now is not the time to care about them. Immediately, his body melts into the void and will disappear. Stop him. The Book of Martial Arts shouted. At this moment, a palm with immortal vitality slammed down and hit Yao Chenai directly. Yao Chenai was shocked, and as soon as he killed this hand, he saw a portal representing the void, and another Shenwu emperor came out, but the clothes he wore were completely different from that person. It's not him. Yao Chenai shouted, this is a set of artifacts, which can actually burst out with power comparable to immortality, but with your strength, it is only the weakest immortality, so I want to stop the real immortality. It's enough to keep you from leaving in a short time. Bone God said, Qi Shui, we don't want to go to the show anymore, we also need to help Emperor Shenwu and instill our strength into this set of artifacts. Good. Qi Shui came back to her senses, and led the powerhouses of Mingguang Xianzong to instill their power. With the infusion of Bone God and Qi Shui's magic power, the power of this immortal artifact exploded even more intensely, and they repeatedly displayed their tyrannical and incomparably powerful supernatural powers, and went directly to fight with Yao Chenai in the immortal battle. Their purpose is to trap me. Yao Chenai was also getting more and more irritable. On the other side, Shi Tianjun was also suppressed by Chu Yuan, so he couldn't lift his head up. Even with the water from the Tianhe River, it is not clean. Chu Yuan's palm was like a god's will, and it fell from the sky to lock Shi Tianjun, and the palm with infinite power just fell. Emperor Shenwu. Shi Tianjun was impatient. He knew that if he continued to grind like this, his strength would become weaker and weaker. His body turned sharply, and the big hand that was going to hold his entire body only grabbed his right arm. Immortal burn. Shi Tianjun was decisive and burned the immortal substance in his right arm. Keep this hand for me. Chu Yuan ripped it violently, to tear off the stone arm, and at the same time his other hand bombarded Shi Tianjun's head. Break the arm to survive. Shi Tianjun made a miserable voice. He struggled and broke his right arm. He felt relieved, and he didn't dare to look at Chu Yuan. He escaped from the myriad treasures. Pity this Shi Tianjun, not only did he not get anything this time, but he lost his arm, which was horrific. There is a thick, immortal substance in this arm, and he doesn't know how much it will cost to be reborn. This hatred, I remember Shi Tianjun, we are not finished yet. Shi Tianjun has already made up his mind that no matter what means he uses, he will take revenge against the Shenwu Empire and let him know that a mad immortal will be terrifying as long as it is not completely killed. Next time you are caught by me, you will die. Xuanhuan said coldly. His right hand was still holding Shi Tianjun's stone arm. Shi Tianjun escaped. Yao Chenye's heart sank. No one was going to target Emperor Shenwu. Next, this person would do everything in his power to deal with him. There was also this divine weapon that could exude immortal power, which he couldn't resist. His whole body suddenly became cold, his breath was suppressed, and he was locked by Xuanhuan almost instantly. Four-phase ancient demon, four-phase demon spirit. He didn't even think about it, the most powerful ancient monster slammed and killed, and wanted to break through the blockade of the 7 divine artifacts. Go away, go away. The demon is anxious in the morning and night. Yao Chenai, you have to pay some price. Xuanhuan showed a domineering face, raised his hand and slammed it, boom. The space where Yao Chenai was located seemed to have been photographed into a piece of cake. He bombarded and restricted Yao Chenye's movements with the 7 divine artifacts, and then directly attacked the 4 elements of the ancient demon. The invincible power of God and I radiated. At this moment, he seemed to be the only master here. His body stood upright, and the terrified Yao Chenai was even retreating. The violent thunder blasted the 4 elements of the demon god, and the domineering power directly disintegrated this counterattack. No, his target is my ancient demon 4. Yao Chenai is about to put away the 4 ancient demons in a hurry. But then something difficult happened. If there were no ancient monsters in front of them to resist, they would directly face the bombardment of Emperor Shenwu and the 7 divine artifacts. Useless Shi Tianjun. If this Shi Tianjun was useful, he would not be forced into such a situation. Bring the 4 elements of the ancient demon. Xuanhuan slammed the ancient demon's 4-phase with a palm, causing this array of eyes to vibrate and fly. The 4 elements of the ancient demon must not be put away, but it can't be cheap for this person either. Yao Chenai was extremely decisive, and he blasted the ancient demon 4 towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan refused to come, and the 4 elements of the ancient demon were controlled by his strong power. If he grabbed it directly, he would put it away and become his own set of fetishes. First, an extremely terrifying and irritable force permeated the 4 elements of the ancient demon. The demon morning and night were no longer needed, and they would also be destroyed. At the same time, his body jumped sharply to stay away from the void that was about to explode. The power of the 3 divine beasts to explode is terrifying. I don't want it, and you don't want to take it away either. Yao Chenai had already seen the explosion. The sealed door. But what he would never have imagined was that this person suddenly waved a door, and the swept-out sealing force sealed the fluctuations of the ancient demon's 4 phases, and was not burst open by him at all, but was controlled by this person. Living. My ancient demon 4 phases. Yao Chenai was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But the powerful oppression made him dare not stay for a moment. Taking advantage of the moment when Xuanhuan seized the 4 elements of the ancient demon, an immortal force erupted directly, dodging away from the 10,000 treasures river. #C875 No Hua Relic. Ran. Xuanhuan looked at the direction they were fleeing, and said lightly, no surprise. Although his current strength is strong, the realm is only a short while after breaking through the 4th step, and he has not even reached the later stage, and he has not condensed the immortal body. If he condenses an immortal body, beheading Shi Tianjuan's immortality is very easy. But to condense the immortal body, Xuanhuan needs to devour too much energy. Although there is immortal combat power, after all, there is no real breakthrough. Next, I will collect countless energy to break through this realm. Chuyuan's power is too terrifying. Although the material he needs to break through immortality is much more terrifying than others, but at the same time his current strength is also very powerful, and the ability to seize material is not comparable to others. Tianjuan's arm was instantly refined into a stream of immortal energy in his hands, filling his body, making his strength increase again. The 4 phases of the ancient demon. Yao Chenai suffered a terrible loss this time. Years of hard work were reduced to Chuyuan's wedding dress, leaving behind the bodies of 3 divine beasts. Although the body of the divine dragon has been extracted from the bone marrow, the deity is still there, and it can condense a small perfection of the 4 ancient demons. Although Chuyuan himself doesn't need the 4 elements of ancient demons, there are also demon powerhouses in his empire, such as Zhu Fengfeng. Her realm has reached the 5th step of the world god. If she has the 4 characteristics of the ancient demon, she will immediately break through the universe god, and use this power to continuously sharpen herself. As long as there are a lot of resources, there is no bottleneck until immortality. The 2 immortals have escaped, and the strength of the emperor is already immeasurable. Bone God sighed. Even if Chuyuan stood in front of him in his previous life, he was also qualified to have an equal dialogue. This kind of strength was worthy of awe by everyone. This time, Shi Tianjun, Yao Chenai, has suffered a huge loss. They dare not appear in front of us. Next, the Empire's resource capture in Wanbao Changhe will be able to enter a rapid time. The Book of Martial Arts. Yes. The Bone God looked at the Wanbao River and analyzed, the power of the dimension is surging at an extreme speed. I feel that this long river will soon disappear into the deep space and time of the universe. We must hurry up. I also sensed the fluctuation of this void. Chuyuan's eyes fell in one direction and said, but when I was fighting against Shi Tianjun, I noticed a strange power, which is a bit strange, and I must find it now. As he spoke, he went in that direction. Bone God and others quickly followed. Not long after, Chuyuan stopped, slamming. His hand suddenly tore open, a hidden time and space was opened, a huge hole appeared, and a dazzling light swept out. In it, he saw that it turned out to be endless rays of light, as if gathering all the colors in the world. In Chuyuan's eyes, the color of this light is sacred, but the murderous intent it contains is terrifying. He punched in with a force, but it didn't make waves, as if it sank in. This kind of power is familiar? The Bone God looked at Guanghai with a thoughtful look. He approached, rumbling. Guanghai suddenly burst into tsunami-like waves, drowning him terribly. The Bone God Dadian broke the halberd, and to his surprise, his power disappeared as soon as he touched the sea of light. The waves rolled up, and the Bone God really looked like a small person fighting against the tsunami in the sea in front of this sea of light. Senior, I'm here to help you. Qi Shui shouted. Don't come here, I know what kind of light this is. Bone God roared. I know too. Chuyuan's face appeared thoughtful. No Hua Shengguang, I didn't expect to see the legendary Shengguang here. Yes, it is Wuhua Divine Light. Bone God realized, this Wuhua Divine Light is extremely terrifying. Its greatest characteristic is that it can dissolve all mana, remove all matter, and turn it into the energy of divine light. I have heard of it before. Wuhua Shengguangwa has been immortal, we can't get close to it. When the Bone God saw this Wuhua Shengguang's complexion, he was even more horrified than seeing the immortal, but he could imagine how terrifying it was. Wuhua Shengguang reminds me of another kind of power. Chuyuan made an amazing move at this time. He actually took the initiative to enter Wuhua Divine Light. What is your Majesty doing? Do you want to capture this divine light? Wuhua Divine Light is indeed a rare treasure. It is powerful and can remove mana and flesh, but it is extremely difficult to control. Bone God was shocked. but immediately thought that this is a ruthless man who can even control a curse. Xuanhuan is indeed not dangerous in front of him. At this moment, after Xuanhuan entered Xuanhuan, he was surrounded by the sea of light in all directions. The seemingly sacred and dazzling, heart-pounding colors were indeed the deadliest poison. In this world, sometimes the most beautiful is the most poisonous. Xuanhuan glanced at it lightly, and his great devouring technique was always able to devour Xuanhuan's exclusion from him. His power also spread to the entire Guanghai. The infinite rays of light were condensing and condensing. At the end, in this sea of light, Xuanhuan saw a thing like a round bead, with simple patterns, one after another. No Hua relic. Xuanhuan's eyes were locked on the Wuhua relic. No wonder there is such a strong Wuhua divine light, which is influenced by this Wuhua relic, Great Emperor. This is an extremely powerful divine artifact. There is no beauty in the world, and it dissolves everything. If anyone can control it, he will have Wuhua-like power. Bone Shinto. That's right, I've accepted this no Hua relic. Xuanhuan stretched out his palm and grabbed the Wuhua relic. Wuhua relic seemed to feel a powerful force, and when the sky was shocked, Wuhua swept away, trying to break free from the power of Xuanhuan and leave. Due to its special power, it is extremely difficult to collect even if it is immortal. After all, if your power falls, it will be completely dissolved, so what can you do? You can only watch him leave. Of course, Xuanhuan's charge was to build a swallowing field. No matter how the Wuhua relic rushes from left to right, the burst of Wuhua power will be absorbed by the great devouring technique, and it will always be in this devoured field. It seems to be the size of a fist, but there is actually a cave in this Wuhua relic, and the amount of Wuhua divine light contained in it is very terrifying. There are so many treasures for it to melt and grow. Xuanhuan is holding the Wuhua relic, just grabbing a gem, and the power of swallowing is always manifested. It's also thanks to him that he broke through to the fourth step, otherwise he would be blocked and unable to capture the Wuhua relic. As for who to give this Wuhua relic to, Xuanhuan already has a candidate, and only she is the most suitable. #C876 Origin 3000 Hall. Wuhua divine light dissolves mana, obliterates flesh and blood, and turns everything into light. And this characteristic, isn't this similar to the immortal transformation divine light that his immortal concubine Shangwangxian cultivated? Of course, in front of Wuhua divine light, it is like the difference between heaven and earth, the gap between clouds and mud. The immortal relic in front of him can really hurt immortality. In fact, several of his beloved concubines have cultivated to the fifth step of the world god, and have been unable to enter the realm of the universe god. Although he has obtained many small chaotic universes after completing the task, his several concubines are too understanding and refuse to exchange them. He wants to leave this treasure to the development of the empire and to those soldiers who shed blood on the battlefield. To change. Although Wuhua Shengguang has extreme attributes in Xuanhuan's empire, he has an absolute way to suppress this fluctuation, so that Shangwangxian can refine and cultivate without any hidden dangers. Wuhua relic, this is much more useful than simply collecting some Wuhua divine light. Gushen said with emotion, it's like having a golden rooster that will keep laying eggs. As long as it melts the divine object, it can be continuously transformed into divine light, and only the power of the great emperor can take it as he wants. I am impossible. Let's go, it's time for us to flex our muscles in Wanbao Changha Nei. The Imperial army once again showed its sweeping power. With him as the center, the terrifying devouring power swept out, and countless armies blessed the power. In the places where their army swept, even though these countless treasures were hidden in extremely deep dimensions, they were all looted and gone. With his hand, the search was too clean, and it also caused hostility and even anger from other forces. Even the immortals couldn't stand the absolute plundering mode of the Shenwu Empire, and they exerted their power to stop them, but they were all directly driven back by Xuanhuan. You can do whatever you want with strength. Xuanhuan didn't care about other people at all, and only concentrated on letting the Empire capture the most treasures in a limited time. However, although their momentum is huge, the treasures they have captured are piled up into giant mountains, but they are an extremely small part of the entire 10,000 treasures river, and they have not even explored the area of 1/10,000. As you can imagine, the vastness of the Wanbao River. Xuanhuan sucked the palm of his hand, and a huge Wujing, divine mountain, fell into his hand. This is the Wujing divine stone, which is relatively precious and can be purified and used as a material to create an immortal artifact. Bone Shinto. Not bad. Xuanhuan just said the word, not bad. The army of Shenwu continued to sweep the Wanbao River. This ancient giant city was bombarded from the depths of the Wanbao River. It's great. In front of him, an ancient giant city was fished out from the deepest part of the void by the powerhouses of the Shenwu Empire. It was very well preserved. It was built by an immortal and left here forever. I haven't even captured 1/10 of the treasure of the 10,000 treasures river. There are so many things here, so much that I want to completely take this long river as my own and make it my own. Xuanhuan looked ahead. The power of the 10,000 treasures river itself is extremely powerful and violent. I even suspect that it is a powerful treasure in itself that cannot be speculated about its grade. Bone God said, there are many immortals who want to completely control this long river, but they have not succeeded. This is too difficult. No matter how difficult it is, you have to do it. The Wanbao River itself represents wealth. Xuanhuan looked in the other direction and said, in this long river, not only are we looting, but there are also other forces who are frantically looting, all accumulating wealth and preparing for the war that may break out in the future. Yeah, the great emperor, look at that very far direction, it's the Zifu Tianzong, the big sect that has inherited several cosmos reincarnations in the universe. Following the direction pointed by the bone god, there is a purple light spreading there, and there is an immortal who presides over the overall situation, and their logo appears. A huge purple mansion has collected many treasures into it. Zifu Tianzong actually sensed the fluctuations here, but did not take action. It's a tacit agreement. After all, there are many treasures in the Wanbao Changhe, and the area is vast. It is too late to capture the treasure. If there is no conflict of last resort, it will not fight to the death. There are no valuable treasures here, let's change direction. Xuanhuan said. Bone God and Qi Shui naturally have no opinion. Bone God and Qi Shui followed the Shenwu Empire. Although most of their heads were taken away by the Shenwu Empire, some soup and water were enough for them to eat. Most importantly, there is no danger. My strength has also reached the limit of the fourth step. The bone god followed Xuanhuan, refining those treasures, and silently said, the next step is to prove the immortality. Suddenly, just when they were about to change directions, the entire 10,000 treasures river trembled without warning. The moment the torrent of time and space swept in, a ray of spiritual light penetrated the sky, and then turned into a beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth, reaching the sky and the earth. Top. With such a huge movement, what kind of treasure was born in Wanbao Changhe? Bone God looked excited. Immediately they saw that at the moment when the light beam appeared, it led to a frenzy, and many figures rushed in that direction. Go. Follow me to see what treasures are there. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered, and he couldn't let go of this opportunity. To be honest, although the Shenwu Empire swept a lot of treasures, but in fact, 99% of them are ordinary, and very few can enhance Xuanhuan's cultivation. He urgently needs that kind of real treasure. Shuttle through the gate of the void, Xuanhuan brought the large army to the area where the aura penetrated in a short time. In front of them, they saw that the source of the beam eruption was actually an ancient temple, and the ancient rays of light flickered, as if to explain the mysterious artistic conception of the origin of the universe, the origin of the avenue, and so on. Looking at this ancient temple, some universe gods seemed to see the opportunity to achieve immortality. It turned out to be the Temple of Origin. The Book of Martial Arts was shocked. "Your Majesty, it's incredible, what we saw this time turned out to be the Temple of Origin in ancient records. According to rumors, there are 3,000 temples of origin, which means that there are 3,000 temples. I don't know if it is true." False, but until now, only the first Temple of Origin has been recorded, and some immortals have given the Temple of Origin to some cosmic gods, but without exception, they have all broken through to the realm of immortality. Great Emperor, I have also heard the legend of the origin of the 3,000 halls. Bone God said. It is rumored that each Temple of Origin has a power of mysterious origin, but what is inside is not so clear. After all, the information about the Temple of Origin is too scarce. The Book of Martial Arts. He also wanted to see what the inside of the 3,000 Origins Hall of the ancient legend looked like. Original 3,000 halls? Xuanhuan also mastered a supreme supernatural power, endless origin, and traced back the origin of the most initial power. 3,000 temples of origin, the number of 3,000 corresponds to a lot of meaning, 3,000 avenues, so there are also 3,000 temples of origin? Or are these 3,000 representing one kind of many? Xuanhuan thought about this ancient number. #C877 Mingguang Xianzong's infighting. 3,000 avenues. The 3,000 halls of origin. Corresponds to ancient numbers. Xuanhuan looked at the Temple of Origin, the spiritual light was boiling, and the world was gorgeous. In his eyes, the situation is different. The laws of countless origins are intertwined, and many truths of each type of Tao are found, which can be used to cultivate the immortal Tao. The 3,000 halls of origin. Qishui looked at the Temple of Origin with hot eyes and was completely attracted to it. However, she also knows that it is impossible to obtain it with her strength. There are so many people staring here, and there are several hidden immortal existences. There are a lot of strong people here this time. The Bone God looked in all directions. Emperor, the appearance of the Temple of Origin has brought all the top existences of the 10,000 treasures river here. There are a lot of immortal forces coming, and the biggest threat is the Yuhua divine dynasty, and their people will definitely come. A Temple of Origin represents an immortal in the future, who would give up this opportunity? Xuanhuan looked at it indifferently, and knew very well that to get this Temple of Origin would have to go through a blood and sea fight. Things that don't have long eyes are still standing here and die for me. Suddenly, a huge god-killing sword erupted in the distance. The powerhouse of the Temple of Slaughter came from a distance, urging a dark gold sword to kill the sky and kill the earth, killing it. Some unlucky people just stood in front of them, and they were swept by the god-killing sword, and they died without a place to be buried. Some were shocked and angry. They stood here well, and they did not offend the Temple of Murder. They even thought about watching the play. When they saw the wonders of the Temple of Origin, they were slaughtered without understanding. How dare you talk back, damn it! The people in the Temple of Slaughter didn't allow anyone who resisted their will. Some people were cut in half as soon as anger surged on their faces. The Temple of Murder. You are murderous. A group of strong men in gray clothes, ignoring the majesty of the temple killer, said with a light smile. Death Sea, if you kill it, you are no worse than my Temple of Slaughtering God. When you kill, you will activate the ocean of death, sweeping from one star field to another star field, and countless creatures will turn into death. Who can be compared to the Sea of Death? Facing the slightly sarcastic tone of the Dead Sea powerhouse, the Temple Slaughter said coldly. They know that the Dead Sea is a special place with a lot of immortality, especially the owner of the Dead Sea, let alone an ancient existence of which era. But the Sea of Death is not as united as they kill the temple. Those immortals go to the Sea of Death for various reasons. What are you looking at? The temple slaughter's eyes turned sharply, and when he saw someone just looking at them, he suddenly stretched out his big hand and slid that person directly over and pinched it to death. Save some mana now, our enemy is not them, but Xuanhuan dynasty, their army is coming, with the domineering Xuanhuan dynasty, they will not miss this opportunity, the real opponent is them. The dead seaman said lightly. You don't need to remind us, we know. The Ascension God dynasty is indeed the biggest enemy of the universe today. The appearance of the Wanbao Changhe, this time, was even caused by the war in the undead spacetime. This group of temple-killing people are domineering and slaughter recklessly. The Bone God said coldly, but the Lord of the Temple of Slaughtering God is also an extremely powerful being, and wherever their people go, whoever dares to disobey them, they will kill them directly. I once fought with one of their immortals, and I will kill them. The power has evolved to the extreme. The Temple of Murder is indeed arrogant. Xuanhuan said. He also beheaded many people in the Temple of Murder. As time passed, more and more powerhouses gathered, and some people wanted to rush in, but the Temple of Origin shrouded a layer of divine light of origin. Qi Shui, you are here too, very good, there has been no news from you, I thought you died here, and seeing you, I can feel relieved. Suddenly, a woman's yin and yang strange voice came. Qi Shui's face turned cold, she looked over, and her eyes suddenly fell on a woman in white. She has a temperament like jade, but when her eyes look at Qi Shui, she shows a viciousness that is different from her temperament. Listening to her tone, she wished Qi Shui died. Wu Ningyun, I thought you had fallen too, and I was thinking of collecting your corpse for you. Qi Shui wasn't easy to mess with either, fighting each other. Wu Ningyun is also the cosmic god of Mingguang Shenzong. The battle of the Mingguang Shenzong is very fierce. I am afraid that now the immortality and the universe gods are fighting within each other. I have told her a long time ago that sometimes don't be so kind and suppress him early, there will not be so many things, nor knowing if she can hold up the situation, now the universe is in chaos, unlike before. Bone God worried. Okay, it's all from one case, don't fight inside. An oppression containing immortal power swept over, and among them a man with brilliant light arrived. He is not immortal, but he has condensed the immortal body and stepped into the realm of half-immortality. Brother One. That Wu Ningyun raised his eyebrows at Qi Shui a moment ago, but when he saw Senior Brother One approaching, he immediately went over and said respectfully. Condensing the immortal body means that you have truly entered the road of immortality, and there is the possibility of proving immortality. Wanho. Qi Shui's cold expression was still very cold. The Temple of Origins has appeared, and the opportunity to prove immortality has already appeared. My Mingguang Shenzong is still too immortal, and this time many forces are coming, and the heroes are fighting for hegemony. We can't miss this opportunity. Wanho looked directly at the Temple of Origin. Everything obeys Senior Brother Wan's orders. Now my Mingguang Shenzong has the most hope of proving immortality only with Senior Brother Wan. This time, Senior Brother Wan will be the main one. Wu Ningyun looked at Qi Shui while speaking, and said coldly, Qi Shui, you know what to do. What are you going to do? Qi Shui was a vicious and despicable person who had experienced Wu Ningyun. Look at so many powerhouses this time, when the time comes to fight, bring your people to the forefront, attract attention, create opportunities for Senior Brother Wan, and I will support from the side. I want to make Senior Brother Wan immortal, you can understand me. Wu Ningyun said lightly. She actually wanted Qi Shui to be the vanguard cannon fodder. Everyone knew that once a fight broke out, it would be their group of cannon fodders who would suffer the most. Waiting for your response, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until I die. Qi Shui gave no sarcasm. If the mission fails, Senior Brother Wan can't become immortal, you are a sinner of the sect, and even the Supreme Being can't protect you. Wu Ningyun is buttoning Qi Shui's hat. Okay, no need to fight, everything is as Wu Ningyun said. Qi Shui, you are the first wave of pioneers. Wanho's face was expressionless. He was extremely cold. If he could get the Temple of Origin, let alone Qi Shui, what would happen if he died? Immortality can last forever in the reincarnation of the universe, sheltering the sect for billions of years. It's too simple, for you, to make me your cannon fodder pioneer. Qi Shui wouldn't agree, it really made Wanho immortal, and with the severe gathering of the sect master will be under even stronger pressure. You are disobeying my order. Wanho's eyes were extremely cold, and the power of his immortal body suddenly exploded, pressing down on Qi Shui. Don't be cannon fodder for him, just don't want him to be immortal, damn it. Xuanhuan watched indifferently, he did not look at the Wanho, but looked at the bone god. There was a complex expression on his face, hesitant and contradictory, entangled. In his mind, there seemed to be two voices interfering with his actions. #C878 Father, like son. Your orders cannot command me. Qi Shui wouldn't be cannon fodder for others, and said coldly, I only listen to the orders of the Supreme Headmaster, and the Headmaster did not ask me to unconditionally obey your orders. She is also arrogant, achieving the fourth step of the universe God, and also dreams of proving immortality, sharing the worries for the Supreme Master, and the immortal behind Wanho is the opponent of the Supreme Master, and will not help him. Who gave you the guts to disobey my orders? Wanho was not angry, but a majesty descended on Qi Shui. Sudden with this majesty, Qi Shui was as heavy as a universe, and it was difficult to move, and she exclaimed in shock, your cultivation is so much stronger than that in the sect, but I forced me to be the vanguard for you, dream for the dry bones under your immortal road. Qi Shui, you can't think of it. Seeing your brother Wanho has obtained an immortal inheritance in Wanbao Chunha, and his cultivation will go further, which is already what you want to look up to. Wu Ningyun smiled happily. The more Qi Shui resisted Wanho's will, the worse the outcome. She had long known that Qi Shui would not be obedient. She said fiercely, Senior brother Wanho, since Qi Shui is not cooperating, then we will use tough methods. I will use a method to control the soul. Brother, if you suppress her, I can manipulate her actions in a short period of time. Wanho does not speak, it is acquiescence. You are excluding dissidents. If the headmaster knows, he will never let you go. Qi Shui shouted. Whatever you think. Wu Ningyun doesn't matter. Bone God, what are you thinking? Xuanhuan was too lazy to pay attention to the infighting of Mingguang Xianzong, but looked at the bone god. The bone spirit, who has always been decisive and direct, actually hesitated and stuttered when he spoke at this time. He was fighting against another will in his mind. You are thinking, should you help Qi Shui, or even the supreme headmaster of Mingguang Xianzong, you want to forget this memory and live out a new self. But two kinds of wills put you in a situation where you don't know what to do, causing your Tao heart to become unstable. Xuanhuan saw through everything. The great Emperor Mingjian. Bone God said. I just want to say one thing, what is the purpose of forgetting? You are you, the memory of the past life belongs to you, the memory of this life is also yours. What is the meaning of worrying? Do what you want to do, you don't need to deliberately get rid of the past life memories, because these are all yours, inseparable, they are all part of the life process. Your birth itself inherited the memories of the previous life, some kind of transmission, not the influence of external will, it is. Better to merge the two worlds, do a real you, forgetting the troubles caused by overlapping past and present memories. Bone God is Xuanhuan's friend, otherwise he wouldn't say these words. The authorities are fascinated by the bystanders, and the Emperor's words made me figure it out. The Bone God's brain seemed to explode, and it was instantly clear, and said, yeah, the great Emperor is right, why do I think so much? Why do I only want to understand such a simple truth now, instead of tangling the memories of the two worlds, it's better to think about how to take the road of immortality. I know how to do it. Bone God said. The reason is simple, but it is difficult to do. Xuanhuan. As the Bone God stepped out, his aura was shocked, and the majesty that had been suppressed on Qi Shui collapsed. At this moment, the Bone God actually radiated an immortal majesty. He completely understood that the memories of the two worlds belonged to him. He is not a so-called squatter, but when he fell, the power of his soul remained on his skeleton, and he relived the second life again. The first is him. The second is also him. Senior. Qi Shui looked at the Bone God, as if she saw an immortal. Good. Although the Bone God's realm has not yet broken through, his state of mind is no longer barrier-free, and he has realized the new life of his memory, exuding his once immortal aura, arrogant in this world. Who are you? You want to interfere in the affairs of my Mingguang Shenzhou? Xuanhuan's face turned cold. He looked at the Bone God, but fortunately it was not immortal, but the sudden appearance of this person made him very uncomfortable. I know the immortal figure behind you. The Bone God showed his domineering. He defied the natural enemy with a punch and went directly to Xuanhuan. Although he was no longer at the peak, he could still deal with an immortal body by himself. You dare to touch me? Xuanhuan was furious. The Bone God's move made him more angry than Qi Shui's resistance. He slammed his palm out, the sky was rippling, and the majestic divine power emerged. Xuanhuan would not allow the Bone God to be presumptuous in front of him, and he was confident that unless it was a real immortal shot, no one could do anything to him. The sky is shattered. As soon as the Bone God made a move, the world was shattered, the boundless void disappeared, and a huge force descended, directly locking the time and space, and descending on Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan also felt strong pressure at this moment, but he would never retreat. He used a unique technique with infinite divine light, and with the cultivation of the immortal body, he suddenly suppressed the blood qi and fought against the destruction of the sky. But the destruction of the sky released the powerful strength of the Bone God, and the power was pressed on Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's expression changed, his bones rattled, he couldn't bear the pressure, it exploded, blood mist spread out from his body, and his robe was dyed red in an instant. My immortal body! Xuanhuan was startled. In any case, it is impossible to imagine that his immortal body is so fragile in front of the Bone God, and the immortal material in the entire body is being destroyed madly. Unless you are truly immortal, you have not experienced the double baptism of the 33 calamities of gods and the great calamity of death, you will never be considered a true immortal body. Bone God's face was very cold, the gap between steel and soil. The sudden confrontation here also attracted the attention of some immortal forces such as the Sea of Death and the Temple of Murder, but they did not look here after that. For them, no matter how many wars break out, it doesn't make sense. Their real enemy is Xuanhuan dynasty. Shaking the heavenly palm. However, Xuanhuan will never admit defeat. He killed him with a single palm in the air, and the immortal material rushed out. It was a bright color, forming a divine shadow. When he was at his peak, his blood was terrifying. Humph! Bone God snorted coldly, didn't care, and said with disdain, I learned some of his inheritance, and I dare to be presumptuous in front of me with skin-like means. Today, I will kill you and refine your immortal material. He was intrigued. Don't look at him respectfully in front of Xuanhuan, that's because Xuanhuan is a terrifying existence worthy of awe and immortal. And what is this Xuanhuan in front of him? When he hit him in the air, Xuanhuan clearly felt an irresistible force. Although this person was not immortal, the display of various magical powers had the mystery of immortality. The Bone God attacked again, and the sky was shattered, acting on Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had no choice but to make a reckless move with the Bone God, but his body was knocked out in an instant, the bones on his body were broken, and visible bones were torn in some places, and the residue flew out, which was very miserable. Wu Ningyun was stunned. In her eyes, senior brother Xuanhuan, who was powerful, was actually so fragile. In front of this person, he was defeated in 3 moves and 2 moves, which was terrible. Xuanhuan gang let out a roar. The bone god slapped it down with one palm and tore it directly on his left arm. Immediately, one of his left hands exploded and disappeared from his body. The immortal substance that permeated the air was absorbed into his body by him. He was merciless, and Daddy and Shattered directly smashed his head. Die. #C879, The Road to the Enemy. The bone god is murderous and must kill Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's face was frightened, and the fear in his mind suppressed the pain in his body. In any case, he would never have imagined that Qi Shui would have such a terrifying opponent by his side, beating him with no temper. Moreover, this person is very familiar with his moves. You dare to touch me. Xuanhuan was furious and wanted to lift up the immortality behind him, saying, the immortality behind me is. I know, Wan Yu. Bone God said indifferently. You know everything. Xuanhuan's face turned pale, and he ran away immediately. Where can you run to? The bone god burst out with an immortal aura, shattering the sky of the world. It was useless for him to destroy the halberd. He directly smashed with his own hands, and the power of shattering, washed away again and again, brought up pieces of flesh and blood in Xuanhuan. In the end, the bone god performed a lore move, from top to bottom, his big hand came down, and he slapped Xuanhuan's head directly, and the whole person completely exploded. His immortal matter permeated, and was completely refined and absorbed by the bone god. You killed Xuanhuan. Wu Ningyun screamed miserably. An immortal body, a strong man who can even prove immortality in the future, died here so miserably. She didn't dare to imagine the strength of this person, and looked at him with fear. Even Xuanhuan was not his opponent, and died tragically on the spot. What could she do? Without Xuanhuan as her backing, she turned around and ran away. But the bone god grabbed the palm of his hand, and with just one click, he directly suppressed Wu Ningyun and rolled on the ground. Don't kill me, I'm wrong, senior sister Qi Shui, I shouldn't target you, it's all him, and it's all Xuanhuan who forced me to do this. He didn't want to come forward in some things, so he made me be this villain, through sound transmission. I also don't agree with this plan. Think about it, even if we pay a heavy price, the benefits will be Xuanhuan's, so what's the benefit to me? Please, let him spare me. Wu Ningyun blamed the dead Xuanhuan. At this time, do you know you're calling me senior sister? Qi Shui said disdainfully. Yes, senior sister, you are the disciple of the Supreme Headmaster, the main line of Xianzong, you are my senior sister, spare me this time, I will only follow you in the future. Wu Ningyun begged. Qi Shui, whether this woman is to be killed or kept is up to you. Bone Shinto. Wu Ningyun was terrified, her life had been controlled by Qi Shui. Killed. Never thought about it, Qi Shui didn't even think about it, she showed her ruthless and resolute scene, saying, Dang Duan continues to suffer from the chaos, Xuanhuan is dead, this Wu Ningyun has no need to live, she is not dead, it's not good for the senior, now I can control her, but what about putting her back in the sect? Qi Shui, you're crazy. Wu Ningyun shouted and roared, if you dare to kill me, Immortal will not let you go, and even the Supreme Headmaster can't protect you, killing the same family is not allowed by heaven. The bone god killed Xuanhuan because the bone god was not a member of the Mingguang Xianzong. Kill, must kill, Wu Ningyun can't stay. Qi Shui raised her palm, unaffected by Wu Ningyun. Qi Shui died in a chaotic fight in the Temple of Origins. I will report this matter to the sect master. Just when her palm fell and she was about to kill Wu Ningyun, the bone god stopped her and said, I'll do it. I already appreciate your decisive will, I'm not mistaken, I'm not Mingguang Xianzong. People, some things really can't make it difficult for you to teach the Supreme Being, and I don't have this psychological burden. He raised his palm and immediately killed Wu Ningyun. Wu Ningyan's face was startled, his head and his entire body were shattered. Senior, Qi Shui said. If your headmaster supreme also had your resolute will, the situation today would not be so difficult. Sometimes her temperament is too soft. I know that it must be the thousands of mountains that force the palace to make her situation difficult. Bone Divine Dao has a domineering arrogance that defies the sky. Remember, sometimes not everyone can stay, and it is a disaster for some people to stay. I remember. Qi Shui nodded heavily. Bone God, you are about to become immortal. Chu Yuan smiled. Immortal, how difficult it is. Although my will has arrived, the accumulation is not yet strong. I don't have much control over the catastrophe. What I have to do now is to accumulate more immortal substances and attack the immortal realm again. The Bone God understands his own heart, and his temperament is completely different from before. Time flies. The Temple of Origin shook again, the aura shrouded outside began to dissolve, and the true meaning of the stronger origin spread out, sending a signal to everyone. The Temple of Origin is about to open. Everyone looked greedily at the Temple of Origin. The dead seaman did not rush to break in, but looked into the distance and said indifferently, sure enough, as soon as the Temple of Origin opened, the people of the Ascension God dynasty came. Ascension God dynasty, Ascension Ascension. A voice representing the Ascension God dynasty swept over. A large area of void vibrated in the distance, and a large number of strong men appeared, flags fluttered, and the army was magnificent. The momentum of this army makes people see, there is a supreme momentum, but you can see the domineering spirit of Yuwashan who is full of vigor and dominates the universe. Ascension God Dynasty, Feather God Army. The Ascension God Dynasty is too strong, and it wants to become the master of this cosmic era. The Yushan Army and the Huashan Army are the two ace legions of the Yuwashan dynasty, and the commanders of the legions are immortal. Seize the Temple of Origin. An immortal powerhouse in the Ascension Divine Dynasty spoke coldly, his eyes pierced with lightning. The army rumbled, ignoring the people outside the Temple of Origin. The divine light of feathering came surging, with great power and broad face, and some of them were too late to dodge, they were all swept in and feathered away. The feathering divine hand directly covers the Temple of Origin. God Feather Army, Legion Commander Yu. No one will sit and watch the Ascension God Dynasty seize the Temple of Origin. For them, they would rather other forces get it and become immortal, and do not want to see the Ascension God Dynasty have immortality again. The general trend of the Ascension God Dynasty has been completed, and it has begun to disrupt the starry sky. It is necessary to push aside the immortal forces and achieve dominance. The void is boiling, the breath of death is permeating, and a strong man wearing gray clothes with a gray breath comes over, the immortal from the sea of death. Who else wants to stop the Feather God Army? The immortal of the Feather God Army also walked out. He is Feather. His real name is not actually Yu, but no one remembers his name, so he gave him the name of Yu Shinjun. There was a woman beside him, wearing armor, who was also the immortal of the Feather God Army. And I. Dark golden rays of light swept through, a man wearing a dark golden mask and holding a killing sword came. He said coldly, Ascension God Dynasty, you are getting more and more presumptuous, and you can do it to dominate the starry sky. Your gods are inside, dare to disturb the starry sky? It's too greedy. You want the treasure in the immortal time and space, you want it here, and the entire cosmos starry sky? Just change the name of this cosmos to Yuhua Cosmos. You Divine Feather Army lead the immortal time and space. Is there enough power to suppress it? More powerhouses have come, all targeting the Ascension God Dynasty. The road to the starry sky is the road to the world's enemies, and everyone is your enemy. Looking at this scene, Chu Yuan said silently, the whole world is an enemy, this is the way to go. What if you can become the supreme protagonist in the universe, and the whole world is an enemy? Hashtag C880 Feather God Figure. The road to invincibility is all enemies in the world. In the entire starry universe, everyone will be your opponent. If the Emperor Yuhua wants to create the Yuhua era, then he must first conquer all the forces in the star field. No one dares to resist him, and the flag of Yuhua is erected everywhere, in order to achieve the great cause. Although the Emperor Yuhua would definitely become an enemy of Chu Yuan, such an opponent was also worthy of admiration. Destroy the Feather God army here and destroy their power. As soon as the Feather God army is destroyed, the strength of the Ascension God dynasty will be greatly reduced. If you want to suppress the situation in the immortal time and space, you must mobilize masters from within the country. If you move, step by step, the whole situation will change because of this. Yes, they are delusional about the origin of the Temple of Greed, but they don't know that they are getting themselves into a bigger crisis. This is a good opportunity. There are already other immortals who have gone to the immortal time and space, just waiting for this situation here and waiting for the opportunity. Although these people have their own ideas and calculations, their goals are the same in dealing with the Ascension God dynasty. In an instant, 4 immortals were killed. 4-2, take advantage. Even in the dark, there are hidden immortals who have not taken action. They are dealing with the powerhouses who will be reinforced at any time by the Ascension God dynasty. God Feather Army, start formation. A large amount of feathering power was blessed on that feather. He carried a long spear, like a god of war. Facing the 2 immortals that came to him, he was not afraid, and he stabilized the situation with his powerful fighting power. Kill God. The immortal Temple of Slaughtering Sword, who was holding the killing sword, turned cold, and the killing sword immediately slashed at you, and a burst of brilliance burst into the sky. However, he was not injured, but with a single shot, the Temple of Slaughtering Immortal was forced back out. Immortal level God armor, do you think this is enough? The 2 immortals shot wildly, and their power impacted and released as much as they wanted, and they could overturn the universe, but when it fell on you, this person was like an eternal rock in the universe, which could not be shaken. This feather is much stronger than Shi Tianjun. Chu Yuan watched the battle. If there is no benefit, he will naturally not mix it in now. Yu is strong, and the woman who came with him is just an ordinary immortal. Deal with her first, and trap them here. The immortal war broke out. 6 immortal powers. This is extremely terrifying in the universe. The sea is dry and the rocks are rotten, and the sun and the moon are dull, but this Temple of Origin has not been damaged in the slightest, and its power has been disintegrated. The woman shot. The dazzling light rain broke out, which was somewhat similar to the power of no splendor. The petals are scattered, which is the condensation of feathering power, brilliant and beautiful. In her hand, a huge divine map appeared, floating in the air, and all the Feather God army entered, and together with Immortal, they were urged together. Ascension God map. They actually brought this treasure. Seeing the light of feathering swept across, the faces of the 2 immortals who surrounded the woman changed, and they felt that the immortal substances in their bodies were boiling, and they were about to rise. And this Yuwashan map is not an ordinary immortal artifact, it is refined by the Yuwashan Emperor, and it is extremely harmful to immortality. Their battle was extremely fierce, and they came more for the Ascension Divine Dynasty. Although the Temple of Origin was wonderful, it was able to give birth to immortality, and it was the most important task to stop the Ascension Divine Dynasty. The Immortal War is also breaking out in the immortal time and space. Boom! The cosmic sea is shaking. Chu Yuan watched intently. In the distant immortal time and space, more immortals were fighting. Boom! At this time, the Temple of Origin suddenly spurted out a more majestic source of power, and a huge starry sky vortex appeared, and everyone could see that it was at this time that the entrance to the Temple of Origin was truly opened. Enter the Temple of Origin. Yu shot back the 2 immortals with a single shot. His face was so cold that he and the woman urged Yu Huashan to enter the Temple of Origin. Humph. Origin Temple, let's go in too. The people from the Ascension God dynasty also went in, and they will naturally go in too. At the same time, after they entered, several shadows followed, and suddenly flashed in, and there were even several immortal breaths. However, most people can still tell how much they weigh, and dare not go in. Otherwise, the immortal battle inside will emit some aftermath, and you don't even know how to die. Choose one, enter the Temple of Origin, get 10,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. Option 2, give up the Temple of Origin, get 10,000 fate points, small chaos universe x2. Go. Follow me into the Hall of Origins. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered, he would not give up this opportunity. Let's go in with His Majesty. Bone God and the others did not follow Xuanhuan, but directly entered the Gate of the Void, instilling their own mana into the 7 divine artifacts, and they knew that it was impossible to fight immortality with their own strength. It is only possible to activate the 7 divine weapons. Ding. The host makes a choice, gets 10,000 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. The moment Xuanhuan entered the Temple of Origin, the system prompt sounded. Inside the Temple of Origins. Xuanhuan gathered together and found that the inside of the Temple of Origin was not the huge temple, he thought. In front of him is the vast world, as if descending into a vacuum-like universe. This piece of time and space is bizarre, and the interior is very bizarre. It seems to be an independent small universe of origin. The airflow of the origin is flying by, and the bright light is bright. With every breath, you can feel uplifted and feel your own way growing. With a grasp of his palm, a large amount of origin power was transported into the void. This is the power of origin. The Book of Martial Arts said excitedly, Your Majesty, I feel it. My martial arts perception is growing, and the immortal material condenses faster. This airflow is of great benefit to the cultivation of the universe God. It is indeed the Temple of Origin. No wonder there are ancient rumors. Whoever gets the Temple of Origin is equivalent to opening a bright road to immortality. Bone God sighed. It doesn't do much for me. Xuanhuan refined a large amount of origin power with the power of devouring, but felt that his cultivation base had little impetus. He understands that if he wants to become immortal, it is not a problem to have any perception or the 33rd divine tribulation. What he lacks, the most, is a large amount of immortal substances. A few immortal substances are not enough for him to condense his immortal body. Instead, he needs a large amount, combined with many kinds of fetishes, and the outrageous resources can make it possible for him complete this step. Xuanhuan's immortality is too difficult. He is hard on the immortal substance of the waves. Although the origin breath did not have much effect on him, it did not hinder his determination to obtain the Temple of Origin. After all, this temple was of incalculable benefit to the development of his empire. He himself has to become stronger, and at the same time the empire has to become stronger, so that he has the confidence to compete for the starry sky. Those immortals are in this direction. Xuanhuan had already seen the immortal war breaking out. That is, when Xuanhuan's eyes pierced through the fog of origin, he actually found something incredible in the Temple of Origin, and said in surprise, a tree, an incomparably huge tree appeared in the Temple of Origin. #C881 Tree of Origin. What a shocking scene. A towering god tree stands on top of the sky, and the crown of the tree seems to reach the highest point of the Temple of Origin, supporting the world and the entire temple. Its branches are crystal clear and flawless, like the purest crystal, covered with prosperous and lush leaves. Each piece is like emerald, the crystal is dripping, it is a treasure, which can make people understand the law. A breath of origin emanated from its body. This tree is the core of the Temple of Origin. The immortal battle did not destroy the world, but it was supported by this divine tree. This is the legendary Tree of Origin. The Book of Martial Arts said in shock, "The Tree of Origin contains the power of origin, the origin of the world's avenues. Your Majesty is the most important treasure of the Temple of Origin. You see, the spread of the power of origin can regenerate dead trees." Ding! The current branch has been released. Seize the Origin God Tree and control the Origin Temple. System release branch line. The Tree of Origin, be good, it will have a great effect on our empire. Xuanhuan's gaze fell on the Tree of Origin. To be honest, he had no need for the Origin Tree, but he saw another effect. His concubine was dealing with divine medicine all day long. If this divine Tree of Origin fell into her hands, it would be able to play a big role. Xuanhuan laid the foundation for her to prove immortality, and all kinds of divine medicine could accelerate growth. Both the soft power and the hard power of the empire can grow. Immortal. Only by becoming immortal can he accompany him forever and ever through the reincarnation of the universe, and sit and watch the gorgeous scenery in the universe. I want this Tree of Origin, Xuanhuan said. Now, the immortal war broke out in the Temple of Origin, and the 6 immortals were fighting together, and they were all frantically preventing the Ascension God dynasty from obtaining the treasure. Seeing the origin of the divine tree, we all know that the purpose of Xuanhuan dynasty is not to make one more immortal in his divine dynasty. Instead, it is necessary to refine the Origin divine tree itself into a powerful and invincible treasure that sweeps them away. If the Ascension God dynasty wants to be the supreme of the universe, they are the most unlucky ones. Those of the Ascension God dynasty, we can't imagine getting the Origin divine tree. The 4 immortals shouted fiercely. To be honest, they would rather destroy the Origin tree than be acquired by their opponents. But the Origin divine tree itself has a reckless power, suppressing the sky of the 4 poles, and it is very difficult to destroy. The people of Xuanhuan dynasty did not answer, but urged more powerful forces to counterattack. The Ascension God map swept across, and each of the Ascension divine light was too strong, and it irradiated an immortal body, forcing him to retreat again and again. The immortal substance in the body was burning frantically, and he was injured to a certain extent. Hateful, if there is no picture of the god of feathering, how can they compete against us with the 2 of them? An immortal face is ugly. It's useless to say that these are all useless. I know that they have plans. They just want to use the Ascension God map to display the Ascension formation, trap us, and then take this Origin God tree with its roots. Death Sea Immortal said calmly. That ruins their plan. Murderous, the 4 immortals attacked. In this Origin space, there are not only them, but also several immortals hidden, and they know that if they take action now, they are very likely to be targeted, and they are quietly waiting for opportunities in secret. Ascension God diagram, Immortal God formation. Suddenly, a divine emperor's will erupted in the Ascension God map, and a stalwart emperor appeared. He stared at the starry sky, holding the most powerful power in this world without a master. Combustion. Led by you, all the Yuxian army began to burn their own power, urging the power of Xuanhuan to the strongest. Crazy, are they crazy? The 4 immortals shouted angrily, and these 2 were burning their own immortal substances. What a huge price to pay for this. The people of this Ascension God dynasty are a bunch of lunatics. The feathering divine light swept across them like a sea of. They know it's not a good thing. Lianhe, I see how long they can burn. The 4 immortals also displayed their own mana against the feathered mana. Gorgeous to the extreme of light and rain, the faces of the 4 immortals became more and more ugly. The Ascension God dynasty has gone crazy. They saw that some of the Feather God army has become a feather, and they would rather pay a great price to capture the Origin divine tree. Feathering soars. A majestic, repressing majestic voice passed. The Ascension God Emperor entrusted a ray of his true spirit on the Ascension God map, and the strength contributed by the Feather God army of the Self-Ascension is to motivate this true spirit and make the Ascension divine might manifest. This feathered god emperor's giant hand grabbed out, covering the tree of origin. This is the power of the Emperor Yuhua, the will of the emperor. He used a large amount of feathering substances, and with the help of the feather god army's feathering, he finally spurred the outbreak. What should we do? If we force a breakthrough, that you will do whatever it takes. Although the 4 of us won't die, our immortal material will be wiped out by 1/3, or even half. Do you want to look at their origin tree? You can't fight recklessly, the immortal material has been destroyed too much, the strength has dropped greatly, and it will even be hunted by other immortals. The price is too great, we can't afford it. These 4 immortals do not want to fight, they are good for others, and they will not do things that are not good for them. Feather caught this mentality. He dared to fight, and even dared to fight at the cost of falling, and he was sure that they would not dare to fight. The Tree of Origin is about to fall into the hands of the Ascension God dynasty. They all let out such a sigh, a little helpless. The Tree of Origin, only in my hands. Until this time, Xuanhuan did not start. His body dominated the origin, and he stepped forward. The power of the stalwart countered Yu, and a hand of God directly hit it, preventing the true spirit of Yuhua Divine Emperor from taking over. Sure enough, someone couldn't help it and wanted to shoot. The 4 immortals all laughed. There are still greedy people in this world. But this is also good, they are not afraid that this group of people will not make a move, they are afraid that they will hide, and they are afraid that the Ascension God dynasty will not dare to make a move, so the more chaotic it is, the better. As long as it is not obtained by the Ascension God dynasty, the purpose is complete. But who is this man? He's also an emperor, but he looks very unfamiliar. The 4 immortals are very unfamiliar to Xuanhuan, and a mysterious energy is shrouded in him. No matter who it is, as long as it is against Yuhuashan dynasty. The Sea of Death powerhouse smiled, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said in shock, how dare this person be so bold, how dare he ignore Wang Yang Guanghai of Yuhua, and take the initiative to step into Yuhua's power, even immortals dare not do so. They only saw that a stalwart figure entered directly into the ocean of feathering. #C882 One page of scripture. A figure came from the sky, and his stalwart power shocked the ancient and modern, and even the immortal also felt a strong domineering. He doesn't seem to be afraid of the power of feathering, and with big steps, he directly enters the sea of light and walks towards the Tree of Origin. Feather him. Feather's demeanor was icy cold. Whoever dares to snatch the Origin Divine Tree with the Ascension God dynasty is their enemy. Immediately, together with the woman, they urged Yuhua Guanghai to drown Xuanhuan. This terrifying power is like the most ferocious wave in the sea that will involve a person in it, and a small force cannot resist this general trend of the world. This person is too bold. Don't you know the power of feathering? This kind of power can feather the whole person, and it is difficult for immortal matter to compete. The immortal look of the Temple of Murder was cold and stern, holding his sword motionless. Whether we want to seize the opportunity to attack you, although this person does not know, but that momentum must have immortal power, and an immortal combat power is added. This time, it is very likely that Yuhuashan dynasty will be counted. There is immortality. This person is mysterious, imposing, and looks like an emperor. Don't do it, we don't even know this kind of person, let him fight with Yuhuashan dynasty, and use this to consume Yu's mana. The right time can shake things up. Death Sea Immortal shook his head. The feathering of the world. Boom. The feathering light sea drowned Xuanhuan, but an incredible scene appeared. This person let the terrifying torrent wash over him, and he emitted a strong light, but he stood still, as if no force could do anything to him. How is this going? Death Sea Immortal said, in the face of Yuhua's power, he can actually do nothing. This person must have the power to fight Yuhua, it's strange. Although Yuhua's power is strong, it is not completely invincible. Otherwise, the Emperor Yuhua would have ruled the heavens long ago, and will it still be until now? Let's continue to watch the show. These immortals did not intend to shoot. And it was exactly what Xuanhuan wanted. And Xuanhuan also used the energy of the Great Devouring technique to refine it. He didn't care about the feathering. As long as it didn't exceed the limit that his strength could bear, everything could be refined. Yu is strong, but he can't make him reach the limit. Feathering soars. Yu's face was cold from beginning to end. The feathering power has been strengthened, and the feathering true spirit is looking at the world, has not yet shot, seems to be waiting for an opportunity, one hit will kill. Whoa! Nothing can stop Xuanhuan's determination to seize the origin divine tree. He stepped forward with a bang, as if breaking the barrier of the first layer of the universe, breaking through the blockade of the Ascension Light Sea, and came to the origin divine tree. He broke the blockade. There were voices of shock. Feather. The woman drank lowly. I know. Yu nodded. He and the woman had a very tacit understanding. Just looking at each other, he knew what she was going to say. His magic spear shot out, rolled up the endless sea of feathered light, and slammed towards Xuanhuan. And the woman exuded a more splendid light, slowly enveloped Xuanhuan with the feathering god map. Everyone has their own scheming, don't expect someone to help you, if you can watch the show on the side, the world will be fine. Now both you and the woman are aiming their power at Xuanhuan, and Yu Guanghai is dividing the world. The Tree of Origin. Suddenly, a figure that looked like a wild beast appeared. He was burly like a pillar of the sky, like an existence that came out of the wild. He immediately shot, and when Xuanhuan was blocked, he immediately shot and grabbed the origin divine tree. It's him, and another immortal shot. The four immortals who were the first to do it all laughed, and now the situation is as chaotic as possible. Dare to. Xuanhuan's eyes shot the electric light, the hand of God grabbed it, and collided with the immortal. If it wasn't for the protection of the Tree of Origin, the world in this hall would have collapsed and destroyed. That tall immortal body also retreated violently. Send you back to the west to deal with the power of feathering. The immortality hidden in the dark couldn't bear it anymore. The temptation of the origin divine tree was great, and it was a top-notch divine artifact. Now that he saw the opportunity, he would not sit back and watch, and suddenly another shot was taken, like the hand of the sky slapped towards it. Xuanhuan. His purpose was not to kill Xuanhuan, but to use his powerful force to blast him into the Ascension God map. The woman's eyes fluctuated, and it was obvious that she also swept out a huge force from the Ascension God map, and she also wanted to suck Xuanhuan in, let him emerge, and supplement the God map consumption. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand such a large consumption for long. Immortal Fist. Suddenly the starry sky cracked open, a portal appeared, and a gaseous figure punched out, bombarded with the immortal figure, and shook his power back. The power of the 7 divine weapons, a large number of strong alliances, can compete with ordinary immortal power. It is a pity that the strongest bone god among them is the cosmos god. If there is a real immortal, an immortal like Shi Tianjun can also defeat it. This is the immortal eyes of the Sea of Death gathered together, immortal divine power, that is not real immortality, but a set of artifacts. A large number of people are urging them to burst out the power of immortality. He can still burst out like this. The power of an immortal warrior. A set of artifacts that can burst out immortal combat power. With such a gorgeous lineup, they have to be cautious. Retreat. The two men suddenly drank at Xuanhuan's immortality, and stepped back. In the sky, the feathering god map has already fallen, and it is covering Xuanhuan. Yu's purpose is also very simple. First, he will refine this person who can withstand the power of feathering, become a part of the god map, and seize his artifact. The figure of the god of feathering fell brightly, and the light and rain were colorful. At this time, Xuanhuan had only two choices, either giving up the origin divine tree or breaking the shroud of the Ascension divine map. My determination to take the Ascension God map cannot be stopped. Xuanhuan is determined. The tree of origin is related to the development of the empire. Whether the concubine can achieve immortality will give the empire an extra foundation to suppress the starry sky. He won't retire? Could it be that he can't retire? The moment the four immortals saw the divine map falling and the light swept over, the strange powerhouse was shrouded in by the divine map, and a surprised and strange expression appeared on his face. It seems that it can't be returned. The Ascension God figure is made by the Ascension God Emperor. The power is too strong, and it is impossible for a single immortal powerhouse to compete. Immortal said, his face suddenly changed. Look, you has activated the greatest divine power of Shinto, and the true spirit of the Emperor Yuhua has already started. Feathering divine formation. You and the woman stood side by side. Their strength was motivated, and the feathering became even more powerful. The true spirit of the feathered God Emperor waved his hand, and a page of the scripture with the feathering power rumbled down, sweeping out the terrifying power of killing immortality. At the same time, a page of the scriptures flew out. This is a page of scriptures in the Ascension Sutra of Ascension. It is filled with the true meaning of ascension. It was sealed in the Ascension God map. It was originally reserved for dealing with the four immortals, but now it is used on Xuanhuan. #C883 Torn God Figure. The Ascension God map enveloped Xuanhuan, and the majestic sea of Ascension light was submerged and wiped out in a flash. But that's not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is that page of the feathering scriptures, suppressing the sky of the four poles, emitting a brilliant light. One by one feathered characters flew out, and immortality will be feathered. Emperor Yuhua has two most powerful treasures. One is his Yuhua divine sword, which symbolizes the majesty of the divine dynasty, and the other is the Ascension Sutra of Yuhua. The value of this page of the Ascension Sutra is comparable to an immortal artifact, and it is completely burned for consumption. Obviously, in Yu's heart, Xuanhuan is very important, and it is worth using a scripture. It's over, he's dead, a single immortal is trapped in the Ascension formation, and it is difficult to escape, not to mention there is a page of Ascension Sutra to suppress. Unfortunately, this person is very powerful, but misunderstood the power of the Ascension God dynasty, suffered so much. An immortal way. The feathering of this person, the power of Yuhua Shentu is stronger, but if we take action to rescue, of course we can let this person escape, but the power of the feathering Ascension scripture is completely exploded. That feather is desperate, we can't beg for it, immortal material, it will also be severely damaged. Immortality is selfish. They knew that they would definitely be able to rescue the person in the Ascension God map. But the shot will inevitably be backlashed, and who would dare to rescue a stranger at the cost of a great loss of strength? It is impossible. It is this kind of psychology that Yuhua Shenchao has grasped. You have many masters, and you are all targeting the Ascension God dynasty to prevent them from becoming the supreme and most powerful force in the universe. But your hearts are not aligned, and you can swarm when you are good. If there is no benefit, when you encounter setbacks, you are just a chicken and a dog, and it is not enough to be afraid of. At this moment, Xuanhuan was attacked by the scriptures of Yuhua. Ascension God map, also want to trap me? The human sovereign sword representing the supreme human sovereign avenue appeared in Xuanhuan's hands. He stared at the image of the Ascension God, the sword moved with him, the palm of his hand was raised, and the sword was slashed away. He wants to break the Ascension God figure and come out. There are immortals looking at the picture of the God of Feathers. Immediately shook his head, struggling is futile, without the help of outside forces, this is impossible to break. After all, this divine map was refined by the Emperor Yuhua, and it is known as the supreme of the current universe era. Neither you nor the woman believed that Xuanhuan would be able to smash the God of Ascension. but the truth is so cruel. The sword edge of the human emperor sword slashed onto the Ascension God map, and there was a sound like a rag being torn. The flawless Ascension God map actually cracked, and then endless sword light raged. The whole picture of the gods shook and shattered into two halves. How can the feathering God map crack open? The ICU finally couldn't calm down, and a shock appeared on his face. How is it possible that the divine artifact such as Xuanhuan has been blessed by countless people of the divine dynasty, forged by the Emperor Xuanhuan himself, and can't be blasted with the immortal artifact? The other immortals were also shocked and didn't know what to say. Xuanhuan was too easy to break, this person just slashed with a sword, and the Shinto cracked. It's because of that divine sword. They all saw that the human sovereign sword in Xuanhuan's hand was a sharp weapon whose power was far beyond Xuanhuan's Xuanhuan map. And Xuanhuan was torn apart, but you had nothing to do. The woman couldn't hold on anymore. She fell to the sky and spewed out a mouthful of immortal blood. Obviously, she suffered a great backlash and hurt herself. The Tree of Origin can't be obtained. Yu still wants to fight again, but he also knows that the Xuanhuan map is broken, and he has lost the power to threaten immortality. If he continues, many immortal sieges will be planted here, and he and Yushan army will be planted here and killed. These immortals are packs of wolves that will not pass up good opportunities. Retreat. Yu Bing's cold eyes fell on Xuanhuan, trying to remember this person. When he put away the broken pictures, and when the woman was about to retreat, these immortals immediately stared at them fiercely. Although the feathering god figure is broken, at the cost of completely destroying the residual figure and my life, one or two immortal figures can still be feathered. Yu's voice came out, and they immediately gave up their thoughts. No one wanted to be immortal by Yu, and no one would work hard for them. Smart watched him retreat and leave. Who among you still wants to go forward and seize the origin divine tree with me? As soon as Yu left, Xuanhuan immediately became the focus. At this moment, the scriptures of feathering have not been completely consumed, and still enveloped him, but he turned the great devouring technique, and suddenly a ferocious energy was refined into his body, stronger than the arm of Shi Tianjun. Rumbling. With a big wave of his hand, all the remaining feathered divine power was swallowed up by him. His cultivation base is refined again. Xuanhuan held the human sovereign sword and was majestic. The emperor's domineering eyes swept across the crowd, and he knew that the enemy was outnumbered, so not only could he not show any weakness, but he was even more vicious than before. This group of people is not united. This person's sword can smash the feathering god map, and he has a set of artifacts that can explode immortal power, and can also fight against the feathering divine power. Let's go back, we don't need to fight him to the death. Deathsea Immortal shook his head. He is very clear, he can figure out Yu's strength, but he can't see this person clearly, especially the scene of tearing the feathering god map also shocked him. Under the will of the supreme humanity, a kind of fearful state of mind has arisen. The Tree of Origin is not too useful for immortality, and the effort required to cultivate the Tree of Origin is also enormous. This time the Ascension God dynasty plan failed, Yu and the woman burned a lot of immortal matter, and even the Ascension God map was torn apart, and their mission was successful. You don't fight? The Temple of Slaughtering Immortal wanted to fight, but the Immortal Sea of Death had no fighting intention. What could he do? He immediately said, since I don't fight, what can this seat say? Then go back and go to the immortal time and space. The four immortals recede. They're gone. The faces of the two immortals who shot against Xuanhuan were also very ugly. They also hoped that the four would fight with Xuanhuan in order to win the Origin Divine Tree, but they did not expect him to go so decisively. Let's go too. The two immortals left the Temple of Origin in an instant. You too, I remember. Xuanhuan didn't care about them, but looked at the Tree of Origin. His emperor's will was shrouded in the Tree of Origin, and he felt the terrifying power in this tree. What he has to do now is not to uproot it, then leave the Temple of Origin and appear in the sky. They have all left the Temple of Origin, and this battle is over. The departure of many immortals also caused a great shock to the outside world. The Great Devouring Technique. Xuanhuan himself does not need this Temple of Origin, and it does not help him much. Immediately, the Great Devouring Technique cooperated with the Hand of God, and with a rumbling, the Temple of Origin rose up from the ground and was included in the system space. Ding! The host completes the side quest and gets 900,000 fate points, Cosmic Artifact Advanced Card, Small Chaos Universe X2, Magical Power Fruit X1024, Yuanling Staff X1, and Random Lottery Chance X1. Hashtag C884 Intercept the Long River. The body of the Yuanling staff is a flawless crystal-like color, and there is a fist-sized blue-gold gem on it, emitting a blue-gold light, which looks extremely dreamy and dazzling. This scepter can be given to Linger, combined with the Temple of Origin, to control the Divine Origin tree, and can display the power of origin recovery. If it is matched with a robe of an immortal artifact, it will be more perfect, such as a priest who masters the vitality of recovery. Xuanhuan laughed. With the scepter, he will also get an immortal robe for concubine Ling. The picture in my head has emerged. This time, I really have to capture the Temple of Origin. The Bone God and the others appeared from the Gate of the Void, and they were full of emotion. They also knew that with this temple, a real immortal would be born in the future Shenwu Empire. The Temple of Origin, the possibility of immortality. Qi Shui was also very envious, and knew that this kind of fetish could not fall into her hands. However, the powerful and invincible strength of Emperor Shenwu also made her mind change. Now the Mingguan Shenzong is in chaos, and ambitious families want to seize power, and there are internal and external troubles. She hopes to use the power of Emperor Shenwu to help the Supreme Headmaster. This time the Emperor will also be remembered by the forces in the universe, and the mighty name of the gods and martial arts will spread. At the same time as the Bone God spoke, the entire 10,000 Treasures River suddenly rumbled and vibrated. This long river was originally surging calmly, but at this time it suddenly became violent, and it was about to slam into the deepest part of the space like a wild dragon. An endless repulsive force emerged, and the dimensional light wave swept across, turning into the sharpest knife. This is a sign that the 10,000 Treasures River is about to leave and enter the depths of the extremely deep dimension again. The 10,000 Treasures River is about to disappear again, and this time it has appeared for a long enough time. If you stay in it, the universe god will surely die, and the immortal will be repelled. If you don't go forcibly, you will just wait to face the infinite. Kill it. The Book of Martial Arts. The power of Wanbao Changhe is very great. When it becomes violent, it will not go away without immortality. It sweeps into the deepest part of the universe, and it is very likely to die. Otherwise, there is no such great power. The Wanbao River has long been forcibly captured. There has also been a great mutation in the undead time and space. Bone God he saw again, black smoke billowing, immortality filled the air. At the same time, a more terrifying war broke out in the undead time and space, which was even more terrifying and deadly than the previous immortal battle in the Temple of Origin. After all, although the Temple of Origin is magical, it does not have much effect on immortality. The time and space of immortality are different. It is rumored that the immortal lord is an invincible powerhouse who can compete with the gods and gods. There are many treasures left there that have a great effect on immortality, and are worth their madness. Boom! A more terrifying repulsive force resounded. Xuanhuan and the others withdrew from the 10,000 Treasures River, watching the river frantically drill into the depths of the void. Due to the too strong force, the countless treasures were shaken out, causing a new wave of treasure hunting. Charge! Bone God and Qi Shui are also hurrying the last time. Although Emperor Xuanhuan would not help them to capture treasures, standing here is the biggest shock, enough to make some people dare not attack them, and can seize treasures recklessly without fear of threats. Go. The Book of Martial Arts leads. They poured their power into the 7 divine artifacts, condensed the immortal power, and swept the past. What is even more shocking is that with the violent attack of the Wanbao Chanhe, a chain reaction is occurring in large areas. Many treasures that exist in the depths of space and time can no longer be hidden, and they appear from various areas. Wanbao Chanhe bombarded those treasures out, and also swept them in. Chase the Wanbao River. The Wanbao River has not fully entered the depths of time and space, and many strong men have chased after it. The sky and the earth were shattered, and the Wanbao River hit a big hole, and the black tide inside was surging. When it knocked out this big hole, it also knocked out an ancient ruin, with golden light shining everywhere, including a huge island, which seemed to be composed of the purest gold. Golden Island. The bone god was shocked, feeling the breath in it. It's not gold, but the power of the primordial spirit, the power of the soul is condensed. The Golden Island fell into the Wanbao River. In a moment of shock, they saw an incomparably gigantic god statue, the golden light of the primordial spirit shining, exuding tyrannical soul power. This soul power is too strong and transcendent. This is a statue condensed by an immortal soul. It's worth too much. It's a pity that it was taken away by the Wanbao River. You can't go inside this black hole. The bone god sighed a pity. It can't be taken away. Xuanhuan shot. He didn't even show up to seize the treasure just now, and it was at this moment that he gathered the strongest killing move. He watched the 10,000 treasures river enter the black hole, dodged, and surpassed the black hole. There was a door to the void. At the same time, the human emperor sword appeared in his hand, with black light flickering on it, which condensed the power of the big cutting technique. Your Majesty is going to intercept a section of the long river of 10,000 treasures. The Book of Martial Arts is incredible. That's right, Xuanhuan has been holding back his big move for a long time, and the condensation of his strength has finally reached a limit at this moment. Human Emperor Sword Slash. Although this supreme artifact has not yet completely unsealed all the seals, Xuanhuan clenched his hands tightly and cut it away from the myriad treasures river. The sound that shook the universe and the unparalleled fluctuations created the strength of Xuanhuan at this moment. His domineering and invincible power directly intercepted a huge area of the river from the Wanbao River, exerted the power of the seal, and fixed it in the air. In this intercepted river, countless treasures are rising and falling, and I don't know how many ancient secrets are hidden. Xuanhuan focused his gaze on the primordial god statue at a glance. Sure enough, the immortal soul has solidified, but the will to life inside has been completely wiped out, leaving only this golden soul. This golden island is also given to Luo Fei by Yuanshan Island. The immortal soul is very precious. What I lack now is a large amount of immortal substances. I hope that the long river that I have intercepted has the substances I need. Xuanhuan said lightly. His actions were shocking in the eyes of others, but he himself felt that there was nothing, he just did an ordinary thing. The means of Emperor Xuanhuan. Bone God trembled, others just seized the treasure in Chanhe. Even immortality is difficult to cut such a large piece, and the Emperor cuts directly. What kind of existence have I encountered? However, how should this tributary be taken away? The space-time dimensional power inside is too violent, turning the world upside down. Do you want to drag this tributary to move slowly? Qi Shui couldn't guess how Xuanhuan took it away. However, Xuanhuan quickly told them with his actions that it was easy for him to take away this tributary. He just waved his hand, and the tributary disappeared. #C885 Within the Blood Moon. The intercepted Wanbao River is you in the system space. The size of his system is immeasurable. Chu Yuan has obtained this system for so many years, and now he has a strength comparable to immortality, so he can't estimate how big the system space is. He even doubted that the system space could fit the entire universe into it. Fate. Chu Yuan murmured. His eyes flashed suddenly, and the Wanbao River had completely penetrated into the interior of the universe. The power it exploded caused a chain reaction in the entire universe, and there was a blood-red monster light that was keenly sensed by Chu Yuan. So many treasures. The bone god saw that the tributary disappeared, and the mystery of Emperor Xuanhuan in his mind became deeper. That is to say, Chu Yuan can easily do it. This myriad treasures river itself is a tyrannical divine object, and there is no way for ordinary immortality to do it, but he can easily do it with the human emperor sword. The Wanbao River is over. Qi Shui said. Too much has happened this time. Yeah, it's over. The bone god looked closely at the time and space of immortality, and said, but it's even more chaotic. There will be more immortals coming to the Sea of Cosmos. We must leave here as soon as possible. Senior, aren't you going to Mingguan Shenzong? There was hope in Qi Shui's eyes. Mingguan Shenzong, I will go. I have faced myself, but not now. With my current strength, it is difficult to decide what to do. Wait for me to be immortal. If I cannot die in the immortal catastrophe, I will go. The bone god has now reached the limit of the god of the universe, and the next step is to prove the Tiao and be immortal. Okay, I am waiting for the seniors in Mingguan Shenzong. Qi Shui turned to look at Chu Yuan. Great Emperor, thank you this time. Mingguan Shenzong welcomes you as a guest. If there is a chance, I will go. Chu Yuan responded. Your Majesty. Are you leaving Cosmic Sea now? Bone Shinto. I have other things to do. You all leave first, Bone God. I look forward to the day when you become immortal again, and then I will personally attend your immortal banquet. Chu Yuan smiled. Haha, I will come back to the way of immortality. The fighting spirit in the eyes of the bone god was burning. At this moment, he desperately wants to break through the realm of immortality. Weak. Too weak. He is still too weak. This time in the universe, his contribution was only to help Chu Yuan activate the 7 divine artifacts. It is good. Chu Yuan nodded and watched them leave. The bone god Qi Shui left the universe sea. You can enter the void gate and activate the 7 divine artifacts. Chu Yuan put the book of martial arts and the others into the gate of the void, teleported away, and went to the Blood Moon Sea. The demonic blood red he caught in his eyes just now came from the Blood Moon Sea. He's going to see this place. The Blood Moon Sea, a huge red blood moon shines. But at this time, the Blood Moon Sea was completely different from before. It seemed that the Wanbao River slammed into the void violently, causing confusion in the space nodes and opening the entry channel. Blood Moon. A person appeared in the Blood Moon. This is a woman. She looked indifferent. Looking at the Blood Moon, there were traces of desolation everywhere, not even a tree, only the bloody earth. The blood in the eyes is red, like a blood-red mist. There is no treasure everywhere in the legend. So desolate and dead. This woman is walking here, and there is a strange blood moon mark in her hand, emitting a hazy light. The appearance of the Wanbao River in the universe sea has also revealed many divine objects buried in the Blood Moon Sea. Perhaps because of the Wanbao River, the space-time barrier that entered the Blood Moon has been hit, and it is very likely that it has something to do with the immortal time and space, or maybe it's time for the Blood Moon to appear. This woman is none other than the Joyo Empress. In just a few years, she arrived at the God of the universe. This blood moon mark has been guiding a direction, which may be the biggest secret in the Blood Moon. Empress Joyo looked cold and severe. After Chu Yuan left that year, she has been practicing in the Blood Moon. With the help of the blood moon mark on her hand, she found countless treasures in the Blood Moon Sea, and absorbed the power of the blood moon, and finally made herself break through to the universe god. She is a strong-willed, very persistent woman. I don't know what the cultivation base of Emperor Xuanhuan is now. Empress Joyo couldn't help thinking of Emperor Xuanhuan. Although she has not been in contact with Emperor Xuanhuan for a long time, this man has left an indelible impression in her heart, too powerful and mysterious. The figure of the goddess is unforgettable. But with that person's domineering, his current strength must be very strong. Empress Joyo thought and continued to walk in the Blood Moon Sea. Boom! Suddenly at this moment, a loud noise resounded. When Empress Joyo was walking in the Blood Moon, a person suddenly appeared in the sky. When he saw Empress Joyo, he shot directly and wanted to catch her. A woman walking in the Blood Moon is naturally a little strange, and it will attract the attention of others. Empress Joyo didn't panic when she saw someone shot her. Although she broke through the universe god not long ago, but this was within the Blood Moon, the Blood Moon mark in her hand was in this real Blood Moon, and it was already blood red and demonic to drip blood. As soon as the man's power reached her body, a blood-red mist filled the air. What sound was this person's mouth going to make? A blood-red beam of light in the sky irradiated him, and he couldn't even let out a scream, but it was evaporated into a blood-colored mist. Empress Joyo mobilized the Blood Moon mark to kill this person, frowning slightly. The right way has appeared, and someone has already entered in the Blood Moon. After all, the Blood Moon is rumored to be left by an ancient and powerful immortal. Over the years, many people have entered, but they can't find me, and even immortality will appear in the end. Empress Joyo clenched the Blood Moon mark, but I have the Blood Moon mark, and I can mobilize the power of the Blood Moon, which is the biggest advantage. If you don't take risks, you can't break through the realm. The strength of the universe god is not enough. Only immortality is the goal I pursue. Empress Joyo is very adventurous. In order to make herself stronger, she is not afraid of anything. Empress Joyo walked in the Blood Moon, during which she also met some people who entered the Blood Moon, and she was mercilessly killed by her. Someone else. Empress Joyo suddenly saw a figure in a black robe in front of her, just about to mobilize the Blood Moon mark to kill. Her face suddenly changed, overlapping with the figure in her memory. She was surprised. It's actually him, he also in the Blood Moon. Joyo, don't see each other for a few years. This person smiled and looked at the 9 Serenity Empress. Emperor Xuanhuan, we meet again. When Empress Joyo saw that the great Emperor Xuanhuan was coming, she seemed relieved. This blink of an eye had passed for several years. Yeah, we met again. This time, I also noticed the fluctuations in the Blood Moon Sea. I thought that you were also in the Blood Moon Sea, and I just ended the treasure hunt of the 10,000 Treasures River, so I came here. Xuanhuan walked towards the Joyo Empress. #C886 I am here. He's stronger. Seeing Xuanhuan walking towards her, Empress Joyo looked at the invincible strength of this goddess, and with her current strength, she felt a sense of oppression. He is mysterious and unfathomable. A stalwart figure of the emperor, rooted in her will, cannot be erased. She had a strong hunch that even if she used the Blood Moon mark herself, she would never be able to kill him. This person gave him a state of being a cosmic god, but his real strength might have reached immortality. However, although Xuanhuan's strength was stronger than she imagined, she was not disappointed. And she wasn't upset about it. She also had a great opportunity to break through to the realm of the God of the universe in a short period of time, and she had a strong personality and had her own persistence. It's not that she is not good, she has surpassed too many people in the universe. It's just that the great Emperor Xuanhuan in front of him is too good, he didn't catch up with him, he could only look at his back. Emperor Xuanhuan, are you here for the Blood Moon or are you? Empress Joyo said. I don't come for the Blood Moon, the Blood Moon is of no use to me. Xuanhuan said, I see that the bleeding moon is strange, and there is something extraordinary hidden, so I am here for you. Why help me? Empress Joyo said. There is no reason. Xuanhuan smiled, I will only do what I want to do. Emperor Shenwu, your strength is probably comparable to immortality. Empress Joyo was also surprised by Xuanhuan's strength. The power has arrived, but the realm has not. Xuanhuan said simply. But these 8 words are amazing enough. He looked at this blood moon, and the weak people felt that it was not big, but he noticed a feeling of infiltration, cold, and a terrifying will. He said to Empress Joyo, this blood moon is not simple, there are both great treasures and great strangeness. Great Emperor, the blood moon mark on my hand has been pointing in one direction. Empress Joyo showed the imprint of the blood moon, and she kept trying to break free from her palm and fly in a certain direction. Let's go, I'll go see with you, there's something weird, and I've helped you suppress it. Xuanhuan and Empress Joyo walked in the blood moon. Their speed was very fast, and soon they saw a place where the blood-colored brilliance was extremely thick, just like blood water. The blood moon imprint actively radiated a brilliance, expelling the blood mist. Immediately, both Xuanhuan and Empress Joyo saw that, in the middle of the blood mist, a blood-colored coffin appeared, like a blood diamond, crystal clear and flawless. There are stripes on it, like blood vessels, with fresh blood flowing. Another coffin, what will be in this blood coffin? Xuanhuan observed, and it was also strange. He thought of the woman in the 33 heavenly pagoda, who also appeared from a coffin. The last time he hurriedly saw her on the divine tribulation star, there is no trace of her in the universe anymore. But Xuanhuan knew that she was still somewhere in the universe. This goddess is very strong. With his current strength, he is considered very powerful, and ordinary immortals cannot match her. The owner of the blood moon is buried in this blood coffin? Empress Joyo guessed that there was a strange force that made her open the blood coffin. Supernatural power. After running the supreme supernatural power many times, Xuanhuan said, there is no life energy, no matter what is buried in the blood coffin, unless it is opened, I can't tell. This blood coffin itself is an extremely powerful artifact. The coffin represents the end of a kind of life, the place of deep sleep, and many strong people like to build artifacts such as coffins to avoid many catastrophe. Boom! The blood moon imprint in the hands of the blood moon empress was out of control, and suddenly flew out and fell into a groove in the blood coffin, as if it were complete. In this blood coffin, endless blood light jets shot out, pushing the coffin lid. I'm going to open it myself. Xuanhuan sheltered the Empress Joyo with strength. The coffin opened by itself, and there was no imaginary crisis, nor did it suddenly say that someone rushed out. Looking into the blood coffin, there is no one there, but it is not completely empty. The tomb of clothes. Xuanhuan thought of this word in an instant. A set of robes, a blood-red immortal robe, and a blood crown made of blood crystals. There is also a blood-colored scepter with a blood moon-like blood-colored gem on it, which symbolizes supreme majesty and unparalleled dominance. This is a tomb. Xuanhuan said, these are all immortal artifacts, and they are the most tyrannical. Obviously, they are left by the owner of the tomb, and there is no body of the owner of the tomb, but I always feel that there is a strange and biting will. It radiates from the tomb of the suit. His eyes were fixed on the blood-colored robe, the blood-colored coffin, and the blood-colored scepter. The blood light flowing in the artifact seemed to be real blood. The owner of the tomb did not leave her body, but she left her indestructible will in the artifact. Does she still want to be reborn? Xuanhuan came to this conclusion. A terrifying voice is telling me that if I can get these artifacts, I will be able to prove immortality, and I can get the blood moon mark, not by accident, but she took the initiative to find me. Empress Joyo said, I don't know who the owner of this tomb is, but as long as I put on this dress and pick up the scepter, I can know everything. This is a chance, or it may be a dead end. Her eyes were calm, not being bewitched, but she really knew that the road to immortality was right in front of her. Chu Yuan looked into her eyes and knew that this was a strong-willed woman. He saw the horror of the clothes. If you put on this set of wills, you are very likely to be affected by the will of the Tomb Master. Maybe you are not dead, but you are occupied by the Tomb Master. You will no longer be Joyo, and may become a blood moon. You have thought about it. Chu Yuan could see the horror behind the suit. Leaving such a set of clothes and a blood moon in the outside world, if there is no purpose behind this, I believe no one will believe it. Of course, this crown does contain the opportunity to achieve immortality. It is also an extremely tyrannical artifact. If it can suppress the hidden will in it, it will soar into the sky, prove the immortality, and be stronger than ordinary immortality. The road to immortality is difficult, and once it succeeds, it will last forever. Fighting or not fighting, it is all between the thoughts of the 9 Serenity Empress. Actually, ever since I got the Blood Moon mark, I was subtly influenced by the Blood Moon mark, and I was marked with her breath, otherwise I would not be able to get here easily. I have no choice, even if I don't wear it now, the clothes will find me. Empress Joyo remained calm, so this time it's death and new life. Wrong, you still have a choice. In my eyes, this is the chance of your immortal road. Go get it. With me here, you are still Joyo, and this will is impossible to mess up. Chu Yuan smiled and said, I will suppress this will, so that you can gain control and become immortal. #C887 Blood Moon Queen. It is true that Chu Yuan is as strong as the sky here, and it is her greatest luck to help her here. I know, the Great Emperor is Joyo's greatest luck here. Empress Joyo was shocked. When she heard this person's words, and saw this person's great power, she felt that she would definitely control this outfit this time. She walked to the blood coffin. Suddenly, there was no one to operate the clothes, and a blood-colored light burst into the air. It flew up, and put it on the Empress Joyo. Empress Joyo put on a blood-colored robe, a blood-colored divine crown, and a blood-colored scepter in her hand, and a more majestic wind swept through. At this moment, the entire blood moon vitality is in turmoil. It seems that the immortal power is blessing on the body of the 9 secluded queen, making her to feather into a butterfly. The realm is growing rapidly, breaking the realm again and again. She was frozen in place, accepting the energy in the blood moon. This blood moon itself is the strongest artifact left by the immortal. Chu Yuan's eyes see through everything, always pay attention to changes, and said, but although getting this artifact can have powerful strength, the hidden danger is also very big. If you don't succeed, you will be benevolent, but how can the road of immortality be so easy to walk? It is necessary to pay it the price. There are many difficulties and obstacles. How many creatures in a universe can become immortal? Although Chu Yuan has seen many immortals in the universe, the immortal life essence is infinite, which is accumulated in the reincarnation of the universe. Countless people died on the road to immortality. It is not surprising that Empress Joyo took a risk to make this decision. According to the normal cultivation method, the possibility of her cultivation to immortality is very small. And from the day she got the blood moon mark, even if she gave up this outfit now, she would still find her. All Chu Yuan can do is to help her at the right time so that she will not be disturbed. For Empress Joyo, when he was still in the eternal world, several transactions with him were of great help in the early days of the Shenwu Empire. And the most important thing. This woman, Chu Yuan, wants to make her immortal. This is the will of the Emperor. Domineering and direct, protect whoever you want to protect. The blood-colored brilliance grew stronger. At this moment, Empress Joyo was accepting a kind of sacrifice. Her face was still calm, but she suddenly wrinkled, and a will that did not belong to her was attacking and raging. But Empress Joyo looked awe-inspiring and was also suppressing this will. She is someone who is unwilling to admit defeat. Chu Yuan couldn't see this kind of willpower competition, but through the change in Empress Joyo's expression, he knew that it was very dangerous. Blood Moon Resuscitation. Inexhaustible, more intense blood moon brilliance swept over. Empress Joyo's eyes have been closed, she is experiencing a war without gunpowder smoke. I am Joyo, forever unchanged. Empress Joyo said this sentence. The will of the blood moon has awakened, and after taking control of the body, it is necessary to use Joyo's body to be reborn again. This is a treasure, but at the same time, it is also the recovery place left by the immortal, but from the moment of getting the blood moon mark, there's no way to avoid it. Joyo Empress is still Joyo Empress. But at this moment, Xuanhuan has a feeling that her soul is changing and being replaced by another will, which is a very bad signal. After all, although Empress Joyo is firm-willed, her cultivation is too far from that immortal, and sometimes it is not determined by will alone. I'm still here, dare to move? Infinite light bursts out, and endless majesty is sweeping. Xuanhuan snorted coldly. Empress Joyo is her acquaintance, because she has broken through the fifth step of the Lord God and World God twice. How can she be dominated by this will? When he is there, his will can't be moved. He strode towards the Empress Joyo, showing the Emperor's supreme dominance. His generous and powerful hands were placed on the shoulders of the Nine Serenity Empress. Humanity was supreme, and the domineering that belonged to him was suppressing. The moment he put it on, there seemed to be a profound murderous intent that lasted forever, and suddenly rushed out to kill the person who was in the way. A living immortal can't deal with me, let alone only these wills. Xuanhuan's face was cold and stern, and the supreme will of others burst out, suppressing this will. Emperor Xuanhuan. Empress Joyo regained the look that belonged to her in her eyes. The owner of the blood moon is the blood moon queen, an extremely ancient immortal. She died in the reincarnation catastrophe, she killed immortality, and reached the peak. I don't care who she is, how powerful she was in her lifetime, in my eyes, she has fallen. Xuanhuan and Empress Joyo landed, then took a cross-legged posture and said, give me your hand, and I will help you suppress it. Empress Joyo's expression moved slightly, but then she slowly pushed her palm forward. Tears of Reincarnation. There was a crystal-like tear on Xuanhuan's palm, and it slowly atomized, and the breath of reincarnation enveloped the two of them. Then it was placed on the palm of the Nine Nether Empress, and when she held it, it was slightly cold. With his help, she refined this divine artifact and slowly passed it on. This is the tears of reincarnation that Xuanhuan got in the random lottery, and one can understand the artistic conception of reincarnation. The purpose of doing this is to make Empress Joyo endure reincarnation again and again, to strengthen the power of her will, and to suppress the Blood Moon Empress. The battle of wills is too dangerous to see the opponent. Xuanhuan can help Empress Joyo to suppress her for a while, but she can't suppress her forever. After all, she has to rely on her. Empress Joyo entered a mysterious state. Under the influence of the tears of reincarnation, her life experience was repeated over and over again, as if she was in a dream, very real, and her face was painful and smiling for a while. The life experience of Empress Joyo. Xuanhuan said. Her own will is getting stronger and stronger. This kind of reincarnation perception is very long for Empress Joyo herself, but it is very short here in Xuanhuan. After the power of the tears of reincarnation completely dissipated, Empress Joyo also opened her eyes. The will of the Blood Moon Queen has been suppressed. The treasure of Emperor Xuanhuan has allowed me to experience the reincarnation of the world. I owe the Emperor a lot. Empress Joyo knew that without Emperor Xuanhuan to help her, she was now the Empress of the Blood Moon. Treasures can only be used as assistants, and it is up to you to suppress the Blood Moon Queen. If your will is not firm, it will be useless to take out 10 drops of the tears of reincarnation. Xuanhuan smiled. Empress Joyo nodded and said, when the Blood Moon Empress was trying to seize her will just now, it was inevitable. I also saw her immortal experience, and it was because of her too many immortal experiences that it washed away my own memory, and at the same time, it also gave me so much immortal experience. Xuanhuan was non-committal. The Blood Moon Queen's soul has dissipated, and only a will exists in the Blood Moon. Capturing the will itself is a process of assimilation, making her forget her own memory, replace it with someone else's experience, and then become herself, in exchange for an alternative new life. Unfortunately, the Blood Moon Queen would never have thought that Xuanhuan was here. His supreme will of Tiao helped Empress Joyo suppress a lot. The experience of immortality is very precious. It's what they learned on the way of cultivation. I can see that this Blood Moon Queen is not an ordinary immortal. Xuanhuan said. The Queen of the Blood Moon fought with the Supreme Master of her era, but she can't help her, and she is even known as the Double Master. Empress Joyo said, the Queen of the Blood Moon is amazing all her life, domineering all her life, but also lonely all her life. She has no friends, no one to trust, no one who can help her, and finally died in the calamity of reincarnation, leaving only the Blood Moon behind. I can't see clearly this reincarnation catastrophe, and I only vaguely see in my memory a kind of doom that I can't understand. The Blood Moon Queen entered the catastrophe, a mysterious world, and finally fell. #C888 Queen of the Night. The reincarnation catastrophe, the mysterious world, the fall of the Blood Moon Queen, this is a big secret. Xuanhuan fell into deep thought. The curtain of an era comes to an end, and you sing and I will appear. An existence like the Emperor of Heaven should be invincible in the world, no one can compete with him, and there is an endless life force, which should be eternal, but finally disappeared without a trace. Such a strong man is not so easy to fall, who can kill him? Perhaps it is the so-called reincarnation catastrophe. And where is the supreme of these times? Xuanhuan speculates that they will not all die, and it is very likely that they cannot show up easily and can only hide themselves. This is the most reasonable explanation. Pity. The realm of Empress Joyo is too low to be immortal, and she cannot bear too many memories of the Blood Moon Empress. Only after she reaches immortality and completely refines this will, she can spy more valuable information from it. I'll know more when I'm immortal. Empress Joyo said. Okay, I'm waiting for the day you become immortal, but the will of the Blood Moon Queen is only temporarily suppressed. When Xuanhuan spoke, the night suddenly fell, and it was completely dark. A power of eternal night swept in, and outside the Blood Moon, a woman appeared, and she waved her palm to kill Empress Joyo. Blood Moon, has your will awakened? The woman made a cold greeting. This is immortality, listen to her voice, specifically for the Blood Moon Queen. Empress Joyo grabbed the blood-colored scepter, faced the darkness, and immediately expelled the darkness, revealing the real figure of the woman. This woman is wearing a dress like the dark night sky, with no other color embellishments. Although her face is beautiful, she is extremely indifferent, and she has a deep murderous intent towards the Blood Moon Queen, as if she is also jealous. There was darkness everywhere she came. Like the Master of the Night, it is incompatible with the power of the Blood Moon. Are you a Blood Moon? The woman in the dark night looked at the Empress Joyo in a blood-colored robe and asked her own question. No, I'm not the Blood Moon Empress. Empress Joyo said. It's really not the voice of Blood Moon, her voice, her tone, her breath, even after countless reincarnations, I will never forget it. It seems that you have suppressed her will. The woman in the dark night has an unforgettable hatred for the Blood Moon Empress, the kind that never ends, but her will still survives in the Blood Moon. I don't know how you suppressed her will, but you got at her power, damn it. The woman of the dark night killed the Empress Joyo with a large palm print of the dark night. Her strength is even higher than that of Shi Tianjun. At the same time, Empress Joyo raised her palm, and a bloody palm print collided with it, and then both were annihilated. Sure enough, she has control over her power, said the woman in the dark night. Empress Joyo got the artifact that the Queen of Blood Moon left here for recovery. As long as she was in the Blood Moon, she could be manipulated, and immortality would be hard to do with her. Of course, this Blood Moon will not work. I know you from her memory. You are the Queen of the Night and the existence of the Blood Moon Queen. You have fought with her for a lifetime, and you have never won against the Blood Moon Queen, so you hate her. Empress Joyo said. After Xuanhuan heard it, he also understood. It turned out to be the defeated subordinate of the Blood Moon Queen, who was always crushed by the Blood Moon Queen. When it comes to her, the world will only say, oh, it turns out that it was the defeated general who fought against the Blood Moon Queen for countless years. I hate her. The Queen of the Night said, but I still won, because she is dead. I am not dead, I am still alive in this universe, and she has been crushed to ashes. I will destroy everything she exists in this world, any trace. The Blood Moon Queen has never regarded you as an opponent, you think it yourself. Empress Joyo's indifferent words just hit the biggest pain point of Empress of the Night. Queen of the Night. A man dressed as an old Taoist suddenly appeared in the Blood Moon. He smiled and looked at the Woman of the Night, and said, Queen of the Night, I finally see you again. Let me calculate. We have not seen each other for several cosmic reincarnations. Right. Old guy, you are not in the tomb of God, you are sleeping well in your coffin. What are you doing out there? The Queen of Night frowned. This old man was a contemporary of hers. Hey, I can't sleep if I want to. Look at the chaos in the outside world. The cosmic hegemony resumes. I don't know how many immortals will fall. And the Queen of the Blood Moon, I have seen her in the past. Powerful. The old man sighed, and I don't have the courage, I only dare to hide in the tomb of the gods to avoid the catastrophe. I don't have the aura of the Blood Moon Queen, who is not afraid of life and death. Existence in the tomb of God. Xuanhuan knew that although countless strong people were buried in the tomb of God, there were also immortal ones, and it was also a dangerous forbidden place. I don't want to tell you more. If you stop me from destroying the Blood Moon today, you are my enemy. You know, my revenge is very heavy. The Queen of the Night also knows that this old man is very strong, and has witnessed the ups and downs of several invincible forces in the universe. I won't stop you, I'm afraid you will dig my grave when I fall asleep again. The old man smiled, but with him around, you can't move this girl doll. Of course he was talking about Xuanhuan. He has lived for endless years, and some immortals can be seen through at a glance. However, he couldn't see Yuan clearly. This man's will was too strong, his momentum burst out, and in his mind an invincible figure was constructed. No one can stop me, no one can stop me. The murderous intention of the Queen of the Night is too heavy. The Blood Moon Queen has fallen into many cosmic reincarnations. Empress Joyo just got her treasure and passed the hatred to her. The boundless darkness swept through, and the Queen of the Night started. Hey, you are fascinated by hatred. The Blood Moon Queen never meant to fight with you from beginning to end. She is lonely, you have to treat her as an opponent. Every time she is stronger, you hate it even more a little. The old man sighed. It's hatred to say it nicely, and jealousy to say it badly. You are fascinated by jealousy. You could have gone further with your talent, but you are stuck in this step for a long time and can't take it. The Moon Queen will always be your nightmare, and I can't step out of it. Women are scary. When the old man spoke, he sighed again. I'm here, what are you going to do? Xuanhuan's eyes flashed in horror. Kill anyone who blocks me. The Queen of the Night has been blinded by jealousy and hatred, and she is haunted by demons, and she cannot get out without destroying all of this. You can't move your hands during the Blood Moon. Empress Joyo also said. Joke, you thought you were the Blood Moon Queen. Queen of the Night. I am myself and have nothing to do with her. Empress Joyo has a firm will. I'm going to fight again. It seems that it's not the right time for me to wake up. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't wake up. It's better to sleep comfortably in the tomb of the gods. I can't interfere in this kind of battle. This queen of the night can't be provoked, too jealous. The old man clutched his forehead, obviously having a headache. Xuanhuan looked at it, and suddenly his expression changed, and he looked towards the void, as if the sound of waves of sea water swept out. In his eyes, a vague shadow appeared. The blood moon of the Queen of the Blood Moon is open, and the universe will change greatly. Back then, my lord invited her to enter the other side, but unfortunately, she refused, otherwise she would not have fallen into the catastrophe. The shadow made a sound. #C889, strongman on the other side. My lord. The other side. When the old man heard these words, his hair was about to explode, and he seemed to hear a great horror, and said in shock, "The other side of the Shenzhou, you have actually appeared, and when the other side comes out, there will be a catastrophe and immortality. The most mysterious Shenzhou other shore in this universe. For an ancient immortal like him, it can be said to be thunderous. Old Taoist, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk about it. The other side is a place that brings hope." The man appeared and glanced at it. His breath is completely different from this universe, with the taste of the other side, very mysterious, and shrouded in the deep air current, it builds a sea of bitterness. I don't think there is any hope, and the other side is a mysterious place. The other side of this Shenzhou is rumored to be an ancient giant ship. Inside is a universe, hidden in a mysterious place. There will not be repeated cosmic reincarnations, and repeated catastrophe and destruction will not come to them. Many powerful immortals are looking for the other side, but can't find them. Unless they show up. But every time the other shore of Shenzhou appears, it will bring endless killings, and many immortals will disappear silently. Some people say that these immortals were taken away by the other side of the Shenzhou. Some people say that they were hunted by the other side of the Shenzhou, and they took their immortal material to let the big ship continue to sail and continue to maintain their mystery. You talk too much. The strong man on the other side warned the old man. The old man stopped talking. People on the other side of Shenzhou, what is your purpose here? The Queen of the Night said. Queen of the Blood Moon, when my lord invited her to go to the other side, she will not be reincarnated, but she rejected my lord's will, so she perished. Today, I am here to take her clothes away to see if I can motivate her. Will, let her be reborn. The strong man on the other side said. You want to take me away? I don't agree. The Queen of the Night refused, her will can only be wiped out by me. If you want, I can also report to my lord and lead you to the other side of the Shenzhou. The strong man on the other side said again. Although the other side is good, it's not the place I should go. The Queen of the Night has no interest in this other side at all, and said, how can I go without going to the Blood Moon? And if I go to your place, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. You think too much, the other side is the land of light, the land of hope. Countless people want to enter the other side, but they can't enter without the consent of my lord. The strong man on the other side said. The next moment he actually came directly in front of Xuanhuan, and he grabbed with a big hand, causing a wave of suffering, which directly enveloped this person. Xuanhuan and the other side have no grudges, but the other side powerhouse takes the initiative to deal with him. Emperor Xuanhuan. Empress Joyo was startled. Good chance. The Queen of Night's eyes flashed. This person is guarding the Empress Joyo, she has no chance, but although she doesn't know why the people on the other side want to deal with this man, it is the best chance for her. It's okay, don't worry. Xuanhuan looked at this person with indifferent eyes. Shenzhou on the other side. Ha ha. He has a mark of the other side in his hand. And if he wants to find them, he can find it at any time. When he lifted his palm, there was a loud bang, and the powerful and invincible force burst out. the man wasn't surprised either. In fact, he was eyeing Xuanhuan when he was in the Temple of Origin. It seemed that he did not have the realm of immortality, but he already possessed the combat power to defeat immortality. Such a mysterious and powerful person, he wants to take him back to the other side to study. And the other side of Shenzhou is too mysterious. Heavenly Emperor, godlike existences have spent great efforts to find them, but they have never been able to find them. That's why, the other side is not afraid to offend anyone. After all, no one can find them. Even if he wants to return to the other side, he has to rely on the master of the other side to guide him. A violent collision erupted at this moment, and the powerhouse on the other side was very strong. His blow came into contact with the hand of God, and then his face changed, and the man directly shattered his mana with the strongest force. "So powerful," said the old man. "There are people from the other side of Shenzhou here, he doesn't dare to make random shots, just be a melon eater." Xuanhuan rose into the sky, the emperor's will was domineering, and he suppressed and shattered endlessly with one palm. During this period of Wanbao Changhe, his strength was much stronger than when he was dealing with Shi Tianjun. Other shore melody. The strong man on the other side has a mysterious power. When Xuanhuan's palm fell, it hit his body, but it seemed like a phantom that had hit the water, penetrated directly, and couldn't hurt him at all. This feeling is very strange. The strong man on the other side is a reflection projected in the water. No matter how you bombard the water, you will always hit the phantom, and it is impossible to hurt the person who projected the reflection. Secret of the other side. The Queen of Night frowned. She also doesn't like to deal with people on the other side. "Can you hurt me?" The powerhouses on the other side were laughing at Xuanhuan's incomprehension. The so-called secret method is just a space method, plus your secret method on the other side, the law on the other side. If I read it correctly, your real body and phantom are in constant transformation, projecting power to here. Xuanhuan is very calm. "What can you see? Do you still have a solution?" The strong man on the other side is very confident. "The means of the void is to use the void to break it, you all know nothing about me." Xuanhuan opened his big hand again, and an endless torrent swept through the gate of the void. Looking at his eyes, a large area of void evaporated, and a force shattered down, destroying the infinite phantom and falling down. Thousands of light swept across. The powerhouse on the other side didn't care at first. However, when Xuanhuan's power fell, there was a strong power of shattering and cutting, and the layers of projection time and space were shattered, the mystery built in front of this person was broken, and a figure was violently turbulent, apparently bombarding him. It really hit him. The old man widened his eyes. The other side of time and space. He once again constructed a different time and space on the other side of the universe. Is that useful? Although his time and space methods are strong, Xuanhuan controls the treasure of the void gate. He walked over one step at a time, and when his 5 fingers fell, the 5 cutting rays of light disappeared, and the figure of this man was suddenly disillusioned. "Your means are not worth mentioning in front of me." Although the figure in Xuanhuan's eyes was disillusioned, there were still countless figures projected. "Your means are very strong, but this will make me more curious about you, and I will lead you to the other side." This person's projections were all shattered, and his voice was a little unsteady. Obviously, Xuanhuan's sweeping blow just now injured him. The other side? Xuanhuan held the human emperor sword, but he didn't see any movement. The sword slashed in the direction of the sound, and when all the time and space were shattered, there was a painful sound. Drops of immortal blood fell. #C899 into the Empire. As soon as Xuanhuan grabbed the immortal blood, his face was cold and stern, and a stream of origin power was injected into it, as if he was calculating something. The strong man on the other side ran away, leaving immortal blood behind. The ticking immortal blood pierced through time and space and fell, causing the old man's heart to be in turmoil. This world is messed up. What powerful characters have appeared? The other side appeared, representing the beginning of a new round of killing. By then I don't know how much immortality to die. He also sighed softly. Can he continue to sleep peacefully in the tomb of God? I'm afraid not. New turmoil is coming. For someone like him, who doesn't like to fight for hegemony, sometimes when there is the strongest power in the universe, it is often the most peaceful. Even the powerhouses on the other side ran away. They are really useless. What the other side? It's just hard to find it because of my own mystery. Although the Queen of the Night has a strong killing intent towards the Blood Moon Queen, she is also not a fool, and she also knows that this man's strength is too terrifying, and he turned into a shady curtain and left the Blood Moon. The old man made a series to Xuanhuan from afar. This was his respect for the strong and his goodwill towards Xuanhuan, and he also left here. Everything is calm. Xuanhuan smiled. Emperor Xuanwu, this time I owe you a lot of favor. Empress Joyo felt that she owed Xuanhuan too much. The tear-like crystal diamond before contained the power of reincarnation, and she also knew that this was a treasure that was extremely cherished. It doesn't matter, if you can go to immortal, you can also know many ancient secrets, and you have immortal strength, you can also repay me. Xuanhuan said, but there is one thing I want to tell you, you can only treat everything that the Queen of the Blood Moon has left as an externally powerful fetish, just your weapon. You break through immortality faster, but it's not good for you, you still have to walk your own way, and the outside is always the outside. My way will always be the way of the 9 seclusions. Empress Joyo is very firm in her own way. It seems that the will of the Blood Moon Queen has been suppressed now. But imperceptibly, she will affect you all the time, infiltrating little by little, and when you are most dangerous, you also know that it will be the day when you prove immortality, and it will explode violently, attack you, and restore the Blood Moon Queen again. Xuanhuan reminded, of course, if you can refine her, it will also be of great benefit to you. I know. Empress Joyo does not deny it. It's a game. Xuanhuan continued to speak. Ding. The current branch line has been released, and the branch line host can choose one from different options. Option 1, revive the will of the Blood Moon Queen and reproduce the world. Option 2, help the 9 Serenity Empress to break through immortality. Remarks, if the host chooses 1, the Blood Moon Queen will become a Blood Moon after being revived and obey the host permanently. Am I missing a Blood Moon? Xuanhuan looked at Empress Joyo. Before you cultivate to the immortal realm, there is only one way to suppress this influence, to a minimum. There is an infinite human power in our empire, which is enough to help Joyo suppress the Blood Moon Empress. The will of man, the power of man is infinite, stick to his own heart, and understand his own way. Go to the Emperor's empire? Empress Joyo was silent, looking at him. The invincible stalwart figure in her mind could not be wiped out, so she finally nodded. I want to owe the Emperor a favor again, and use the power of the Emperor. Let's go. Xuanhuan already knew the answer of Empress Joyo. It is good. The two stepped on the bloody moon and stood side by side, their breaths reflecting each other. Empress Joyo moved with the blood-colored scepter, and this blood moon actually disappeared into the sky, including the huge blood moon sea, which was taken in by the scepter. There are many treasures in the blood moon sea, but I have only explored 1,000th of them. There are even things that can help the Emperor's cultivation base grow. How can you not bring gifts when you go to the Emperor's empire? Empress Joyo said. The blood moon sea has disappeared. A large ancient ruin in the universe is gone. Who took the blood moon? The sudden disappearance of the blood moon sea caused a great shock in the universe sea. They took it away, but there are too many ruins in the universe, and there are not many blood moons. In the tomb of the gods, an old man sat on the head of the tomb, and there was a monument on it. It was his, very strange, ups and downs, chaotic times are open, but the universe has never been calm, the demon god, the law, the emperor of the sky, etc. All the masters are looking for a kind of invincibility. Leave that alone. This time, Xuanhuan got a lot of treasures in the universe, and he wanted to sort out the gods that were beneficial to him, push his cultivation to the peak of the fourth step, and then condense his immortal body. Cultivation is the most important thing. Xuanhu Empire. This is my empire. Xuanhuan smiled and stepped into his empire with Empress Joyo. The prosperity of the Xuanhu Empire has also opened the eyes of the Joyo Empress. The wind of martial arts is extremely prosperous, and the people live and work in peace and content, and you can see spaceships flying around everywhere. Although she established the Joyo Empire in the past, the purpose was to use the power of the empire to master the source gods of the Joyo Great World, so that she could become a world god. As for the great world that used to be in the sky, it has long been destroyed. I am Joyo, I have my own way and way. Although the blood moon method is powerful, I don't know how to practice it. It is more than words. Joyo entered the kingdom of the emperor, and she immediately noticed the unusual flow of time. 1 day in the outside world, 5 years in this world. Xuanhuan came to her. Terrible flow of time. Joyo nodded. Although the Blood Moon Queen's divine weapon is powerful, I don't want to use it too much. It's not good for me. Her power is too strong, and it will suppress my power of the Way of Nine Netherworld. Joyo looked at this divine martial man, and it seemed that as long as he was there, everything would be fine. She added, my idea is to condense my immortal artifact. You're right. Xuanhuan said, but if this powerful artifact is completely unused, wouldn't it be a waste? You draw the power in the artifact now, and I will help you transform. The will of the Blood Moon Queen cannot be turned upside down here, waiting for you to break through immortality. At that time, this will is completely suppressed and refined into a set of artifact that can be activated by itself, becoming a puppet-like existence. The release of system tasks inspired him. Let the Blood Moon Queen artifact become like the 7 artifacts, extract her will, and refine it into a puppet Blood Moon. This is doable. However, in order to do this, Xuanhuan's realm needs to reach immortality. It is not immortal, no matter how strong the combat power is, it is also the god of the universe. Joyo has no opinion. She cultivated in Xuanhuan's human sovereign kingdom, and with her as the center, an area of 9 secluded light patterns appeared, faintly deep and cold, exuding a coldness, for her 9 secluded areas. This is the way of the 9 seclusions that she has cultivated, and she will never give up. Although she came to the Xuanhu Empire, she did not communicate with others, only in her own area. Look, there is another area there. I don't know who it is. I heard that His Majesty came back with a woman this time, and this woman seems to have never been seen before. In one place, Yao Linger, Luo Yueying and Shang Guangxian are here. It was Shang Guangxian who spoke. I seem to have heard it before, it seems to be called Joyo, and I used to have something to do with Your Majesty. Yao Linger said. Luo Yueying listened without speaking. I'm afraid this woman named Joyo will become another Imperial concubine of His Majesty. Also, how could there be only a few of us in the harem of such a divine emperor, and only the most outstanding women are worthy of His Majesty? Shang Guangxian said a little jealously. What are you talking about? Xuanhuan arranged Joyo and walked over. #C891 gift. A present for us? Shang Guangxian was the most lively and came over quickly. They and Xuanhuan are not like those courtiers, they are not so restrained, and said, What has Your Majesty brought us? This first gift was given to you by me, a flowerless relic. Xuanhuan smiled, they were his closest family members. As soon as the Wuhua relic came out, the aurora was bright, and the wisps of Wuhua light glared out, making Xuanhuan Xiandu infatuated and intoxicated. Your Majesty, how did the concubine feel an attribute similar to the divine light of immortal transformation? Shang Wangxian said in surprise. The guess is right, the Wuhua divine light melts mana and annihilates flesh and blood. Compared with the immortal transformation divine light, there are more mysterious mysteries, and this Wuhua relic will generate a steady stream of divine light as long as a lot of divine objects are invested in it. This will lay the foundation for your immortality. Chu Yuan handed the Wuhua relic to Shang Wangxian. This is his woman, and naturally, she will not be stingy. So bright. Shang Xiandu was intoxicated. This is the power that suits her best. She involuntarily refined a divine light, which immediately had a strong conflict with her immortal transformation divine light, and then the immortal transformation divine light was assimilated, and the stronger Wuhua divine light wanted to dissolve her. Not good. She was startled. After all, his cultivation is only the 5th step of the world god, and he can't bear such extreme power. I am here. Chu Yuanqin's words came. With a wave of his hand, a supreme power swept in, suppressing Shang Wangxian's changes and helping her refine. Immediately under the gentle control of Chu Yuan, Shang Wangxian's original power of transforming into immortals slowly transformed into Wuhua divine light, and a more splendid light radiated from his body. I'm about to break through the universe god. Shang Wangxian waved his hand. Wuhua divine light swept out. The immortal concubine is going to become the god of the universe. Yao Linger and Luo Yueying also had some envy. What are you doing? I also brought you your gifts. Chu Yuan first looked at Luo Yueying. A sealed golden island appeared with a golden statue inside, and smiled. Yueying, this is the pure power of the primordial spirit. This statue is transformed by the immortal soul. It is enough before breaking through immortality. Already. My concubine, thank you, Your Majesty. Luo Yueying and Shang Wangxian have different temperaments, and there is also a gentleness in her fierceness. Linger, I also have a great gift here. Boom. The temple of origin appeared, the divine light bloomed, and the three suddenly appeared in the time and space of origin, and saw the origin divine tree. This is the temple of origin, the power of origin. Linger, you cultivate the magic medicine for the empire. I have thought about it. This temple of origin is the most suitable for you. This tree can be refined into a spiritual object under your control. This root spirit staff, I'll give it to you too. Chu Yuan handed over control of the temple of origin to Wu Linger. The temple of origins. When Yao Linger saw this thing, the first thing she thought of was not herself, but the empire, and immediately said, Your Majesty, with the development of the empire, the cultivation of divine medicine has become more and more difficult and slow, but with this temple of origin, ministers and concubines demonstrating the power in the divine tree can make the divine medicine grow rapidly, which has an immeasurable effect on the empire. Thanks for your hard work. Chu Yuan said, break through the universe god, I will protect the law for you. The three nodded. Their cultivation had indeed reached the limit of the world god. With the three earth-shattering divine objects brought by Chu Yuan, breaking through the universe god is a very simple thing for them. Shangguan Xian Wuhua divine light lasing, the Wuhua relic was sealed by Chu Yuan's great sealing technique, which could allow her to slowly control it. Luo Yueying exudes the light of infinite primordial spirit, with extremely strong soul power, and Chu Yuan, the dream world rewarded by the previous system, was also given to her. Yao Linger held the origin spirit staff and drew out the power of origin from the divine tree of origin. A seed immediately took root and sprouted after receiving this power, and grew into a divine medicine. It's all gods of the universe. Chu Yuan was also very happy. You have just been promoted to the realm of the universe gods, and your foundation is unstable. With the resources of the empire and the power of these three gods, there is no bottleneck before immortality. It is just the time in the secret realm to accelerate the consolidation of yourself. Xuanhuan said. They all nodded. This is the advantage that the Empire has the strongest, otherwise how could it be so easy to break through the universe god with their strength? Therefore, the more powerful the power, the experts will be multiplied. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered, and after seeing the breakthrough of his 3 beloved concubines, he would also improve his realm. Returning from the universe this time, Xuanhuan got too many treasures. He also ordered the Empire to temporarily stop its foreign expeditions, and first convert the treasures obtained this time into the strength of the Empire, and then comprehensively enhance the heritage of the Empire. In addition to him in the Empire now, the most promising ones to break through immortality are Joyo and the Book of Enlightenment, who are temporarily practicing in the Empire. And with so many materials on hand, they naturally turned into giant cannons and warships. In addition to talent, cultivation also requires treasures. Time passes. 32 years of Xuanwu. It has been several years since he returned from the Sea of Cosmos. The ultimate peak of the 4th step. Xuanhuan cultivated and raised his cultivation to the limit that the 4th step could achieve with the many divine objects in his hands. This step is not difficult, it just enhances his own shattering mana, which can be done with a lot of medicinal herbs. However, what is really difficult for Xuanhuan is to condense his immortal body, or he can slowly cultivate himself, enhance his cultivation with time, and cultivate his immortal substance little by little. Or it is to plunder the immortal material of others, so as to quickly strengthen oneself. Take it slow. Xuanhuan doesn't like it, the situation in the universe is changing every day, and he doesn't have that much time to waste. That's too slow. Xuanhuan's body exudes a faint immortal light. With a wave of his palm, splendid light spots like a galaxy swept out. These are all immortal substances, extremely precious things in the universe, and immortality is something like life. But Xuanhuan is clear. If he wants to be immortal, he needs a lot of immortal substances to polish more terrifying power. Of course, he also understands that the more he needs, the more terrifying his strength will be after he reaches immortality, which is what he wants. In the process of condensing the immortal body, as the condensed immortal matter increases, my strength will also increase greatly. Xuanhuan smiled. Go and see Concubine Ling's cultivation, the origin divine tree, the 3,000 temples, the immortal foundation, it's very mysterious. He dodged and appeared in Yao Linger's bedroom. In the kingdom of the emperor, in order to let everyone have the concept of time, there are also 12 o'clock changes of the sun, moon and stars. Dawn. Yao Linger changed Xuanhuan's clothes, carefully arranged his imperial robe, tightened the belt for him, and looked at the man. After thinking about it for a while, I still said one thing, Your Majesty, my concubine cultivated with the origin divine tree, but as I broke through to the God of the universe, I felt that there seemed to be other origin divine trees in this world. #C892 Upheaval. 3,000 temples of origin. There are rumors that there are as many as 3,000 temples. If there is a tree of origin in each temple, there will be as many as 3,000. Counting this one, there are 10 temples of origin, and you have this kind of feeling. Should. Xuanhuan smiled and explained. This origin divine tree is very strange. The origin of power is a kind of energy tree. If it can be integrated with other origin divine trees, the concubine has a feeling that it will become more powerful. Yao Linger expressed her feelings. Cultivate with the origin divine tree. When you reach immortality, you can sense more. Cultivation is the most important thing. Xuanhuan said. The concubine knows. Yao Linger nodded and snuggled beside Xuanhuan. She also knows that although she has become a universe god now, her cultivation is still not enough. If she can reach immortality, she can cultivate magical medicines that can be used in immortality for the empire. At that time, the development speed will be faster. The empire flourished. During this time, there were several breakthroughs in the fourth step. Commander Feng has already broken through to the fourth step of the universe god. It seems that the four aspects of the ancient demon are very suitable for her strength. It is not surprising that the four divine beasts are all immortal skeletons, and there is also a divine phoenix. Xuanhuan inspected the empire and was very pleased to see Zhu Fengfeng's breakthrough. Although he came back to the empire for a few years, the affairs in the kingdom of the emperor have passed tens of thousands of years. Zhu Fengfeng has this set of four ancient demons, forming a big circle around the sky, which is extremely powerful in the fourth step. With enough resources, breakthroughs can be made quickly. However, Xuanhuan still felt that it was not enough. He is also eager to break through to the realm of immortality. Only in this way can the empire enter a new stage of rapid development. Immortal matter. What Xuanhuan lacks is immortal material. The back garden of the Imperial Palace. The flowers are splendid and fragrant, and there are divine flowers everywhere, transformed by Yao Linger's hands. In front of a stone table, a young girl held her chin and looked at these flowers and plants in front of her eyes, which was a little boring. "Dawn, are you bored again?" Chu Qingyao came over, sat opposite her, and smiled. "Yes, sister." Chu Chenxi nodded. In recent years, the emperor's brother has given orders, the war has been suspended, and the powerhouses of the empire are not allowed to leave the territory of the empire without an order. I heard that a war is breaking out outside, and I really want to see it. I don't know what the rumored immortal war is. How earth-shattering. In the book universe, I saw the record of the emperor's brother's war in the universe. It was really spectacular. Now that the situation in the outside world is turbulent, Yuandi also has his own consideration for such an order. This time Yuandi has seized a lot of treasures in the universe, and it is time to completely transform it into strength. Chu Qingyao tapped her forehead. Fighting and fighting, it's just preparations before the war. Can't you understand this? I know, I just think it's boring now. Chu Chenxi curled her lips. I'm not allowed to touch my forehead again, I'm no longer a child. Chenxi, second sister. Xuanhuan appeared in front of them. Brother Emperor. Chu Chenxi's eyes lit up. Although Xuanhuan is the supreme emperor, in her heart she will always be her emperor brother. What are you talking about? Xuanhuan sat down. It's nothing, it's just that this girl is boring. Chu Qingyao was much more stable. The empire is so big, there are so many places in the territory, and each star field is not enough for you to play? Xuanhuan said in a stern tone, the outside world is too chaotic, no one will take you away without my order, and don't delusionally think that the book of martial arts will take you to see the universe, they only listen to my order and treat me well. Cultivation, no mood, go to the Imperial Mausoleum to accompany the Queen Mother. He is strict. He is not only the emperor, but also Chu Chenxi's brother. It is good. Chu Qingyao was an eggplant beaten by frost, and suddenly wilted. The eldest sister was much stricter than younger brother Yuan, and more terrifying than the father and Queen Mother. I didn't dare to speak in front of her. Chu Qingyao lowered her head as she spoke, but I can't find any trace of the eldest sister. I miss her very much, and I hope she reprimands me like when I was a child. Chu Chenxi didn't feel anything when she heard it. After all, she hadn't even seen Xuanhuan, and she had never seen it before. My eldest lady. Xuanhuan said, I have searched the eternal great world countless times, and there is no eldest sister. I have also calculated with the supreme supernatural power, and there is no aura of the eldest sister. There are only two possibilities for this situation. When the eldest sister left, she was only in the supernatural power state. She may have died, and there are no bones left, and she will never be found again. Chu Qingyao was sad. If he died, it would be good to be buried in the emperor's mausoleum, just like his father. But now it is unpredictable. This is just one of the possibilities. Xuanhuan said, the more complete the disappearance, it represents a kind of weirdness. There are some places that cannot be calculated. The eternal great world was the territory of the divine court back then, and the eternal world lord is left behind. In the eternal city, when God fought against adversity and set up a great formation, it may have something to do with this. This is just his speculation. Xu Qinyao nodded. Time passed, and it was 35 years of Shenwu. Xuanhuan's immortal body is also practicing. During this period of time, there was no war in the empire, and everyone was working hard to cultivate. His bloodthirsty worm was hungry because there was no war. The army of the empire is training, and various standing armies are expanding. In the future war, it is no longer just to face some cosmic gods, but may encounter immortal sniping, so even if it is a standing army, the cultivation of the soldiers cannot be weak. And Xuanhuan is also expanding the army of gods, and the number has reached 4 million. The two ace legions of the Huashan dynasty, Yushan army, Huashan army, the weakest are supreme gods. My god army is now the cultivation base of Xianshan realm. This is not good, it is too weak, and its strength must be improved as soon as possible. Xuanhuan has too many resources. But cultivation takes time, and this is exactly where he has a headache. If I reach immortality and unseal the last seal of the human sovereign sword, perhaps the kingdom of the human sovereign will have a stronger time acceleration. After all, many plans cannot be implemented until I reach immortality. Xuanhuan knew this very well. He looked at a place in the kingdom of the emperor that was shrouded in mist. She hasn't appeared since she arrived in the emperor's kingdom. Xuanhuan looked at Jiuyou, who only had cultivation in her eyes, and shook her head with a smile. For so long, she had never communicated with other people, nor had she ever been out of this area. He knew that Jiuyou was attacking the realm of immortality with all his strength. Inside the Temple of God. On this day, Xuanhuan held a court meeting, and all the ministers gathered to report the development of the empire and the situation in the universe in the recent period. Your Majesty, in the past few years, the cosmos has been turbulent, and many major events have occurred, whether it is in the universe or in the stars. The Book of Enlightenment stepped forward. He was the wisest being in the Shenwu Empire, and reported. #C893 Done of Wish. Report the latest major events one by one. Xuanhuan sat firmly on the throne, with strong imperial power. The first thing is about the time and space of immortality. According to the information obtained by the minister, the exploration has reached 50%. There are many immortal battles, and many artifacts have been unearthed. Now the Ascension God dynasty and the various forces should be in a stalemate. Undead time and space. Such a big secret cannot be explored overnight, it will last for a long time. The more dangerous it is at the end, there will even be the master of the undead spacetime, and the undead master will appear in a strange way. Xuanhuan nodded and let the Book of Enlightenment continue. There are also wars that have spread to the starry sky, the misty forbidden area, the ancient demon forbidden area, the Death Sea, and many other immortal forces have started some small-scale wars on the border of the Ascension God dynasty, but the scale is not large, but the minister believes that this is a sign that the power is about to move. The Book of Enlightenment. A single spark can start a prairie, and small-scale testing is for large-scale wars. The Ascension God dynasty has become a general trend, and they are unparalleled. They will not give up dominating the universe. Therefore, a large-scale war will definitely be carried out. Lu Qianfu said, Your Majesty, although our Shenwu Empire is far away from the Ascension God dynasty, this battle will surely sweep the universe, and the flames of war will start a prairie fire. Who can avoid it? They all understand that when the war begins, it is a small process of annexation. No immortal force will die first, and then the weaker immortal force will also face annexation. Our soldiers are fighting fiercely, waiting for a battle. Fang Lei said. He fought with high spirits and stepped up his training. Small-scale battles will last for a period of time. When the real battle will start, I think it will be mainly in the immortal time and space. When the exploration of this secret realm is completed, the battle will not be far away. What the Empire needs to do is to prepare for the war and expand the various armies and divisions, step up training, and consume all resources at any cost. Xuanhuan said, "The time for this war to start is not in our hands, and the Empire needs to do a comprehensive response." Your Majesty is absolutely right. The Book of Qiling said, although the war is cruel, it is also a process of fighting for hegemony. It is not so easy for the Xuanhuan dynasty to be invincible in the universe. Ascension God dynasty wants to be invincible starry sky. For the Supreme and all the forces also think that this is an opportunity. If Xuanhuan dynasty is defeated, the kingdom of God collapses, but also share the feast of treasures and get countless benefits. Xuanhuan analyzed the situation and said lightly, "If you don't succeed, you will become a benevolent person. It depends on who has the stronger means." There's a third thing, it's about divine tribulation star. In the past 10 years, the amazing thing is that after the end of the 33rd divine tribulation, it will appear again, without stopping. Even the divine tribulation flower has appeared several times. God robbery star. When Xuanhuan was in the 21st year of Shenwu, he went to the divine tribulation star once, and he also saw the goddess at that time. In this blink of an eye, it has been 35 years of Shenwu. Time is like water, and it passes quickly, which makes people sigh. The fourth thing is in Wish City. The Book of Inspiration continued to report. Wish City? Xuanhuan's eyes flashed. I have heard that there is a wish bowl in Wish City. It's very strange, and you can make a wish. It's the city of wishes. The Book of Enlightenment nodded. This wish bowl has existed for countless years, and I don't know its origin. This minister speculates that this is a very special fetish. If you make a wish in front of this wish bowl, you may be fulfilled. Wish. I have heard that there are ordinary people who make a wish on the wish bowl, and immediately soared into the sky and became the god of the universe. These are all real things. If it weren't for these strange things, the wish dawn would not be so famous. Under the instruction of Xuanhuan, the Book of Qiling passed on the collected materials to everyone. After listening to Zhu Fengfeng, he said, "It doesn't seem to be that simple. The achievement of a wish out of thin air is just a special case. It is more like a temptation to attract people to come, and most wishes have to be exchanged for equal value. Is such that." The Book of Enlightenment said, it's a kind of equivalent exchange. For example, if you make a wish with an artifact that you don't need to make a wish, if the wish is successful, it will be exchanged for you with something you can use. Even if you fail, you don't pay the price. Wish is not inevitable, it can't be achieved. I just exchange what I need for what I don't need and what I want. Lu Qianfu nodded. It wouldn't be miraculous if it was just like this. You can also become immortal through the donation of wishes and make a wish. The Book of Enlightenment continued, this is all true, because someone has become immortal in this way. But the price paid for this exchange is also extremely terrifying. Xuanhuan said, I have seen in ancient books that the immortality obtained by making a wish was exchanged for several immortal lives and a large number of sacred objects. From my point of view, this well is probably called the exchange of rice bowls, and it reveals a demonic nature. The bowl of wish sounds better than the bowl of exchange, said the Book of Qiling. At first glance, the value of wishing bowls is not so great. But wrong. Because immortality is difficult to achieve, sometimes it is not a matter of resources. For example, even if those ancient powerhouses kill a few immortals, it is difficult for the people around them to break through and accompany them through reincarnation. But what if there is a wish bowl in exchange for you? This is the value of Wishnodon. There is a price to pay for this wish. How can there be so much cheapness in the world? Lu Qianfu said. The City of Wishes has gathered there recently, and the three ancestors of Wish have traded a lot of immortal matter. Immortal matter is extremely important matter for both the universe God and immortality, and during this time, he is still planning a great wish. The three ancestors of Wish are the three immortals of Wish City. Where did they get so many immortal substances? Said the purple blood demon. I'm not so clear about this. The three ancestors of wishes existed for a very long time. Maybe it was exchanged by making a wish, or maybe it was a relic unearthed by the turbulence of the cosmos sea, but this is true, and someone has exchanged it from there. The Book of Enlightenment. Ding. The current branch has been released, and the host can choose whether to accept it or not. Option 1, go to the Well of Wishes, make a wish once, and return to the Empire. It will be regarded as the completion of the branch and you will get rich rewards. Option 2, ignore the wish, and retreat in the Empire for 1 month to complete the second branch. The two branch lines let Xuanhuan choose, which is somewhat interesting. Xuanhuan's eyes focused on the light words in front of him that only he could see. Over the years, he also knew that the more troublesome the tasks issued by the system, the more rewards he would get. City of Wishes, Great Wishes Planning. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered, Book of Enlightenment, get ready, this time I will go to the City of Wishes to see how amazing this bowl of wish is, and whether I can trade what I need. Ding. The host chooses to choose a line. Your Majesty, the fastest route to the City of Wishes is through the Divine Tribulation Star, and we can start from this direction. The Book of Inspiration added. Divine Tribulation Star has a very special geographical location in the universe. Just take the route of the gods. Xuanhuan said, after I leave the Empire, all the ministers must fight hard and step up the training of soldiers. Without an order from me, you must not leave the Empire at will and start a war. Follow your Majesty's order. #C894 Twin Gods. This time, the gift of wish reveals a strange, special time, planning a big wish, attracting many strong people, including immortality. Xuanhuan is also thinking about this trip of wish. The speed at which he condenses his immortal body is too slow, and it is too slow for him to accept it. I also know that if I want to condense the immortal body in the Empire, I am afraid it will take a long time. His Majesty. Shang Guangxian, wearing a long fairy light dress, came to him and said, I heard that your Majesty is going to Wish City, so the concubine wants to accompany His Majesty to go with him and serve him closely by His Majesty's side. Her big eyes kept looking at Xuanhuan, and with that fairy-like face, people couldn't refuse. Is it as simple as just wanting to go to Wish City? Xuanhuan pulled her to his side. There are still some purposes, the concubine wants to be with your Majesty more. Shang Guangxiandao. Okay, this time I will take you to Wish City. Xuanhuan promised her that he couldn't stay in the Empire all the time, and sometimes he needed to follow him to see the outside world. A few days later, an ancient chariot left the Shenwu Empire. This was the ancient emperor's chariot, and the emperor was solemn. And Xuanhuan had already recast it, adding all kinds of precious materials, and it became his divine martial emperor, Cha. The Book of Qiling drives the car for Emperor Shenwu. This is a kind of honor, driving for the emperor. This is a peerless emperor who can beat immortality. How many people can have this honor to drive for him? And by the side of the great. The Book of Enlightenment came to the Shenwu Empire for many years. His cultivation has become more and more tyrannical, especially this time. Xuanhuan has brought a lot of ancient books in the universe, and he has also learned more knowledge and inspired the spirit of the book. Your Majesty, this universe is really gorgeous. Shang Guangxian looked at the splendor in the universe, passing through the galaxy, and exclaimed. Yes. The universe is gorgeous, and there are countless living beings, but this splendor is destined to not last for long, and it will be ignited by the fire of war, setting a prairie starry sky. Shang Guangxian saw that it was gorgeous, while Xuanhuan saw that it was war. Your Majesty, we are about to pass the Divine Tribulation Star. The Divine Tribulation Star is in a very special position, as if it is in the very center of the universe. They saw from a distance that this star exploded in the 33rd level of Divine Calamity, absorbing the energy in the universe, and they could see a huge ocean of thunder, which is nothing more splendid in the world. This is another new round of Divine Calamity erupting, swept away by A. Will it become a calamity that is difficult to experience even a mortal? The Book of Inspirations has a guess. The robbery star itself is a huge catastrophe. Xuanhuan is seeing through the essence of the gods. The robbery is vertical and horizontal, and many powerhouses are in it, wanting to prove immortality, but the most eye-catching is in the center of the robbery. There is a splendid brilliance condensing, so many people are staring here. It's God's tribulation flower again. In the past 10 years, the gods of calamity have connected several gods of calamity, breaking the previous common sense. When the divine light arrived at the most dazzling moment, the divine robbery flower really appeared in front of everyone, and what made many faces changed was that this was not a divine calamity flower. It turned out to be two plants with pedicles, two divine robbery flowers swaying. These two divine robbery flowers are on the same stem and leaf. This is the twin god tribulation flower. According to the records, it has not appeared a few times. God, this thing has appeared this time. The road to immortality is difficult. If there are twin gods, then hope will be greatly increased. Snatch, rob, there is a twin god robbery flower that opens up a bright immortal avenue. The powerhouses here are going crazy. This is the hope of breaking through immortality. One god tribulation flower can increase the possibility by 10%, but two flowers are by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, it will reach an extremely terrifying 30% chance. With a 10% certainty, these cosmic gods can desperately attack the immortal catastrophe, let alone 30%. The war is about to break out, and those powerhouses who are trapped in too many cosmic gods are desperate to take a shot. After all, they all know that once the war that sweeps the universe begins, the cosmic gods will die in large numbers. Only immortality can have a way to escape and survive. Boom! The place where the calamity was most intense suddenly shook open, and an ancient chariot rushed across, ignoring these people, and directly shaking the cosmic gods who were fighting to one side. The Emperor is coming, don't retreat quickly. The Book of Enlightenment was shouted, and under his cultivation, the ancient chariot also gave birth to a spirit, and the majesty of Shenwu broke out. No great emperor can stop us from our determination to capture the flower of God's tribulation. There was a cosmic god roaring, and they looked at the stalwart presence on the ancient chariot. Their desire suppressed their fear, and took advantage of the crowd to besiege them, but the Book of Enlightenment started to blow them all away. God robbery flower, gathering the power of robbery, it's really beautiful. Shangguan Xiandao. Want it? Xuanhuan smiled. Think. When Shang Guangxian faced his man, he would not pretend to pretend what he wanted, and nodded heavily. I want me to pick it up for you myself. On the ancient chariot, a huge cosmic giant hand grabbed it, shaking the universe, the will of the only one, directly ignoring the existence of everyone, and grabbed the twin gods. Break him. There are too many cosmic gods, and they have gathered the strongest mana. What? A cosmic god stood in front of the giant hand, only to be swept away by an aftermath. His whole body collapsed suddenly, and he was shocked to death. Compared to immortal power, bold, you dare to take the flower of God's tribulation. There are also immortals staring at the star of the gods. They don't need the flowers, but they can give them to their younger generation. If it is ordinary, they may not be able to do it, but the twins will be robbed. An immortal appeared with cold eyes, staring at the existence in the ancient chariot. He burst into a burst of power, waving his immortal fist and bombarded it directly. Immortal shot, the war escalates. Numerous cosmic gods woke up and knew that this was by no means a war they could set foot on. However, Xuanhuan also made a soft voice, his shattering hand fell, the eternity was shattered, and the gods of robbery were also violently turbulent. As soon as this immortal power came, he was slammed out by his palm. Another immortal came from behind to destroy the ancient chariot and force out the existence in the chariot. The great emperor's phantom was inspired, and he stood in the starry sky. He exuded endless domineering will, and he was still slapped by the mana giant. This immortal scream was immediately swept away from the void and disappeared in front of everyone. The two immortal hands are far from his opponents. This strength terrified everyone. After returning from the universe, Xuanhuan's cultivation is stronger than before, and his immortal body is condensing, and his strength is not the same. The immortal who shot before, staring at the existence in the ancient chariot, turned around and left without turning his head. It's not worth it to fight to the death with such a powerful existence for the gods and flowers he doesn't need. Immortal is gone. The crowd was terrified. Xuanhuan dropped his hand and plucked the twin god Jia flower, just like when the goddess picked it before, no one dared to do anything to him. God robbery flower. Xuanhuan gave the flower of divine robbery to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan accepted the flower with a happy smile on his face. Then the ancient chariot disappeared again on the divine tribulation star. #C895lucky. The chariot left the divine tribulation star, but the aftermath did not dissipate, but intensified. There is another immeasurable existence in the universe. That emperor actually handpicked the twin gods' tribulation flower to a woman. What kind of woman is worthy of the gods' tribulation flower? If I have a man like that, wave my hand and shake back immortality, and easily pick this flower among all enemies, then what a happy thing it should be, even if I die in the next moment, I am willing. Yeah, it's a pity that I can't be the woman on the Imperial car. There were also some women on the divine tribulation star who saw such a scene and felt both envy and jealousy in their hearts. Your Majesty, this time I picked the flowers of the gods and concubines. When those women saw it, I don't know how many women's eyes would swallow the concubines alive. Xuanhuan smiled. Now, as long as your Majesty issues an imperial decree, I don't know how many women in the universe want to become His Majesty's women. I am lucky this time, and I only have this chance when I come out with His Majesty. Not all women in the world can ask me to pick the flowers of God's tribulation for her. Xuanhuan said. My concubine, thank you for your love. Xuanhuan's heart was sweet, and she could hear the meaning of Xuanhuan's words, that she was qualified to let Xuanhuan pick this flower for her in person. The ancient chariot boomed and continued to fly in the starry sky. Your Majesty, the City of Wishes is here. After a while, the Book of Enlightenment pointed respectfully ahead. Xuanhuan looked into the distance. There was a magnificent and prosperous giant city, exuding light, very lively. Many people gathered from all over the universe, just to get what they wanted from the Wish Bowl. Many people walked in front of Wish City, and there were guards at the gate who charged the entrance fee. But there are also some tyrannical existences that fly directly into the divine tribulation star. Your Majesty, the three ancestors of Wish City, who are in control of Wish's dawn, set up the city here, established the immortal Tao lineage, received disciples and students, and also charged tolls. Introduction to the Book of Inspiration. Although the Wish Bowl is strange, but there is a price to pay to make a wish, and it is controlled by the three immortals, so no one will snatch it. Wishing the third ancestor's life was very nourishing. At this time an ethereal vitality descended from the sky, and an immortal figure walked out of the starry sky and came to the City of Wishes. See Immortal, Immortal, please enter the city. When the arrogant soldiers outside the city saw the immortal coming, they immediately knelt down and greeted the immortal's entry. This immortal looks like an ethereal forbidden place. Seeing these soldiers kneeling down, they didn't speak, just nodded, waved some magical pills from their sleeves, fell into the hands of these soldiers, and stepped in directly. This is the majesty of immortality, and the people of Wish City will kneel down to meet them. Yeah, those soldiers were tall and arrogant before, and they had to kneel when they saw immortality. When can we become immortal and enjoy the treatment of such a human being? Many people are envious. Aren't you going to enter the city yet? After these soldiers greeted the immortal, they immediately returned to their cold and stern expressions, and they urged again and again. There are too many people who have come to Wish City recently. Your Majesty, let's go in. The Book of Inspiration drives the ancient chariot. Naturally, their great emperor would not walk into the city like those people, to maintain the authority and majesty of the emperor. Is anyone here again? These soldiers saw the ancient chariot roaring, and their eyes fell on the Book of Enlightenment. The fourth step of the universe God is to drive the chariot. The emperor above is a very terrifying existence. Quickly kneel down, don't offend the tyrannical existence. Not long after they got up, they immediately knelt down again. Although Wish City has a rule that does not allow flying in the sky, it is for ordinary people. Those immortal beings have their own majesty. How can they put down their face and walk into the city with those ordinary people? However, wishing the third ancestor to give them face, and the immortality of entering the city will not make the wishing third ancestor ugly. As the ancient chariot rumbled past, there were some more medicinal pills in front of them, and they said happily, although we have to kneel every time there is a tyrannical existence, these existences are also generous. During this time, although often kneeling, but the benefits are just as great. Your Majesty, this city of wishes is very lively and prosperous. Xuanhuan said in surprise. Although the Xuanhuan Empire is also huge and lively, the empire is mainly based on the cultivation of martial arts, and there is no red dust market atmosphere in Wish City, and there are not so many creatures from all parts of the universe. Your Majesty, Madam. The Book of Qiling said, this city of wishes is actually a trading center. The dawn of wishes needs treasures to be sacrificed, and there are immortals sitting in the town. The order is good. Over time, it has formed a city dominated by Chamber of Commerce trade. Xuanhuan nodded. I hope that the three ancestors will be neutral and have not joined other forces. Naturally, there are people who are happy to come here in exchange for what they need. Which friend came to my Wish City? I'm here to invite my friend because of the existence of the third ancestor. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Xuanhuan, the fourth step of the universe God, with a respectful smile. He didn't see Xuanhuan in the chariot clearly, but he could see the Book of Enlightenment clearly, and he was shocked. The old man driving the chariot gave him a suppressed breath, and he could kill him. His strength. The emperor in the chariot was still pretty good. The Xuanhuan Empire, I came to the City of Wishes to watch the Donuts of Wishes. Talk to him with the Book of Inspiration. Xuanhuan Empire? The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he said, please also come with me, Your Majesty. This middle-aged man took Xuanhuan and the others to a place to entertain distinguished guests, and he didn't stay for a long time. He knew that such an existence didn't like being disturbed by others. There is an unusual aura in this Wish City. Xuanhuan said, Book of Qiling, go and find out the specific information. I am here with Your Majesty. Shangguan Xiandao. Yes. The Book of Enlightenment left. Your Majesty, have you noticed something? Shangguan brewed tea for Xuanhuan. Instead of drinking the tea prepared by Wish City, he brewed a cup of Origin God tea for Xuanhuan with the leaves of the Origin God tree. It's nothing, I just think it's a little weird, but I can't say exactly what kind of weird method. Maybe I'll be able to understand when I see the so-called wish. Xuanhuan's eyes were piercing the void, observing the entire city of wishes with the power of eternal exile. Strange? The concubine's cultivation is too low to detect the strangeness that His Majesty said. Shangguan Xiandao, but this time, there seemed to be a lot of immortals and powerhouses from various forces. The wish that the three ancestors should have come up with something immortal must be tempted. Maybe it has attracted so many powerhouses. Xian'er is on the point. Xuanhuan said, there are indeed a lot of strong people coming this time. The strangeness of this side quest made him think too. Your Majesty is looking at the wish bowl? Xuanhuan asked. She is Xuanhuan's concubine. When there is no other person, she is not restricted. The gift of wish, I vaguely saw it, and it is shrouded in endless restrictions. In Xuanhuan's eyes, there is a vague appearance of an ancient well. #C896 Great Wish. Soon. The Book of Qi Ling came back, and he brought news to Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, the donation of wishes will be opened after January. During this period, any wishing is prohibited, and this time so many strong people have come here for the great wish of heaven and earth. It is said that the three ancestors of wishes have been in preparation for a long time. The Book of Enlightenment said, the gift of wish is too weird. Every time the heaven and earth look at the time is different. Simply put, there are more people who make a wish, and the power of wishes can be gathered, and the power of a big wish can be generated, which is also beneficial to immortality. Very useful. I am afraid that the great wish of heaven and earth can promote the growth of immortal cultivation, which will attract immortality, and it may also be lucky to come to a certain cosmic god and make him immortal. Xuanhuan said. Since the great wish of heaven and earth can increase the immortal cultivation base, why doesn't the wish that the three ancestors occupy it by themselves? Xuanhuan knew that the growth of immortal strength is extremely difficult, and suddenly said, no, such a big wish, the wish that the three ancestors do not have the strength to occupy. The ordinary small wish can be tolerated by everyone, but the big wish attracts more people. Perhaps so. Xuanhuan always felt a little weird. There are still things. Within this month, Wish City will hold several auctions. The biggest one will be auctioned in half a month. Immortal substances and immortal artifacts will be auctioned. The Book of Enlightenment. I won't go to the auction. I'm waiting for the great wish of heaven and earth, immortal concubine. If you want to go, let the Book of Enlightenment go with you. Xuanhuan won't go to any auctions, just let Xuanhuan go and see the excitement. Okay, the concubine will go take a look and auction off the immortal material for His Majesty. Xuanhuan nodded. Xuanhuan smiled. Although there is an immortal material auction, this material is not very useful to him. He needs a large amount, or even the kind that takes immortal life. The third ancestor of wishes is here. Xuanhuan suddenly said. Wish three ancestors. The Book of Enlightenment was startled, and suddenly saw an old man wearing a gorgeous brocade robe outside the door, and said to them, this old man is the third ancestor of wishes, Mingchen. It's an honor, may I see you? This ancestor came to see Xuanhuan in person. But this is not surprising. The Battle of the Cosmos Sea made Xuanhuan famous. Maybe some people don't know it yet, but some immortals are well informed, not to mention the prosperous Wish City, who naturally knows about Xuanhuan. Since it is the place of Wish City, how can you say it? Xuanhuan said. The name of the great emperor has spread, and when I see it today, it is indeed wise and martial, and the supreme among people. Mingchen came in, looked at Xuanhuan, and took the tea. My master, how can I let the guests make tea for me, and the hospitality is not good, I hope the emperor will forgive me. The Book of Awakening Spirit stood beside him with his head lowered, and his heart was full of emotion. The prestige of the emperor must also be seen by the immortal in person. This is the change in status, brought about by strength. I don't stick to these subsections. Xuanhuan said. After 1 month, it is the great wish of heaven and earth, and there will be a unique opportunity. However, it is unknown who this opportunity falls on. If the emperor can seize it, it will also be of great benefit to himself. Mingchen smiled, and it sounded like he was going to chat with Xuanhuan and get closer. The great wish of heaven and earth is indeed wonderful, and you have the strength to get it. Xuanhuan said. A good person with strength will get it. Mingchen said, it's been a while since the great wish of heaven and earth. In order to make this trip unnecessary for all my friends, I have prepared a grand auction. Many friends will attend that day, and the emperor can also go. I also know about the auction, and I will let someone go. Xuanhuan said lightly. Then don't disturb the emperor's rest first, and I hope that day will be the real event. Mingchen heard that Emperor Xuanhuan said that he would not participate, and would only let his subordinates participate, and he didn't say more, got up and left. Send immortality. Xuanhuan raised his hand. In Wish City, the three ancestors appeared here. Mingchen, how about you go to Emperor Xuanhuan? Ancestor asked. It's very strong, very powerful. With my strength, I actually felt a kind of depression in front of the Emperor Xuanhuan. Sure enough, the rumors are true, and his strength is stronger than when he was rumored in the universe. Ming Chen's face was solemn. This time, there are too many strong people in the great wish of heaven and earth, so the three ancestors could not deal with it carefully. That Emperor Xuanhuan is really so powerful? The existence with the strongest breath of the wishing three ancestors said, Mingchen, your cultivation base is about to take the first step of immortality. Even this can make you feel depressed, then this person's cultivation base is not simple. He knew that Xuanhuan had pressed the immortality of Yuhua divine dynasty and seized the origin divine tree, which could be called a prestigious name. I also heard a piece of news from the spiritual realm. After Shi Tianjun returned from the Sea of Cosmos, his arm was broken, and he once targeted Emperor Xuanhuan. It is not difficult to calculate that Shi Tianjun's injury has something to do with him. Another ancestor. Speaking of which, this Emperor Xuanhuan is really weird, and I can't understand it. Alas, the world has changed suddenly, and the universe is in chaos. Which time is it not bloody and immortal? Although our three ancestors occupy the City of Wishes, it is inevitable that we must get involved. Mingchen sighed. But our three ancestors have already found a way out. The other two ancestors said, this time the great wish of heaven and earth is extremely important. It is related to the future. Our three ancestors must be cautious and cautious. Now our interests are one. If this step is not good, it will be an abyss. We know. Unfortunately, although the great wish of heaven and earth is huge, it has nothing to do with us. Although we are in control of the wish, we can only get some small profits, but the greatest treasure does not fall on our heads. This is also something that can't be helped. If we forcibly occupy it, those people will not tolerate it. This time, the great wish of heaven and earth is 10 times bigger than before. Don't say this, go and prepare, this time is about our three ancestors. As time passed, the masters in Wish City gathered more and more, and several immortals came. Your Majesty, I went to this auction with the Book of Awakening Spirit. Half a month later, the auction was held like this, and Shang Wangxian went to participate on his behalf. Go, I am waiting for you here. Xuanhuan smiled. He now also feels that with the opening of the great wish of heaven and earth, the atmosphere here is different. In the deep void of Wish City, it seems that the well water is about to spurt, and a light is sweeping. What is the great wish of heaven and earth? If I make a wish once, can I break through immortality? Xuanhuan didn't pay much attention to the great wish of heaven and earth itself. Your Majesty, we are back. The auction was over, and Shang Wangxian came back happily, and this time it was obvious that the harvest was not small. Your Majesty, there is indeed immortal material. This time, the concubine auctioned a lot for Your Majesty, and there are other divine objects harvested. Even this time, the immortal artifact and immortal divine pill got some. Shang Guangxian told Xuanhuan what he had gained this time. In the Sea of Cosmos, Xuanhuan led the army to get a lot of resources, enough to be auctioned at the auction. Not bad. When Xuanhuan spoke, he looked outside. This time there are more guests.